I lied awake for days, counting all the ways I died. Everything I couldn't save, buried down, still half alive. It's got me crawling in my skin, but no one's coming out to hold me close. Pouring out the gasoline, yeah, I've been making friends with all these girls, and I got nothing left to lose. Fight to the future. It's not me to turn and run. Met the bitter truth and I choked it down. Left a bad taste on my tongue, but my appetite's been growing now. I can see you crawling in your skin, but no one's coming out to hold you close. I'm pouring out the gasoline, so say hello to all my ghosts. Coming for the best, and I'm about to ignite. try to make yourself remember. Darling, don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. You were staring at the window, and I said I wanna take you to the sea. And when I'm better, we'll do everything. I gotta stop making promises I can't keep. But if I was gone tomorrow, won't the waves crash on? Is it selfish that I'm happy as we pass the setting sun? Someday I'll be overcast, but you won't have to cry, 'cause we'll do the grieving while I'm by your side. I said, don't try to make yourself remember. Darling, don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. And I'm so scared of getting used to this. All the vines that keep you tethered in your room. Well, someday both of us are leaving here, but for now I'll just bring this sea to you. Will you meet me in the daylight like we did before? Then I felt you on my shoulder, and you weren't suffering anymore. You said, I'm sorry that you worried, but don't apologize. I told you to forget me, but you stayed by my side when I said, don't try to make yourself remember. Darling, don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, and when we're gone, everything goes on. My nights are empty, missing you every day. I wish that you'd come back to me. It was every weekend, bringing me nothing but joy. I need to get my life on track. I want the LEC back so I can stand in the chat. I want the LEC back in my life. Rap battles, many, very feeling alright. I want the LEC back tonight. Recharged, all in for spring split. Euphoria, I can start to feel it. It's time, LEC's gonna give me what I wanna watch PGL and Ready Check 2. I wanna vote on Twitter and talk about who threw. I wanna flame on Reddit and tweet how I always knew. I want the LEC back so I can stand in the chat. I want the LEC back in my life. Rap battles, many, very feeling alright. I want the LEC back tonight. Now here comes the new year, new teams and players too. Now here comes the new year, lost some but that's alright. Now here comes the new year, we're getting ready for a long fight. I want the LEC back so I can stand in the chat. I want the LEC back in my life. Rap battles, many, very feeling alright. I want the LEC back tonight. I want the LEC back. I want the LEC back in my life. I want the LEC back. I want the LEC back tonight.
Heavy is the head that the crown seats sold. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Didn't do recon, but they wanna lead him and guide him straight and tip him off axis. I was in a renegade beast, meanwhile they was cutting man deep like sickle or mantis. I've been with enough practice, not clout or digital captions. World's in madness, how am I gonna manifest greatness if I don't make actions? I don't need reasons, I just need money and power and stat lift. I don't wanna do it like that, that method's too underhanded. The big man said it ain't landing, never gonna profit off badness. Never got a dollar off sadness, but I've been sunk so I don't do sanctions. Heavy is the head that the crown seats soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Came in this game with a serious killing instinct, man, I never did courses. Look at all the times in the past they rejected him, now they wanna imitate patterns and forces. Stone eye vision like Gorgon. Terrified look in his eye when he finally realized all of the weapons that he brought to the war ain't forming. I've been giving this heart and body and soul and mind and organs, knocked to my fingers bled. Now it's through skeleton keys and door kicks. Treading with means and caution, man, I had bellies to feed from morning. So if they start selling me dreams, I'm walking. Yeah. I was uncomfortable, man, I was scared. Looking for solace and they wasn't there. Now I'm a problem and they wouldn't dare. Yeah, yeah. Doubling down cause this game isn't fair. They loaded the dice, I came in prepared. Feeling it so out of body, I feel like I'm floating on air. How do you cope when they never gave you hope? Really left you in the cold, and it's weighing heavy on your soul. To be honest, I don't know. Either way, I had to grow. Get it together, whatever the weather, and carry that tribulation to the throne. Heavy is the head that the crown she's soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Shoes are meant to break, but the proudest wounds. Money on my head, cause I'm lawless. Shaking on relay, walking down this road. I'm relate, yeah, the same, ain't no debate. Cause shoes are meant to break, but the proudest wounds. Get it.
Echoes from beyond the past, the seed is sowed, the spirit knows, may it guide me for I again will wander far and shape the path to meet again on late horizons. The wind is calling your name, a whisper of the souls who never leave you. Collect your silver tears and pray they disappear tomorrow. Earth and ether to combine. The light it shows, the dark it knows. Our tethers, spirits haunt the restless mind, but seek to find we'll meet again. Can't you hear them? The wind is calling your name, a whisper of the souls who never leave us. Collect your silver tears and pray that we are here tomorrow. Can't you hear the The wind is calling my name, a whisper of the souls who never leave me. Collect your silver tears, pray I reappear Let's go. Confident like you never deceive. Big ego, bigger bank, it's really obscene. So we only wear designer cause we always look clean. And for that money, 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 everybody a fiend. And the bling like a chandelier hung on my chest. And I get it for free cause I'm simply the best. See deposits every hour, not breaking a sweat. Out to lunch with my girls, grant at every request. Thank you. High and bold, can't be bought or sold. I'm so confident. Whoa, they wanna copy it. Slow down now. Yeah, my profit getting big, big, big. Got a whole lot of money, baby. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident. Ha. Break it down. I promise I am the hottest, determined and never modest. A star, a flying rocket, the stage. I always rock it, I lock it in tight. Do it every night. Big dividends, big love, big hype. Pretty lights, fat base, nice body, pretty face. Can't keep up with the pace. Everybody wanna taste. If I show up to a place, you know what's going off. I make money moves, baby. Don't mess with the balls. High and bold, can't be bought or sold. I'm so confident. Whoa, they wanna copy it. Slow down now. Yeah, my profit getting big, big, big. Got a whole lot of money, baby. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident. I'm so confident. Whoa, they wanna copy it. Yeah, my profit getting big, big, big. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Red Bull gives you wings.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time?
had a few years of like not the best international performances, and I definitely think this is the time that we can really show that we're still here.
You can maybe look for arrows on mid. If he's walking on his tower, I can one-shot away when he dies.
400 gold lead in mid for Vikla over Caps, keeps him low. Enchanted Crystal Arrow will land onto Vikla. The wave cleared out there, the chains. Oh, they have to be careful!
Perfect, perfect. Nice call, Caps.
Diablo trying to get in there as well, the devil on his shoulder, being outspoken by G2's demons! A triple for Hans! Diablo almost taken out. Call of the Fortune being called as well. There's the Cataclysm. Now it's all on Caps to do the damage. Raptor trying to step up. Call of the Fortune coming out as well. Skewmon dives in onto Vikla. He locks both the carries into the pit and now find them all!
G2 have done it! 3-0 here over BFX at first stand.
Did you know it's been 6 years since G2 lost 3-0 to Korean team?
It's been a while, yeah.
What? 48% for G2?
Hey, you know what? We take it.
Gen G has been looking unstoppable, but that's also where we shine, so let's see if we can outshine them.
Enduro is just dead. First blood going over to Hans Sama once again. Who's going to get the smite? It is going to go to G2!
G2 just demolished the tournament favorites.
The teleport in from Broken Blade will be interrupted there by Canyon, but not for long as Keen is going to get taken out first. A lot of damage here from Caps as well, but he's very low on mana. There's the all-out to make sure that Keen is just destroyed in this battle, and Gen G just did not have enough to take down G2. It's a double for Hans Sama. Let's go!
Oh,
now Canyon in a bit of trouble here. Level 5 to level 6, the Cataclysm. Oh, the flash forward and first blood to Caps! Now Chovy in trouble as Broken Blade just kills him. What was that? Awesome is decent this time around though, and Ruler is free hitting to double for Caps. He is just obliterating Caps, dancing in his shroud, and Chovy so close to that and will be wiped out. Gen G will all follow soon. Guys, get in.
We going, guys, we going.
And G2 do not need an Elder Dragon to take down the LCK first seed. They're going to march up the bottom lane and complete back-to-back 3-0 victories over the LCK.
Oh my god! 3-0, bro! 3-0, bro!
It has been 2,323 days since G2 has made it to an international final, but finally they will return to that stage as they slaughter Gen G.
And there were no more games after that. For some reason, all we saw was the 6-0 over the LCK, and we couldn't be happier to be back in the LEC studio for Spring. We're the second best region in the world, guys.
Oh, chills.
Let's go!
I legit chills watching that.
Two people clap, let's go.
Absolute insane performance for G2, and man, what a victory for all of us.
Absolutely so.
I mean, listen, who cares if there was a finals? You know, you get 3-0 versus LCK number 2, 3-0 against LCK number 1. Tournament's over. We won the semifinals. That's how it goes.
We absolutely did, and we just wanted to highlight all the memes that came out. It was really fun, and oh.
I got left on Santa Monica. I think I passed Olympic. Have you seen the LCS studio? I think I'm a little lost. I overshot it a little bit.
You're in the wrong region, buddy.
I'm in the wrong region?
Yeah.
Yes, you are.
Okay, well, mind if I hang out with you for a bit then?
No, come on. Let's go. What did you
Cool.
think about G2's historic performance?
Honestly, nothing but impressed. And how does it feel? Actually, I have a question for you, Shox. How does it feel to have your team actually beat Gen G in a best of 5
You know
at
what?
International?
It feels really damn good.
It was pretty easy, no?
Are you aware of the meme KR Mad NA Jelly?
A little. We might be a little, I'm not going to lie, but it was fun to see, and it's awesome to celebrate. I'm happy I get to be here now to celebrate with it. Can I claim this, everybody, in the arena? Can I claim this win as well? Since I'm here? There we go. We got a couple.
We'll see about that. We'll play a
That's
little
the
game,
traditional
actually.
NA code, baby. Every time they suck, they're like,
Hey.
let's find someone else to cheer for.
You only did it once
The
Busio
West.
joined. You only did it once Busio joined.
Hey, come on.
Lucio actually made the region better. That's
Absolutely.
basically it, right? So now that you're here, let's play a game all together. I compiled a little game because of this historical result. Basically, you have to fill in the blank.
Okay.
That's it.
That sounds easy.
All right, let's go. The first statement is, it's coming. I don't want to spoil it for the crowd, but it's G2 and BLG are the only 2 orgs to XXX.
Beat an LCK team. No.
In the world? That's crazy.
Beat NA.
Also, more teams
I
have
feel
done
like
that.
I can list a couple regions that have beaten NA, actually.
No, it has to do with first stand.
With
also.
first stand.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. Reach the finals, is that what you said? Exactly. I think that's it. Reach the finals.
That's quite obvious.
First stand, MSI, and Worlds. We claim everything.
Clever, clever.
Second, G2 are the only team to
lose in G3-0.
That would be true as well, but it's not that one.
Both Korean representatives, 3-0?
Okay, I think it's a negative one.
Yeah, lose to LPL in all 3 finals.
Lose to BLG 5 times in a row.
Yeah, to actually be runner-up in every single international tournament.
Yeah. Oh, that's a sucker.
Yeah, it's true. Because if you remember, also at MSI 2017, they played T1. They were also second, finished as runner-up at all those tournaments.
Yeah, at least we made finals, you know, that's how it goes.
LEC is the only region to...
I mean, is it the same thing?
Yeah.
It might be the same thing.
We're the only region to lose.
But it might be positive
runner-up.
No, it might be like, maybe what's the positive side of that?
To make finals at every international event there is.
They have made finals at Worlds, MSI, and First Stand.
Yeah?
It's not the only region. A lot of people done that, well, except NA. You know?
Oh yeah, that's true actually.
Listen, buddy.
I can't remember what the answer was. You can reveal it. Attend both First and finals.
Oh, true.
Oh, that's true.
KC last year.
Yes.
Yeah.
Man, it's full of cope over here. What's going on?
This is cope. But in the last one, finally, Caps has the most
losses in international
Yeah,
yes, he
that's
does.
the other one.
Actually?
Yeah, but you know, you got to get there to be able to lose the game.
He's the first to
That's
reach like
why.
100, I think. It was 100 number.
That's true.
And he has a
that's a
positive win
milestone.
rate, so.
He got there before Faker?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
But Faker has like 70%
Faker has
win
better
rate, so
win
it's
rate.
like-
Hey, Kangas, we're going to send you off. Thank you so much for joining. You'll be casting later. Sip
Yes.
that coffee, stay awake.
Yeah, I'm trying to beat the jet lag. I'm
Yes.
going to try to do that. All right, have fun, everybody.
Awesome. Bye-bye. So, a lot of celebration for the performance of G2, obviously, at First Stand, but how is this going to make the rest of the league evolve? You guys as competitors, right? It's going to give them a kick under their butts?
I think it's going to be huge for the region. Just the motivation that you get when you see G2 being one of the best teams in the world. And the fact especially that LEC Versus was so close. G2 was the 7th seed. They nearly didn't make playoffs. And both the finals and the semifinals went to Game 5. And it was just such a battle up until then the split.
So the thing is, going through both of these cycles, because I was playing when it was 2019, right? And it was like, you know, the World Finals, the MSI wins and all of that. And now also now with G2 making finals again. Players in EU always go through this scope phase where they're like, we can't learn anything from our own region, we need to watch different regions. But now, with G2 making finals, even back then in 2019, it was like, oh, we can do it. We can make these international performances as well. We can get good practice over here in our own region as well. And overall, for me, what I felt was that it boosted the region up because everyone had a little bit more cope, you know, a little bit more hope, but also everyone took practice a lot more seriously.
Also, our stage manager asked who is here for the first time in the studio, and a lot of people raised their hands. See, it's already starting. More people are coming to the studio. Like, more people are excited.
There we go.
It's really, really awesome. Also, we do have best of 3s and best of 5s only.
Galore.
Now listen. We got that result in First Stand after best of 1 regular season.
I mean, I think best of 1s get a bad rep because they are super entertaining to watch. Like, yeah, people will be like, oh, best of 3, best of 5 is the best quality of games. I agree, of course, but like LEC Versus was insanely fun to watch, and a lot of that like variety came from the best of 1s.
That's true. The teams are going to have to step up in the best ofs and see who are frauds in those best of 3 and those best of drafts. I also want to tell you about this very, very special thing we have going on for the spring split. It's called LEC Rivals. Basically, you can choose the team that you support and you can represent them in game, and then every game that you play in League of Legends, if you do well, like if you get objectives and all that, you can shoot up the leaderboard and get points for that. And you can win insane prizes. For instance, for GX, you could go on a Korean barbecue date with Noah and Jun. I think there's a behind-the-scenes tour somewhere. There's a lot of really, really cool stuff. So yeah, definitely. This is the current leaderboard of how many people have signed up for each team. So that's cool. G2's winning.
There's a lot of people. It's really cool to see. But to be honest, Inters, stop inting, stop running it down in solo queue, because if you play well and you stop FFing games, you can also go on a Korean barbecue date with your favorite Noah and Jun.
Exactly. Let's talk about the schedule then for day 1, because it's absolutely stacked. We have 3 best of 3s today, which is crazy. We're going to start with GX versus Fnatic, then Vitality KC, a rematch of that round 2 of the playoffs in Versus, and Movistar Koi versus Navi, also a rematch where Navi got spanked a little.
Yeah, it was.
Been a lot of exciting matches. We're starting off with Giant versus Fnatic. And what do you think about this matchup, Odoamne?
Oh yeah, I mean, Fnatic, I think behind the scenes they've been working extremely hard. You know, they put in the work, and I'm sure that today against GX is going to be a walk in the park.
You think so? I think you also got a chance to talk to your new colleague.
Yeah, I had the chance to go to talk to Graf, so let's see what he had to say about the newest addition to the coaching staff roster, which is, we will find out. Thank you, Shocks. I'm standing here with Graf's head coach of Fnatic, and I want to talk to you about your newest addition to the coaching staff because he seems to be quite incredible. Do the players already love him and think he's just the best?
Yeah, it's amazing. He also speaks the same language. Like, he knows memes like 6-7 and Jester maxing or something. I have no idea, I'm too old for this, but the guy knows the stuff for sure.
Okay, would you say that his impact has been just so over-the-top positive that he deserves a raise and you're going to personally send an email to the Fnatic CEO so that he gets that well-deserved raise? What do you think?
I think I can make it happen. We get some boxes of Riftbound or some stuff. How about that?
Okay, but there's one thing that's on everyone's mind that people hope that he can fix. What about the grabs drafts, right? Is he just that good that he can even solve one of those issues for Fnatic?
I think it's a bit delusional there. I think in Elara, Kato made most of the drafts, but for some reason the guy thinks it was him. So his ideas are a bit weird, even for my standards, so I don't think so.
Okay, to more serious topics. You previously voiced about the burden and how maybe overworked the staff was before. How has this new member of the staff maybe taken some of that burden away and improved the workload for everyone? Has there been already any impact in that manner?
Oh, absolutely. On a serious note, it helps a lot. We can actually focus on topics now instead of trying to fix everything at the same time. I can delegate easier, and it's a great addition to the staff for sure. I'm really happy.
Man, so this guy sounds very, very incredible. So on to today, will we already see some of that impact? Do you think the team is already improved a lot, significantly more from the Versus, so that we see a new face for Fnatic against GX?
I think like towards the end of Versus, we already made improvements because we were just very late on the early game structure of the game, which we improved on. And I think the new addition also helped a lot now on the Nash setup. So if we get to a Nash, if it fails, you know how to flame. And if it works well, you know how to praise.
Hey, that's a bit messed up. You can't just throw it on him. But thank you so much. We'll see how Fnatic ends up doing against GX later on today.
If people still didn't get it, you're obviously on the coaching staff of Fnatic, right?
When he was, that wasn't for me, you know. But like, I appreciate it. But like, I mean, you heard it from himself. It's like, I must be just very good. And if Fnatic wins, it's all me. And if Fnatic loses, it's not me.
I heard the opposite. I heard that you were the sole person to blame if anything goes wrong.
Me too, that's what I heard.
Bro, he's just looking for a scapegoat. Like, because you know, every time he would go to the Fnatic subreddit and he has to like talk to the fans about why it failed, now he just needs someone to take the blame off of him.
That's so funny. Odewamne discovers in real time he's the fall guy. That's sick. But hey, about this matchup then, you have history with GX as well and Fnatic, but Jack, what are you looking for in this matchup?
It's the bot lane.
Yeah?
It's the bot lane show. I mean, it's Upset and Noah, right? And I want to start with Upset. For me, he had a really disappointing LEC Versus. He came into the year as one of the best ADCs in the league, and we didn't see that at all. He was invisible, did not generate the lane leads that we're used to him seeing, and it just wasn't the Upset that I'm used to seeing.
Exactly. Him and Lospa didn't really have the synergy that we expected for them both to have, because when I think of Upset and when I played with him before, it was always this huge lane leads, you know, the transition into mid-game, because on the other side, if we don't see that, you have Noah, who has been putting on top performances throughout the LEC Versus, main pretty much person and the MVP of GX. So I am exactly looking at what Jack said. I'm looking at bot lane to be having a very high impact and spicy matchup.
Yeah, for both teams, I think they left a little bit on the rift, right? In LEC Versus Fnatic, we're still looking at, are you going to make it back to a finals? And GX, they've been at the precipice of things for so long, Jack. Is this the split that they can do it?
I mean, we saw Noah and Jun. They played their hearts out last split, but it needs to be more than just them. If Giant X are going to contend and be one of the top teams, I need to see the top side match Noah and Jun, because that's how you can actually beat KC, beat MKOI, beat G2 when the whole team is actually one step above.
Exactly, because even on the side of Fnatic, you know, Vladdy has been having a little bit of a sleeper split, but you still see these, you know, these elements that can rise up, because on the side of GX, exactly, we need to see a lot more, because I want to see more from Jack. Isma's having, you know, these glimmers of hope, and he's setting up everything well, but I want to see more.
We need to see more from everyone, because G2 showed the way. Best of threes only. It's time for the start of the LEC Spring Split. Let's go.
And the walls come tumbling down. The blue wall fell by the siege of the samurai. G2 win the LEC versus.
Getting so close is crushing.
In 2021, I came in and I won twice. I felt like I was on top of the world. But you set up your expectation to win. When you don't win, that's a failure for you. That created my hunger and my motivation to reclaim that throne.
Long live the Lion King!
Playing with Karzi again for sure reminds me a lot of the good old times of my lands. Those were probably my best memories as a pro player.
The pushback is there from Humanoid Emperors. Take it down, Karzi getting kill after kill.
I think this year we can do it all over again.
We have good chemistry in the team. We keep it up, the teams will respect us and fear us.
The last split was more difficult than I expected.
Oh, then it's straight to the back line. The instantaneous ball.
But I have so much more to prove.
We got in the top 4. It didn't feel like we deserved it at all. I want to show that we belong.
Back in G2, winning felt like it was a given.
They stand apart, a cut above, untouchable. The G2 reign continues.
I would like to win without caps on my team, but I kind of proved to myself that I wasn't just getting carried. Winning on SK would mean a lot more to me personally.
I mean, it's obviously a big org with a big history. When you play for Fnatic, the expectations are really high. I'm just playing my own game, but I'm still very hungry to bring glory back to Fnatic.
Spider road jacking. Oh man, he's a smooth criminal. Kill goes over to KC. Are against the
Este año es mío. ¿Queréis un rey? Aquí está vuestro padre. When I see someone leave the trophy that I thought was mine, I just want to get my revenge.
It's KC all the time.
G2, on n'a pas dit notre dernier mot.
Say whatever you want. The ending stays the same. We win. Again, and again, and again.
Oh baby, it is the region that delivers when no one thought we could, running you into spring for 2026. I am Serge, joined with Dagda to take you through our first best of 3 of Giant X versus Fnatic. And best of 3s only is what Shox said on the desk. We throw the best of 1s out there in the bin. We get some serious fearless games, Dagda, and hopefully many of them.
3 best of 3s to kick us off here today. Should be an absolute banger to start off LEC Spring in what is clearly the second best region in the world. And all I'm saying is, Chronicler left Korea and came to Europe.
Yep.
And suddenly we're better. So maybe he's the good luck charm. Maybe that's all we needed the whole time.
NA, you know where your money has to go. You want to join the leagues of the big dogs, you're going to have to talk to old Chronicler. I think he's somewhere in the Netherlands. Go find him. Now, for the meantime, while we are on our up and glory and what do you want to call it, Dagda? Our pony, really enjoying the view.
Like, I was going to say throne, but it's kind of like the second place podium, you know?
Yeah, that's why I said a pony. We're not on the horse, we're on the pony, you know? We still got a better view than maybe we would otherwise. We are excited to get into this because, again,
New patch, we're talking about 26.6, not major changes, but still a bit of advancement from First Stand. Where First Stand, I think the meta was actually really, really good. It was building off the back of the end of the Versus split into like these fringe picks, like we had Anibius running around, we had the Zahens joining in. I mean, we had the Ashe Seraphine really highlighting. What picks hit for you?
Yeah, I think we're going to continue on that kind of Enchanter support playstyle. Just it is incredibly strong at the moment. And we probably will continue to see things like, you know, the Rises and the Orianas being very high priority. Varus, his Q did get a little bit of a nerf, that lethality Varus on hit got buffed. So maybe he starts to fall in priority, but we'll have to wait and see because teams have got a lot more opportunity to try and play in this patch.
I really, really hope, again, we keep that variety rolling. We're about to jump into pick ban. I can already see some of the bans for you as well. And I can tell you that things like the Oriana and the Rise that were banned a lot at First Stand are going to be taken off the board yet again. The Varus you're talking about, Dagda, joins too. The Jarvan, which, I mean, old mate Skewmon, he's not here today in this week, obviously, but like he put a showing in for EU as we get first pick Karma for Fnatic nice and early.
She was banned a lot at the end of First Stand, definitely rising in priority just because she gives so much control over that bottom side, can work very well into a lot of other enchanters, and it looks like we're going to get that Ashe Seraphine already start to look forward to as the Karma is taken on the opposite side.
And we have a lot of Ezreal like enthusiasts in the bot lane. Ups is definitely one of them. So I think for that 2v2, you're giving a lot of control to the AD carry that the desk was already talking about.
Yeah, I don't think you have to take it now, though. You could either match your jungler and then wait to figure it out, as you do have some answers that you can go towards, like Caitlyn Karma, still very, very good. You've got a lot that you can try and work through as well, but it looks like Ezreal is just going to be that priority there.
All right, locked in? Yep, you think so? Now, again, options on the other side. Seraphine could be a free beat. Let's see if they get a jungler here, Dagda, because again, things like Vi are taken off the board already.
Yeah, I think Wukong kind of works okay here if you just want to go towards it. Yeah, gives you good engage, does okay into the Xin Zhao as well. And you already got the Karma to try and give you that extra little bit of speed up as well in those team fights. Go for it, Pantheon.
Biggest skirmisher, okay. Happy to take out those duels, Seraphine. No surprise, again, if you weren't watching First Stand, this became from like a, oh, this is an optional pick and feelers to, actually, this is one of the best bot lanes that has immense scaling when you have these bruises, these front lines to accompany and give room to the Ashe and Seraphine to play.
Yeah, I think if I'm Giant X though, now I'll start to look at bands like the Ari and stuff that we started to see rise up as she got those buffs coming into First Stand, just because it works very well with that Pantheon, but also very strong in a side lane. And I think that's where Fnatic are going to be trying to make their pressure known, is in this kind of 1-3-1 style with the composition that they've set up.
Because I know in this latest patch, 5 damage off the Orb of Deception, but damage like that, it's like, it's much of a muchness to players, right? It's about facilitation and how it goes with the jungle pairing. When we left you in LEC Versus, we were also talking a lot about the Talia. Again, with the recent changes, that fell off a little bit at First Stand, so that is something that maybe domestically Fnatic still could be looking at as well, but let's digress. Azir's already off the board. Gnar goes with it as well. Gnar giving you any insight? Maybe they want to go for a tank top, just to
I mean, it could open up things like the Renekton in the top side, and Mesa has still been let through as well, which could also be put in towards that top side of the match. So I think you've still got plenty of options here, but again, I think for Giant X, like, focus on that mid lane does make a lot of sense against Vladdy, and just try and see what they want to try and pair this Pantheon with, because a strong mid jungle for Fnatic, I think, is really the key to beating Giant X. They like to try and play around Nizma and Jackie's in the early stages, so if you can shut that down, I think you'll have a better time.
Love this Melban, by the way, as well, especially against Ashe Seraphine. We are today going to be talking a lot about reflections from First Stand, because again, we're only like, what, has it been 6 days since it ended?
I mean, it ended Sunday. Yeah.
It's literally, what day is it today, David? Saturday?
Saturday.
Oh my God. So 6 days. Yeah, sorry. I've really lost track of days in the recent year.
I mean, it makes sense. We work off of, is it League of Legends Day or not?
Or not, yeah. When's your holiday? Now, Mel's gone, as already said. Gwen's gone too. Again, getting and facilitating that tank top for Fnatic seems to be their direction, especially with the Gwen showing hands. Aurora gets locked in on the other side as well. Okay, Giant X are really just facilitating one of those typical drafts that we've seen in First Stand, while Fnatic now have to punch.
Yeah, I was going to say the Talia just doesn't really have the fighting power, I feel like, against the Aurora. I prefer something like the Victor. Also just fits into Vladdy's wheelhouse. If you think back to Vladdy when he first came into the league, it was this pick that he made his name on KC. Yeah. But looks like Fnatic still waiting to see, and actually going to try and lock in that early Scion. So I thought they'd go for a bit more of a split push.
Yeah.
Like, try and play for like the Embesses or something that you can try and play through this 1-3-1, especially with the Pantheon. But happy to just go for a bit more of a bog standard front to back.
My argument could be a tank versus tank in the top lane. Could be Cassante, especially against Ezreal, right? Because you're looking for the Victor damage, the DPS that's now going to have to come through. GX could just slap a tank into the top lane themselves as well and just butt heads and top. What do you want to see for the final pick?
Yeah, I mean, Rumble also kind of works fine. Like, I think at this stage, or the Mbessa, I think at this stage you don't really need a tank because the Seraphine provides you tankiness through being able to heal up and all the shields and everything else. So I think going for more of that DPS kind of sets your draft up that little bit better in this scenario.
Okay, Mbessa locked in. There is a bit of lockdown as well. I mean, you have point select with Ashe and Seraphine in that bottom lane. Mbessa has someone to help her lock down and find an easy target. So a bit of a pick potential here for Giant X to open up the brand new season. On the other side for Fnatic, I mean, at least they do have a front to back. They do have tankiness themselves. What do you think? What do you like?
I think for Fnatic, you've at least got some tools to try and play around Pantheon level 6. Especially towards the top side, you can try and play through that Scion to set the Pantheon up with a lot of early pressure. It does mean, though, you're heavily reliant on kind of using this long-range poke that you have with the Ezreal and the Victor to try and make things work later on. But that can be difficult against what Giant X have brought to the table.
Yeah.
You have multiple ways of trying to close the gap. And when Mbessa goes in with the ultimate, you have Seraphine that can actually follow up very effectively, thanks to her own ultimate as well. So I think this is where, if you can get off to a good start as Fnatic, you're in an okay spot. But if you give Giant X that time for the Seraphine to kind of scale into the later portions of the game, and this Mbessa hits 3 items, I think that's where it can become a little bit more difficult for you.
Well, as we're about to get into game 1, we're about to see how Giant X and Fnatic have been doing in the off-season now. I'm also sad to tell you there is a bit of a pause getting into game. We'll find out what that's about. We'll find out how long that is. I better not get a remake a draft. If I get that for game 1 of the new season, I'm going to be so upset. Been waiting a while for this. I mean, not really, but, you know, really, we've been sitting back watching First Stand at home, Dagda, watching it unfold. We've seen Europe hit its pinnacle. Meanwhile, not much information about GX and Fnatic, who weren't able to make it all the way, weren't able to make it to the finals.
Yeah, unfortunately, Fnatic losing out to Vitality and Giant X. I mean, they did end up hitting the top 4, which for them, I think they were happy with. But we even heard from Jackie in interviews that like they didn't really feel like they'd earned that spot. And I think this is where for Giant X, they really want to try and put their foot down and say, no, we are kind of the gatekeepers to that top end of the table. And especially if they can try and get people like, you know, Jackie's and Isma playing at that level that we got from him in towards the ends of playoffs. I think that's where they can really start to shine. I think against Na'Vi, Isma had a fantastic series. He looked great in the Zinzao, had an incredible performance on the Aatrox, which to me kind of booked the trend of where Na'Vi seemed to be kind of peeking in as that dark horse that could take that 4th place slot. But we'll have to see now if they can still have that same spark against Fnatic, or if Fnatic can really relight, I think, a lot of the passion that the fans have for this organization.
Just an update, we just have an issue on stage, getting that sorted out for you, and then we'll be jumping into games. So nothing major, but Upset is rolling underneath the mouse. Is that a thing? Do you get like friction on the mouse? So he's using, you know, the lint roller that you use on your clothes. He's, I don't know, they'd let him bring that on stage, but he's using it underneath the mouse.
Yeah, well, I got an update from production. They're just redoing monitor.
Oh, what about the lint roller? They update you on that?
I think that's just, hey, look, maybe there's a little bit of something stuck, you know?
You reckon? Get rid of I mean, that is true. Like, that's the world we live in. You need peak mouse pad.
Yeah, you know, you get like a filthy pizza on a Friday night. Look, there's like cheese and oil that drops onto us.
Yeah, so look, that's a clean mouse pad. Yeah, that's a very clean mouse pad. Friction issue down. I mean, maybe that's tech. I don't know.
I mean, it definitely would. Like, if there is something that prevents the sensor from working underneath the mouse properly, like you will notice it.
As an 80 carry, especially, like, bro, if you're a little bit laggy on the mouse, as I've been told, we got the all clear, and now we can finally jump into our first game of Spring 2026. Best of 3, fearless, fresh off the First Stand. What's our region? Well, it's EU, baby. And we're the 2nd best in the world. Cop that, NA. Cop that, everyone else. There's 5 major regions, and we sit on top.
Almost. We're getting
we
there.
sit next to
We're
top.
getting there. Yeah. We're like the right-hand people, you know?
G2 has started the Silver Road, Dagda. You know, I've been talking about it. Win your domestic title, and then get to the finals of an international. That's the silver road.
But would it not technically be you get like second domestically, then get second international?
No, because then you can't go to first stand.
Oh, true.
So it has to be first, you know? I make the rules. I'm talking about silver road. I'm making the rules. Now that we're in our first game of the season, nothing super unusual. Grasp is free in the top lane, and trying to look at anything else, Dagger. Anything sparks you, right?
No, I mean, a lot of it just makes sense across the line. For Jackie's, take the electrocute, wants to try and get that procs as often as possible onto Vladdy, whereas Vladdy, it's about trying to keep that distance in the matchup. Once you get over to that level 2, the fact that you have that E and that it outranges Jackie's in a lot of these plays. And then on bottom lane, I like that we're both seeing leads the tempo, because I think especially for Noah and Jun, this is a bot lane that likes to try and extend their trades by like getting the heals and the shields and slows through as well. So at least for Upset, being able to match some of that with the lead through the tempo is going to be nice.
Well, they get level 2 first heal burn, just a bit of movement speed. Noah has to back off, still gets tethered down. Good block here from Jun as he gets the root out as well. Remember again, Ashe passive enables a single beat to drop from Jun, and that gets the root rather than just the slow.
Great trade from Fnatic, but now maybe some jungle attention will be spotted on the ward though, as Isma starts to make his way down.
We talked about his proactivity only last versus, as yes, we are once again taking notes, going for the invade. Razork is here, but he's going to start on walls. Let's see if he plays the defensive path as Isma hovers into Fog of War in this brush. Ward's going to spot out Razork. Maybe here comes the invade.
I don't know if there's a lot that Isma can do though. You can see Lostbell hovered back to cover for Razork in case something happened. But actually this is smart, so ends up wrapping back around, sneaking past, stealing the wolves away. It does mean though he's very deep if Razork starts to sniff this out.
Does mean Vladdy, as you said, with that deepness can move over. Isma hasn't smited, doesn't want to smite. Auto comes through, and now for the knockup onto Razork. Wind becomes lightning, and he's in harm's way. Red buff for each, so Isma still winning this out. Bit of burst. Razork trying to play the long con. Audacious charge to get out. Now for the blue buff steal. Both smites are available.
Isma going to stick around. Bot lane has presence for him, but there's a reset in mid from Jackie, so Isma, I think, just has to back away from this. Oh, the TP into the jungle, though.
Oh, and with Jun coming up first as well.
It's also a TP into the mid lane for Vladdy, so Razork has to give up this bot side jungle. Really well played by Giant X supporting Isma on the invade.
He's just going to move straight to Scuttle as well. That'll be a level 4. Razork just has to give it up and go up towards topside Scuttle. Let's see if he can get the invade there, Dagger, because the trade-off potentially, but I mean, top has prior, right? So it's just Scuttle. There's going to be a pause. So while all that interesting stuff goes on.
Yeah, we're doing buy one, get one free this weekend.
Yeah.
You pause once, you get a second one for free.
Oh, okay. I'd love discounts.
Yeah, but this is what you were just saying, right? It's like lots already moving down towards Razork. Razork has the smite, so we'll be able to get the crab. But it's more about, you know, how much of his health bar can he take away? Like, also defending his own jungler's top side, so that then Fnatic can't really go for any sort of cross-map play. I think it's going to work out great. So for Giant X, you've kind of slowed down Razork in the early stages. And against a Pantheon, that's great. Like, the fact they can't get to level 6 as quickly as they'd like to means that your map is safe for that little bit longer.
Yeah, Pantheon delay is always nice, isn't it? I mean, especially when you get 6 first and the burst potential that comes through with these solo lanes plus Isma. It's going to net a really good early game for Giant X. So we'll just wait and see. It's peripheral issues you see at the bottom of your screen. I'm not sure. Maybe someone slapped their screen as soon as they realized, yeah, my blue buff's gone. And Razork just decided he needs a new keyboard. But in all seriousness, we will find out what's going on and give you a bit of an update. Yeah. So we're pausing on that. Maybe Lint Roller needs to be restocked. We don't know.
Yeah, I mean, how do you play without your Lint Roller? You know? True.
Yeah. We need more. We need 4 more Lint Rollers. The mouse is getting stuck. You know, I'd be lost for it and be like, yeah, my 80 carry, he's min-maxed his mouse. Can I get one of those as well?
Mm. And then we got to send someone to the shops to get them, which is awkward.
But where we are in Berlin is in the boonies. So, like, good luck in it's like a 10-minute, it's a 15-minute walk.
I mean, there's one down the end of the road, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a 15-minute walk.
Fair, actually, yeah.
We are in the boonies. We're in the middle of nowhere.
But bringing us back to the game, I do like how Giant X have played this. Because, again, we were kind of saying, after that Na'Vi series, you know, Isma was kind of the bright spark coming off of that. I think he had a really impressive performance. So giving him the tools once more here for Giant X, I think is a great call. And I think if you can try and support him for these invades, especially in the matchup that you have, I think it's going to go great. But I'm here, we're going back into game. So I'm assuming we'll see Razork take the crab and then back away from this one.
Yeah, so he got it. He did actually smite it away. Isma turns it into a gang in the mid lane, though. 3 Talon Strike, only running a little bit short of 1 auto. Isma just going to be checking that top side. But Razork, he makes his back. Now, he's got Krug spawning on the top side of the map, but look at the camps Isma has available to him.
Well, I just saw a ping from Razork towards the Raptors of Isma, so I think that's where Fnatic are going to try and look for an invade and see if he can at least get something back for himself here, but managing to dodge the wards really well here is Razork.
Oh yeah, on the outskirts of vision. Thank you very much, observers. That control ward only narrowly missing out. Razork, no, not spotted out, not even his pinky toe. So straight over to the Raptors. Krug's also up and available if he has the hindsight to pick that up as well. But for now, just at least getting something back after the earlier steal, and especially since Isma is starting to build up a CS lead. This could turn into an extra angle. You're right, Jackie slowed down with the gravity field. Vladdy up against Tara, going to be happy where Jackie's is. He goes into the weeding, but no, not weird enough as he flashes away. Jackie's chased up, spear down, good sidestep, but the flash from Vladdy was so close to netting first blood.
Vladdy needed to get the auto attack, but wasn't in range to get it. So Jackie's gets both flashes out of the Fnatic mid jungle and just about manages to survive.
Okay, well, a flash committed, but Jackie's also burning his. And you'll say 2-for-1 trade, but Razork can repeat gank and try and take Jackie's before he gets that level 6. So small advantage there. Nice play attempt from Fnatic as Dragon's up in 3 seconds. Quick side note, Dragons really dictated the last international we just had. And especially in Europe, we love our Dragons. Just feels like such a stable part of the gameplay. I feel like with comps like Giant X's Dagda, when you have it enchanted, when you have this scaling, and this ability to teamfight later on and just be unkillable, I feel like for Giant X, if they find Pro and bot, getting that first Dragon is just such a good cornerstone to open up their first game of the season.
Yeah, again though, Giant X trying to see if they can fish for just control on this bottom side as we see Razork minus 400 game. But they'll know now that he's cleared at his bottom side. So basically the inferred information you'll get from that as Giant X is that Razork skipped his respawn of his Krugs, and now is going to have reset to go back to try and get those Krugs. So as Giant X, they know, okay, in theory, jungler should be on the top side of the map. We just saw a Hawk shot. There's no camps on this bottom side, so we should be able to take this Dragon and get away with it with little to no cost.
No, you're right. There's really no cost. I mean, as Isma picks this up, pings are going towards the top side. Remember, again, still a bit of an advantage here due to the earlier steal. Isma's going to cross through mid. Jackie's can do that as well. Now level 6. Razork getting forced out. There we go, between worlds. Razork hit hard, and he's going to be shocked out for a little bit. That was his ult, if you're wondering. You couldn't see it because half of it was in the river, but misses narrowly, and Razork skates away.
Yeah, unfortunate for Lot missing the ultimate, but I think, again, Giant X are just playing so well to support this early jungle lead. Like, forcing Razork off the top crab means that, again, he's falling further behind. And there's just little that you can really answer for. And you kind of talked about, you know, the Dragons being a core factor. A lot of that as well was the fact that you could hit level 6 as a jungler off of getting this out of second crab and then be in a position to go for these early Dragons. But with Fnatic being pushed around so much in these early stages, Giant X have been able to get that, and they're up camps, and a small experience lead for Isma as well. Means he gets to tick over to level 6, about a camp ahead of Fnatic.
I feel like Isma's just been watching Skumon because this feels like reminiscent of what we were seeing. Obviously, there was another element with Lebrov just smurfing first stand and just always roaming with him, but like this aggression from Isma, this clicking forward, it's been really nice to see on this Xin in this first game. As Isma also highlighting towards the end of Versus as well, like he was shining a lot more in that split. Yeah, there was still some ups and downs, but overall, I think Isma had one of his best splits of his career so far.
Yeah, I think the playoffs for me was the real factor where we started to see him come alive. And I think if you can continue this as Giant X, you're in a good spot. But as Fnatic now, this is where you're kind of like, okay, well, how do we dig ourselves out of this position? And at least having Razork tick over to level 6 is nice. And you do have like relatively decent scaling, but unfortunately for you, haven't been able to get full control over the bottom lane with this Ezreal Karma because you're up against an Ashe Seraphine that neutralizes a lot of the push that you have and even can match a lot of the range that you have with this Ezreal. So for Fnatic, I think it's on Razork to now, off of a reset that he has here, try and look for some sort of play. And he's even going for a reset before his blue spawn. So I think it'll be a blue into bot side play that Fnatic are looking for.
Getting that timer locked in. Isma, same spot as he was in the last spawn. It's really nice to see the consistency here from Giant X as they continue to run the early game. The move up here, Jun hovering, level 6 now as well. He has the encore, and Razork, if he walks in, he will be facing a level mismatch as the 300 gold lead on Isma right now. is meaning that extra longsword, extra bit of damage. Jun on the way, Noah's there too.
It's also the level advantage for Jun. He has ultimate, whereas Lospa is still at level 5. So if Razor commits, it could go so bad.
Arrow, and there we go. Send down the beat. It's a double drop, but Razor gets blown up. Crescent Guard out, first blood down, and Giant X are walking over Fnatic.
A great call from Giant X. Again, just continuing to put pressure onto this bottom side. I think Razork was hoping Giant X would go for the Void Grubs with the advantage that they had and try and play towards that side of the map. And then they could do their blue into a bot side play. But Giant X were just happy to go for the blue respawn, contesting the bot lane, and now set themselves up with another advantage.
And what do they care about using 3 ultis as well on top of that, right? Yeah. Because you're looking at a Karma. You talk about Lost but not level 6, and even if he was, it's a Karma. You're going to get an extra point in your Mantra, and that's just going to add a little bit of damage here to your Q or your extra shield. Doesn't matter. The point is, you've got more utility. Flash in, Lospa says no. Gets the flash out. Pantheon ult comes through, but under Dara Razor, maybe a bit too far. He flashes. And
the TP behind.
For target. You're right, the TP from Jackie's. He's got a world to shed, to share, and onto Lost for an upset. Right stuck in the middle, the burst out. Razor found out. He has to kite back, but he's still a dead man walking. A double over to Jackie's. Now upset, wants to take it with lethal tempo. A mystic shot there, but he needs a little bit more. Jackie's faking out on a ward. He'll arcane shift away, but it is Giant X's early game all damn day for the first 10 minutes of this game.
It was a Hail Mary play from Fnatic, hoping that maybe they could get something, knowing that this game was slipping away from them. But it only ends up backfiring even further. Isma is taking topside camps, you're losing out on the bottom side, you're going to lose out on Void Grubs, and that Pantheon ult was used to try and make it happen.
Trying to set up that dive, I mean, look good in theory, trying to get something back. Lospa hard on the commit, but with that backfire, with the gold going down, with the grubs as well, it's 2,000 gold lead, and here's the ambition from Fnatic.
It was way too far forward. You just don't have the damage that you need to try and make it happen, especially when Razork is the one tanking, because he needs to try and get out of there. And Jackie's good TP, sure he loses a little bit mid, but bot side.
The arrow comes through. Yeah, upset is going to take another turret shot, but you can see Jun's on the way in. Jun's on the way in with no ulti, but he still has flash available. He doubles down, he autos, he gets lost by now. On to upset, he's going to run out of steam, but it's a 1-for-1 in the long con.
Yeah, still though, you end up losing at least that wave on the bottom side, so it is something back for Fnatic, and they have to hope that maybe they can continue to put some pressure down. But even it was Lospa who got that kill there, so upset only getting the assist. It's not as nice as that Fnatic would have hoped for.
No, it's definitely not, but you're right, it is something to be positive about. Right before the next Drake, that Infernal sitting there waiting as Razork thoroughly tries to find his camps without any kind of battlement from Isma or the rest of GX. Jun making the roam towards mid yet again, adding a bit of pressure, getting this wave pushed out so that Jackie's has prio, and so the next dragon could be theirs.
Imperios did end up sneaking away in behind the tower, maybe looking to move across, but I don't think they're really in the position. The problem is, though, it kind of means that there's no real wave to now make a play on that top side. Unless Lot overextends, it looks like they're just going to go for the blue buff instead.
I mean, he's just covering it. He's going to get information. Blue did go to Emperos, so yeah, I mean, everyone's like, oh great, that's gold. They still stole the blue buff away, but Razork needs money.
Yeah.
Right now, that guy is desperate. He's going to these thrift stores, and there's nothing wrong with thrift stores, but like every once in a while, you need to buy something new.
But it's also like up until later on in the game, like it's just less gold to the laners, like less gold, less experience because of the jungle items. So for Razork and Fnatic, you just lose that overall. Now Isma going to try and steal away this red buff as well, but Imperios is behind them.
It is a good flank with the Mega Blast Cone being used. Remember, the smite was burnt before, but there's another one up for Razork. Isma right in the middle. Crescent Guard comes out. He turns around. Decimating Smash avoided instead. Razork smacked down. Perfect execution. The arrow might miss, but Giant X ain't missing a beat in the early game once more.
Giant X again continuing to invade and make Razork's life hell. They just haven't let up whatsoever. And even what looked like at least a decent start for Fnatic, where Giant X hadn't got all 3 members there, they just couldn't make it happen.
And remember, I was really critical on last split was Jackie's, right? And even on his Talia, which was his favorite, I felt like the guy, his movement, his timings, his ability to be there right when it matters wasn't here. And this split already, or this game, Dagda, it's been a really nice start.
Yeah, and I think here Fnatic were like, look, there's 2 members for Giant X. Lot isn't here, but they just don't have the damage to burst out anyone, especially when it's a Scion. And oh, hang on, bot lane.
Okay, the setup's there. Finally, the dive is not going to be near a turret. No one's caught out, and there's an Ashe with nothing in the pocket. He's dead. Vladdy gets himself on the board of Fnatic. Finally, get a bit more of a positive here in this game.
Yeah, I think for Fnatic, it's all in on bottom side. Hope that we can make some sort of plays happen, especially, as you say, with those summoner spells down. But Jun looks for Vladdy.
Again, gets the beat down, and Jackie comes in. There's going to be good bursts here with a bit of electrocute. That finally comes out. The pullback is nice. Onto Vladdy for the next rotation. There could be kill threat here, but Lospa starts zoning away. Smite down as Razok needs to get out of the way. But Isma back on this blue buff at the timer. Looking for the invade.
There's a couple seconds left on that Ash arrow. See if they can slow us.
Isma flashes away out of the gravity field. It's a perfect Seraphine ult as well from Jun. Backs up against the wall. Lospa gets out, and so does the rest of Fnatic, but Empress gets hit by the arrow. That stops the play as Lot comes in and just takes down all the squishy members. True Shot Barrage hits Jackie's, but Giant X has the health pass to keep on going. It's public execution in the back line. Lot gets a triple. Empress is tanky enough to survive this onslaught, but for how much longer? He'll run to the turret to the safety, but Fnatic are getting schooled, and Giant X are showing you why they are in our top 4.
Giant X are saying, you know what, lads? You can all get kills as well. 4 kills now for loss after a nice TP into that play. And again, it's just Giant X using the advantage they have in the early stages. They invested a lot on towards that top side. And now it's a very split fight. Upset can't really get into position to deal the damage that he needs to. Everyone has to disappear. Empiro's TP's in, but because that stun only gives Isma way over the wall to then get access to that squishy backline. And this time Loss on point with that ultimate to pick up the triple kill in the backline for himself.
I mean, it's just beautiful play. Obviously, the macro right now, the team fighting is just that much better, but I also want to say, you know, members like Isma, who's been running the early games, has been fantastic. Jackie's contribution's been amazing. Jun has been slapping with the Seraphine in this game as well. And coming into today, I know the Des was talking a lot about that bottom lane. Obviously, it's going to be easier to talk about Jun in this game because Jun, even last split, was a big part of the reason why Giant X found its success. And I think it was Jackie's, even in the intro, was like, you know, I don't know how we got to this point. I don't know how we got to the top 4. He was kind of criticizing himself, saying, with those games, maybe we shouldn't have been where we were. But this bottom lane was a big reason as to why Giant X found so much success.
And as you say, Jun, major factor in that. I think he's been absolutely stellar. The Enchanter play has been great. And it's especially just been him and Noah that were the hard focus for Giant X last split that carried them there. And I think Noah really put himself up as one of the top 80 carries in the LEC after his performance last split. But now we got to see if they can continue to keep this ball rolling, as like this Seraphine with the Xin Zhao only gets better when the Xin Zhao is this far ahead.
Yeah.
And you've got Noah, who's going to be able to set you up so effectively in the rest of these fights as well.
You see Fnatic were trying to set themselves up in the top lane in the meanwhile, but as Lot made the rotation, Isma was already covering the top side of the river. And there's so much vision there that he felt comfortable just walking up and being able to be on a whim for this potential play. Now, Vladdy's still in lane, waiting it out. Razork's still there, but Giant X's bottom jungle is theirs. Continually. I don't think Razork's really had much comfort in this game in that bottom jungle.
I do think one of the things Fnatic has done well, though, is getting deep vision to spot out where potential plays could be. But Loss
does get out, but that means the Cyan ult is just going to go to the side. Emperor's trying to cut him off. Lot has 4 members on him, but mid might be open for this. Lot, if he gets out, it's a disaster. So Fnatic need to get the kill and get out, but a Barrel Herald on the way. Isma was about to run that through the whole of Fnatic. But for now, they back off, and Fnatic, it's still an overall win, despite the plating that Giant X got.
Yeah, Giant X should be able to move over. Fnatic should be able to move over to stop Giant X committing towards this dragon, at least in the early stages, which is decent. Vladdy did stick around to that top side to get some plates for himself. And with Jackie's pushing on bot, I think Giant X, there you go, can still start up dragon, but at least you're trading things on the map.
Yeah.
Like you're actually getting something on a cross map for Fnatic. And it does help a little bit, but 3 dragons now to Giant X means you are forced to fight this next one.
Yes, that's a long play, isn't it? You're thinking like, well, not going down is nice, but when, even if it's a Chemtech Soul, the dragon setup for Giant X makes this game so much easier. Now, having said that, Fnatic going to get them some gold from the turret reciprocation. And we need to see this Victor really claw up. It's Blackfire Torch start. There's no Rod of Ages in this game, so there is going to be a bit more damage in that second, third item. Feels like Vladdy is going to be more relevant sooner. And maybe that's just what this game needs.
Yeah, I think you're hoping for the 2 items to try and carry you. Like the upset is just finished off his Manamune should have his Muramana completed it in the next little bit. And maybe you can get Vladdy towards that second item. And I think off that, you should be in an okay spot-ish to try and fight. It's still going to be very tough, though, because just this Seraphine is so strong with the rest of the pieces that are on Giant X. And that's not even including the fact that with Lot getting those early 4 kills, he's been accelerated to the point where, you know, you're pushing another half item for this Mbessa before that next fight kicks off.
Execution. Oh, the timing is great because Lot, even though Lost was on the way, the TP was just burned out. Arrow coming in, only shy of Vladdy. Lost now on half HP, though, as we're looking at the rotation coming through on this Mbessa. See if he can catch on up. Razork's now here, but look, Jackie's pops the worlds. And amazingly so, it's going to be Vladdy who gets out.
Had to burn the flash, though, to get to the blast cone to keep himself safe. And it is giving Upset a bit of time on this mid, but doesn't realize he's got members in behind him now.
Upset, which way is he going to go? Well, either way, he might be cooked, going to be followed by the blast cone, and never mind. Going to be shadowed by Emperos, who helps him get on out. Meanwhile, Jackie's, same could be said, Razork has found himself a strange rabbit from the mid lane. Jackie's gets over the wall. Spear doesn't connect. Jackie's gets out too.
Still, though, I like the Fnatic are trying to make plays whenever they see Giant X on the map. And again, a lot of that is coming down to the vision that they've been trying to get down, just to spot it exactly where Isma is. But it's still Giant X, like, they're starting to get leads off of objectives, but for all the pressure that they've had, like, it's not a massive goal lead. It's 1.2k in the grand scheme of things. And Upset has been silently benefiting from a lot of these plays that Giant X are making on side lanes because he's got alone time with turrets and starting to get some of that CS advantage.
It's going to be an arrow for Lost, but no, right? I mean, Vladdy's also there. Noah's just looking in river. Now, Observers, excuse me, was trying to find, or rather were trying to find, see if Giant X could open up for that advantage. But again, Dragon's not up and available. It's only the Baron that comes up in 2 minutes 30. Upset just getting tagged and moving away. I do like that you mentioned the Upset point because, yeah, he's just been sitting mid. And even if the Arcane shifts forward, like, he's doing it because Razork has ulti is nearby. Because Lost was once again shadowing. He's not overstating his mark. He's not being super greedy. He's just playing that time game you're talking about.
But it's also the one spot where Fnatic actually managed to get successful.
Yes.
Like, even when Razork was falling behind, he still got some ults into the bottom lane that got kills, that got upsets and plates. So,
he loves bot.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of where the focus had to be. I think that was what we were kind of talking about coming into this series. It felt a lot like it was Upset versus Noah. Now, Noah wants to get the better of him, cleanse, forced out. But I do think Noah's been fantastic for Giant X.
But, you know, he's got cleanse. And yeah, I mean, Noah always comes as like a carry point when we talk about bot lane, of course. But also, Upset, by the way, just a quick side note, Cleanse is down, but he's also got the bell from Losper, so...
Yeah, which is definitely needed, because I like the idea from Giant X. You know, get one of these summoner spells out a minute and a half before the Dragon Soul fight comes up. So give yourself a target for some of these big ultimate plays. Now, Losper, as you say, having the kills, I think, is crucial. You have so many different things that you have to try and deal with. Like the Seraphine ult, the Ashe ult, the slows that are enabling the Seraphine with the roots as well. There is a ton of CC, and now one more tool being down makes that decision much harder for Lospa as to how he's going to use Mikhails in this fight.
Because like Noah still has 20, 30 seconds on this ulti as well. He tries to step up into Upset and gets a couple of autos down, but as they continue to ponder around the mid lane, the siege just still so hard. I mean, Giant X have to walk up. And we talked about the range on Fnatic as well. We talked about the Ezreal, we talked about the Victor and how this comp can actually just hold the line, as it's been doing for now 22 minutes.
Well, I think it's also because Giant X did make some mistakes, right? Like, we saw that Herald used to try and force a play into that top side instead of taking mid lane turret. Lot now is going to be able to get that top tier one, but the TP has already come in. They're looking for the fight.
I mean, Razork stepped on up, Crescent Guard comes through, Isma doesn't care, standing into 5 people. The rest Fnatic pile up for the time being. Isma kind of into that one. Lot's now joined in as Emperos got the shutdown from the play, but Isma went in a bit early. Lot wasn't there yet. And Giant X mismatched here in the mid-game for the mid-play. Dragon's up in 10 seconds, and Giant X don't have a smite.
It didn't look like it was communicated that Emperos was missing from top side, but Jackie's.
Between worlds, it's a big play onto Vladdy, almost kills him in one shot. Close to getting it as Lot jumps in under the turret as well. 3 members, flashes in, Lot psychopathic play. He gets rooted down under the turret though, and he will die. Emperos meanwhile doing exactly what Isma did and going in by himself. He gets away with the flash and only manages to survive. And I guess that's one way to bring back the question of Dragon.
I mean, it's a 2 for 2. And Isma is now back on the map. A TP in from Jackie's. They still want to make this play happen. Upset only at just above half HP. Kind of needs to make a miracle happen here.
But now Razork is dead for 15 seconds. Isma's coming back up. Jackie's going to walk on up, try and get that blade. He's pretty close to doing so as well. The Mike's got him pretty close to a 1 auto trade, but Jackie's got mid prio, and Soul goes over. I mean, maybe that was just genius play from Giant X.
I mean, it was definitely an infamous at the start.
That part was true.
I do think, like, I don't think the communication happened that Imperos was missing from top. Because basically Fnatic said, we will give top tower, TP in with Sion, and try and start the fight off quickly before you get all 5 members of Giant X there. But it was a moment where Fnatic kind of had a chance to make the play work, because I think Isma was trying to go for the insect, like fly in and try and look for the push back. But the damage on Jackie's is insane. Lot, we talked about how he was accelerated. He's just diving into 3 members in a tower and is almost getting away with this. Like, it's insane. And then the rest of Giant X, like the 3-man here, can churn out so much damage, keep themselves nice and healthy as well, thanks to Seraphine. It makes it so difficult to play out.
Yeah, Jackie's gets mad respect for pulling off that play. Because again, it enables that Dragon Soul. You're starting to like Jackie's play style. Well, you got to love him at his worst to love him at his best. That's all I'm saying. I'm going to have to watch him through the split. Arrow, instant bell. So Captain Jack in the support here from Losper. And now the bell is down. That's worth noting. Cleanse back up and available here for upset. But the arrow, as the levels go up, gets lower and lower. So Noah will have that in another 35, 40 seconds, as you see on the bottom of your screen. Excuse me, it's actually about 55. Regardless, less than a minute as Emperos pulls the button. Noah running for his life against the turret wall. He's getting it smacked. Good damage, but Emperos doesn't have the backup. He pulled this ulti off a bit early. The encore sent in. Get away from it, says Upset, but the rest of Fnatic is still caught by a toe. As Jackie sends in the ulti. Bursts again!
Oh my god.
Look at Losper running for his life. A shield only to save it by a narrow margin, but from the side, from the wing, it's Lot. Giant X out of turret Dagda. They cannot.
Jackie's does so much damage in that fight. Blows through 3 health bars and sets up Giant X to take what feels like game number 1 here. Maybe the cooldown or the respawn timers are a bit fast, but this would be a close. Giant X, I think they could end.
I mean, this was just beautiful stuff. There was a couple of plays to Giant X, but really, this game has been dictated by them from the very start. Fnatic, they're going to get pushed back. They're going to sit in their graves, wonder where it went wrong as the arrow holds them fast. Giant X in the first game of the LEC 2026 Spring are hitting off with a bang in this best of 3 as we go to a short break.
Brother, let me try.
Wait, brother. Let us break this instead, brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Heavy is the head that the crown sees so feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Didn't do recon, but they wanna lead him and guide him astray, then tip him off axis. I was in the belly of the beast, meanwhile they was cutting man deep like sickle or mantis. I've been winning off practice, not clout or digital captions. World's in madness, how am I gonna manifest greatness if I don't make actions? I don't need reasons, I just need money and power and stat lift. I don't wanna do it like that, that method's too underhanded. The big man said it ain't landing, never gonna profit off badness. Never got a dollar off sadness, but I've been sunk so I don't do sanctions. Heavy is the head that the crown shit soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking over lit, walking down this road. Getting the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Came in this game with a serious killing instinct, man, I never did courses. Look at all the times in the past they rejected him, now they wanna imitate patterns and forces. Stone eye vision like Gorgons. Terrified look in his eye when he finally realized all of the weapons that he brought to the war ain't forming. I've been giving this heart and body and soul and mind and organs, knocked to my fingers bled. Now it's through skeleton keys and door kicks. Treading with means and caution, man, I had bellies to feed from morning. So if they start selling me dreams, I'm walking. Yeah, I was uncomfortable, man, I was scared. Looking for solace and they wasn't there. Now I'm a problem and they wouldn't dare. Yeah. Doubling down cause this game isn't fair. They loaded the dice, I came in prepared. Feeling it so out of body, I feel like I'm floating on air. How do you cope when they never gave you hope? Really left you in a coat, and it's weighing heavy on your soul. To be honest, I don't know. Either way, I had to grow. Get it together, whatever the weather, and carry that tribulation to...
The TP from Jackie's, he's got a world to shed, to share, and onto Lost for an upset. Right stuck in the middle, the burst out. Razork found out.
Don't flash. Yeah, give me the kill if you can. Sure. Let me get that. Just kill. Oh, wait. Nice.
On me, by the way, I will need help, okay?
Coming.
Go eat. I don't know, flash, just kill him.
Can we stay? Okay.
I can push him.
Nice, we are gaming, guys. This is according to plan.
Welcome back to the LEC. I hope you're getting comfortable because I wanted to do some analysis of the early game invades here with Giant X and Isma leading the helm. And what I really want you to focus on, if we can play the clip here, is that invades are a team effort. What we saw was that Razork fell behind incredibly hard, and you might think, oh, it's a jungle gap. What, Razork, what are you doing? But the truth of the matter is that this was Giant X and Isma playing as a unit to allow all of this to happen. It starts off with Isma being really clever here, going for the Wolves invade, but if all Isma got was one Wolf camp, it wouldn't really be a big deal, right? It's like 4 CS, a little bit of extra gold, but really where the magic starts to happen is that Isma continues this invade. He has his bot lane hovering him, and then as we pause here, you'll see that both mid laners are basing, and you can play the clip now. You'll see that one mid laner TPs to his tower, while the other TPs right next to Isma to support him with this invade, in which case Razork needs to drop this blue buff. And it's this continued presence of Giant X being the ones that are willing to move. If you can see here again, Upset is choosing to push this bot wave, while the rest of Giant X are all here. Upset is choosing to play for his individual lead, so even now when you play the clip, even though Fnatic are here, they want to try to fight, it doesn't matter. It's a 4 versus 3, because Giant X, they have the numbers, so they can just shut down Razork, take him down, and then at that point, it's too little, too late for Fnatic. Even here in this third invade, I mean, this was just invade city here, when Giant X are actually outnumbered because Imperios is rotating first, at this point, Giant X have gotten their huge gold lead, so they can just outplay them by time for their ambassador to rotate, in which case they win the fight once again. And my point really just being that this wasn't just a jungle gap. This was a team gap that allowed this jungle differential. But I want to hear what our other beautiful analysts have to say.
Saw in a pregame interview that Odo did, who is now part of the Fnatic coaching staff, that if there's a Baron throw, you can blame him. Well, the thing is,
we didn't get there. We didn't get there.
You just lost the blue buff. So,
I mean, listen. So, Here's the thing. Some games, you know, the easy way out is that you say, you know, team, focus on the Drakes, focus on Elder Drakes, focus on Nasher. But this game was all about that blue buff. It was just repeated blue buff invade. Even Razork, the first time he got blue buff in this game was at 1944 because the previous attempt on GX's blue buff got stolen by his very own top laner. So blue buff is the name of the game because what it did is just this repeated pressure, throwing Razork off his tempo, making him not be able to play for the bot lane, for the Dragons, led up to that very early, you know, contest for the Dragon Soul even. So it's just textbook invade and aggression from GX all around.
He was struggling the entire time. And we were talking about the draft and how if you can get to a point where you're front to backing for that Dragon Soul, you can use the Scion front line, but you were only able to get to 2 items just barely before that. And Yzma almost gave it to them at the very end there. He tried. I felt really good leaving that game because I was like, you know what? I was a little worried G2 looked too good at first stand. But this makes me feel like I'm back in LCS. This was about the level that I was hoping to be witnessing because it did come down to like almost GX throwing it, but then unfortunately Lot on the Ambessa was able to find a lot. And also, I mean, that Aurora gameplay, that was insane damage.
I'm glad you called it out. It was again, by the way, around blue buff area. But Jackie's right with the TP choice on the early invade, but also the way he was moving around the map on this Aurora and the way he was playing it. This is the kind of Jackie's play, Odo, that I like to see.
Yeah, exactly. Jackie is threading the needle here. He's about to like even flash over the wall because I can't see because our camera operator is in front of the screen. But yeah, there's just this skirmishing power is all enabled again from that early game because you get to a point where, as Kanga said, you want steady, slow front to back. And when you get to have this much space to play with a comp such as GX's, it becomes very, very hard for Fnatic to keep it together because even with 1k gold deficit, you should be in a position where you're able to contest these objectives, but just not at all against this stylistical mismatch of GX's
But the goal, yeah, because the goal differential was actually not that big.
Yeah, and there was a 5v4 the Fnatic found themselves because Yzma went a little aggressive, but then Razork goes for the back where they're going to try and Pantheon ult back in, but Jackie's finds an angle as the Aurora and gets in and kind of stops that. So we knew it was a 5v4, but not yet because we were still waiting for Razork to come down with the Pantheon ultimate. It was basically a 4v4 for that Dragon Soul setup. A lot of people died. At the end of the day, it was Dragon Soul, and then, you know, a couple picks at the end for GX to close it out.
Odo, game 1 outplayed by blue buff. What are we doing game 2?
Hey,
and red buff. It was both buffs.
Red buff, actually. All buff.
Okay, red buff was one time. We were like Fnatic was the victim one time at red buff.
This doesn't happen twice though, because if you're Razork and if you're you guys, or if you're Fnatic staff backstage, you're right now, you're like, okay, listen, we got to protect against these dives. As a team, you got to come up from the bot lane.
Exactly, but it's not going to happen twice because here's the thing. Even if you go backstage and you talk about this and you're like, hey, let's put a little bit more emphasis on the blue buff. Hey, let's protect Razork a little bit so that, you know, he doesn't get invaded and he gets to have this early game pressure. We saw this time and time again from Yzma, right? Even before in the previous split, he is leveling up and he's finding creative timers that are honestly quite difficult to anticipate and to figure out where it goes. Fnatic needs to have a little bit more proactivity, either when it comes to like scouting or vision control, so that, you know, Razork gets the opportunity to even try to play for this outplay because Yzma is just showing a lot of creativity.
I mean, say it's not going to happen again. It happened when you had Ezreal Karma bot lane. Like, I can't really think of a bot lane that's going to put, I mean, I guess you're against Ash Seraphine, but still, like, that is the lane when I think of, like, the lane that's going to get prior, the lane that's going to push for you, and if you don't have the backup from your bot lane, then, like...
It was surprising,
I don't know.
Yes.
Yeah, we have a split desk here. Odo thinks it's not going to happen again. Kangas thinks they're just going to get their stuff kicked in again around the blue buff or in the jungle. What do you guys think, casters?
Well, Shocks, great question. I think Fnatic have a 100% loss rate since Odoamne joined. That's a fact. So,
and I mean, what kind of assistant coach isn't backstage talking to the boys after a loss like that?
He's not on the stage.
Yeah.
He comments on the team. He sits there with his fancy T-shirt, fancy microphone, all casual back, next to a bald man, and he says what he wants to say about his team. But honestly, I think, you know, Fnatic, maybe after today, they have a big discussion about the future of that man.
I think, though, for Fnatic, it is kind of a discussion around, like, how do we prevent this from just happening again? And at least I think the fact that you've got, like, this Xin Seraphine off the board, which is so strong in the early stages, it makes things a little bit easier. I'm still curious though now what the next game plan is, because we still have like some combos that you can try and play through that jungle support and like look for invades off that bottom side. We'll have to see if we get it as you start to get in towards this next draft again.
Now, again, we can tell you the start of the bans are pretty much the same. The Orianna, the Varus are going to be off the board when you guys see it on your screen with the Jarvan. That's quickly running through. Game 1, if you did miss it out, like we're going to be glazing Isma a lot because it was, as you were talking about, the remnants of what we saw in the end of the Versus playoffs. Beautiful gameplay, jungle diff that was out of this world. And we're talking about Razork here on the other side as we finally get that pick and ban on your screen. Nautilus, the final ban for Fnatic on their side as they are red side first pick here for Game 2.
And the thing is, we so often talk about Razork as being that kind of engine for Fnatic in the early stages of trying to get that ball rolling. And it's when Fnatic pick up wins, so often it's at the hands of Razork, who has kind of manipulated the early game to give them that lead. But when he's focused down, it makes it that much harder. Rumble immediately picked up for Empiros. Lock on respond with the Cassante just looking to nullify that top lane matchup. And now we'll probably see what Isma wants to try and take into that jungle, unless they have high priority on something like Yunara here.
Yeah, because Yunara is, I guess, the premier AD carry outside of it all, isn't it? But if Isma goes a jungler here, Dagda, I'm just trying to think, are they that highlight of an options? I guess they say no. That Yunara, as you pulled up, needs to be locked in here. Because for Fnatic, their hyper carry goes down the tier list a little bit. As Corki, never mind, just says, whatever. Let's get Corki Nami into the bottom lane. And Lulu seems like a no-brainer.
Yeah, I mean, Corki's been the answer to Yunara for quite a while on that bottom side, and the Nami pairs so well. Again, we were kind of talking about that Enchanter meta starting to rise up, because you have like engage tools oftentimes coming through from the jungle, and your AD carry can carry so hard now that you're able to hit those later portions of the game where they have those, 5, 6, 7 items.
6, 7.
But
sorry, I do. I still don't know what it means, but I just hear it all the time. And I'm just...
So you probably need to start casting the words like, they're mogging them. This is
see, there's a limit.
Maxi.
These are just numbers. And the thing is, in life, there's so many different times where, like, the older generation go like, yeah, 4 or 5 or 5 or 6 or 6. You have a variance because no one's specific. So it's stupid language. I still don't know what it means. Skarner's off the board. And while I bring you back into focus, I mean, some of these tanks are being taken away, it seems, from Fnatic, at least in the jungle position for Razork, as a Kali ban indicates that, what are they going to go for a mid? What do you think?
I mean, it could be something like the Azir or the Anivia, the Ahri that they're trying to eye up. I'm surprised by the Skarner ban from Giant X though, because I know he got buffs and he is relatively strong. But when I'm looking at already having like a Nami and stuff there, that to me makes things very difficult for Skarner to try and play out the game, because she provides slows, the AoE lockdown, like it just makes it a bit more difficult to try and play out the game. But just trying to focus down Razork and make sure he can't have any fun seems to be the game plan here.
Well, mid laners are their other focus, but you're right, I mean, precarious. Let's see if it leads to anything with that jungle ban. Triple mid lane ban on the outskirts as well, as that Mel has just constantly been taken away. Again, another priority that really rose up at first stand. With the Azir ban, maybe that's what the Akali was indicating, as we're just lowering down the tier list and also lowering down Vladdy's champion pool, because I feel like Azir is one of his well-known champions as he came into KC a couple of years ago.
Looks like it would be the Mundo for Isma, so strong scaling on the side of Giant X, double tank, Lulu paired alongside this Yunara. Giant X, if they get to play out their game, are going to be incredibly strong in the later portions. So for Fnatic, this is a game where you kind of want to hit the ground running, which is why I may not like there's a hen here in the jungle for Razork. Is something that can have some pressure, but definitely something that you want to try and like scale into the game with. Whereas when I look at Fnatic right now, it's very much trying to play off of the 1 to 2 item spikes of Rumble and Corki.
Do you think you can deal with the front line here? Ahri gets locked in. Maybe a question I'll hold off for.
No, but I think you're right. Like, I don't think you can fully deal with the front line of Giant X if you get to the later portions of the game. I think this is, like, at least you've got double AP threats in your solo laners, so it's not like you've got a tank top for Empiros. It does mean, though, again, like, you are focused on one item. Like, the Malignance, Triforce, Liandry Spike is really important here for Fnatic, whereas for Giant X, I think you've got a little bit more wiggle room. And I like the Annie hover here, because that's going to be your bridge now to get to the later portion of the game, and also something that can play well with the Mundo. The only thing I'm worried about is if you're level 6 as Ahri and you just Spirit Rush in and set up for the Zahen, this Annie is very vulnerable in the mid lane.
I mean, you are right, but as you said, given a bit of time for Giant X, you feel very confident. They've got a go button in the Annie now as well. They've got a strong front line, they've got an Enchanter. This to me seems like a simpler comp where for Fnatic, I mean, there are a lot of go buttons there as well, Dagda, I see, but I also worry about, as this game goes on, chunking through. Maybe people like Isma and Lot will take a little bit of time for a comp that, do you think they have enough consistent DPS to leverage?
Well, I think the good news for Fnatic is that they have a lot of winning matchups.
Yeah, they
so
do.
in theory, they should be able to play a little bit more aggressive and try and play around Razork, honestly, in the early stages of the game. And if you can lead that into early skirmishes, and particularly around Dragon, like utilizing this Nami Corki early, I think you should be in an okay spot. It's more for accelerating the pace of the game for yourself as Fnatic, so you kind of outpace your opponents a lot of those item spikes. Whereas for Giant X, I think they kind of want to try and slow this game down. Stop Fnatic from being able to interact with the dragons, stop them from hitting their timers, and if you don't have to fight Fnatic on that 2-item spike, I think that's where Giant X are going to be much happier as they start to crest into 3-4 items.
Well, let's see. I mean, can they keep the game at a reasonable pace? Because game 1 was beautiful as we go into number 2. Match point for Giant X in our first best of 3 of 2026 Spring. And GX have come out of the gates rolling. Like, that game 1 was gorgeous. A couple of mistakes here and there, but we're nitpicking because it was just that top tier of Isma jungle diff, of Jackie's just using that mid-pro to move and pressure along with Jun's roams as well.
I think it was just team diff in a lot of ways, but Vladdy already under pressure. Jackie's starting to shield. Interesting. So doesn't actually want to try and go for any sort of stun there. Just looking to try and push that wave and stop Vladdy from being able to trade as effectively on his health bar.
I guess we're going to try and use that auto range. Foxfire gets a bit of damage back. Will it be interesting? Will it? I need more clarification. I'm like a goldfish, Dagger. I see the comments. We're going to stop and read the comments. Mark my words. Okay, well, Mr. ABCD, I don't know who you are, but I have no verification as to mark them. I will tell you one thing. Fnatic, if they want a bit more pace in their step for this game, as Dagda was saying, maybe this is just a comp to do it. I feel like Vladdy also on the Ari is a good choice, but let's just go back to what's important, Dagda. Forget the rambling. This is what's important, isn't it? That dude at 14 minutes, who has a CSD in jungle at 14 minutes of 34?
Yeah, it's insane. I mean, that's basically 8 camps, right? Like, the man had a great time in the jungle. And again, like, this is what I was talking about. Like, I think Isma played well, but it felt like team diff in the way that they were able to support Isma. And if you even remember back to when Isma came off of Mad Lions in the ERL system, this was the type of games that he loved, where his team was playing to support him with, you know, Alvaro and Supa having control over bot lane to look for invades, and this was why Isma kind of made a name for himself in the ERL system. Now it feels like Giant X are starting to shift into, okay, let's try and support this guy to be aggressive again, and it's working out well as Isma again with the invade.
Briefcase in, Razork caught out and he already jumped over the wall. We're just going to press W and Isma's going to auto attack with that huge AD bonus. Razork is in trouble. He waits for his cooldowns. Isma hits him with the briefcase, but if Razork stays near, he will die. Noah and Jun, again, the move is helping with the Pyro and bot lane. Giant X, this is a lot of what G2 did at first stand, using that pressure fast.
Oh, Vladdy with a great ward to spot out the reinvade from Isma, knowing that Razork could have made an absolute hames of things for Fnatic. But instead, able to just back away. Jackie's threatening under Terror, though. He's got some great trades against Vladdy in the early stages.
It says flash available. Level 4 has everything up. And with that stun, Vladdy will die if he's caught out. Depends on the movement time of the Incinerate. Or rather, how he uses it. Level up for Vladdy, keeps him safe. Good wave state there for Jackie's as well. His lanes today also going admirably.
I'm curious how Razork tries to play this, because Mundo's still in the jungle. There is a TP back in towards mid, which kind of cuts him off from being able to get through mid and look for a double scuttle. But we'll spot out that Isma has only just started his red. We'll spot that it goes down. Is he going to try and make a play towards the bottom side here?
Krug's not there. Goes over, as you said. The angle's good. No wards. Giant X, though, fishy business, isn't it? Jun's like, hang on a minute. Where is he? Sees Razork. That means he can Glitter Lance force him out. Razork has no gank angle now. And the wave was in a great space for that gank Dagda, but again, really good hindsight from Jun.
Yeah, the wave was held by Fnatic in the bottom side, though, so I think now they should be able to just start a slow push, get a nice reset timer for themselves, which should help out, but it looks like, again, there should be a little bit of a push coming back from Noah and Jun. I can't see if they managed to collapse it, but no, it should be the slow push there, yeah. And it should give a nice reset timer for Upset and Lost, but to try and go for that early Sheen pickup and try and make these trades a little bit more favorable.
Because for now, they suck a bit, don't they?
Yeah. but also Lospa being low on mana meant that they weren't actually able to try and contest Noah and Jun on the trade back, especially with the Q pop, the Spirit of something, I can't remember the name of it for Inar's Q, but...
Orbs of magical presence. I don't, there's so many new champions now, and there's so much crossover.
Yeah.
Like, I like it when, you know, like Transcendence does feel a little bit different, kind of. But things like that, I just think, I'm just going to call it Command Extra Attack, because it's just like 6 balls instead of 1.
But it does actually mean, though, that Giant X get that quicker reset on the bottom side. Jackie's might have a visit here, though.
He will. He's got his stun up and available. Lost but fought out, but that's a flash charm. Bubble just out of range. Jackie's alive for now, but Razork should have the damage to follow up with the Orb Deception. And first blood over to Fnatic.
Nicely done. So Lospa actually took himself out of the equation on bot lane, went for a faster reset to get in towards mid, and now Razork tries to look for the invade. Clipped by the briefcase, though.
Isma needs another one. Get that slow down. It's an Aqua Prison avoided out. Isma still chasing down his passive. He's going to be held on to, gets a little bit of health back, but Razork, as he even gets that dreaded return in, won't matter because, again, Isma, sticking power is huge. The GA there, the inbuilt is available. So, a bit more breathing room for Razork. He's still low, though, as Jun tries to stick on, but Fnatic is saved by the fact that Razork was in combat long enough.
Just about able to get that off. Still, though, I like the kind of aggression that we're seeing from Fnatic, like willing to go in towards that mid lane play. They get the kill. It's much more life from Fnatic in game number 2.
It does feel like, you know, Isma's ability to run down, not the same as last game, right? He's not playing the Xin Zhao, so he's got good base AD, but he still needs a little bit of time here with the Giants belt already built up. Razork, as you said, some life in him, some aggression, and I see red on the scoreboard right now. But he gets stunned down. Jackie's just doing what he can. He's only level 5, so he doesn't have Tibbers to drop down and try and force Vladdy out of lane. But Daggy, your point is valid. It is really good as Tibbers comes out. Hang on, another Incinerate. Auto comes out. Vladdy has to bring the Fox out. 2 more to go, and Vladdy's sitting his turret.
Jackie's played that so well. So sidestepped the charm, which meant that the Orb of Deception didn't land. Now he's fully thrown down all of his abilities to keep Vladdy at bay. But with no flash and no ultimate on Vladdy, the threat of playing around mid lane with the Zehen really starts to be nullified. So it means that Jackie's now gets to play safe and can hold his flash for potential plays himself and try and set up this Mundo.
Vladdy had TP. I wonder if it will turn into something maybe in benefit of Fnatic. His Dragon's going to be started here. But you can see Razork just off the back burner is going to take that blue buff down and keep invading in that top side. So at least doing something aggressive here for Fnatic. Dragon, though, again, the value to really hold this objective early cannot be understated with what we've seen.
Noah and Judd have been doing a great job on this bottom side, though, getting pushed consistently and just making sure they're able to trade effectively. And now Isma, yes, he gets Dragon, lost out on his top side. So I imagine he's just going to try and look for his Wolves reset and maybe look to try and make a play on this bottom side, especially as Noah is going aggressive.
Noah has run out of mana, though. Aqua Present halts him. Lost, but good Q. Noah just looking to chase down. Arc of Ruin comes out because he did transcend, but meanwhile, Equalizer comes down. Lot has already pulled himself out. And Empros is just going to have to flash away. So that's a summoner down. And again, just Cassante things, even though Rumble was often picked into this matchup, I still don't feel like there's anything truly outside of maybe the Gnar and a true range top that does this well into Cassante.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, especially if Cassante is able to get the all-in at level 6. I think that's where he definitely is strongest as he starts to teeter over, especially because you get to build resistances, which then help out on your damage as well. And Jun, covering the mid, though. I still think there's a window here where we may see some action on this bottom side, though.
Okay.
The Grubs are up, but it's more of a case of how effectively the Giant X want to try and trade for a potential Grub play onto pressure bottom lane.
Maybe depends on these first item breakpoints as well. No one really there yet. I'm seeing on the Fnatic other side, though, as Razork goes towards the Trinity Force, that he could have that pretty soon. About 1,300 gold away. Memory strikes me correctly, as jungler's so important in this series so far. Now hovering around the bottom side of the map. Grub's not even given a thought to, as red is up for Isma.
Glad he got a good trade on mid, though, which allows him to get the push. So now Jackie's and Razork kind of get to teeter down towards this bottom side. Razork looking for invade himself here off that pressure mid.
He didn't want to smite, but now spotted out. Oh, Razork, cheeky grin, takes it away. Spirit Rush over the wall as well, and the charm because the CC is going to connect. Isma flashes away, but he's just caught in the middle of it as well. Razork has got more in the chain, in the chamber, and down Isma goes. Really nice invade timing from Razor.
That came off the back of Vladdy winning out on that trade in mid, forced Jackies to reset and TP in, which meant that they could look for the play, and now it's bot lane that has to run away because there's more pressure from Fnatic.
They're going to suffer from this wave as well. Look, still hovering over the wing is Vladdy. He's petering around. He might not have the ulti, but he still has the rest of his team by his side. 4 versus 2. And Jun and Noah are going to lose minions, lose pressure, plating going over to Fnatic's bottom lane. And this is their comfort zone. This is what we talked about. Fnatic love to play towards bot. And enabling it here in this game is the perfect way to start game 2.
I do think, though, it's important to acknowledge again that it was like Vladdy who made that play, because Vladdy's been the one that has gotten a lot of attention towards him. Not the best kind either with the way he's been playing, but again, a nice little setup from him. And I think that's where, if Fnatic can find these ways to enable Vladdy on picks that he's comfortable with, that is where you can try and play through Razork and set up for these plays that, you know, start to swing the entire map in your favor.
One gold lead for mid, by the way. So Vladdy after the play, still regardless. And keeping up with what happened earlier with Jackies, as grubs do go down in the meantime. Ginex got the first Dragon, next one's up in 145. But Fnatic are starting to bridge that gold lead into something special. Trinity Force now picked up for Razork in the jungle as well. And both with plating top and mid, rather bot and mid. It does seem like this early game for Fnatic is in a really nice position when we said that, you know, those first couple of items tagged are really important break points for them to kind of force these fights. Before that Mundo, before that Cassandra get too tanky, before it turns into a front to back where no one can die on Giant X.
Yeah, I think Vladdy should have his first item here on reset, which, there it is, the Malignance, which now gives them that kind of spike that we were talking about to try and play through the advantages they have. It's going to be a little bit later here for Upset. He's had to stop off for the tier and hasn't been able to find as much of a lead in the bottom side. Has been doing well when it comes to like getting plates in the CS, but that Triforce is so much more expensive, so don't think it'll happen for the next Dragon.
Flash against the wall, all out, pulls him over, but not towards the rest of Giant X. Empross still isolated on an island, though, as Noah's come up as well. Flip back, and an arc light of Ruin to ruin Empross in the top lane.
Nice timing on the swap there from Giant X. So Noah end up catching out the top lane. As Fnatic, I mean, when was the last time we saw an AD carry move to the top lane, right? It's like, but Noah and Jun kind of feeling, hey, look, we don't really have an opportunity to try and play for anything. We're not hard winning this matchup. Let's see if we can make something happen elsewhere.
TP to cover bot as well. Empross is a TP to reciprocate for top lane, but in the fog of war, danger strikes, danger approaches as Fnatic look to make a response play. But the thing about diving lot is it is a Cassante. Without all out, without flash, yes. But Katie Grogron about to be up and available. Again, it's difficult. He's going to Pathmaker in at half HP. That's great. The flip doesn't connect. Lot taking a while to dive at Razork. Not in the GA version. A 1-for-1, and this is why Cassante plays the hell out of weak side.
Also the fact that Lot just walked away from Razork, denying him the ultimate to keep himself alive. And now Isma trying to get in towards the top side, see if he can get towards that tower and stop it being taken, but Imperos, he's maybe getting dove himself, gets the equalizer off to try and kill the wave, which should stop the tower going down.
It will indeed. It's the annoying thing about Rumble, but will he survive? Flash Tibbers comes out, okay. Jackies, he's got one more in the tank to take down Empross. The shield comes out, the scrap shield at that, and Tibbers looks for the chase, but Empross survives. Bot turret goes down first to Tibbers, stops the back on Empross, won't get the kill, but crucially denies the next wave, and Empross getting an earlier reset.
Yeah, as you say, like it's the flash invested from Jackies as well, so you trade flash for flash, you keep that top lane safe, and you know you get the Dragon for Razork as well. Although with the quicker resets from Giant X, Razork does need to kind of finish this off quick. I don't think Giant X is going to try contest, especially with Mundo in that top side. But again, it's Fnatic playing this out well. 2.5k gold lead for himself.
I mean, more proactivity, and I do like your matter of fact here that Fnatic are still the ones to benefit. They stop the Dragon stacking, and Razork, even though he dies there, he still had a much better early game. And the fact that, again, it feels like the champion difference of what Isma's been able to do on Mundo versus Xin Zhao and what Razork's been able to do, actually having a game state where he can rely on laners a little bit more.
But it's also just as that sequence started, we had a 350 gold lead for Noah because he just got the kill on top and was starting to take the plates. Now you look at that gold difference and it's over 1,000 gold swing in favor of Upset because of the kill, because of the plates in that first tower. Like, that is such a massive advantage for upset specifically. And we're saying, look, he doesn't have that chance to try and finish off the Triforce, but he's finished that plus some extra. He's in a significantly stronger spot now. And Fnatic looking to play off that as they go for invades.
This red invade, it's like it's being reciprocated from game one from the constant blue steals from Isma. Razork now doing exactly that to the red buff. As Lot comes in, okay, he's going to take Krugs for a Q. Looking to steal this. Oh my God, it was taken, but only just. Thank you, Pep.
Actually, yeah, I thought that was the Cassante that ended up taking that in the end.
Yeah.
But again, I think if you're in this split bash scenario, it actually, a split map scenario, it actually favors Giant X because they have a Terracell on this top end to take. And you've only gotten one camp here as Fnatic, so Fnatic now moving towards that top side to try and defend the potential play as Razork sneaks in.
He did sneak in as well, jumping forward with the Valkyrie. Noah at half HP, chunked out a little bit. Jun can't do much to save that play, but now finding Isma is Razork. He takes away the magic pills from Isma. Now, he's dropped that on the ground, he's picked it up. Cooldown's going to come back up, but Razork is not afraid to go in. There's 15 seconds till the Herald is the next timer.
Yeah, I like the way Fnatic played for that defense there. They end up looking for the, basically, there was a split map. I don't know if this works.
You broke it.
There we go. Okay. There's a split map that was happening, which essentially let this Annie constantly push in on top and look to take this top tower. But by actually trying to look for the counter invade there, they were able to push in through mid, have that play and use the fact that Upset had this Triforce to force Giant X off and then retake River, which meant that immediately Jackie's had to back away on top side, and you deny Isma and Jackie's playing for that tier 1 on the top half. So Fnatic defending well off of what could have been a potential Giant X play.
Which this game, it does feel like them defending their map position has been so good as Fnatic hold control in the River for now. Again, another point. There is a Scuttle Crab sitting there briefly for Giant X. It's going to give him control, but Razork finds the engage. He wants to set up, no Grim Deliverers yet. Tidal Wave there, and now we deliver. Razork at half HP sets up the first kill. Giant X though looking for a flip back. It's beautiful. It's a Pathmaker. It's Lot. It's a Tibbers onto 2 from Fnatic. Giant X have brought the game back in this fight. 4 versus 4, 1 in the dirt from each. And it's the supports, of course, that have to suffer.
Upset still coming across though. Lot might have gone too far.
Oh, and he delivers once again. Razork, beautiful setup. And Fnatic spiked the punch to get the Herald.
Lot and Isma were chatting about it, continuing that on, but they forgot to include Noah. Now
setting up Valkyrie, all they need is a bit of damage. Foxfire comes out, Vlad is going to flash on in. Auto for the electrocute. And Noah goes as well. Fnatic open up mid-turret. And this game is looking beautiful for Fnatic to seal the deal.
It started off looking okay, as you say, for Giant X. They got the turnaround play, a huge ultimate from Jackie's, but over-investing into the rest of the play just causes an absolute disaster for them. We'll see it here. As Upset's in a decent, or moves out of here, which Lot forces Upset out, which then means that Giant X can try and take the fight. And Noah's in a decent spot to try and keep the damage up. But watch Jackie's here. Gets a huge setup alongside the Cassante. And at that, I think you just kind of take it and say, look, we've traded 1 for 1. I think it's went reasonably well. Look for the resets and we're in a good spot. But Lot and Isma tried to keep the play going. But Fnatic haven't reset. Upset is already there. But Noah had to go back towards mid lane to catch the wave and was about a quarter HP, so he wasn't able to get involved.
And shout out to Emperos. I mean, the setup in that fight also was a big reason why Fnatic were able to stay in it as long as they could and actually also deliver back. So, small gold lead has bounced into 4,500 Dagda. Jungle invade again. It continues right around Dragon for this third Drake. Fnatic are making sure that Giant X have a hard time walking in, waiting to get a little bit of a chunk off and turn this into a 2 Drake game for them.
So the push on bot as Giant X look for this play. Jackie's coming in behind.
Oh, this is greedy. Razork, mega greedy. And is he going to die? Yes, he is. Shut down. There's a flank from Vladdy coming in. Giant X still a bit low. Charm a little bit far. The equalizer a little bit wide. But Giant X is the wild growth that comes from Jun in the back end and still looking to disengage. Noah is the one in trouble here as Lot front lines, but for Fnatic, as they run down River, they don't have a jungler for this Dragon. They have to stall it if they can.
But still, you've got a TP for Jackie's that can come in, so I think for Fnatic, they need to back away. Giant X should be able to get the Drake off the pick.
Biggest question is, are Giant X too scared to run in? Because the answer, I think, right now is yes, even with Lot with a full HP bar. It's because Noah was so low from the back of the fight. They don't want to take a front to back right now because he will get chunked. And Fnatic is starting the Drake with Razork sprinting down thanks to the Hexgate Rift. Giant X is just too scared to take the fight, and this is going to be Fnatic's number 2.
Yeah, I'm surprised because even though Noah was low, To me, it didn't feel like there was enough still of a threat for him on the back line. Like, Vladdy was very much in front of Giant X, and they would have been able to mark him in the fight. And you had Jackies, who was coming up mid lane, even had the TP to rejoin if you wanted to. So I think Giant X could have looked for some sort of sandwich there, but instead, just end up backing away. And it will give... It's only the second dragon to Fnatic, but especially when you started off with a pick, you would have really liked to have been able to seal the deal on that one.
And again, I mean, it just gives them so much control in this game. They still have a lead, lost a little bit of it, but still they hold control in the reins in this game. As we look at a quick replay, and this is how Giant X got chunked, as Razork, he's just standing here like he has 5 people behind him.
Yeah, Giant X just abandoned bot lane knowing that there's no pressure to move 4 people here. And at this stage, I was like, okay, this is great. Like, Noah's still pretty decent, but Imperos actually gets a really good Rumble ultimate. And then it's with Vladdy on the back line as well. Makes it a lot more difficult for them to actually try and take this fight. You can see Lot thinking he can play forward. But I thought at this stage, as you got the reset, they would have had Jackies coming in mid, or even with the TP, could have tried to continue on in the 4 versus 5, because heal, I think, could just come up for Jun, and you have the shields from Jackies to keep Noah topped up, but wanting instead to go back for the Fiend Hunter bolts, and just try and set up a next fight for Giant X.
Let's see if it's enough, as Radlock looks through the gank on Lot in the bot lane. Level 13 on the Cassante getting chunked down, but Isma is hovering in the wing. The rest of Giant X also moving down the river, and that's just going to give the go-ahead for Razork to back on out. There's nothing else down in the bottom lane here, but those top laners will have TP up at the same time, which will lead to a potential Baron flank, because that's now where the thought process is sitting up in this top side. As Vladdy looks to push, open up the map, add pressure, and we chill for a little bit longer, at least until this next Drake or another pick.
Well, the thing is, Giant X have now, even though they didn't get the dragon, they did get the tempo back.
Yeah.
Like, they're the ones that are back onto the map first. You can see, like, Upset has just gone for a reset. And it's now Giant X that are the ones that are starting to create plays. So for Fnatic, you need to try and interrupt this. And that's why they're sitting on that top side, see if they can maybe catch Jun as he's in rotation. But he's working with Isma here, at least at the moment, to do a decent job getting vision. But did get stared down by Razork, looking like a bit of a juicy steak there.
Yeah. It was a good lunch, wasn't it, Dagman?
Your mind goes to food an awful lot of the time.
You said steak, bro. No, you know, we did have steak with sweet potato puree, and oh man, but it's good. I mean, it is. Look, it is. My computer says 7:20 a.m., but it is like 3:30, so it's definitely afternoon tea time. As quick stun after the Herald gets a charge and topside turret. Isma's here to do a bit of business deal. Obviously, I'm not in business if I can't even say the word. As a top turret's still left standing though, so a bit of gold over to Fnatic, but that's just about it. Herald's not going to lead into anything else, doesn't align with any other timer, but it does add a little bit of pressure so Vladdy can keep this push going in.
This is what I mean, is with Giant X kind of having that tempo advantage, you're able to cover the play top, so that does stay standing. Now, off of the next play with Vladdy being able to push in top lane, I think he should be able to get that. It's kind of the advantage of Ahri versus Annie in these side lane matchups, is using your mobility to play higher up in the lane as the Ahri. But it's still kind of Giant X, I think, can trade this. Like, Ahri now has to make another play top. So I'm going to keep my eyes on the Annie, because I think if she starts to lean in mid or bot lane, which is what we're seeing, they're just going to give top tower in the hopes they can find a pick somewhere around this mid lane with that Annie flash being up and available.
It's the biggest part of a kit, isn't it? I mean, Protobelt now added on every mage, so that's a little bit of a bonus, but Annie no flash, you can breathe. Annie flash and Void, you're going to be looking at that for every second it's not used. As mid turret opens. Okay, you talked about tempo, you talked about Giant X really adding that pressure, opening up mid turret, such a big win, while Vladdy stays on the sides.
But now they get to move this pressure into this bottom side if they want to, and I thought they'd try and keep this push up and look for this bot lane tier 1 as well. But looks like they're just going to try and send this Cassante back and defend the tier 2 instead. But either way, I like the way Giant X are looking to constantly trade effectively, because we're not really seeing that gold lead open up more for Fnatic, which is the win. But now in 45 seconds, it's Fnatic who are going to be on position. This is the 2-item spike that we were talking about. This is where Fnatic are, as their champions, at their strongest, and you're just not quite there as Giant X. So if Giant X can hold this fight, maybe they have a chance. But for Fnatic, this is a moment where you could seal this game in your favor.
Well, let's see how important third dragon is for Giant X. Let's see how important that, you know, that context of their second dragon, you know, third dragon for Fnatic, of course, their sole point. Is it worth fighting over? As a small pick happens for Fnatic over the wall. That charm was very close to landing onto Jun. As Razork sneaks in the bush as well. Isma's okay to face check. Of course, he counters the Mundo. Dread of return, not connecting. He ults instead. Razork tries to ult onto Jackies. He gets a chunk out, but Jackies has TP. So now there is no grievance available for Razor.
That's 2 ultimates used off of Fnatic. That is not where you want it to be at all. This is a little dicey now. Giant this could be your moment.
Jackie's teleported in, full HP. Isman the only one low. He'll heal up passively. No one getting poked out. It's good for Fnatic. They need to keep it going. There we go. Tsunami wave comes in. A 2-man Aqua Prison. Even better. Jackie's getting bursted down with Wild Growth. He flushes away. He survives as Razor tries to take on Lot in the back end. He gets out. Meanwhile, Emperor getting chunked out by Isma. That's a win here for Giant X. But Fnatic get the Dragon. Now they must flee. Isma can chase at full HP, but with a charm and Aqua Prison, never mind. Jackie's low as well. He got poked out a bit by Upset during the fight, but Fnatic are running low on the mana bar. They've only got so much left in them. As Lot has teleported in now, and the sandwich, the crushing hit between the turret could begin as he gets poked out by Upset, and the potential chase from Fnatic continues. They look to use that pressure to run away. They got the Dragon. They traded some blows for it, but in the end, the objective is sealed.
I think Fnatic got away with murder there. The fact that only 1 person died. They got the Dragon, but as you called it, this charm from Vladdy, huge onto the Annie, forces Jackie's out of the equation. The ultimate does nothing from the Annie, and then it splits into chasing the tanks on both sides. So Imperials are the top laners. Imperials ends up falling down. And Noah wants to keep this fight going. The AoE would be huge in this sort of choke, but his ultimate just runs out of the fight starts. The CC burns through the passive of the Mundo and sets up for the rest of play. And Lot teleports in hoping for a dive, but the wave is nowhere to be found. Giant X aren't in a position to follow, but Upset spots out Loss, able to step away.
It's as you say, I mean, big CC chain from Fnatic in that fight. Thank you. What, Jolly Man, how do you keep getting here, bro? Who keeps putting him on the broadcast? I swear. Every time, every comment, he's there. That guy is, he's just a glorified celebrity at this point, isn't he? I was going to make a comparison, but I'm like, I don't want us to get sued by people that I think are glorified celebrities.
Oh, okay.
You know, so I kept it safe there for once. Dagged up. Outside of him and the problem I have with Jolly, the biggest thing right now needs to be focused on the fact that Fnatic, they're not slowing down. Like, they've got a 5k gold lead. They've got tempo in these sides now as well. You look at bot wave setup, you see Emperor's having a TP advantage. They're in a very good game state after sneaking away that Drake.
They do need to be a bit careful here, though, because mid-wave just cleared. Bot lane isn't in a position to really cause pressure. So Giant X have an opportunity to collapse onto top lane, so they have to back away, but not having their waves in order is kind of letting Giant X clear at these waves bit by bit, and you're not really getting the pressure that you want. But still, as you say, I think Fnatic, like, now with the Dragon Soul in 2.5 minutes, that could be enough for them to really close this game out. Hextech Soul with like a quirky and even Ari is just so obnoxious to deal with.
Oh man, the chase down, especially if you know, those tanks can't close the gap, can't help up with that engage. We know this comp hasn't engaged in the Annie as well. If they can get spaced by the range that would seem from Fnatic, all hell's going to break loose. So for Fnatic, a winning position, but getting this next Dragon, setting up for the potential Baron to try to lure in Giant X, it does feel like steps need to be taken. Otherwise, again, Giant X are still scaling. They're still tanky. We have a 3-item Mundo. There's a 3-item Yunara now as well for Noah after picking up the Kraken. So, Kraken, IE, Fiend Hunter Bolts. I mean, I'm seeing Noah being able to really unleash hell in these fights.
I mean, he nearly got us going in the last fight.
He did.
If Fnatic just hadn't quite been able to use all the different walls, I think that would have been Noah's pop-off moment. And for Giant X, they've been able to rely on Noah so efficiently in the last split. Like, this guy has really stepped up to be like Mr. Consistent for Giant X, which was his biggest gripe that Fnatic fans have all had with Noah. But this man has been absolutely spectacular. And it may be his moment now with 3 items on the Yunara that he could try to carry this game. Mikhail's Crucible there for Jun as well, just to try and help out and denying the sparse CC that Fnatic does have towards the AD carry.
I mean, if you bell Jackie's and Upset gets out, then the fight looks so much more breathable as well. Giant X now trying to approach around this Baron. You can see that Lot takes no damage here from Vladdy, but he's not the target that's really going to shred through as Giant X try to control their top side of jungle, while Fnatic keep getting some of this nice line vision through the river. But really, it seems their target is going to be this Dragon, this Soul that gives them leverage in this game, this Hextech Soul, that makes it unbreathable for everyone else as well. Fnatic hold themselves control over the bot side as well, and it's up to see how Giant X tend to the approach.
I mean, it's basically everyone's flashes up. It's only Isma and Vladdy's that aren't quite there, but should be up momentarily as this Dragon starts. This is all hands on deck for Giant X upset. Valkyrie away from Lot's flick back.
It's a charm. It's a path maker to negate it from Lot. Again, he's taken no damage. Empros and upset of people you want to see who can start taking down that front line.
Razork is trying to mark Annie here, deny Jackies from getting into the fight, which is allowing Upset to play up much more aggressive. But Giant X slowly but surely starting to eke back control of this river area.
Charm again. Oh, big one. Upset sets out the damage. Lot is by himself, isolated a little bit. Dreaded return going to be denied as well. Gets a knock up here as Razork is now half the way to getting a free GA. Jackie's, his flanking angle has been found on a control ward, but he has flashed, he has stunned. He is the way that Giant X get this done. 6K on the Dragon, going down pretty fast as Upset starts ordering it down. Teleport in, Charm negated by Noah, but the Spirit Rush from Bloody as Noah tries to jump in, but Emperor burns him to a crisp. Lot comes in, instant flash out from Bloody in the back of the fight while Razork is taking on Isma. That guy's got a briefcase, but this dude has a 10-centimeter spear. Or 30, we don't know sizes here. It's Fnatic. Look at 5 members in the river, but the problem is Dagda. Their health bars are burning low, but it won't matter because Giant X can't get in. They take the front to back themselves as John doesn't want to step near the fight. Emperor's burning down, but Lot, he turns himself squishy. The problem is Upset goes down, but it won't matter because with Hextech Soul, Giant X are not escaping this play. Isma runs to the mid lane, but no hooray as Razork takes him down, and Fnatic seal the deal as they go up towards the Baron.
Noah got focused down immediately at the start of that fight, and Giant X weren't in a position to protect him. So Fnatic, with those kills on the back end of it, should be able to pick up the Baron here as an extra prize to the soul.
I think we're going to see a replay of how Razork manifested that play, but with teleport coming in, the fight's not over. Jackie's, his flash burned in the last fight, but he's going to have to pull out a Miracles. Vladdy takes the Hex Gate right into the waiting arms of a Tibber, and now Vladdy at half HP, a little bit of trouble. Baron not taken down yet. Equalizer on the back end though, onto Jackie's. There we go, Grim Deliverance, and Fnatic still find a way, but Noah, front to back here. He's got all the damage in his kit. He heads forward. He's got an Arc Lighter on, but no! Empros with the double, and if I could yell louder, I'd be telling you that this Rumble is carrying the game. A triple kill over to the top man, and the Greeks are proud of his achievements in game 2.
It looks so dicey there, but Fnatic get away with this. Here, Fnatic all kind of start to teeter over towards that Dragon. So does Isma, but as Lot comes in with the TP, Noah plays up, thinking he'll have Lot to support him. But Jackie's and Isma go down onto Upset. They don't manage to kill Upset as he flashes over the wall though. But they just lost Noah. And at that stage, you don't have the consistent DPS in the kits to keep it going. And here, Noah, Ultimate just came back up, and I thought he'd have enough to try and carry the fight, especially with Jun giving him what he needed to try and step forward. But he ends up trying to focus down Razork at the back. Doesn't quite get the damage or the bounce onto Lospa. And it's the Rumble and Ari that can finish him off.
See, I've been looking a lot at Razork. I've been looking a lot at what Vladdy can do with the charms here, and Vladdy's charms have been exceptional, but man, Empros is spacing these fights so damn well.
I gotta say though, I think it's Vladdy's charms have been the main factor for me in this. Think back to that first fight at Dragon that we had where he got them the pick onto the Annie that set up that engage. Even in that last fight, yes, it was cleansed by Jun, but it was his charm that immediately set up the fight for Fnatic as well, where they could jump on towards Noah afterwards. I think Vladdy's been playing exceptionally on this album.
I mean, it's really nice to see, and this series looking like it's going to go to all three. 9,500 gold, the Hextech Soul permanent, and putting the pressure on towards Giant X as bot wave with the Baron is going to be the next port of call. Razork hovering around trying to keep Giant X out. Remember again, even though the gold lead is so fast, Giant X still, we talked about these take front lines. Fnatic have to do the right steps to finish this game off, and with mid going down, I think we can say they're safely doing it.
Especially with the bot lane about to go as well, so now the siege begins. Odds inhibitors and Giant X are caught.
Lot is against the wall. He has no flash available. Instantly, Isma is dead. Razork helps do that one. As Upset is the one who's just shredding through. Man, if there was ever a game you can see the LDR in action, there it is. Good poke damage onto Upset, but once again, Noah, as he steps forward, gets burnt down. It's Empress's ulti Dagda. As Vladdy runs in, his Spirit Rush, charm, his quick burst, and Fnatic come alive at the start of spring.
A much stronger early game for Fnatic in this one. They were able to play through those item spikes, play through Vladdy's charms, and set themselves up to take this to game 3.
What a brilliant retribution in the second game as Fnatic slammed Giant X right into the ground. And I tell you what, Odo, you got your first win on Fnatic. I was mean to you, but this is such a deserved game as he stands by with Vladdy.
Okay, Vladdy, great game. A lot better than first game. What changed in this one?
I think we just got through early game. I think if we just get through early game, I think they can't really play the game.
Okay, well, based on that, how about you do a little bit better in laning phase and help your jungler so he doesn't get invaded so much early? Yeah, what do you think about that?
I think it's just that the Victor pick is very weak early game into Aurora, so then they can just do it anyways, right?
Just a grabs that. Thank you, Vladdy. Go back to your team. Hope you win next game. And yeah, analysts, what do you think about that?
Highest, hope you win next game. Oh my God, a much better game indeed. I love that he called it out. The grabs drafts are always the problem. Do you all generally agree with, obviously, if the early game goes better, that they can't play at all? Does that mean that they think that they're just pound for pound better players?
Man, I feel like Isma is very feast or famine. You saw it in game one that if he can be unleashed, if he can just invade and play how he wants, then he can do so much. But in this game, it was Razork who had his number. He was the one who was more proactive. He was the one invading and getting a lead. And I think Giant X are just a completely different team when Isma is behind.
Isn't any team worse when they're behind?
Any team is worse when they're behind, but some teams can still play and show good things. And I think Giant X are maybe not one of them.
Also important to notice during this replay, there is a blue buff on Razork. He was able to get multiple in this game.
Crazy.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest difference I've seen. So they did take your advice, Odo.
That is true, because even in game one, if you remember, the sparks of light that Fnatic had was the blue buff. So blue buff is actually just the best buff in the game, it seems.
It's super OP. Was it just as simple, because we have still a few minutes left, but was it as simple as win early game, win game?
Well, the invade kind of went bad, and he also got his first blue buff of the game a lot earlier, you know, like 20 minutes earlier or so. So what happened was that the invade early on that happened when oh my God, Isma, that's his name. Yeah. Isma, that's how he's called. When he invades, he didn't manage to find the same amount of impact because he only managed to steal one camp. And you know, the lanes managed to be able to converge a little bit earlier from Razork, because what happened in game one was that when you get an invaded, it's so, you know, he got the outplay, he got the wolves invade, and then you get to threaten this level 4 to level 3 window for a really long time. While this game, Razork got to be a little bit more flexible and managed to pivot into other parts, because also Mundo's a bit of a NPC kind of jungler, you know, you just walk in and you throw some cleavers and you don't have any sort of lethal threat.
Yeah, and I also just think we saw better team fighting from Fnatic. I think Noah, he misplayed a lot of fights. It was kind of sad to see. Like, he had so many moments where it's like, oh, Noah, if you just played a little bit better, you got it, bro. Oh, that's going to be great. And then he dies, you know. He gets hit by the Rumble Harpoon and he gets completely one-shot. And a lot of missed positions from him that led to these Giant X team fights going really rough. And then Upset was just kind of playing standard, doing damage, but that was what he needed to do.
And when you're like the sole damage on GX also, Noah's playing the Inari, you have the Lulu behind you, but you had double tank topside with the Cassante and the Mundo, and then Annie mid, which Odo we were talking about. It's like, that's not providing more damage, so you kind of need your AD carry to step up. And to your point, Jack, you know, he's diving a little too far, getting killed by the Rumble, then kiting back really far, then diving back in when the fight's already kind of over. So yeah, definitely Upset showing that he had the better of this matchup.
Kangas, are you actually familiar with like Noah and, because he does do this a lot.
Strap in?
No. Okay, that came out wrong. But he very often can turn really important fights in his favor. His Aphelios, his Kaisa, he's famous for those. So I can see why the muscle memory is there, right?
Okay, listen. When you're the superstar of your team, and especially in this game where the whole team comp is about you and you have like 4 cheerleaders looking at you and be like, come on, Noah, come on, Noah, do something. Come on, carry us, do something. And he feels forced to jump in. You can't just blame him like that.
I didn't blame him. I just said he's great. You blamed him.
I blamed him. Yes, you can blame him, bro. He has 4 cheerleaders. What? The whole point is that the 4 cheerleaders boost the guy, so he does the good job.
He has 4 cheerleaders when his whole team is, the cheerleaders are 5k down, Jack.
Yeah, but he had the ability to carry and he failed to do so.
Okay, it's just the AD mentality where he's like, oh, he did nothing. It's
bro,
like, you know.
We can ask Noah after he wins game 3, because you know he's gonna beat Fnatic. Then we can ask him if he thinks he misplayed in game number 2.
Okay, sure,
I like
buddy.
this. I like this.
Yeah, ask him, Jack.
In fact, you should interview him.
Yeah, we can.
There we go. All right. So, game 3 then, we saw early game, really important. Obviously, the junglers are going head-to-head. What's going to be the key to game 3 then? And who do you have your money on, Kangas?
I gotta see Yzma on something that can be a little more active early on. We saw the Mundo, like they got the passive out of the Zehen pretty early, but like the Mundo's just not gonna do as much as the Xin Zhao from game 1. And the difference between game 1 and game 2, how much Yzma was able to do with the invades was pretty stark. So for GX, I just want to put Yzma on something that he can have a little more agency on and maybe provide more damage as well. Because if it's only Noah as a kind of like sole source of damage, the team just didn't look like they were as confident to take those fights.
So here's what I'm excited about.
Yes.
We had 2 boring-ass games of Enchanters. Now we're going to game 3. The Enchanters are most likely out, and we're about to see, you know, some fist fighting in the bot lane. We're going to see some Nautilus, some Rels, some Leonas, all of those, you know, sparks are going to fly everywhere. No more of this like, oh, I'm going to sit back, I'm going to buff my ADC. No, we're going to go into full fist fight city. I'm expecting to see a lot more blood happening and coming from that bot lane. So everything's going to change and turn on its head.
May I pitch you Lucian Melio?
So I'm going to let you know, because I don't know but I feel like this stat is legendary, you know, because in our region, Lucian is God tier pick, you know?
Yeah.
It's like one of the best of all time. It just so happens that in maybe the last 2 years, this champion is around 0.29 in our region.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Pretty crazy, but I'm doubling down. I think Noah just needs to play better, and it's a free win for Gianix in game number 3.
I love it.
Oh my God.
Free win or not, we'll see. One heart will be broken after this next game. We'll be right back with the final game of GX versus Fnatic.
Not towards Rector Gianix. Empross still isolated on an island, though, as Noah's come up as well. Flip back, and an arc light of Ruin. Spirit Rush over the wall as well, and the charm because the CC is going to connect. Yzma flashes away, but he's just caught in the middle of it as well. Razork has got more in the chain, in the chamber, and down Yzma goes. Good poke damage on Upset, but once again, Noah, as he steps forward, gets burned down. And Fnatic come alive at the start of spring.
Let's go. Confident like you never deceive. Big ego, bigger brain, it's really obscene. So we only wear designer cause we always look clean. And for that money, 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 everybody a fiend. And the bling like a chandelier hung on my chest. And I get it for free cause I'm simply the best. See deposits every hour, not breaking a sweat. Out to lunch with my girls, grant at every request. Thank you. High and bold, can't be bought or sold. I'm so confident. Whoa, they wanna copy it. Slow down now. Yeah, my profit getting big, big, big. Got a whole lot of money, baby. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident. Ha. Break it down. I promise I am the hottest, determined and never modest. A star, a flying rocket, a stage. I always rock it, I lock it in tight. Do it every night. Big dividends, big love, big hype. Pretty lights, fat base, nice body, pretty face. Can't keep up with the pace. Everybody wanna taste. If I show up to a place, so you know what's going off. I make money moves, baby. Don't mess with the balls. High and bold, can't be bought or sold. I'm so confident. Whoa, they wanna copy it. Slow down now. Yeah, my profit getting big, big, big. Got a whole lot of money, baby. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident. I'm so confident. Whoa, they wanna copy it. Yeah, my profit getting big, big, big.
time for a show. Show them how you outplay. Go and check the replay. Dubs like all day, boy, you better know. Know that it might be just a little hyphy. Trying to call about these watches go. Cause the games are straight fire. Every team fight coming down to the wire. The whole world trying just to look like us. Take a look at your league. Wish you played like us. Now time to check reality. You're facing
We didn't have like a lot of expectations because we had the new team, few rookies. Obviously, we were not expecting to win everything in the LEC versus, but we were not expecting to do as bad as we did. I felt like we were not really playing the game. We were very like passive and waiting for enemies to make mistakes instead of trying to actively win the game. So I think that was one of the main reasons that we actually did that bad. I felt like towards the end of the split we were actually screaming and practice towards this because our meta read was really bad and we were not really contesting any second scuttle and we were giving up all the objectives in the game. I think like we started to do better towards the end and it was way too late at that point. Well, I don't think right now we are a top team. And when I mean a top team, I mean like top 2, top 3. I feel like right now we are like in the middle of the pack with a lot of room to improve. And yeah, that's the goal. Improve till we are a top team.
It's always nice hearing from Razork. No BS there. Like he's always self-reflecting and he's very real with where the team's at. Because I think that's a perfect read of Fnatic right now. They're not a bottom tier team. They're not a top tier team. Obviously, that's what we've got off the back of Versus. That second game was a lot better, but like, he tells the truth there. And finishing 8th in playoffs at the end of LEC Versus, I think Fnatic were like one of the few teams where they finished truly where a lot of people would play them. Losing to Na'Vi and then losing to Vitality. That was a sad end for Fnatic in Versus playoffs.
But I do think like when you look at just individual players on Fnatic, you're like, these are good players, right? And I think that's why a lot of fans and people are disappointed because you kind of expect more from them, especially when you've got some of the veterancy there. And I think a lot of that does come down to just an understanding of when we get these leads, how do you want to play them out? Or even in certain situations, if it's not on Razork playing around bottom lane, how do we get these leads? And I think that's why, for me, the last game was so important if you want to see Fnatic succeed. Because it was Vladdy stepping up to get great charms on the Ahri, consistently in team fights. He was starting to move, like, be in positions where he could step up and kind of live up to the expectations that we've had of Vladdy as he stepped away from KC coming over to Fnatic.
It was one of the best parts of KC for me, at least in its debut, right? Like, Vladdy had
at least
such
for the
high
start
highs.
splits.
Yeah, I
splits.
mean, that's right. It was like the high highs at the very beginning, and now here on Fnatic, I mean, with 2 Greek players, with 2 solo laners that have very high highs, I think, in my opinion. It is just more about consistency and seeing more of what we saw in that second game. I'll tell you what's off the board because you were talking about the Ahri, the Victor, the Aurora, the Annie here in Fearless. We have been talking a lot today about those big mid bans that we have seen already, like the Rise, like the Orianna. As we get into this and listen to another banger song, Rise already taken off the board. Poppy as well might indicate that Giant might be looking for a Vi angle here if it's left up and available.
Yeah, the Vi, the Jarvan, kind of the 2 big picks that we look at in the jungle at the moment. But also if we start to see them taken away, Trundle was kind of the other pick that a lot of teams were going for, just because very strong dueling power and can kind of slot in, stealing away those resistances both against fighters and tanks that can be so effective in team fights. We'll have to see what the game plan is going to be, though, as we start to move forward.
Well, with this here gone as well, it feels like a must-do against Vladdy, so mid lane is just sharpened a little bit more. Let's see this final ban coming through. Alistar. Now, let's just see on the other side if we do get something like a Rakan angle as well. We've seen a few Broms come through. I mean, it could be anyone's guess for first pick here, but realistically, that jungle pool is quite narrow to what we consider S tiers.
Well, yeah, it means the Vi, the Varus, and the Jarvan are all left up and available. So we'll have to see. It is going to be the Jarvan ban. So I think this is the question, at least that I was looking at coming into this weekend, was how much priority is put onto Varus with the nerfs on his Q.
Yep.
But also then, like, do you just go for the on-hit build? Because I think he still can be very strong. But with a Vi on the opposite side, I think being in range of those auto attacks puts you in range of the Vi, which is never exactly where you want to be as an AD carry with no dashes.
No. I think it's just the power of it as well, right? So you need to think through that AD carry a little bit more. Vladdy did favor this pick last split. I think both of them really loved the Taliyah, but locking it in here, it's seldom seen as much as it was. With the Wukong as well, feels like a comp from Versus.
It also is a takeaway from the Vi. Oftentimes we do see Taliyah Vi as that combo, especially in team fights. And I like that you still get the Wukong to pair alongside the Taliyah. So I like that Fnatic have kind of taken that aspect away from Giant X. It's now a case of what do you want to try and answer with the Taliyah. Now, I think Jackie's in the past used to go for things like the Yone, and I think Akali can work here as well. We'll have to see if that's going to be the continuation.
Maybe Varus is just too good to pass up. Okay, locked in. And as you were saying, big question to see what kind of Varus we get here in this game as well. It does feel like with Wukong Taliyah, maybe you do need a bit of range. Support locked in here? We get an engaged support, you think, for Giant X?
I think at this stage, yeah, you're just starting to run out of enchanters that are able to be played in the meta. I think even that's why we saw the Alistair taken away.
Yep.
I still think you need to take the mid lane matchup, though. I think if you're Giant X, you can't really leave that to the next rotation because too many of those answers in Taliyah will start to get banned away.
You talk about the Akali, and it's snapped in. So not traditional with the Vi, but still there is a lot of dive here already built up and a lot of space-creating mechanisms from Giant X. So on this other side, Fnatic adds scaling. The Sivir gets locked in. And remember, there's no Alistar, so it is kind of nice for Fnatic that they don't have to take the Alistar themselves. They're not going to get that support running into the Sivir to make it complicated.
Oh, so Fnatic not convinced that this Akali is going in the mid lane. Still banning away some of these mid lane answers. Thinking that Akali could be flexed up to a lot on that top side.
True.
But yeah, I still think for the Sivir, I like it. Just into the Varus matchup, you have that spell shield for when the Varus tries to throw some of those Qs at you, but also just the ability to push out this wave against the Varus can nullify it a lot. And again, especially when the Q, the arrow was the thing that was hit, it makes things a little bit easier for Sivir to match that pressure. But also if you do end up going this poke Varus style, which I don't think, well, maybe we'll see in this sort of scenario, but Sivir also just has the on the hunt to speed people up for the engages and just keep everything kind of ticking along nicely for Fnatic.
Nice go button with Nautilus banned as well. There are not as many things that can kind of get in the way of that. I'm wondering, we haven't seen a Bard yet here in this best of 3. That is an option, but again, like running into the Sivir, very limited options. Yeah, it's so frustrating. So maybe for Fnatic, the Sivir pick was a stroke of genius here.
It's also when you see, whenever I see a Vi, I'm not really like, ooh, Bard, because oftentimes you're kind of on opposite sides of how you want to try and achieve things, unless you're like locked down the back line with Vi, and then Bard tries to get the front line, but it just ends up very messy. So I think it's just easier, Sneeko, I think, very strong in this sort of scenario, because you've already got 2 members of Giant X that want to try and play in on top of you. So potentially a triple melee here with Lot in that top lane as well makes things a little bit easier for Fnatic here in the Nico.
This would be a blind top lane because Empros has counterpick. He does like that Renekton, so that could just be the final pick here for Giant X, just simply to deny it.
But the Nara is still there,
Kennon's there is an even more dangerous matchup. Like, there are really good options here for Fnatic. So for Giant X, they get one of the last engage or follow-up pieces there. That does synergize better with the buy.
I actually like the Kennen call out. I think if you're Giant X, maybe taking the Kennen away wouldn't be the end of the world. Just being like, look, we still have good follow-up for everyone else. We can jump in on top of what is a relatively short-range composition of Fnatic. But if we end up having to play like Akali, Rakan, and Vi into the Kennen, I think you're going to have a field day as Fnatic.
So you blind Renekton, but you have the option.
Yeah, I think both Nara and Kennen fit this perfectly. I think Kennen is a bit of an easier time for Fnatic, but I think it just comes down to comfort.
But if you can, I mean, in this pro level of play, if you can space out the Renekton and save your hop until he slice and dices, I mean, you've just got such great opportunity in the lane. Odo has obviously taught him well. So we have an engage tool also added in. It feels like for Fnatic's comp Dagda, we have some strong solo lanes. Where do you want to start?
I mean, I think that's it for Giant X. I think you are trying to play through strong solo lanes.
Okay.
Hope that Isma can try and help out Jackie's in the mid lane, try and find some early plays there, especially as you start to tick over to level 6 with Jackie's, and see if you can snowball into these having lanes that can win in sides and then group for fights. I think fights for Giant X are fairly one-dimensional. It's buy, select someone, and then you just toss everything at that person and hope for the best.
True.
Especially if you are going for the poke Varus, like trying to hit the long-range Qs to follow up. And I think that focus is going to be on Vladdy. Vladdy is kind of the easiest target for a lot of these plays because you got Sivir with the spell shield. But I do think Fnatic have a lot of ways of playing into that. Trying to be like, hey, we've got this Pop Blossom that can buy space, the Wukong that can buy a ton of space, and even if you end up messing up some of the dashes, like Unraveled Earth can do a lot of work against what Giant X are bringing.
It was exactly what I was going to ask you. Like, are you concerned about how Giant X, if they commit, the space and the tools that Fnatic have, make it dangerous? You answered my question. So Giant X is going to have to prove what they did in Game 1 wasn't just an opening fluke. It was more than that. As we get the deer for Game 3, the final of this best of 3 with Giant X and Fnatic to open up your spring. And so far, it has been an entertaining series. This is why we love best of 3s, man. This is just like, and even Fnatic and Giant X who are trying to find their footing after quite a bit of time off. It's really nice to see that they've come back fully loaded for this split.
But it's also, with the way LEC Versus ended, I think picking up wins against people that you are battling in the table against the table for is really important. Like, obviously that was best of 1s. So we put a bit of a caveat on it.
Yep.
But like, it really came down to the wire. G2, 7th seed, barely scraped it in. Like, every win mattered. And if Fnatic can beat Giant X, like, this is a real statement for them coming into the rest of the split that, hang on, maybe they've started to turn the corner on what were their problems in LEC Versus.
Because as you said only moments ago, their roster is kind of stacked still. You know, you think about the weakest elements are probably Empross and Lost by having to prove themselves, but Upset, Razork, and Vladdy. Now, Vladdy's more recent history, but Razork and Upset have been top-tier players and have been looked at as, you know, icons at different times through their career in the LEC. And they've got a lot to prove here, again, that they can stand up to the top-tier competition. But as a small hop comes through, quick side note, that's what we're talking about. Can't do too much. Empross spaces out as Isma is going to be taking his Raptors, but on vision here from Fnatic as Razork is at the opposite.
Yeah, I think it's going to be fairly clear-heavy for junglers, I think, in the early stages. Like, I do think for Giant X, you can try and play around Loss a little bit in that top side.
Yep.
But realistically, like, trying to make plays for Jackie's mid is going to be incredibly difficult. And even Noah and Jun, you can see at the moment, they're on the back foot for this early stages. So I think it'll be trying to play for level 6 and then see if you can make plays off of that for Jackie's in the mid lane or even for Lot in that top side.
By the way, comment on Noah. So we are getting poke Varus this game, just to rehash what we're talking about in pick ban. So it's going to be interesting here. I mean, again, kind of expected when we saw all this dive and no true safety net here for Noah, but more so into what he's running into. That poke's going to be super valuable. Giant X pushed back in this lane. Upset and Lost, but getting advantage. And usually it feels like in these 2v2s, I mean, not feels like, I mean, I'm sure Jacksepticeye backstage would be saying the same thing of
why do you keep
support is just dictating in the matchup. And Nico is one of the best supports for being a lane bully, for adding pressure. Usually ends up being a winner in the 2v2. Because it's close enough, Dagda, I don't know. I've never really watched him, but every time I look at him, I think, I don't know, does he look like Jacksepticeye?
No.
No.
No, we all agree he looks like Tom Cruise.
Oh, he does look like Tom Cruise. Even our fantastic makeup artists call him Tom Cruise. He gets called Tom, Tommy.
Yeah, but they also call Cadro Bobby, and I don't really get that one.
Yeah, I don't understand that. Who is Bobby?
I thought that was closer to me.
Yeah,
that was the point.
I called you Bobby once, you know, that makes sense. Quick invade. Isma, an angle onto Vladdy. Now, Vladdy a little bit sus. Pings are going down, you can see, but that's from the wrong side. Gank timing exceptional. A flash to be burnt. Vladdy seismic shove, holding on for too long. No, he flashes in the end. Jackie's didn't even burn his, and that's a well-timed gank from Isma.
Yeah, I don't know if Vladdy had to flash there. Like, Jackie's had no energy left and hadn't stepped outside of the circle to get the empowered auto attack, but maybe just wanted to play it as safe as possible. Either way, good gank from Isma. Didn't really end up costing him too much as he was already kind of in a position to just move across through that mid lane.
Opening up with that flash down as well from Vladdy pre-6. That's really a relevant point, but still. Relevant gank that Isma can repeat here. He goes back down towards his bottom side. Goes out from red to Raptors. TP going to be burned from Jackie's as he comes back with a Hextech Alternator. which is going to be a nice little hit here for the Akali halfway to level 6.
Yeah, I think it now becomes a case of, can Isma pick up the next Scuttle Crab and hit level 6 to try and make play towards Vladdy? Because with that flash being down, he becomes very, very vulnerable, but it will be tough to try and find that, especially as, you know, you're looking at push consistently for Fnatic on this bottom side, and even in the top side, Imperius is doing a decent job of controlling that.
I should expect a lot, actually, though. I'm curious about wave state. I'm sure we'll look at it soon, but for now, it is about Dragon as Razok clears wave vision. He wants to W over the wall, but there is a bit of obvious sense that Razok's nearby.
Yeah, but if he commits to the Dragon, that gives Isma the topside Scuttle. You can already see the ping going down, which should give Isma that level 6. And if he immediately then goes in towards the mid lane, I think that's a bit of trouble for Vladdy. So it will be a trade here, as Fnatic basically using that bot side pressure to get Dragon. But I am curious if Isma responds with that gank mid.
He did actually back, so Isma's timing there is interesting. As Mega not going to be used, there's a Dominus shoved back. Poked out, but not for the Q. Empros is going to walk it out, and there's a teleport on both these top laners, so Empros can actually leverage going back here and coming back with an item advantage.
We have seen, though, the Dragon stacking be very important for this series, so at least for Fnatic, you're going to be happy with it. Infernal Drake next, so you got a few that you're kind of hoping more so will come out if you're Fnatic. Another X-Tech will be very, very nice for them. But either way, here's the level 6 for Isma, and you can see immediately Vladdy's like, nah, I'm out. I don't want to be here. He's going to pick up a little bit more for himself in the reset and just try and play safe.
I mean, it is nice, peace of mind, but Isma is going to turn this into an invade. And remember, teleport burned in top, but a lot's getting pushed out. That's just the scrying ward to get himself a bit of vision. Doesn't seem Razok, because Razok takes a long way around to go towards Krugs. And by the way, Krugs were not spotted in that scrying sweep. So no information for Isma that that is actually the camp up.
I think you can assume it, though, based on Wukong wants to continuously full clear. He did Dragon, so you imagine he's full cleared. Well, Dragon, finish off his full clear, reset is now coming back with the fact that everything is respawning on that top side. The actual thing was, I think there was a lot of vision there that Fnatic had set up on that bottom side to try and spot if Isma was going to make a play mid afterwards. But it's Lost Bill who's kind of just hovering here with Jun, making sure Jackies can bounce this wave and not get caught.
And Jackies can go into fog of war, but there are deep wards, or rather rivers. Let's use English. Wards lining the river right now for Fnatic that controls that thoroughfare.
I think they want to get a ward in here, though, because that will actually spot out if you're trying to make a play from Isma in towards that mid lane or not, like starting to sweep in through here. You can see they've already got this ward on the bottom side as well, which makes things significantly easier for them. And as long as you can keep control of that ward, it limits where Isma can play. But with the ward that they have at the moment for Fnatic in that bottom side, there's still a window where Isma can sneak around on that vision and make that play mid.
As you said, he has ult up and available now as well. Razok hovering but on a ward. This is not the real upset. We need to fix that again. That is indeed lost but moving.
But it's also, for Razork, like, he doesn't care that he's on vision. That's not a gank play. That's a don't let Isma play on mid wave, you know? And I always like when you see junglers who are shadowing like that. It just, you are hyper aware of the plays that the opponent could make and making sure that they can't actually find those windows to make those plays.
Razok's going to double down, though. Good seismic shove back. Does he come on in now? That ward has expired. Over the wall would give him a good advantage, but Jackies is playing towards Isma. As Razok just pokes his head in the jungle while... These have not really been the biggest objective. But as you said, yeah, that dive could be an even bigger start here. Control ward down. He's stuck into the bush, but Noah knows he's about to die. Vladdy sends it down with the wall as well. Cyclone up, no chance. First blood over to Fnatic and bot lane where their home and heart is.
I love that Lost Blood tanked the first shot on the tower as well, because you know when you're diving there that immediately Noah's going to throw out that ultimate, but it means that Razork can't get locked down with tower aggro under tower. So Fnatic trade the grubs for that kill on boss, and we already talked about what Fnatic can do with a lead in bot lane.
And I also think that, like, we've seen that grubs are really not that strong of an objective. It's so comp specific now, and its weakness has been shown that bot side priority, dragon stacking, it all matters so much more. As for now, they're putting Empros on a bit of a weak side, but he's fine. In the matchup, he's down a little bit, but you're fine there as Anar, as we're just going to wait until next Dragon spawns in minute 20, see if Fnatic can transfer that pressure and go for round 2.
I do think in this game, though, Giant X will get a lot of value out of Void Grubs.
Like the grubs in this game?
I mean, you're a lot of melee champions, so getting alone time with a tower is going to be difficult into a huge amount of wave clear on Fnatic. Like Sivir, Talia, even Gnar when he's in that Mega Gnar form as well, just makes it kind of tough to get onto some of these objectives.
Yeah.
Or sorry, onto some of these towers. Jun just going to get some vision down. But you'll have to see if they get that timing window to
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying because, again, like that time with the turret is so valuable that having that extra input is saving the time that you would otherwise get if you had a bit more range. So I really appreciate that input. As always, it's just Dagger, you know. He's a great guy. And outside of cast as well.
I appreciate it, man.
He's all right. Look, we've only had one
now
kill.
I'm going red, so thanks.
Not bad for an old fella. You're not that old.
Wow.
I say that to Vetty, and I think he gets more offended. But
well, that's because he's older.
That is because he's older. I mean, that guy's like 40 or something now, I think.
45?
46, I think, in March. Yeah. Well, it's almost the end of March. That's what happens when you've been around for 20 years at LEC Sports. This early game, has it been slow? Yeah, a little bit, but it's okay, guys, because it's going to ramp up because 1-2 items. Look at the comp on the left side of your screen. Giant X definitely want to stop this dragon stacking. For Fnatic, pings are getting spammed down. Lot doesn't have TP, and that's the difference, but Empress, as well as he hops away, can't match. But in the 1v1, you can see already it's getting a little bit difficult as we focus our eyes on this second Drake. Set up, all in, change corruption, landed a little bit early. Razork went in way too deep, but maybe he can redeem it as Jun gets on out. And meanwhile, the teleport down, it's perfect. Jackie finds Upset, he misses until he doesn't. Under the turret, matters not again as Giant X open up with a burning kill. Upset's dead, and Fnatic might have lost their second Drake.
That was sick from Giant X. Incredibly quick turnaround. The ult from Jun and the exhaust to just stop anything happening.
Sneaky monkey, a wall out, 1900, 1800. The engage from Isma, set up as Jackie engages as well. Over the wall, Jun tries to bait it in. The range, the poke virus, it helps out to negate as Giant X get their first dragon of the game. And Razork wasn't as sneaky as he thought.
No, and I think Jun played this well. Unsealed Spellbook gives him the exhaust. Immediate ult, exhaust, knock up, and the follow-up as well from Isma with the flash engage. Just locks down Razork and takes the monkey completely out of the fight. And at this stage, like, Upset sitting on just a Sheen, he's not really a major threat. Jackie's gets the kill onto him, and Ines the Dragon. Just the go button on Giant X was really clutch there.
And what we've noticed this series is that go button is more configured with the rest of the team as well. It is more calculated. I think, again, that's been the highlights we've been adding, especially in that game 1 and now opening in this game 3. A 1k gold lead, but Dragon stacking denied. Fnatic slowed down a little bit, and while you see a Sivir, yes, you also remember that Giant X are now able to press that go button a lot easier with these 1-2 item champions like the Akali, the Renekton, and the Vi being able to go in so much easier with these upcoming objectives.
It's also for when you get to a side lane. If Jackie's has, 2 or 3 kills, he becomes significantly more of a threat going into Vladi or Imperos. And it means that you can get control of a side lane and then actually play through that, strengthen Jackie's. Whereas if you're kind of like, oh, well, it's an Akali that is just having the wave cleared in her face, it just makes things significantly more difficult. So I think for Giant X, these early kills onto Jackie's and also Loss will be crucial to their success.
I mean, Lot's doing fine in his own right. In the lane, he's actually been completely okay. So that adds a little bit more balance. That adds a little bit more flavor to that top lane because for Lot with Stride Breaker in the range matchup, he's going to be able to get on some of these targets a little bit easier as Giant X trying to persuade Razork to leave. There's the assault and battery. Cease and desist rather with a flick back. Vladi was waiting for it. The flash hit Pop Blossom on Lostburn. Isma deep. Now John is going to set it up with the engagement as great as Jackie's. Hits everything. Shuriken flip. He waited, and he is rewarded. Upset. Sees his old maker from the last fight as Jackie's runs away. Over the wall, Empress with no Mega Gnar as the Weaver's Wall comes in. But Vladi, he's Shuriken flip. He's got the Unraveled Earth, but Jackie's thinking about going back in. As Noah flashed over the wall, Giant X escaped, but Jackie's Akali is looking mighty fine today.
Yeah, I mean, it was Isma who went too deep to start the play off, not realizing how many members of Fnatic were in the area. But because Fnatic then TP'd in, Lot's getting so much time on his top side. You see there, Jun tries to go on towards Lospa, but Isma's completely isolated. Jackie's was not ready for this. It's only the fact that you have Jun is in a position and Jackie's, who, as he called it, waited with the Shuriken flip that kind of saves the play. but it was a very late TP from Pyros, and now that's top lane turret taken by Lot, and a 1.3k gold lead for the Renekton.
In this matchup, you're feeling pretty good. While it's not as one-sided, or rather as destroying as the cannon, it does feel like this Renekton got away with a brilliant start to the game. And now for Lot, that gold lead compounds with Jackie's, who's just picked up another kill as well. While the other lanes are missing out, it's a 1,500 gold lead for Giant X here with 145 to go for this third dragon.
But it's also going to compound because with third dragon, Lot has his TP available.
Yeah.
Now Empiros doesn't. So it's giving that window now where Giant X can try and play through this Renekton in the side lane, have him TP in for the fight, and it'll be Vladdy, who I think will have to end up matching against Lot in these later, or as we start to get later towards this dragon, because otherwise Giant X just get to play out the map state better.
I feel like for Giant X, things are in motion. The game's moving in their favor as Cannon achieved. Jackie's got that with the shuriken flip, but he gets out from Lost Breeze. Giant X, you can see their priorities on the top side of the map, so the fact that Jackie's doesn't lose anything bot means that Herald's going to be taken down free of charge. And mid lane turret could just be a free charge here with 2 plates left standing. I cannot see this very small. Make my mini-map bigger, Dagdo. 60-year-old vision. Make it big for me. There you go. Oh, I still can't see it. 2. I'm going to say 2. Guys, what's that? Everyone at home, zoom in.
That's a Sivir.
That's a Sivir. Move.
4.
4. There we go. So, 4 in the bank. As Shuriken flip away from the seismic shop. Turret won't go down, but it will do a little bit of damage here as Giant X. I'm going to give a bit of support to Jackie's in the side lane. You talked about this just before. With Jackie's having a lead and having the power in this 1v1, if Giant X adds some members and with their dive, makes it very easy to accelerate this Akali further.
And, whoa, hold on, Noah.
Razork sneaky, Noah by himself. It is a Varus. He doesn't have flash available and he's dead. Double TP, triple TP. Okay, everybody in. Isma says, send it. And he sends Razork back. Double Cyclone comes out. Jackie's, he's already jumped on in. Under turret. Shuriken flip in and out. And a 5-point strike. Added in. Asquat at full HP. Sends it on to Vladdy. Giant X do not care if a turret is in the way. They will take your fight.
Jun followed up on Jackie's engage so well. Again, this kind of combo play between multiple members of Giant X has been crucial to their success. Now it's Dragon and a huge amount of damage on the mid lane.
One is 1 for 2 again. Absolute balls of steel as Giant X set up the third dragon of the game. Second for them, a Hextech Soul once more. And GX has a 1.1k gold lead on their solo.
But I want you to keep your eyes as this plays out on Jackie's and then the follow-up from Jun. So Noah oversteps here. He's trying to clear out the wave because they know they want to play for the dragon. But as the TPs come in, keep your eyes on this Akali. So Jackie's jumps in, goes to the shuriken flip. It hits onto Vladdy, not on towards the target he wants. But watch Jun. Jun immediately flashes forward, charms Wukong to deny the follow-up, and then is able to set up for Jackie's to get out on a sliver of HP. Like, again, it's these kind of combo points that we were talking about with initially Isma and Jackie's, now Jun and Jackie's, that are setting up Giant X for success.
And the only thing missing last split from Giant X was the fact that the team didn't have the consistency in other roles. Bot lane was always talked about, and that's why for me, seeing Jun make such a remarkable follow-up play feels so natural, so normal, but the rest of Giant X are hitting on all marks today with all 5.
Because I agreed with Jack Spectra when he was on the desk. It felt to me like if Giant X wanted to win, it needed to be Noah who stepped up. And unfortunately, Noah, like, he was the one that got caught to start off that play. But it's the rest of Giant X who've been able to clutch it out. And it comes back to, again, you know, that TP that was burnt earlier from Empiros that got nothing. But Lot just spent his TP, and he got a huge amount for Giant X off the back of it.
I mean, Noah still, if he's able to position well, he's almost at 2 items, he'll still be relevant when Chains of Corruption up and available. We look towards this next dragon, it's far way off, but Fnatic still prioritize down the bot side, getting some deep vision around this Krug area, this red area, making sure they can get the push in and open up another side lane.
Yeah, but you can already see Renekton starting to teeter down towards this. They're just going to make a play towards this mid lane turret because so much of Fnatic was invested on towards that bottom side. I think they over-indexed into trying to set up that play on the bottom side, but you are against the Sivir and that wave disappears, so not the timing there for Giant X.
Yeah, I guess they can be more egregious. They can be a bit presumptuous that, yeah, we can get away with murder in the bot lane because, yeah, Sivir's just going to clear the wave instantly. 2 items almost, Infinity Edge on the way for upset as he press upon a 900 gold lead.
I think they weren't sure if Fnatic were going for a reset or coming back to defend mid, because there is a world where if you get this push as Imperials, you actually go for a play through this angle and you come in behind the turret. Because if you're the Sivir, then you have to just completely back away towards your own base, or else you force that flank opportunity for the Renekton.
Bot lane long con is going to finally work out. Fnatic move in numbers. Jackies has to peel back. And Razork will help Blighty take this turret. Pings are going down towards mid lane, as you were saying, and Upset is peeling back. So further the conversation is he's a little bit deep. Dagda, you're a mind reader, you're a setter up, right? Smite doesn't work on Upset. He flushes out Pop Blossom. The re-engage with Tangle Barbs as well. It's nice from Lospa, but Emperor's not here yet. Into the Meganar. GX, wrong side as Summoners ripped as Noah. Teleports out, but no. Against the wall. He's smacked, he's hit, and Fnatic baited them in.
I need to rewatch that, because I thought it was Upset using the spell shield initially to deny Jund the engage, but I think it was the charm that was, sorry, the cleanse that was actually used first. And I think that you got baited as Giant X thinking, oh, that spell shield down.
Yeah.
So Isma invested his, but then the spell shield was used to stop the ultimate. So nicely played by Upset on that to keep himself alive.
Because I want to see if he smited here, because that's the go-to when you play.
Well, watch here. So I think, so cleanse, yeah, on the initial charm, then the spell shield to stop the follow-up. And it means he's just about able to create enough distance and then Lospa with the follow-up. So really well played by Upset.
From what I saw as well, to add in, I think Isma smited a little bit early and then spell shield came in. So unfortunate if that was correct, but for Fnatic, big win, really big win.
Coming. They are going mega deep, guys. Mega good, mega good. They are trolling. I'm running, I'm running.
Okay.
And they were.
They were indeed. Fnatic still in this game with a chance. 1 minute till the Drake. All eyes on bot lane. And for now, Ampros, he can't sit in top for too long. His teleport not up and available. Lot has the advantage here. He can receive that wave. He can TP for a flank. As you know, that this is all eyes on this third dragon. Would lead Giant X to a nice, healthy road. Clawed up with Cyclone, starts a fight. Isma holds onto his ult for now. Quickness out, but dead. Chun is dead. No engage for Giant X. Big mistake. They win him way too early. Isma sets it up, but you need a little bit more. Jackie's ran in. Upset the target. It'll be a trade of 1-for-1 as Slaughter's bringing it back on in. The range great. There's Noah stayed alive. Fnatic have used all their juice to find themselves a couple of kills, but now they've run out of charge. Lot peels on back. Bloody tries to do the same and gets them poked down, but Giant X are left with 3, while 2 standing here for Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, Jackie's played this fight incredibly well. The initial play looks good for Fnatic, because you go for the engage, but Razork gets an interrupt on Jun as he pops the quickness to deny him really getting the damage he needs. Upset then steps forward, but not having the opportunity to keep himself safe here. Actually sets him for Jackie's, but watch this as he goes through, immediately ults up to get the double kill. And it means that so much of Fnatic are now overextended, as Giant X again using those solo laners to try and chase down Fnatic.
Oh, because they're doing such a good job with those solo laners, aren't they? Jackie's is a menace, but Lot as well. It's that gold lead through the lane that has made him so terrifying. Spear is Shojin, and with the Stride Breaker, the chase and sticking power means that Fnatic have to use all the commitment in, or they have to get the hell out of dodge as we look towards the Dragon. 2k gold lead, Giant X still in charge as we do the dance again.
Bit of a split play from Giant X though. You saw a lot sticking around to try and push in that wave on bot lane. Now Fnatic kind of got their position on Dragon. They're going to abandon that bot wave. This is Fnatic hoping they could deny this third Dragon.
Lot doesn't have Dominus close to, but in anyway. Isma sets it on up. Razork hit with a shuriken flip. Perfect engage from John. He gets quickness on everyone. And now Jackie's in the back line. Has got his position locked down. Lot is dropping down and he gets flicked back, so slowly burning down as Jackie's gets sent away. Upset stands and delivers. And the fact that he's healthy enough means that Fnatic can have another go.
The Dragon's gone though. They got taken in the back of it. And a lot of that, as you say, is just how much time Jackie's bought. So ends up waiting again with the shuriken flip for when this ultimate is down, the Cyclone on Razor. But on the opposite side, Lot is getting a ton of work down on towards Bloody, keeping people pushed out. But it's Jackie's on the opposite who, with this stopwatch, stops Upset and Lost, but really being in the fight, and then is able to use his ultimate to get to safety.
No flash, remember. Look, Bai just ulted me, guys. What? She lost her mind. Go.
Well, the thing is, they didn't, because they got dragged. Dagger, I missed it. I thought it reset because the fight was going so deep. But Giant X, it's Isma who turned around with Noah just auto-attacking. So, third Dragon, Soul Point, Giant X with a win. Now, Baron, the next question mark here. His top side needs to be controlled as Fnatic need to find themselves another pick yet again, because I think the best fights are gone when they've been able to outpace people like Jackies and Lot and get some mans on them, like we saw in the last fight. If Dragon's not involved, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's just, for Fnatic, a huge amount of this depends on upset.
Yeah.
And it's been really difficult for him to try and play these fights. Because again, like, Jun is getting a ton of traction in these fights with his ultimate. Isma is actually doing a great job of delaying the ultimate, like waiting until crucial safety nets are burnt by upset before he goes in. And if you're the Sivir, you kind of need protection, but the fights are happening so quickly that you're not really getting a chance. So I think for Fnatic, if you could try and set up for vision, like try and play in these pockets where Upset's able to calculate where everyone's coming from and you find ways to keep them safe, it's your one chance, especially as he creeps over towards that third item. But also, Jackies is just so big. I don't know if he just one-shots him, honestly, at this stage.
You're right. I mean, if Jackies gets his Zonyas, I feel like his playmaking is just so much easier as well. So that third item, maybe it seals a little bit more. 2.2k gold lead. Jackies has had a marvelous game, but it's Isma's ganking, it's Isma's series that has really set this mid laner up as well.
Yeah. But again, like, you can look at the gold difference, and it is, like, it's Upset versus Jackies, right?
Yep.
And I just think for Jackies, as you say, with the Zonyas now completed, you have an easier time of executing. But one mess up, and if you don't actually pick off Upset, he can't carry.
Jun roaming around, caught out a little bit, nothing committed from Fnatic. GIANTX had the mid lane to themselves. Empros is committed to the bottom lane with a teleport available, but Banal will be matched by Jackies here. Now again, he's got his Zonyas just picked up, fresh and delivered, which means that Jackies can withstand Empros completely fine. It feels like any 1v1 right now, he's completely fine, and GIANTX are fine with the vision they've now maintained over Baron.
Yeah, it's going to be a slow game from GIANTX here. They just want to try and push in these 3 waves, slowly creep their vision line up. And this is where we saw GIANTX in the past make a lot of these mistakes, where they try and over-force a play in towards this topside jungle, especially as you start to get control with Noah here. And I think that's what I'm going to keep my eyes on, is how aggressive are GIANTX going, because I think just play it slow. You've just hit level 16 for Jackies. Like, you're in a decent spot, a minute and a half until Dragon. There's no need to over-force in this situation.
True. Doesn't have to be complicated. The fight so far have been the solo laners taking over. And Noah, who now has the Bastion Breaker, by the way, is going to start dealing some true damage. If he can get access, or if he can stay continuing access. Let's try English again. If he doesn't get caught in the back line. Now, it's minute 10 for the Dragon. That's Soul. Leverage there once again. Every time that Soul is up for a team, they can play between Baron, they can play between Dragon. The map is really theirs. And Fnatic have to be smart about this. As what a surprise. Yeah, Jackie's done a lot of damage this game.
Asad, manage it once more. Again, I think it all comes down towards this Dragon. Upset should have the Last Whisper completed as well. Oh, well, maybe not the full Lord Dominic's, but at least should be able to get a Last Whisper complete on this next reset as well. So I think he should be in an okay spot to try and take these fights. It is, again, just about trying to protect him, but when you look at the items like GA, Zonyas, like, you have to do so much work. These luxury items for GIANTX are going to be so crucial in this next fight.
Let's see if Upset can stay in the fight to get past them. Lot comes in on a flank, fully warded. Jackies is going to pinch in as well. This ward sees him, spots him out. Another control ward there to spot as Empros goes into Mega. 3 members now, 2 in the river for GIANTX. Jackie still hovers over the wall, Vladdy knows, and they try to pinch him out to stop his flank.
But you're only going to get the space here as Fnatic with them heroes having that Mega Gnar. He's going to lose it, and that's going to be the go button for GIANTX.
And you can see Lot is waiting it out, now sees him, mini Gnar, the pings are put down, set up from Isma as well, cease and desist, Chains of Corruption, Razork the target, Blosper gets it engaged, but it's just not going to work out. Look at Jackie's on the back line as GIANTX show us that this game is kaput. Fnatic had a couple of moments, but they will cease, they will desist, and they will lose the soul in this game.
It was immediate from GIANTX. That Mega Gnar was gone, and Isma pressed ore, and immediately Fnatic had to run for the hills. GIANTX to get the soul, and I think with that have just put a nail in the coffin of this series.
It was so easily done as well. Isma presses one button, and there's no one to follow up. Razork can't really play the game as Hextech Soul goes over.
But it's also just Jun got so much value out of where Fnatic were positioned in that fight as well. Because they set up basically in this choke points, and Jun just ran through everyone with the quickness. And now Giant X, they want to make this a quick one. Imperial's resetting on bot side, but he's also just hit Mega Gnar again.
Razork can come in. The steal would be miraculous, but Giant X, the ability to peel off the Dragon and find a bit, or rather Baron, teleport coming in, as meanwhile it's a long walk from Upset to take a Hexgate. He'll come through the first one there, but he's still far away. Isma press the button again onto Razork. The real Monkey King found out. Isma with GA won't care. He goes into it, but look at the poke damage with Hextech Soul. Lot runs in, and crikey, that's a big one. A double kill already over to Isma. As Emperor, he's going to go Mega. A 4-man. It's recoverable with a Sivir as well. You think great, but the problem is Lot has GA, and even that won't be popped today. Triple kill. Emperor punched in the back. Dinosaur down. Extinct once again.
Upset tried everything he could to carry that fight, but it wasn't enough. We're going to come back to this Dragon fight, and as you say, you get the immediate engage, but watch Jun as he just runs straight through everyone on Fnatic on this top side. The 3-man charm sets up for Giant X as they need it. It was beautifully orchestrated. Giant X knew exactly what they had to do. And after, they try and go for the Baron, but it's this immediate call onto Razork again. They just want to try and burst him out. The Unraveled Earth does a lot of work in denying Jun the follow-up, which is why we didn't see that immediate play. But with Jackie's focus on Razork, Upset gets a ton of value in the backside. He ends up getting a spell shield again onto Loss as he goes for the ultimate with a huge ult from Imperos. But watch, the spell shield keeps him topped up, which actually gets, I think, just enough damage with the boomerang to kill off Noah in the back. It was a lot closer, and you can see, like, if Upset is allowed uptime, that could be their moment.
I mean, Giant X, yeah, cheering, but also just a little bit suspicious on how long the fights go. Upset has himself a BF sword. The LDR there, he shreds through. The game's not done yet. With Baron now in full focus, Fnatic look for a pick before we start thinking about it. Weaver's Wall going to come out as well. Vladdy looking for Lot. Dominus popped out. Seismic shove at half HP. He heals up a little bit, but Lot into GA. Nice and early. A winning fight maybe for Fnatic, but Noah's damage. His range is too much to handle. Now it's Emperor with Chains of Corruption. Noah caught out over the wall. He's getting poked out. Razork bonking him on the head. Giant X running for their lives as Baron's starting to help out as well. It was so dispatched from Giant X in two different places. They lose out.
Jackie's wants to make the hero play. With his positioning, Fnatic don't want to commit towards the Baron in case that gives that moment where Jackie's can try and carry. But still, a pick on Lot, a pick on Noah, kills in their favor, and it's Lot overextending. And with Vladdy setting up there for Upset to just deal the damage they need. And also then, the ultimate doing a lot of work from Lospa. You kind of end up in this position where there's time bought on both sides, thanks to the GA and thanks to Lospa. But Fnatic know that in that position, if they just maybe been able to get Imperos into another ult spot, that could have been the game changed into Fnatic's hands.
You are seeing the scaling. That Sivir needs to die. 5,000 gold for Upset. Giant X, their gold lead is going down now. A GA just picked up in base from said carry of Fnatic. And even though the gold is quite sharply in Giant X's direction in those solo lanes, that 80 carry just matters so much right now.
A wit's end about to be finished for Imperos as well, which gives him so much more tenacity in these fights, because his biggest struggle has been Noah locking him down or Jun getting that quickness. So him having a little bit more access to tools is going to do a lot. Giant X, though, setting up around this Baron once more. The Wukong spotted by Lot here.
The GA timer, I'm just going to quickly note that Lot, Isma, do not have it available. Noah, of course, hasn't either. It is so important, as Dagger's pointing out to me, that Razork and Upset do. The tenacity now on board, as you're talking about, with the Wit's End picked up by Empros. Third item for Razork, as we already just mentioned, means that Monkey can just dive in with a bit more health, a bit more setup for himself as well. He's got the ability to bruise it out. That gold lead's starting to mean less and less as I start looking at the comp on the right side of the screen. Giant X know it, and it's now feeling like an elder game to decide game 3 of our first game of Spring.
Yeah, I mean, all my eyes are just in the 5k difference between Noah and Upset.
Yeah.
Like, this Sivir has almost finished every item she could possibly want. Now it comes down to positioning. Now it comes down to this Elder Dragon in a minute's time, and Giant X TPing members in. They want to hold control of a river. They want to fish for picks, but Fnatic, they can push through mid. and try and get that position back.
Hubris just picked up, by the way. Noah wants a reset on the fight to make it the last fight, the extra 15 AD, plus the bonus lethality. All he needs is a pick in the fight, and he will be activated. So it is coming down to this. 33 minutes, 34 about the crest, 45 seconds on the Dragon. The poke from Noah has to hit.
Empiros hasn't ticked over yet to Meganar. But as you say, the Hextech Soul doing a lot of work. Fnatic want to try and find this fight as quickly as possible.
Noah stepping up, Isma looking as well, flashes, cease and desist. Jun with the quickness, Pop Blossom defensive, but how far away did Isma just go? Into the GA, Meganar as well, but Jackies runs in himself. As he goes gold, he comes on out, Lock is running too, and the dive, it's working from Giant X. Somehow, some way, Jackies just took on the world, and I think he damn well won it.
All he needed to do was kill Upset. And it was a mission success for Giant X. They will finish off Razork as the rest of the members will push in towards the base.
Razork's gonna die here as well. He's exhausted. He won't be able to escape. It's an ace for Giant X. You saw Upset go down. I saw Jackies run into the whole 5-man stack of Fnatic as they look to end this series 2-1. Hard, well fought, but in the end, Giant X felt like they've been on the ball a little bit more. Those death timers are 15 seconds away, but Noah, his autos do true damage, or rather, big damage to those objectives as he pokes out, gets the ace down, and Giant X with a swell start, 2026 Spring.
They had to work for it, but in the end, this Akali did so much work. A great performance from Giant X as they pick up their first win in Spring.
You can vote for your key player of the series, Isma, Jun, or Jackies. And it's hard because it was a long series. And even though some of those games were short, like Isma today had an insane run. But then that last game, Jackie's carry was nuts.
Hey, I'm on everything for the support.
Yeah,
because
I can agree with that too.
Jun had a great performance in the Rakan and some of these, setting up Jackie's. I think his Seraphine was great as well. I genuinely think that man had a fantastic day today.
Oh man, it's such a great showing. Obviously Noah struggled in the last game, but like some of his fights still with a reason that they found success. And that last fight, I'd love to have a run back. I'm sure at some point we will. Or
that's what the AD's for, man.
The AD can have a little bit of a look back for it, but that last fight was over before it began. Jackie's just confidence coming out today.
And I want to hear what Jackie's has to say about it, because honestly, fantastic performance from him. I'm gonna kick it over to him to find out how he's feeling.
Good idea.
Nice toss indeed. Jackie's, congratulations. Is it good to be back?
Thank you. It's for sure good to be back, yeah.
We asked, or Dagda asked, how does this win feel in particular? Because the previous two games were like early game win, but this one, it really came down to every single decision, and you were instrumental in it.
I mean, it feels pretty good because usually as GX, I mean, I'm here for like 3 years now almost or something. Every time our first split of our first game of the split is like very shaky and we don't do decisions, and so I'm really glad that the first game we just went in, and if we lose, we lose.
I wanted to ask you about that particularly because I did find that you guys were very much on the same page. The engages were crisp, even if they were split off. If like Jun and Isma were doing something in the fight somewhere else, you came in at the right time. How much of a focus has that been to make sure that that's on point?
I mean, pretty big, because watching firsthand, these teams just end by just literally only fighting. So I think watching from that, we realized that this is kind of the way these days. I mean, of course, there is more ways to win, but especially with our comp, right, this is the kind of only thing we can do. So yeah, I mean, in our comps, we kind of just said, just go, then a 5-second silence, and we win or lose. I'm going to be honest, that's all what happened.
It was very nice to see, I got to say. You talk about first stand. I was wondering how much does that motivate you as a competitor, seeing like, oh, hey, they can do it. I want to be there. I want to be able to do that as well.
Well, to be fair, I knew G2 will win against both LCK teams. I was kind of confident because, I don't know, G2 they just have aura, I guess, I don't know. But yeah, I mean, it's good to see, right? Because everyone was treating these teams as like LCK and LPL, that they're undefeatable and they're the best in the world. I mean, they kind of are, of course, don't get me wrong. They are pretty good, but they are not undefeatable. So
there's definitely a chance. So then on the Akali front, Caps is Akali or Jackie's is Akali?
On international caps, in LEC, mine.
Okay, I love it. Thank you so much, Jackie's. Congratulations. I'm going to head over to the desk. But you guys can start because Noah's there.
Oh, yeah, and he was even saying it's like so hard versus Fnatic, they're just coming both too much. What's that about?
Well, me and Odo had a bit of a discussion after game 2, because I think in game 2 you could carry with like Lulu and frontline, but Odo thinks you couldn't carry because you guys were too far behind. What do you think?
I mean, honestly, second game, I think if I was good Junara player, I think I for sure carried, you know. So that one.
I told you, Odo. I told you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Noah.
Bro, it's always the ADCs just coping with each other. It's like,
It's
Jack,
true, bro.
I mean, Jack, don't even talk, because if you were in that game, you wouldn't even get the chance to carry, Jack. You're
But
not even on the
that's our
team.
point. That it's all player gap. If you put Ruler that game, he carries.
You think
Yeah.
if Ruler was playing, he would carry that game, or?
Yeah, probably.
No,
yes.
come on, guys. Like, come on. Don't do me like that.
G2 won change, you know. So.
Yeah, they did. So.
If you put
Hansa is just a better, best player in the world.
No.
Yeah, Noah, just talking to Jackie, he said that from first stand, you guys looked at how the go button is really, really strong for international teams. They just go, they fight on the right moments. Is that something you're working on as well?
Yeah, I mean, we were already playing like that, you know. We were just to go and.
Isma likes to go.
Yeah,
Isma loves to go.
We have no back, you know. We just go up front, and if we die, it's unlucky. You know?
I see. So do you ever have to call Isma back, like after one of those engages? Because it happened in the last game as well. He went too deep.
Yeah, I mean, he did good, I think. Yeah, some engages.
Yeah, he did. Any other questions?
Do you call Isma back? Like, is there anyone on the team that says like, no, we don't want fight? Like, normally I feel like ADC is the role that's like, I don't want to fight, but I don't know if you are the type of player to be like, I
Just
don't
go,
fight.
I'm just going, you know. I'm not saying no, you know.
All right.
Oh my God.
How comfortable do you feel that it's now only best of threes and best of fives?
I mean, honestly, I like PS3 more because every reason is doing PRS, so I think delete P1 was a good choice, and yeah, I think we are actually comfortable now, and I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, it's just really fun to watch, I gotta say. The Kia player of the series was Jackie's Odo. Finally, the algorithm, it's here.
The algorithm is here.
Let's go.
And when Jackie's was presented to me 3 years ago, it was the algorithm who suggested him, and the algorithm has arrived because he had a great game, to be honest, because I expected more when I looked at... every time I look at GX, I am always thinking that, oh, it's the Noah and June show, you know, it's always Noah and June, they need to carry, but today he played really well, especially in game 3, he stepped up on Akali. How do you think he's been doing?
I mean, I think he played like way better on stage, I think, because in scrims, I think our scrim is like not going that good these days.
He's running it down?
Yeah. I still like believe that on stage, whoever can show up, you know, even you play better in scrims, so
yeah,
it was good. He was deserved it, I think.
Finally, your scrims are bad, but your stage games are good.
Yeah.
Let's go.
It's the year of GX, baby.
Woohoo, let's go. Yeah. Thank you so much, Noah.
Thank you.
Congratulations. That is the first best of 3 on the board here in the LEC Spring, and it goes to GX. And next up, we have Vitality versus Casey.
Isma, Dave. Now John's going to set up with the engagement as great as Jackie's. Hits everything. Shuriken flip, he waited, and he is rewarded.
I'm 1 HP, guys. I need to get the f*** out. That is front of side. Okay, you guys are just OP as I guess. Oh. Serious. She's in. She has no flash, I think. No flash.
Nice, guys!
What's wrong with me today? I think you should have a break.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Maybe cause I'm a crushing.
Whoops. Wrong word.
counting all the ways I died. Everything I couldn't save, buried down, still half alive. It's got me crawling in my skin, but no one's coming out to hold me close. Pouring out the gasoline, yeah, I've been making friends with all these ghosts, and I got nothing left to lose. Fight to the future. It's not me to turn and run. Met the bitter truth and I choked it down. Left a bad taste on my tongue, but my appetite's been growing now. I can see you crawling in your skin, but no one's coming out to hold you close. I'm pouring out the gasoline, so say hello to all my ghosts.
From Berlin to Rotterdam? Or the other way around? Oh, from Blast to here! That's dope, okay! So both fans of Counter-Strike and of League of Legends, and then I guess you have a really schizophrenic view on Team Vitality because they win everything over there and they don't win anything here. But they're up against KC, and that's one hell of a matchup.
Hey, even if they don't win, they're having a lot of fun, right? Because over you know, the winter break, now we're leading into spring, I was like, man, I'm missing the LEC. But you know who I miss the most? I miss Scarcy and Humanoid, and that's what we're gonna get today.
I mean, Vitality has just been such a joy to watch, as you say, Odo, and it all comes down to the top lane. Because Nako, for me, best top player in the league, bar none.
Oh.
Kana, second best, okay? So I'm super excited for this matchup.
That's still a banger, that's still a banger.
That's a banger, right?
That is.
These are the behemoth of the top lane, and I can't wait to see what picks they're gonna pull out and how they're gonna play.
Well, even if they go meta stuff, like, man, look at Nako. This is the infamous K'Sante game. Look at him. He's just in there by himself. He's making K'Sante look like the most demonic champion on the Rift. He's in the pit by himself versus 4, and this is just one of the games that he had throughout the whole winter. He had the Yasuo game, right, that it went as a little accident, but he's just, every single game, he's bringing entertainment, he's bringing strong laning phase, and he's bringing good team fighting.
Self-fulfilling prophecy, he was heralded as the franchise player of Team Vitality in the LEC by Neo himself, and he stepped up to the plate.
I didn't believe it at first, you know, I was a bit of a hater, you know, and I was like, yeah, he's just a flipper, you know, all of that. But he grew on me. Even though he's playing a little bit of meta champs, you know, you see the discrepancy between, you know, like K'Sante and Sion on both sides. It's just whatever the team needs. He grew on me because I feel like he's developing incredibly well.
What about Kana then? Why has he knocked off that top spot? Has he been not evolving then?
I think Kana is great, but I've seen KC a lot pivot to not really playing for him. They've been putting him on the Sion, putting him on just the Rumble, and just leaving him him to be. Well, I feel like Vitality, they have more of a clear game plan of like, Knock is our strong player. We're going to put him on a pedestal and play for him.
Okay, but yeah, top lane doesn't matter, does it?
Well, we have this little cope in Europe because I feel like every year we go through this full circle where like, well, you're in Europe, top lane is like, the weak side, other people will carry you and all of this stuff. But then you go to international and then you get constantly reminded every single year by that one man over there that is very, very spooky. Like even though he looks very cute, this guy is just smashing our heads in at every single international, and he slaps you over the face and he reminds you that top lane does indeed matter, because when the team is great and all the roles are doing their job, it's top lane who's the most important role in the game. Jesus, he's so terrifying.
He is.
But anyway, back to Europe. Over here is like, there's a little bit oopsies here and there. There's some entertainment going on and top lane doesn't show. But for today, I'm excited for these two because they will bring a lot of spice.
Okay.
I've just gotten news from production that we have the draft for game 1 leaked.
Okay.
Wait a minute here.
You see?
Oh, this is what... Wait, look at what Vitality are going to pick.
Oh.
Are they? What?
This is...
What?
Oh, no.
Wait a minute. They're going to play this?
What?
I've seen that before.
No way.
Oh. Yeah, that's...
Okay, you got to go ask him. Like,
okay, I mean...
Okay, yeah.
I have to ask Carsey here. Like... Wait, where is Carsey? I lost Carsey. Carsey is not here. He does not want to answer for the draft. I asked him before this if I could ask him about the draft, and he does not want to talk to me anymore.
Oops.
So I think the Vitality coaching staff, their silence.
You're gonna let us know when he's there.
They pulled it. They pulled it. They're just like,
I mean, they heard like they don't
shame us. They're like, don't shame us with this draft.
It's
don't
true.
expose our shitty drafting. You can't ask our players
what
around
are we,
this.
Fnatic? Like, what the?
Hey, the draft wasn't the problem,
it's true,
okay?
It wasn't the problem. But hey, this does remind us of the fact that our Vitality's late, apparently. There we go. Perfect.
So many shenanigans
KC
just for
versus
drafting.
Vitality, they played in round 2 of the playoffs of Versus. That was one of my favorite series, I think, outside of the grand finals. But the problem was, of course, that we had a great performance of Naknako in game 1. Then we had the Yasuo in game 2, which actually, I'm not going to flame. I think it was great that he did that.
I mean, and then we had this abomination in game 3.
What was that?
Well,
0 damage. 0 carries.
Okay, let's go into Cope Town a little bit.
Okay.
This doesn't matter. This is why you make mistakes, so you learn.
Okay.
This won't happen again. We will have.
You're doing with Fnatic?
Yes, but we will have 3 games today where this just won't happen. We're going to have 3 bangers where everyone's going to fist fight to the death.
Okay, I love it. Production, is Vitality on the premises? They're there. Come on, let's go.
They cannot stall it any longer.
I hope I will find a Carsey around this corner. And yes, I will. Okay, Carsey, you can take the microphone.
Thank you very much for the microphone.
What do you think about this?
This? I mean, I think it's a really good draft. Today we have to test it again, if it's gonna work this time around, Like Humanoid was saying, it's a really insane draft, so it probably is. We just misplayed it.
Okay, well, round 2, Vitality are running it back. We'll have to see if they can make it work this time. And casters, take it away.
Jack, huge respect to you, bro. Like, I mean, the fact that he went back, this just happens to be the time that Vitality were running late. Yeah, let's see what version we're going to get today. Is Pad, nice haircut. I see you, bro. Pad got a haircut for the start of the split.
He's giggling to himself.
I mean, he knows. I can't see Reaper's hair from here, but his hair always looks exceptional. So it is a good hair day for all involved. And what I think is really important is the fact that this is a grudge matchup that has to be remembered. KC versus Vitality, round 2 of Versus playoffs. It was KC who knocked them down 2-1. Very good series at that as well. And then KC went on to beat Giant X. And then to go up against MKOI, take them down in 3-2, and go up against G2 in our grand finals, where they almost made it back to first stand again. KC, #1 in regular season because of that man there, helping out with the rest of the team being insane. This is one of our top teams for sure, and Vitality need to make a statement to open up the split.
Yeah, and I think for KC, it's showing that it's business as usual. Like, coming out of
the regular season, a lot of people were talking about them from LEC Versus as the top team.
Oh, yeah.
Like, they felt like they were the team to win this split, and it was G2 who kind of cobbled it together for playoffs to then make it into that final spot and take that trophy away from them. So I think for KC, it's just revenge. This is a story where they want to try and make it back. They want to show that they are the top team in Europe. Yeah. And I don't think it's, as you say, like, I think Busio had a spectacular performance, but I do think it was step-ups across the board. Like, I think Yahoo has been fantastic in the mid lane for them, really starting to gel well, and particularly with Yike. And I think Yike has been spectacular. Like, it feels like him and Busio have really synced together on how they want to try and play in the early stages. And so often, it is about, can Yike find that success in the early game? And it's on Linces now to see if they can keep him in check.
Yeah, because there are so many good players on Vitality as well. We talked about top lane, but we can talk about the draft now for you. More prevalent as Jarvan gets taken off the board. Vitality are on blue side, and so it does mean that with KC choosing second pick, as you just saw, that we are in a standard pick ban. No confusion for you at home as Rumble gets taken off the board as well.
Yeah, still keeping eyes on things like the Vi, the Varus as well that we got to see. But Orianna, Ryze, still up and available as well.
Yeah, surprising.
So very different draft, I will say, from what we saw in game 1 of the last series.
I mean, Orianna, Ryze, Varus, Azir's now gone as well. So I do feel like, and by the way, that is because Yahoo, his champion last bit, like, he played so much Azir. It was his obvious favorite, so that is a counter pick, or rather a takeaway from KC's mid laner. But you already raised it there. Ryze and Orianna are both available, surprisingly enough, for this game 1.
Yeah, the Seraphine also available though, which...
Oh, Drew. Yeah, no, okay, not go is either.
Jack got in their heads already.
Dude. It's surely going to be this.
Oh,
okay.
So I actually thought they would forego the Orianna, because I think Humanoid has been happy to, like, play things like the Zoe into it that we saw last season.
Right.
That we saw last season. But yeah, I think Humanoid is more than happy to take counter picks into the Orianna.
Yep.
So I thought they would go actually for the Seraphine and try to take the Seraphine Ashe, because now from KC, I have potential to go Seraphine. I can go for the Zinzao if I want to for Yike, then take that Ashe on 3. And I think you still have options if you want to for Yahoo in the mid, like with Talia still open, with the what about blank now on the the Zoe and things like that that you could go for.
I mean, because there's so many good options. Ashe Seraphine locked in on the other side. We're obviously just adding a bit of flame to ourselves. Vitality, like,
I was gonna say, it's Vitality, man. They're just Joker, like, the entire time. Like, all they do is giggle.
And I will say that's what we liked about both these team environments, because KC became that as well. Yahoo making inappropriate noises. Like, the comms of this team were just hilarious, because Boosie is obviously, like, such a straight shooter in terms of his comms. I'm looking forward to it here today as we get a curveball. Caitlyn Bard, game 1 for Vitality. KC lock in the Galio. So already we can see that these team comps are going for slightly different things, with a strong 2v2 for Vitality to kick off against the Ashe Seraphine.
Yeah, I think a lot of it for Carzzy and Fleshy is about trying to get out of the laning phase against these two. Like, Ashe traditionally has been the counter to Caitlyn because her W can outrange the Caitlyn.
That is true.
And that's kind of where you manage to get the push. But again, essentially just trying to get an Enchanter and the Caitlyn to make sure you can have some answer to the push and the range in that bottom side of the map. Still though, I think for KC, with the Galio now picked up, I think you ban things like the Zinzao and these more fighter-type junglers for Yike, and then you can try and deny a lot of that damage coming from elsewhere. Because at the moment, like, Ashe can do some work, especially with the Seraphine, but Galio not going to be high DPS in the later parts of the game. So I'm looking at KC to add more damage to this composition.
KC for now are getting rid of some of the things that would negate any kind of damage, and I guess that is where the Mundo comes in. Nocturne taken away as Linces played a bit of that last split. There was a game there in playoffs where that combo came through, the Orianna Nocturne, but not this game around. Nah also taken off the board, so I mean, one of those melee tops thought about here for Vitality. As Vi gone with no junglers picked up here, makes things a little bit more interesting. But Zinzao's still there, Dagda.
I think you just go for the Zin. It's Yike. Like, he had a great time on it last place. Very strong in the early game. And we already saw, like, in game number 1, Seraphine and Zinzao and Ashe, how good they are at the invades.
Is this, my question to you, a Nefiri game for Linces in game 1? With the ball delivery running into a Xin Zhao, or is it too risky? Is it garbage against this comp? I have a lot of questions.
Yeah, I think against the Seraphine and the Ashe, I think you just struggle too much because it's very easy to lock you down. Like, sure, you get the ult in, right? But then you're playing into, like, the shields. You don't really have that burst damage to try and play for. And especially with the Galio as well, there's just a lot of, if you dive in on top of them, you don't have a good time.
Instead, let's run Aatrox in the jungle. So, not as much ball delivery, but there's still a bit of dive. And this is a comp to snowball if I've ever seen one, while KC have to show their eggs in the top lane.
I actually don't hate the Vayne here. I think you've got frontline already with the Galio. You got great engage set up.
God, as a Renekton player, it sucks so much.
I mean, this isn't much better. I'm not going to lie.
No, it's not. It depends on the Vayne, but you're right. Like, would it feel a little bit better? Maybe not. Aurora into Renekton top. We are going to see if Nucko still holds the status of being the best top laner in the league. Very hard on the matchup, but how he comes out of that lane is going to be mega important since Vitality feel a bit lane focused this time around anyway, Dagda.
Yeah, I think yes and no. Like, okay. I think for...
Tell me more.
The Orianna has decent scaling. I think the Caitlyn has decent scaling. And a lot of it seems to be more like, hey, we can try and play through Orianna push in mid to deny some of the... those invades that we were talking about with the Xin Zhao and the Ashe and the Seraphine. Caitlyn can have some wave clear here on the bottom side and still be able to react, especially with the Magical Journey. You can play second to a lot of fights easier thanks to that. So it's still, like, I think for Vitality, kind of like, hey, we cover our losses in the bottom side with this draft, and then we can try and play through mid into top. And I think they're going to try and play for shutting down this Aurora in the early stages and hope then that she just isn't as big of a factor. The Renekton can be okay. And I think if you're Renekton and you can get towards like the Stride Breaker early, then you can chase down the Aurora significantly easier in this matchup.
That's interesting prospect because I see Caitlyn Bards. I think so much about the 2v2 being important because Caitlyn not coming out of lane with a lead is usually a dead ringer for a bad Caitlyn game. But here in game 1, we're going to sit and see how Vitality can expand as Vitality versus KC. Allons-y, let's get into it. I love these French teams that have come into our league and hit with a bang. KC with the change to Buso to that bottom lane with Yehu added into the mix. What a difference it's made. Alongside Vitality, who have developed with this roster and are just such a dead ringer for a dangerous team in our league. You have no idea if they're going to be the best or the worst. But at least with a draft like this, Dagda, maybe it's better than the Seraphine Brom game because that does feel like the worst. I will say positively, this should be a banger. This should be blood-filled. Because KC and Vitality don't mind a good Barney.
Yeah, and I think if we're looking at like tools to do that, I think it's KC who have that. Like really strong bot lane 2v2 that you can try and play through. The ability for Yike to very heavily try and look for picks around there. But also, like, you just toss an arrow anywhere on the map and if it hits, it's kind of a success, right?
Yep.
And I think that's where if you're looking for potential plays on towards Humanoid or even Flashless Orianna, that's where I think a lot of this focus is going to be. So for KC, I think you have basically set up everywhere to enable Yike.
I mean, Yike was so well off with Buso in last split, and I think, again, he was running a lot of these games. What Isman did in that first game was kind of what he did there before. But here in this series, we'll have to see how he goes on the Xin Zhao. I feel like one of his better champs. The fact that Vi was banned against him is so funny because historically, Yike's Vi has been one of his worst. He looked better on it on the LEC versus playoffs, but regardless, now it's a different story here with the Xin Zhao. Humanoid getting pushed in as we look closer at the game, but he's just going to command attack, look for those auto-trade combos as we camera down at the bottom lane. And as you were saying, Dagda, you're right on the money. Kazi and Fleshy getting poked out a little bit here by the power of Seraphine Ashe.
Yeah, I am curious what Fleshy wants to build here on his first reset, because in matchups like this, I've seen Bards go for an early tier, because a huge amount of this is going to be trying to use your W to heal up, but it's very mana intensive on the Bard, so if you can have any sort of way to teeter away from that with the tier, I think you're in a better spot. Spotted, though, is Linces, so full information for KC as to exactly what this clear is.
Pet. Oh, okay, never mind. We're okay. Thank you, observers. The patience meter on Red is actually like one of the largest camps, I think, so it's okay.
Yeah, and I've seen a couple of new jungle clears that have happened now, with especially like specifically letting that red buff come the whole way around. so then you can actually get like multiple abilities off on camps and stuff like that. So not the end of the world.
So you have it a little bit longer, I guess, for what it's worth too. So Electric coming in top. The drawback from Kana is nice here. But as we expected, I mean, the matchup not going to go too well. Nucka's just going to have to survive and see what he can do. He did take PTA, actually, in this matchup, which is surprising. I guess thought he wouldn't get the Conqueror value, but wants to get that burst off, run in and out, Ruthless Predator in, and boom, he's back out.
It's as you say, there's so much burst because immediately with the Ruthless Predator, you proc PTA, especially when you've got your Fury up. So I think that's what they're playing for. Linces, though, maybe looking for a sneak in behind. You should be aware as Kana, though, that Linces didn't show on the other Scuttle Crab, so you should be the focus in this top lane.
He's going to start Scuttles first in the meantime, though. However, we look back towards bottom. I mean, Boots are chunked heavy. However, Kazi in a much worse position here on Caitlyn, as KC looks to take their back in perfect timing. Be pretty neutral in the bot lane so far.
Yeah, I think you'll see the early Serrated Dirk coming through from Karzi, and basically you just become a Q boss. And the idea being you can just clear waves on mid, let Fleshy roam with Linces, and see if you can try and protect Humanoid or make plays towards Humanoid when it gets to this mid game. And if that's the case, then like obviously Caitlyn, you enjoy being ahead, and it does mean your mid game is going to be a little weak, but you are kind of the late game insurance. And you've got so much damage on the rest of Vitality that even if you're a little bit behind, I don't think in this particular case, it matters too much.
Okay, noted. Pickaxe picked up for Kazi instead, though, so just a quick sidestep from Serrated Dirk. But again, might not have the gold, goes Pickaxe instead, just a better break point. Refillable also picked up in that lane. Item not picked up yet here from the bottom lane from the side of KC. So Phyllis just sitting on Longsword with still a pot in hand. That's kind of the difference from the trading, that the pot advantage went over as Fleshy. She's going to take a magical journey in. Buzio, wait, he's left it himself. Kalist backs a different timing, and Heal's going to be burnt. So small summoner advantage there as Buzio has to use that summoner only for him.
Nice job from Fleshy to make that happen. Although the fact that you only have to burn Heal is kind of a big win there for KC, simply because you're trying to burn flashes on this bottom side. Like Bard value against Kalist, Buzio, and to a certain extent Kana is incredibly high. So if you can start to make plays using that ultimate as you tick over to 6, I think that's a winner where Vitality can look to punish.
Burst there from Fleshy, but he gets rooted down regardless here. Nice from Buzio as he sets up, gets a little heal into the mix as well. Some of those Caretaker Shrines are going to be dropped by Fleshy to add some more sustain as well. Both these bot lanes are going to heal up every single time. Yehu, just sponge, shield of Duran. Humanoid doesn't take that much damage, but now note level 6 available for both mid laners. More impressive from Yehu as he has access to more of the map.
Focus here from KC on towards the bottom side. They would like to try and get the dragon off of, the earlier reset from Kalist and the push they have on bottom lane. But with Lince is showing, they just don't feel comfortable to look for the play. And also, again, like, who's not in mid.
True. They're just trying to defend that area of vision as much as he can. The Fey Lights get dropped down regardless, but Linces runs out of lens, or rather the time spotting the ward. Fleshy clears the vision. The move down from Yike is smart, but the Caretaker Shrine gives a bit of vision. Wind becomes lightning and a poke here from Buzio as well. Engage. Audacious charge. Yike draws in the ulti. That's Yehu trying to run on in. Fleshy baits it in, but Yehu, that ulti used down for pretty much nothing as Vitality is soaking up the pressure because Humanoid is now choking them at one end to another. Kazi jumps on in, gets them poked down as well. Remember, shockwave advantage with an ulti advantage of that from Humanoid means KC have to be careful.
KC decides to back away, not only because they kind of run out of tools, but also you're starting to see Naknako drift down from the top side of the map. Weren't entirely sure where he is. But with that Galio ult down, I think you're happy as Vitality because you can kind of go away, lick your wounds, and then come back for another fight as you start to heal up, especially as Linces looking for a take on the Raptors on top side. Should hit 6 off it, but it's Yike who has stuck around to take the Dragon.
Yeah, I wonder again, dragons have been the theme of today, of yesterday, of the day before, and last month as well. But taking away some of these camps and getting yourself to not only 6, but a way to influence some of these solo lanes would be big as Vitality's Nucko in a bit of trouble. Dominus comes on out, the twofold Hex sent out once again. Needs one more hit for that passive to circumvent any more pressure. Nucko backs away. Kana doing a good job of holding his mark, but both ultis are now down.
Split map at the moment for junglers as Yike starting to move bot side and Vitality very low.
Yeah.
Flash available here for Yike if he wants to go first.
This is a tricky position to back in, I think it might be. When it becomes lightning, doesn't miss, rather connect. Yike is going to back off, but he is in the bottom side of the map where that red still came through, but Yike is now going to take one of his own.
the entire top side was taken by Linces. And with Yike trying to make that play bot, I think he'll only get the red buff. So for Linces, he'll actually come out with a camp advantage off the back of it with the resets now from Carzzy and Fleshy complete. Gonna try and steal away one more, but can Vitality defend?
Humanoid trying to defend as Shockwave is going to come through, trying to interrupt onto Yehu, who's got no mana, but the rest of KC coming up. Can he get the kill in time with Dissonance command attack? All it takes is one more. He flashes away and gets out. Busio had to flash in as well. He wanted to save his mid lane, so double summoners for Humanoid's aggression.
Massive value for Humanoid there. I don't know if Busio did have to flash. Maybe a bit worried about the follow auto attack, but Fleshy on bot side now.
Flash. Oh, Cosmic Binding against the wall. It's beautiful. Fleshy sets up first blood to Carzzy.
Huge play from Fleshy there, making that happen. And now Linces will spot out the top laner.
Is the timing there? Oh, it is. He stops Kana. Kana has to flash away. He gets over the wall, but he ain't going to be able to weird his way out of this one. Stands to die. And Linces in the right place at the right time, and Vitality blast open this early game.
Vitality looking for a little bit of revenge, and it's going well so far. 2 kills now picked up. Void Grub's going to go their way. Really nice timings there from the jungle and support on Vitality.
Lince is finding that kill. It reprieves Nucker from this lane as well. Teleport not available. Kana just, or rather used it a while ago. It's on cooldown, so have to walk to the wave. That's more gold to the top lane as Yike looks for Scuttle, but all 3 grubs are now taken by Linces. But this contest won't have a smite from Linces, but it might have a kill. Yike in trouble. Dunk down. Infernal Chains he has to flush away from, but Nucko has the freedom to walk in. A Cosmic Binding again from Fleshy as this Bard is getting involved elsewhere. Vitality have Raptors at their disposal now as well, as Humanoid just sets on up to maybe look for another kill. Busio, pressure added in, but Vitality are really steamrolling this early game now.
Oh, Fleshy with his boots purchase got him there that little bit quicker, but might need to get him out that bit faster as well.
But a magical journey, the beat drops down, and we send a bit of damage here from Busio and KC, but it's not really enough to scoff at or rather care for, as Humanoid stands his ground with him.
I wasn't sure if Linces was considering a play on top side. No flash on Kana makes him so much more vulnerable to a flash Ruthless Predator from Naknako. But at the moment, Vitality, they want to slow it down a bit. Get the resets, get those first items off. Except optics actually for Carzzy in this bottom side. Definitely something that Caitlyn can get a lot of value out of.
I mean, Dagda, speaking of Caitlyn, you wanted to see how Carzzy got out of this lane. I mean, with that 1 kill, I do feel like Vitality being given a reprieve as Yike is trying to shut that down once again and make it a little bit more difficult, but he's spotted out at Krugs. Carzzy sees that, walks back in. Fleshy's on the way, but so is a dangerous Aatrox. Linces with 2 kills and a big item is running in. Tempered Fate doesn't connect, but Fleshy has a magical journey. Will he be able to use it? Yike, Wind becomes lightning on the way out. Go back to top lane. Nuck in a bit of trouble. Autos are going to connect. Kana's just going to get down that passive. Bot lane diffused for now.
Yeah, Vitality trying to defend their bot side jungle. The Krogs will get taken, but it means they're trying to hold on to your Raptors. So it means that now Linces has to path back up towards this top side, which may now be when they can make that play towards Kana. So I think he will need to look for a reset. Should know that Linces is on his way up just off of the pathing that we saw, but doesn't reset, and that's Linces going for it.
He'll be able to sprint up here. There's the flash, and Cole the Meek setting it up. That Ruthless Predator, beautiful. Nucker got the stun, and that's all that matters. Kana wait, knock down a peg as Nucker gets the kill, and Linces is unleashed.
Yeah, Kana not respecting that Linces was moving back towards that top half of the map. Didn't want to reset, and it means Naknako uses that extra flash that he already had, thanks to that play earlier from Linces. And now that just gives Naknako that lead that he wanted in that top side.
For a Renekton, this is great. Again, such a reprieve from the matchup as everything is looking blue for Vitality. Another plate to be taken. Nucker will enable the fact that he can just get this wave in and back calmly. And man, I just feel like this early game, Dagda, Vitality got it all over in spades against KC. Every lane right now looking brilliant.
It's Linces and Fleshy who've been really setting that up, right? Fleshy with some great roams, Linces finding that early kill and Summoner Spell burn on towards Kana, then the double down on the play. And it means that there's been very little attention from KC. Now, Dragon stacking, as you can see, still going in their favor. And Vitality going to be late to the play as it's getting Linces investing in his own success, taking away camps on the top side. But it does mean, like, Humanoid's never been under pressure. He hasn't had to burn a flash early. Like, he could have been very vulnerable to both Yike and Yehu, or even the Callisto ult. But now top lane.
World Ender, Kana bully him down. Knucknucker under turret. Is it a little bit too dangerous? Wait, he's out. But Kana might find a kill. And Lin says, there's a reset. No,
no way.
What? There is no way that man flies out of the turret range.
The Sundered Sky heal doing so much work at the end. I thought someone was dying there. One of them was giving up their life, but insane. And a great cross map. I still, though, like, I think for Vitality, it is a little dicey now that 2 Dragons have gone across to KC.
Yeah.
But you are sitting on a 3.5k gold lead. So if you can continue to stack, I think you're in a good spot.
I mean, if the gold just overcomes the game, there won't be a 3rd Dragon for KC at this rate. But you are right. Like, it is giving a little bit more comfortability to the team that is losing out everywhere. But Linces is locked in today. What a start from this guy. As we were coming in highlighting Knucknucker, and sure, he's been clean, but Linces has been everywhere.
And it's now set yourself up with a single turret plate remaining on that tower in the top lane.
Yep.
You've got a ton of vision to spot out exactly where Yike is. And again, like, you've denied KC playing through their game plan of use Kalista ultimate to try and make plays mid, use the fact you've got Yike and Yehu with a ton of setup to try and kill Humanoid. Now Humanoid gets to walk into a side lane with very little pressure.
Look at this now, Dagda. I mean, quickly to interrupt because Kana's in a bit of trouble with Dominus out as well, and that Color Mink doing so much damage. Almost. The Q spin would have been crazy, but Kana gets out, but he had to use everything.
But I think that's top lane terror now with this next wave, unless you want to TP back as as Kana, but now KC trying to respond on bot side.
And now with a double binding as well, it's going to continue on to Fleshy. Good engage from Yike, at least finding something here from KC. Magical Journey over the other wing. It's Flash, it's Match, but another binding. Yike, however, has more tools to follow up as Humanoid runs for the hills. Kana's coming in. He's burnt the TP aggressively here, but again, Humanoid ain't in trouble till he flashes away. There was no shockwave to burn KC away, but while they do force the play, you have opened up tier 2 top for the time being.
Still, KC kind of needed to find something, and that was the response. Make the play on the bottom side. TP now onto the bottom lane from Humanoid. He's definitely dangerous when he has no TP. Sorry, no flash, but KC backing away after the play. Happy to just try and defend turrets now.
So the biggest question is that going to be worth it in the long run? Because a bit of gold for KC maybe makes it possible for them to try and fight this 3rd Dragon, but that Renekton just got another couple of 100 gold in his back pocket. And there's a second item soon to be on the way, probably a Shojin again. 1,500 the individual lead. Top side of the map is mighty big in gold.
I think the Renekton can struggle into the composition that KC have. When you think of like trying to get through Seraphine slows, past the Galio, past Yike, like there's a lot of issues that Knucknucker can have.
God. Fast. Ganking Renekton. Thoughts? Big stun there, Fleshy. Okay. Encore as well. That was all for Fleshy. They need to kill him. Magical Journey. 2 ultis down. Herald is up. But because of this Vitality, can just sink their fangs in the bot lane tower and maybe reset and look for the contest.
Yeah, I think though you're trading tower for tower as look at Kana about to hit that top lane turret and you get the Rift Herald. So I think if you're KC, from a position where you're behind like this, getting this is okay. As Flashy and Linces still want to contest.
Lucio flashes over the wall. Yike hasn't got his hands on the Herald just yet. Linces running on in. Yike getting low, getting hit away. Linces with a level lead as Knucknucker Strikebreaker hits onto 2. And once again, the world is about to end. A Galliol to defend the play, but Linces has him right where he wants him. First kill already going down as Knucknucker has drawn in 3. Kana has to retreat, and Yehu is left without a prayer. Kazi takes that one at 7-1 on the board with a nice ace in the hole. Sends KC away. Well orchestrated from the blue team.
Vitality were willing to fight knowing Kalista and Lucio didn't have ultimates. They tried to use it on that pick on Fleshy and it didn't work out. So Vitality TP in and find another fight in their favor.
Nako as well hasn't retreated back. He's waiting for maybe a bit of greed. The inside path towards top lane, he'll be able to walk up, take a little bit of this plating. Kana will poke him on the way out as well, but Knucknucker gets the plate regardless. Dagda, everyone with at least a 1,000 gold lead. Linces gets the Herald, 6,500 in total as we watch this TP play again.
Yeah, I mean, TPing in, forcing Yike back. Yike, though, tries to make a play onto Fleshy, but he actually fails his flash over the wall after this. You'll see now in a second as Knucknucker goes in, they try to commit. Yike tries to flash over onto Fleshy, doesn't get over, and then it ends up in a position where he's now down a flash, still dead. And KC scramble to try and make the play work, but Naknako, is he caught?
He might be. Enchanted across the arrow. Oh! He sliced and diced into it, and down he goes.
Prediction from Kalist works out perfectly. Not expecting that ult from downtown, but still, Vitality keeping that pressure up, getting the tower in mid, setting Humanoid to bottom side, and that dragon is there.
Double charge indeed. Linces picks up more gold. Mid is now opened up. A bit more gold swing though for KC. Remember, it was 6,500 before we went to the replay. So 1,000 gold for Vitality dismissed as this third dragon has now spawned.
But you're now down a man as Vitality, as KC continue to push on top side. I wasn't sure if how aggressive they want to go for that tier 2 in the top lane, knowing that you are committee members of Vitality to Dragon, but maybe ensure definitely that was happening. Still though, like Vitality have clear control of this game, and as you start to teeter over into like Infinity Edge completed for Karzi and another item, he's going to start to hurt, and Humanoid should be dealing a ton of damage as well.
I feel like it's been a pretty clean game from Humanoid, all things considered. He's done his job in the mid lane. We haven't talked about him much because he's literally just done well in the lane phase.
He hasn't had to, right? Like the way you play against Orianna with this. Oh, hang on.
Fleshy in trouble all the way through. Kana pops him, and here we go. The next spell's coming in. Fleshy kites away though. Tempered Fate. Kana stands still, but Naknako's on the way. Kana walking up. Crocodile stands still, but not anywhere near the river he's in. So Kana gets the kill. Nice pickup and great damage onto Fleshy. I'm almost calling him Lebrov because some of the Bard plays have been sick, but Fleshy is right now in the dirt, which is giving an opportunity for KC to start clawing back.
KC's still want to make a play here though. Naknako might be in a little bit of trouble. I was looking at Yike potentially moving up here as well. We're just going to get a ward and back away, hovering on the edge of that vision, so Naknako doesn't know.
Is that a Cafe Cutie skin? What is that skin?
I wasn't paying attention to it.
Yeah, I don't know. They do exist. There are skins called Cafe Cuties,
yeah.
aren't there?
Because that's the Lulu skin I play in.
Is
it? Yeah.
Oh. Is it because it triggers people? Because it tilts people because it's got funny animation?
I just think it's adorable.
Ah, it is cute. Yeah. No, I think Star Guardian Urgot's the cutest skin in the game. But that's just
But what about the Gragas, the KD8 fan
KD8 fan Gragas. Oh, yeah. You know, nah, never mind. I do want to one day soon do a Gragas game in the LEC studio. We'll get there eventually. But there will be something great, Dagda.
I mean, Wonder's here. Surely he can win out for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll both get outfits on, and we're going to play Body Slam.
Oh, I thought you meant in-game.
Okay, yeah. Let's see who's going to Body Slam in first. On the Lince's arrow. Oh my god, the bell perfect. Shockwave, even better. Kana jumps in though, and he wants to bring the Between Worlds, but as Naknako now teleports in, this Renekton is not taking any damage. Where is it, Dagda? Naknako goes to half HP after 8 seconds, and Linces runs in like Batman himself, setting on up. Kalist will not escape this. It was a tempered fate. It was a beautiful engage. It was fate that KC had to drop here in game number 1. Fleshy sets up, auto attacks, Cosmic Binding won't connect as he drops on down, but Kazi has the range and close to the kill. KC walk away scattered, but it's Vitality's game in this first one.
Fleshy was feeling himself there, but kind of felt the dirt in his face at the end of it. As Vitality, they're just so far ahead. You called it the Mikhail's great on towards Linces, but the actual damage isn't here. Kalist is hitting his keyboard like a madman. Look at how he actually tries to kite this, and actually does very well in trying to play out the flight, but there's just no damage with them. The team isn't there, and once the flash is burnt, Fleshy set up great for the tempered face, and it's Vitality just running over KC in the fight.
Again, Vitality showing us why they were so demonic in that versus playoffs, or rather versus split.
But also is just the fact that, again, the way KC wanted to play the early game was around Yahoo, burn Humanoid's flash, repeat gank, look to control mid, and then play in towards bottom side, abusing how strong this Ashe Seraphine is in the CC department and setting up for those dives. The fact that Vitality just came out the gate swinging made it impossible for KC to play that game plan, and now they're struggling because they just don't have enough damage to match Vitality, especially with a 7k gold lead now in their favor.
I mean, it's only a couple more steps to try and end this one as well. Dragon in a minute, but Baron is really the true prize. So Vitality can start using some of that range, some of that setup to put KC in the ground once more. 7.5k you already mentioned, but There is a bit of gold standing on the map as well as they look towards setting up potential onto Kana. Now, Kana getting out of this is going to be a very good trick. He's going to pull out the between worlds, but Fleshy hovers over Cosmic Binding as he travels on 3, maybe in a bad spot. Tempered Fate finds only one. Fleshy, where are you going, son? And does it matter? Kana, yes, it does, because he gets out. And Fleshy a bit too deep.
But KC had to use everything to get the support pick. So Vitality get mid lane tower, they are still going to be able to get the position that they want. So it's kind of nice as a pick, a bit of gold, but in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't really matter.
So maybe with the respawn time, we'll see, because 10 seconds, Dragon comes up in 15. Fleshy can get out there fast as well. Remember, Infernal Soul here in this game. Nice bit of burst to come in as Lenses. You can see Yike trying to spot him out. That Dragon would be perfect for KC, but there's no way, surely, they get it.
Lucio is also going for the better scaling build on the Seraphine here. Going towards the Diadem. Like, when you have Echoes of Healing and Diadem, your healing from your damage is absolutely absurd.
Yeah.
It does take longer to come online, but if KC can get there, maybe that can help out in keeping people alive. But I think the same problem is there where who actually kills people, even if you stay alive longer.
I mean, also, with the way this game's gone, if I see Kalista get hit first by a Caitlyn or an Orianna, I am worried about the damage output being a bit too quick for reaction for Busio. Dragon does go down. Okay, now it is all about the Baron. I want to see how Vitality set themselves up, because this game and this base feels like the sieging needs to come from that Baron, or at least it just needs to be seen that KC, how are they going to defend with Baron, right? I already find it a struggle without.
Yeah.
But you know what I'm trying to say, Dagger, is that like that Baron just makes it so easy.
Yeah, the biggest problem for them is trying to get that space back. Because if you're face checking into so many people here, you just die.
Yeah.
Like, obviously Yike has the ultimate, he can keep himself safe, but if you have to burn the ultimate, taking space as the fate goes in.
Humanoid's there as well. Yike is caught out, and as you said, just walking towards the space is difficult, but Yike, as he jumps on in because he has no choice with the Crescent Guard, he's dead. Kazi one-shots him after getting into the circle, and now Baron is contestless.
And you got Khan on the bottom side. Gonna have to use his TP, because I think if this goes over, it's lights out for KC in this game. But they're resetting, they're not even gonna try and contest. Vitality, like you already said it, you've got Caitlyn, you've got Orianna who can create space and demand where you move. This becomes very difficult for KC to defend.
It's been a well played out game. KC finishing touches, or rather Vitality will do against them. Kalista's going to use this opportunity to try and open up mid, but Nuckucker's looking for an angle. Busio spots him out, but even with the slow one down, who's he going to look for? 3 members as he just runs directly at them. I mean, this Renekton, he's been set up by Lenses, but Nuckucker has been such a demon in a lane that felt like it should have shut him down.
I mean, I think a lot of that did come from Linz, as I said. Like, a flashless Aurora against Aatrox and Renekton is never having a good time, and I think it was a good punish from Vitality. But I think that has been the story of this game, right? Vitality going for good punishes and picking people off to set the game up incredibly well early for them, and now they just get to take the riches that, like, reap what you sow.
This has been a massive step up from Lensis. Now, Baron has been going for a couple of minutes, couple of minutes left rather. 1,500 in the bank just about. Nuckucker going to try and advance this, but they're trying to push Kana off of the turret. Nice shielding from Busio, that does so, but the base still remains. So, Vitality going to try and crack this. Otherwise, KC get a little bit more time to play this game out as Humanoid is isolated, flashed on as well, caught on out, Tempered Fate, the dive in, it saves the mid laner for now, and maybe Fleshy does a little bit more action, but Yike doesn't get poked out just yet. KC on the run, running away, while Nuckucker is just in the face of Kana. Solo kill for the demonic top laner. He does it again, showing his foot as the very best. As Vitality, Humanoid got caught out, but it turns out being a play in their favor.
They're just too far behind. Vitality know what they can do, and the damage is sticking. Kalista just trying to clear the bot side, but I think this tower goes down. There's double cannons.
Do the job. The Baron play looks fine. It looks good. The base is in tatters. 1 inhibitor down in the mid lane. Top's going to go as well as Nuckucker teleported towards this at 11,000 gold with 50 seconds left on the Baron to spare.
And then you just get to reset, spend your gold, happy out. You've got Dragon in a minute 30. It is the 3rd Dragon, but, you know, 3 Infernal Dragons, I'd be fairly happy with that personally,
I would.
you know?
you remember when they used to be 6%? And then they became 5, and then they're 4. Now they're 3, I think. I'm pretty sure they're 3. It's crazy. Anyway, Humanoid was caught, and then Fleshy's like, you know, watch this. Oh, Nucko onto Busio. That's just easy, isn't it? Okay, he gets another solo kill. He's already got 2 solo kills in this game. Unless I missed a third. Nucko is just that guy again, isn't he? He's just him. Oh dear. He can run it. He has GA.
Can you run at them like that?
He has GA though. That's the problem. Serix gets popped. Magical Journey. Thank you, Fleshy.
But he did burn his flash to get away from that.
Yes,
which is
so.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's really going to matter, but it's, you know, maybe pump the brakes a little bit, lad.
That's not Nucko. If you want breaks, you know, you go to NA or another team that didn't get to the finals the first time. Here, we go gung-ho. We go for it. Okay? There's
I don't know if that works out as well as you're hoping.
No, but I am just trying to smear, you know, because in the past, I got to be honest, fans, you know, whether they're from LCP or NA, they completely smeared that we, you know, got destroyed by them. So I'm going to revel in this until the next international.
Oh, of course, yeah, that's what you have to
and
do.
And absolutely rub it in.
Yeah, well, I mean, when G2 stop making its finals, which is obviously going to be in like 7 or 8 years' time,
I mean,
then
will it be in 7 or 8 years?
Yeah,
we don't know that.
I think it's obvious.
I mean, we won season 1, and then, you know, we came all the way back here, and then 2019, great year, great vintage. I buy wine in 2019, seriously, just because of G2. I say that was a great year. I look at the rack and I go through, I go, that was a good year. I'm going to buy that. Now, another good time's already started here because we're going into the base. Linces is not taking damage. Encore is good. Wait. Would I say wait? I don't know. Linces flashes, heals, 1-for-1, tempered faith onto Nucko. Yahoo doing a bit of defensive as well, but with the ball on his head, Vitality are just too far ahead. Yahoo's going to die. And even though KC managed to defend for a little bit, it is Vitality that walk in like a butterfly, sting like a bee, and Vitality in game 1 are looking very happy.
That lad had a Sterix at GA and a secret arm guard. That has to be illegal.
Oh, he did.
How are you supposed to
that was a bard ulti.
How do you kill it? That's not fair.
I thought that was a bard ulti. Sharks, what a game from Vitality. Oh no.
Hello? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm a noob. First day on the job. Fleshy, picking Bard into Busio, who's the perceived best Bard in EU. Did you want to send a message?
Not really. I mean, I never really think that somebody is so good on this champ. I mean, he's good, I think, for sure. But I didn't even think about the nameplates when I pick champs.
I like it. I don't even know who he is. Now, last time you were up a game versus KC, but then it didn't go well. So how are you going to make sure you can parlay this into a match win?
I mean, I was a bit too volatile this game as well. I mean, they were hunting me good too. So I'll try to be more disciplined and more careful next game. And that's it.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much. Good luck. More disciplined. You guys agree with that? Thanks for the assist.
Vitality and discipline don't exactly go.
Yeah, you don't think so?
No, I don't think so.
I don't know if yours is on. Is mine on? Are we all hearing me? All right, I'm hearing me too. Well, I'll echo what you were just saying, is that we don't think of Vitality necessarily, like, they're a volatile team. They have highs, they have lows, but we saw the highs today, and I think that the summary of the game, outside of just like the heavy camp top side, Kana was not having a good time in that lane early on, but it was just consistently winning the team fights. I mean, like KC were stepping up to the plate, and they're just getting batted down every time.
Yeah, I mean, Nucko had a solid performance.
All right, Jack, let's give you a handheld mic. Yeah, there we go. Beautiful. Is that one working?
Hello.
We got it.
Well, it's day one. It's day one. Fine, Sharks, it's day one. Okay.
We got so many mics. Oh no! All right, if everyone just wants to say what you want me to say for you, I'll just be the amplifier here.
Okay.
I'm going out on air. I don't believe anyone else is. Should I just monologue for a while?
I mean, yeah, it's just... Am I going on 2 mics now?
You're
I don't know.
going out. You're going out. This is
Okay.
confirmed. Also, I just got to say, I feel at home. Like, this is a very LCS thing to happen right now. Yes, absolutely, yeah. See, this is Raz right now. This is the typical Raz thing, is just talking and we can't hear what he's saying and we all just have to nod along. Yeah. All right, so the story of the game, though, I want to hear your thoughts, Jack, especially when it came to that topside camp, because that was a heavy camp on the Kana, and it really did give Vitality a big lead early.
Yeah, I think Linces set up Nagnako really well. The fact that he was able to get himself ahead, get Nagnako ahead, and just shut down Kana as well, made it so that a matchup that we thought would be close, right? I was favoring Nagnako, but it just became one-sided for Vitality. And Kana, even though he had some decent rolls later on, and he was looking for things, he didn't have the impact that we really needed to see, and that's pretty much only because of Linces.
But he's also the one that has to put up with the most. We see it in a lot of content pieces as well, and that has a lot on his shoulders, right? Because he now knows, oh, Nagnako is super hyped. He should do good in this matchup. I will help him.
Doesn't die.
He doesn't die. And meanwhile, Karzi's screaming for a gank, and like he cannot have an easy life.
Yeah, that was crazy. The fact, I know the cats talked about that too. The fact that nobody died on that top dive right there is crazy. So yeah, I think fantastic play on the top half, but then also Flesh, I mean, you talked to him about the Bard. I think of Busio as a Bard player. I know that he was saying, you know, nameplate's off, he doesn't pay attention to that. But Busio is like the Bard guy for North American fans, for LCS fans. So to see Fleshy pull it, deny it from him, and then also this performance, I was very impressed with Fleshy's Bard. Plays like that early, but then also just old back after back after back, finding these plays, finding these, you know, setups for the team. Yeah, he's just sniper Fleshy.
I liked what he said also. It's like, I don't really look at players like, oh, that's the best this, that's the best this. I'm just trying to be kind of good on every champion. But Jack, where was KC?
I don't know. Like, this game was weird to me because on one hand, you have Vitality beating KC. It should feel so, like, incredible. But KC kind of just rolled over and died. Like, Vitality kept pushing the trigger and weren't taking any breaks, which was really nice. But I was kind of waiting for a moment where KC was going to show me, like, some real signs of life, show me a crazy team fight. And it never really happened. I think just the fact that Nagnako was so tanky with the GA, even the stopwatch in the end, was kind of the one pillar that they needed to break open the game, and they couldn't do it.
And you can see it in the damage graph as well. Kalist was not able to do enough damage as the Ashe. There was one fight in particular where he's hitting the Renekton. I counted 12 autos, and Renekton was still about half health. And it's like, ooh, that's tough when that's the type of fights. And it's, of course, because you're behind. At that point in the game, it was already kind of out of their control. So it's not to say that like they weren't trying in the fights. KC were showing up for the fights. They were looking for them. But by that point, it had already kind of gotten out of control, and they weren't able to match wallet for wallet.
If you watch this in a vacuum and this is the only game you would see from Vitality, you would think they're like the best team, right?
Yeah, sign me up. Hey, give me another one of those. I'm happy.
This is exactly the trap we fall into every time. What's the LCS equivalent of, like, they give you so much hope, they can play so perfectly, but then they actually don't win the series or the games that they're supposed to?
Well, recently it'd be Cloud9, just because they always do so well that, you know, late in the season they stumble. But there's a lot of teams that do that. I'd say also someone like maybe Sentinels as well kind of comes to mind when I think of that type of style. It's tough when you see teams that have that volatility, because like you were saying earlier, it's like Vitality can do this, but we've also seen them not do this, and even in the same game they might be throwing a little bit. So they got across the finish line this time, but I don't think KC's out of this series.
No, absolutely not.
And especially the way they played it, like if they were at even gold states in half those fights, I think that they actually were able to win.
That's what happened last time.
Yeah, I think KC definitely have the tools to bring it back as well. Like, this was a game where Kana started like 0-3, 0-4.
Yeah.
And he has been such a key pillar for them, a star player for them. So if he starts with an actual good game, then we can see a real matchup between Kana and Nagnako. And I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, Nagnako on Yasuo. Great.
He is
we'll
Ben,
be
though.
right back with game 2.
Nagnako's Ben.
I don't feel like I'm playing today. I feel like I'm just like chilling.
Just vibing, broski.
I'm just chilling today.
Vibing.
Don't give a fuck, man.
Predator, beautiful. Nagnako got the stun, and that's all that matters. Can't wait, knock down a peg as Nagnako gets the kill, and Linces is unleashed.
So now top lane.
World Ender, Kana bully him down. Nagnako under turret. Is it a little bit too dangerous? Wait, he's out, but Kana might find a kill on Linces. There's a reset. No, way. What?
What's wrong with me today? I think you should have a break.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Baby, cause I'm it crushing.
Whoops. Wrong word.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Another great day to be a European fan here at the LEC as KC versus Vitality head into game number 2 after what was a brilliant start to the series for Vitality. And Vitality, a team that have so much flair, have so much funk. It was nice to see that game 1 gave us exactly what we expected.
What are you doing, man?
No one knows and no one will ever know. Not even me. Are you ever worried that Nucko's camera, like, we have to like mount it extra high, you know? Are you ever worried that the screen will cover it? Or like, do they have to keep adjusting it every game? Because I swear that guy goes lower.
I mean, it looks fairly in line with everyone else's, so I think... No, actually, it's definitely not.
No, it's definitely not.
No,
Yeah. See, everyone else is clear of the monitor. Nucko's monitor is brought in so close to his face.
Yeah.
If his parents are watching...
Well, I was also looking at the camera. That's like, it is also about like 30 to 40 centimeters taller than everyone else's.
Yeah. But like, it is the ultimate, you know, someone's grandparents watching this being like, that he's going to have back problems and he's, you know, his eyesight's going to be
Well, I mean, it does make
that.
sense. Like, with all the carrying he's doing, he would have back problems.
Oh,
so,
that,
you know,
that dude, that dude has to go to a physio stat. I mean, in game 1, to be fair, though, it was Lensis who did the carry. Game 1 was Lensis written all over it because that Aatrox got ahead or set up bot. carried through mid. I mean, I guess Humanoid kind of did his own thing. And then set up top a couple of times. Yeah. Beautiful first game as Aatrox is now obviously off the board.
Yeah, I do think a lot of that game was Linces and Fleshy, though. Like, it kind of like, they gave the lead to the carries to kind of like, go, be free. Do your thing, go roam and live your best life. But that hard work was put in by Linces having a great gank in that top lane, which ended up picking off Kana, who went for a greedy position on his reset, and then burnt the flash. And then Fleshy as well with some great bar plays. So overall, I mean, Vitality looking clean in game one, but in playoffs, Vitality looked great in game one.
They did.
They won game one against KC, but it was game 2 and 3 where KC were able to fight back and win that series. So can Vitality right the wrongs that we saw in playoffs, or will it be KC kind of waking up in game 2 to take us the distance in the series?
All these questions and more will be answered in the next 50 to an hour and a half. Maybe 40, depending on how fast this next game goes.
I was going to say 50 is an awful long time for the current state of the league.
I wouldn't mind. You know, I wouldn't mind. I honestly think that Vitality and KC have got, again, so much funk that this series could really deliver in multiple aspects. I want to see more from the bottom lane of KC as we see what they pick this game. With Karma already taken off the board. Rise also gone. Orianna, remember, played last game, so those 2 priority mids are just going to be put to the wayside for now. As red side first pick here for KC, the question is, Vi's gone.
Jarvan?
Jarvan is up.
Do they try and focus that, or is it just going to be the Yunara take? Because I think that also quite high priority, especially as with Ashe Seraphine being gone, it probably will be a Yunara quirky trade. But if Jarvan is there, it makes things a little bit more interesting.
How often do you think about Jarvan the Third? How often do you think about him?
Sometimes when I look at the comics that are on the client, because they got the one about him at the moment.
Do they have a picture of him, what he looks like?
I think they had him in one of them, and then it's like following Jarvan as he gets caught, and then Siobhan has to come and help him.
Because isn't Sion's like skull or something, or one of the things?
Yeah, it's the crown. Yeah.
It's the crown, or is it the jaw of Jarvan the Third?
No, it's the crown of Jarvan.
Oh, not as sadistic. Okay, yeah. All right. There's Yehu's favorite champion, but we know from first stand and versus playoffs that Anivia is an option here. And I feel like it has just been one of the really good options in. Humanoid didn't play it in playoffs, but regardless, as Varus is being looked at here, maybe there's an option in this game to go 1-2.
It does mean, though, if you take the Varus, I think this is why we're hovering, is do you then take the Jarvan on the next rotation? Because Jarvan isn't great into his ear, but a lot of the answers that I feel like Humanoid is going to want to go for are pretty immobile and Jarvan's good into.
Yep.
And if you go Varus plus like an immobile mid laner, Yike gets so much value out of the Jarvan. So I think you kind of have to, as Linces, take the J4, even if it's not the best into the Azir, just to deny that pick away from KC.
You are right, because otherwise, how easy is KC's comp going to play? So not for the Azir. And KC obviously now have the option to pick up something like the Ezreal, right? Maybe the Zeri gets paired with the all-famous Lulu. There are so many good picks here that KC can just now operate into to stay away from Jarvan.
Yeah. Potential for a quirky pick as well, but if you're worried about, you know, Yunara being left open in the next draft, maybe that's not where you want to go for. And also, if you take the quirky, then things like the Nami and that can be banned away in the next rotation. But yeah, okay, yeah. So just gonna go with the Ezreal. Make it nice and easy.
And Ambessa. So that is a flex still, but for Kana, seen him play so many champions in the top lane, I wouldn't put it past him, because he did play again that champion specifically in playoffs too during their long run. Vitality have an option now. Match AD, or rather match mid lane here, excuse me, or match that potential top lane, instead giving them a support that can follow up on this Jarvan and be a bit more flexible.
I thought they would go mid lane though. I assumed they would try and take something like, I mean, we already saw Humanoid Zoe, but like an answer into the Azir early, like an Akali, a Sylas, something along these lines. But maybe that's the call is, hey, look, there's 3 picks we're comfortable playing into it, so it doesn't matter too much. And at the moment, KC have kind of taken a composition that is fairly self-sufficient, and you probably want some sort of a support that can cover this dive for the Ambessa, or at least set her up, because otherwise I think she ends up a little bit alone, which is not the best place to be against. True, but it's something that's or at least like she's diving into a Rakan, which is not, she's going to charm her and she's not going to have a good time.
So maybe something like the Alistar to support the dive, you know, a bit of disengage as well. start throwing more supports at you. I mean, the Bard's already been picked.
I mean, Nico can kind of work there in that position. The Rel we have seen a little bit when you start to drift further into a draft, but at least these kind of engaged champions,
Yeah. Something as well that can maybe link up to Yike, and we see more prevalently what we saw in Versus playoffs, because that's really so self-sufficient. It would be nice to see a good pairing with Yike here in this game, as Poppy's also taken away from a comp that has a few dashes. Vitality covering their due diligence with one of those flexes and a support pick in the Nautilus as well.
I think this also says they're probably looking at something like an Ari for Humanoid in mid as well. Used to do okay into the Azir, and especially because you've got that ultimate, you can kind of bypass the Emperor's Divide in a lot of situations. But do you now ban like the Silas? Do you ban the... Okay, so it's going to be the Mel, something that can outrange.
Now we sit here and ponder and think.
Okay,
Humanoid. Never mind. Forget that when we can just slam a LeBlanc with the Jarvan. Now I see a lot of burst, a lot of solo pick potential.
It does mean you don't have a huge amount of consistent damage, though.
Yeah.
So if the initial burst doesn't work for Vitality, I think you're in a really bad spot. So I'm curious what they end up taking here for Nak on the top side. Now that they know that Mbessa, at least with the Wukong hover, is going to go top lane. Like, do you just go for the Gnar and kind of try and use him as the extra DPS and can function well with the setup from Jarvan?
So if you want to see Gnar, I mean, the other side, Casey could just go Cassante and say we're going to lose the matchup. Or, I mean, we've already got Mbessa, so we know top lane matchup. We're looking for a support. I realize that Wukong just got locked in. Long range engage out of Fabusio. Remember last split, we're talking a lot about Busio on this pick, where he was really the only one playing it, but to so much success, he made it look so broken. So it is nice that KC have added in one of the stronger picks for their comp from last split.
It does feel like, though, you can just take the cleanse here as Varus, and then how the hell are you hitting anyone else on Vitality, right? Like,
also true.
The Eclipse is so telegraphed, especially at like pro level, that they should just be able to dodge away from this. Jack's another great option actually here. So yeah, well, I mean, there's your consistent DPS that we needed,
I guess,
and a good matchup in that top lane.
Whoa. Vitality's comp. A lot of funk. Let's use that word again. A lot of funk on there. KC have made it kind of bog standard though as well. And as you said, the engage, maybe a problem for Busio because of who he hits. I mean, Jax also adds into the mix as well. Quite versatile, quite mobile.
Yeah, it is more about, like, I think Wukong engages and then Leona follows up with the Solar Flare. So that then you can actually kind of lock people in check for that second bout of the Cyclone as well. But for Vitality, this feels very similar to me through the lens of game one. Like, strong solo laners that you want to try and play through, good setup coming through from the jungle, and Karzi just kind of playing a champion that, if he gets ahead, fantastic, but realistically, all he needs to do is clear waves and enable Fleshy to start roaming around the map. And again, on KC's side, it is a strong team-fighting team with a lot of combos in it, but we have to see if they can have a better early game to try and get themselves into that position.
Well, a better early game would mean that Linces doesn't get to run free. Because in game one, if you missed out, Linces put on a clinic against our second best team in the LEC. Vitality, a team with so much flavor, not only just in the comms, but outside of it, and now showing up with a very different state of mind in yet another game. LeBlanc, Jax with the Varus. Let's see if they can shut down KC again, or if KC are going to finally spring to life, no pun intended, to this game number 2. Welcome back. I see that our production, I think they're very funny. They said Nucko is doing Bin cosplay. But that's not completely wrong, is it? I mean, Bin's Jax, though, to G2. I mean, that was scary.
And I mean, like, Bin's Camille, and Bin's Gnar.
Oh, man.
And Bin's, you know, Rumble.
I mean, Bin is a scary man. I've met Bin in person, and Bin is
lovely.
He is lovely, but he has this stare that you just think of, like, is he going to gigabin me? Because remember, he did a bit of boxing, Dagda. You know, quite a bit of boxing, actually. And yeah, sure, it's a very strong punch. However, we're in Europe. And Kana, while a legend in his own right, Nucko kind of had his number in game 1, and we remember talking him up. Game 1, that guy, red hot. Wouldn't you think, Daggy?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the members on Vitality were fairly hot last game. Like, they had a really strong performance, but specifically in this matchup, I think Nucko kind of with the help of Linces, was in such a good position. Had Linces who got that early flash blown onto Kana, and then it was Naknaka who could follow up with his own flash Ruthless Predator to just completely shut down the lane. And if you're Kana, who at least for a while was kind of like, hey, look, this guy is the best top laner in the league, it's been dethroned by people like Naknako, and it's on Kana now to show that he still is in that conversation.
Because in, you know, the year before in Vitality, Naknako was still a contender, but he wasn't this consistently dangerous as now. It does feel like that first split, he was easily the best top laner, and every game was something special. You know, the Cassandra game was very memorable, but I remember many, many more as here on this Jax already, winning out the lane. Every time Kana steps forward, it's Grasp with the Undying with a quick proc that he finds. Spaces very well there from the Q from Kana, as the wave is right against the turret.
I'm going to keep my eyes on Linces this game, though, as we get a little bit of a trade in bot lane. Nice job by Fleshy there.
But you know the problem I have, Dagda? Leona, I think... Well, yeah, I'll give you one of many. Leona at level 1 of W, I think it was 15 or 20 armor and AD that you get as a bonus, which is disgusting. So that's why you see no damage go down. That's why Leona is just such Frank the Tank already before the game starts.
Yeah, I mean, but that's the way you want to play it as Fleshy. It's you deny the engage by using that grand entrance. So then it just kind of becomes a trade back and forth. And you don't really get much value out of it. Plus the fact that both heals were burnt, but you're running the Summoner Spellbook, means the Fleshy will have access to another rotation of Summoner Spells. So it kind of ends up being a fine trade. Plus you've got heals as Fleshy. Yeah. So if they don't win the all-in, you win the long con.
I love we're just watching top lane again. Yike is up here. Scuttlecrap's going to be taken away, looking for more in the topside jungle as both top laners get below 50%. Linces is speed running to the top lane for a lane gank. Flag and drag now nice and early as home guards wear off the lane. That minion will die, and he'll be able to sneak in.
So Naknako making his bait here.
Oh, saw him.
Just barely.
Saw him? Maybe
Wait,
not.
maybe he didn't. Well, he definitely does now.
Okay, yeah. But, I mean, trying to bait it in at the very least, waste some time. Meanwhile, we look towards Busio. Bit of trouble in the bot lane. Kazi has run out of mana, though. Arcane Shifters. Kana knows, of course, but wait, maybe he doesn't. Counter-strike in. Stun up. Flash away. Linces. Misses. Doesn't get the auto. Yike comes in as Naknago gets close to dying, but with Conquer up, Yike needs to keep it going. He can't. He runs out, and the 2v2 ends there. I am very confused about who saw who, but in the end, no one dies.
I thought Yike would continue forward, because Linces wasn't, like, had flashed in to try and kill Kana, so if Yike killed Naknako, he should have just been able to flash away, but maybe unsure, because I'll have to rewatch it, but maybe Naknako leveled up in the middle of that, or just leveled up as it started, so. But is it awkward?
We'll find out. Spectating is weird sometimes, like, we saw that we thought Kana was spotted out, but it could be the outskirts of vision, maybe from the blue side.
I mean, he may have, like, showed on vision, but it was a split second, so you don't know. Like, maybe he just didn't catch it as KC.
True, and also maybe Kana wanted to bait in because Yike was heading to the top anyways.
Oh, yeah, I think Kana was playing bait for Yike to come through, because he could flash under the tower, and as Vitality, you have to overextend to get the kill there, which then should set up, in theory, for a double kill for Yike if it all went right. But either way, KC, I mean, they managed to turn it around. It's flash burnt on Linces, but Kana's flash is down, which means that for Naknako, it makes things a little bit easier as he got to hold on to a Summoner Spell.
Now, Naknako did go back and pick up Tarbies as well, so a bit of negation from the AD top jungle duo as we'll watch again.
So I'm just keeping my eyes on, because Naknako, I think, when does he tick over to level 5? I don't know if it's as this play happens, but
we can see something else happened. What's going to happen? Nothing. We just got baited in. We're just going to have to guess. You know what? Go rewind on YouTube. That's what you got. And then come back and then double time it and get back here. That is the way to do it, isn't it? Level 6 being hit on both top laners now as well. But Dragon, of course, important as always as Yike heads straight down. You can see that on the other side of the map is Linces with his triple longsword. Nowhere near in the vicinity. Yike is thinking about Dragon or the pick off. But he is also obviously looking for his level 6 so he can be more impactful in the game.
It will. Well, actually, no, he's a little bit behind.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'm like, oh, maybe.
Yeah, well, his Krug is, his Gromp is still up, so you need that and Gromp. Whereas Linces should just hit it off of his next camp as well. So I think it's overall, it's just a case of waiting for that as.
Then it's Blade, yeah, but Busio getting engaged. It doesn't mean that Kalisk gets any damage off. It's blocked by Fleshy. Trying to step on up, get that Shield of Daybreak once again as Yike got scuttled, and as we said, didn't hit level 6. He's going up for a camp, but it's been stolen away by Linces, who now has a Cataclysm. With that stolen camp, he's looking for Krug's not there, but he might be looking for the dive.
But the ping is there now, knowing that Red isn't around anymore. So Kana, I think, should be aware that Linces is in the vicinity and level 6.
Yike face checking, Krugs are up, thinking about it. Linces there, spots him out, okay. Turns into a 1v1 flag and dragging the damage is immense. Triple longsword, Cataclysm down, level 6 advantage. Nucko sets it out with a counter strike, gets him in place. First blood to Nucko. Linces takes the turret shot, but Kana still not out of the woods just yet. Nucko wants his graspman, wants to just order them down, but as he runs for his life, Linces is out with a flag and drag. First blood still is all that's on the board.
Wait a sec.
You think it's a kill? Kazi cleanse, flash away. Busio re-angles as well. Kalista is just ordering out with lethal tempo. Close to a kill. Kazi knows he's about to die, tries to kite it away. But Kalista will auto him to death for a response kill.
Nearly a double kill. Kalista just missed one Mystic shot onto Fleshy, which may have just been the kill. Fleshy still did have flash, so maybe could have avoided it, but still, the win for KC on the bottom lane, but maybe not for long, is the TP in the Dragon Pit. They want to see if they can get Kalista.
List has flash available though. This is the problem. Who is that? We will never know. It's a mystery. To be continued.
But Yike getting caught here in the Cataclysm, had to flash out, and you attempt to keep Naknako in check there with the public execution, but it just wasn't quite enough. And then Vitality kind of realizing, look, we don't need to overforce this. We got the win. Minions are dying to the tower. Let's just back away. And the bottom side, Busio plays this really well, so ends up as Karzi cleanses and flashes away, flashes after him to get that extra bit of damage and get that CC, which then sets up for the Kalist. You saw that one Mystic shot go awry from Kalist, but still, they get a kill on towards Karzi, which is enough.
Yeah, you're right. That Mystic shot would have been a double. The year of Nucko. I mean, bro, you know what? Every year is Nucko's year. Not gonna lie. This one just feels like it's a little bit added on, considering the rest of Vitality are also firing away. But let's not forget, KC winning out in the bottom lane. Small lead for Kalist. Mid's also going pretty well as Humanoid roams up.
Flash is available for Kana. Busio.
No cleanse. There's no cleanse. And Kazi stepped that far forward. True Shot Barrage is an assassination. Busio gets the kill in the end, but it was a setup engage.
Nicely done by Busio. Managing to pick off Karzi, and Fleshy wasn't there to try and help out. The call for the dive on top side is pinged off though. So for Vitality, they're not going to try and overextend, but are losing hard on this bot lane.
Meanwhile, we go back to top, and Nucko is winning the longer trace. Look at that bonk. Now, there's no Tabi for Kana, so you can see kind of the difference in how powerful these boots are. As in Fog of War hovers, a Yike, a monkey. Nucko wants the minions, but as he steps up, maybe he's gone too far forward. Counter-Strike used, dodge away, and Counter-Strike is not going to get the response to the 1v2. Ulti already popped out flash after a leap strike. Nucko's out, very smooth escape, while grubs were being done by Linces.
The public execution from Kana was a complete miss. I mean, you either needed to wait, or they landed like Nucko was basically walking in a straight line.
Humanoid, by the way.
But yeah, major mistake from Kana. Should have netted a kill. But it's now Grubs taken by Linces as that play happens, and Nucko gets clear at the wave. Should be able to reset and TP back in after this. So overall, Vitality kind of holding steady on that top side.
And because top didn't end up netting a kill, it's still that 800 gold lead. Nucko is controlling top by himself in the isolated 1v1. Kana is really struggling here. Sheen picked up on the way back, and no Trinity Force just yet for Nucko, which is a shame, but still this guy with the Sheen added in as well with how good the empowered strike is. He does feel like Kana is going to continue to lose out, and even with the bait out from the ward, Kana, his back gets cancelled. He has TP, so he'll be just fine, but it's a bit of wasted time from Nucko.
Yeah, it means that a slow push can be made by Nucko, get himself another reset timer if he needs to. The TP comes back from the KC top laner. But KC, with the control they have on bottom side, I think should be trying to set up for a dragon fairly soon. Once the Ike's ultimate is back up off cooldown. But here we go, TP behind.
Yeah, the TP flank's huge. Counter-Strike's going to keep Kana here, who just teleported back. This would be disastrous for the top laner of KC, as Humanoid will take and yoink the kill. Beautiful TP timing, not much lost in mid from what we can see. And Nucko is about to do the bid.
And again, it's these strong solar laners from Vitality putting in the work. Humanoid with a good roam top, sets up that kill. And I think for Vitality, if you can continue this, it's going to look pretty good. KC going to take the dragon in response. but you're losing so much on that top
But
side.
it's a late dragon stacking, and you know how I was arguing, like, yeah, it doesn't feel like Grubs are that impactful in the meta anymore. Well, when I see a Jax who can auto-reset turrets, this game I truly feel is like one of the best we've seen today. And a late Dragon game, Dagdo, late Dragon Soul, 11.5 minutes for the first one, means that KC won't be able to leverage that if this game keeps going pear-shaped as much as you'd think.
KC just trying to hold on to some semblance of control. I think it's the only way they could really cross-map here, because Vitality are controlling this game. Like, a 1.6k gold lead with most of that on towards this Jax means that Cannon's just not going to be able to play the game. And as you start to get more control over these side lanes, I think it just becomes significantly more difficult for KC to fight back. You should have Carzzy with control over mid as the Varus. Start to roam with Linces. The lockdown, if you start to burn flashes onto the side laners, is so crucial. Like, KC need to find ways to get back into this game off of picks.
And again, Yike's having a bit of a quiet day. What can he do for some of these lanes? As Nucker onto Kana once again, sending him, bonking him. He empowers, he bonks himself. Guess what? Only an assist because Linces drops the flag. But we are reminded once again why Vitality have a franchise player. As Fleshy and Buso have it out with Carzzy over the wall, but that is a second kill for the Jax, who is about to find the first turret at 13 minutes in game 2.
This Jax is so far ahead. Yike making his way down towards this bottom side, trying to cover the push from KC, but Bucio doesn't realize Linces is here now.
Fleshy trying to get his arms way out, but the flag and drag, as you said, Linces is going to recover the play. Yike pulls out the Cyclone. That's only number 1. The poke, though. Vitality relying on Carzzy to help seal this deal once again as Linces waits for the cooldown. Flag and drag dodged by Bucio's Shield of Daybreak. Gets him out, but the flash forward is even better from Fleshy as Bucio's first to go. Humanoid made the roam down. Khaless now in trouble. Chains flushed away from, and Vitality, this looks just like game number 1.
But even look at the moves from Vitality. They send Nako to mid to cover the push from Yahoo, and he's going to lose nothing really on that top side because he'd already managed to push out that wave. So Vitality keep KC from making any map plays and cover what was supposed to be the KC cross map.
It's looking clean, Dagda, and it's not like what we saw in playoffs where KC were able to pull together and find their way back into the series. This is looking like good revenge for Vitality as the build-up is now 3,000 gold. Humanoid has been part of these roams a couple of times, but I love that you pulled out the Nucker roam, the coverage, because he's still so far ahead. 143 CS at 14 minutes, 2,500 just about gold lead there as Nucker gets pushed in, but not into the turret. Yahoo can't get him the distance, and Nucker will just walk around.
But also with the Counter-Strike, you don't get any damage back, right? So
True.
now Nucker can just jump again, and Yahoo has no ulti to keep himself safe.
Buso's coming in for a Solar Flare, maybe, but again, Nucker has flash available. With Trinity Force, can he 1v2 is now going to be the biggest question. Khaless has True Shot Barrage he can use from afar onto Buso, trying to escape. Solar Flare there, the stun out, he brings out the B. Nucker Counter-Strike, once again pops the ulti. Yahoo has run out of range, shifting sand's not available. Nucker has just leapt out of harm's way.
You don't get the kill, but for KC, at least you are getting access to turrets and letting Yahoo farm. Like, if you can continuously push Nucker back, I think you're in an okay spot. There's a TP ward behind him, though, and Yahoo now realizes it.
All right, well, the TP, guess what? Let's go for round number 2. Nucker runs in, Yahoo backs out. Okay, it's not going to be a kill, but at the very least, Vitality aren't stopping there.
Wait a sec.
The back in harm's way, you've got to say, with quickness out as well, Vitality almost find themselves a kill. A little bit committed as Yike finds Carzzy. In the mid lane, he has flash available as well, but Yike gets it out quickly.
Mainnet, a Rift Herald though, is Fleshy just going to interrupt once more.
Hello. He just ignites, he runs it out. Yeah, he's going to have to back out, but you know what the biggest win is? Nucko gets plating again. He just got his demolished down. Oh dear, Dagda, I'm getting bin.
Humanoid has no distortion though. I thought KC might have tried to make that play happen, but just going to look for the Rift Herald instead. But I do agree, like, I mean, look at the gold lead that's there.
Yeah. It is a problem. And like I just said, I mean, I'm getting some bin deja vu. It's too fresh in my mind where I feel like the Jax was so good off in the solo lane, but then joined these team fights and could 1v3, jump into the back line, and it was so impossible to peel.
I'm just going to say, if a top laner turns around to me and says they can't carry from their position anymore, I'm just going to show them Bin and Nucker.
Yeah.
That's what I'm going to do.
Bro, go play Jax. I mean, this is like, You see games like this and like the first 10 finals and you think, man, Jax feels like a very broken champion. Solid early game. How slow is he in the mid game? Does it matter? Oh, wait, he scales as well. He plays well on sides. He's got great team fighting abilities. He's got mobility. Jax maybe was the original Riot, you know? When you think of Riot, when you think of the Aphelios, you think of Cassante. Maybe Jax was there first and you didn't think about it.
No, there was a lot more crap back in the day. Unlimited Sunfire capes.
Oh, true.
Xin Zhao on release.
Wait, a movement
Deathfire
with
Grasp.
We love
DFG Gragas.
Oh my god.
AP Yi. Old Scion. There was so much stuff.
I love how you keep going and I'm like, oh yeah. AP Scion presses E. Public execution all the way out, but Kana wants to go in. On the humanoid, half HP as Casey trying to continue the dive. Busio sets it up, he's got a solar flare. Waiting, Xander played first onto Fleshy. Misses that one, but Fleshy's still gonna die. Wait, is he? Quickness out, and he gets that exchange. Meanwhile, Casey don't find a kill. They do open up the top lane, but my problem is what happens next. As Linus face checks onto Yike. Kalista a little bit low in mid lane after getting poked out, but Humanoid ran back in. Okay, distortion out, double distortion. Busio has lost his ulti, and he's just trying to delay that top lane turret.
But yeah, because the tier 2 is being taken by Naknako. TP coming in, but do you just ignore?
Oh
no,
my god. That was 3 bits of plating. He just got another 120 gold. He's 3,000 gold up, ladies and gentlemen.
And Casey never took Rift Herald because they end up knocking around back and forth between that top lane turret. So Vitality now have an option to take Rift Herald off of these resets and then start to take that mid lane tower with it. Suddenly all those other towers are gone. You've got more opportunities to take that bot lane turret and open up for Jax. Like, there is a clear and easy path to victory here for Vitality.
Need to pause. Naknako is too strong. Can we get a check on that? Can we check it?
Can we check if it is a real weapon?
Yeah. We're going to find out. Obviously, in all seriousness, we'll find out what the pause is. There's obviously something going on, but a big mention to the top laner who we came in saying was the best of Versus, and then in his first 2 games is popping the hell off. Like, last game was subtle because it was Linces who helped him get ahead, but his team fighting was so good on the Renekton. And then this game, on the Jax, he's doing a lot of it himself. The only reason he hasn't found a solo kill in this game is because Linces put a stupid flag down and then got an assist.
Look, I'm just saying, as a support player, you throw whatever the hell is there to get that extra little bit of an assist.
Of course you do.
There's so much more going on.
And no, kill's already secure, but you're going to press E on someone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I press shield on somebody who's TP into a fight from the base.
No,
I'm like, you know what?
I did on
need
Karma
this
as well. I'm going to press E, it'll do something. It's like a Thresh who throws the lantern out on someone, you know. They don't need a shield, they're full HP.
Yeah.
But I get an assist.
Exactly.
And it looks like I have good KP. Yeah, I mean, Lince is 0-0-3. He's 3 out of 4. But to be fair, good reason, had some good games. And outside of the jest, I mean, he has been instrumental in this game as well. But obviously, we're focusing on top lane as we get back in the game. We don't know what the pause was, but it doesn't really matter in the end. Everything's been solved. We're back in to see how KC can mitigate this game. Because 3,500 gold, it's a dragon apiece, it's a late dragon stacking game, but the Herald's still there. You mentioned, Dagda, the Herald is still there. For the first time in a while, maybe it just won't be taken, depending on how Vitality approach.
Lucio.
Solar Flare on top, he gets poked out. He's tanky enough, though. Fleshy flashes out, but Yike follows him. Cyclone's going to get him. There's one. An opening here for KC is Kazi. He's a little bit deep, but here comes the raid boss. However, is it too late? Public execution from Kana gets a clone, but now that Naknako's here, Yike trying to fake it out. He knows. Oh, it's the bin. I see it. Freaking Nako. A double kill already. Jumps in. The Cyclone in, or rather, it was a cataclysm. I'm looking at Cyclones because I'm seeing a tornado from Naknako as he spun once more. Vitality got caught out in that fight, but Naknako raid bossed the crap out of it at the end.
Naknako saved that fight for Vitality. They chose to take that fight, and this is what we're talking about with the composition they had. If that shotgun does not get kills, you just don't really have the consistent damage to carry the fights without the Jax. And you got to see it there where Humanoid and Karzi threw everything into Busio. Busio survives, and suddenly the fight turns quickly in KC's favor. The only holding thing, oh, that's unfortunate, was that Naknako was that big.
Yeah, it was close to getting the Herald, I think a couple of seconds off. The eye was exposed at 2K, but yeah, Linces couldn't get in the end. So Herald, again, for the first time in quite a while, as KC looked for a play towards bottom lane for Humanoid. 3 members, Busio has the Soul Flare once again. He flashes in, Shield of Daybreak, makes sure that Humanoid can't move. And it's a pick, it's a shutdown.
over to Kana. KC are slowly crawling back in this game.
Getting some nice picks. Finding moments to get gold onto much needed carries. But Nakanako, yeah, sitting in this top side. The reset's going to come through from Kana. Should be able to protect us. Again, like the extra plates gives extra resistances to the Terra, but this is where like everything gets thrown at Lucio. And it doesn't, like he doesn't die. Like he still manages to walk away off the back of this. And at this stage then, you're just completely out of gas as Vitality. And I think KC do a great job of reading that, going, okay, we can try and make this play and turn it, but just not expecting Nakanako to him to make a huge play, gets the double kill, and then continues on here with the rest of Vitality starting to follow up as those cooldowns come back up.
His spacing is magnificent. I mean, also Nakanako took no damage. Kalist hit him for a bit. There was no damage. And I see why, as we now see Sundered Sky, but also I see a Seekers. Nakanako not just built different, he is building. He's the builder, the architect, and the designer. This guy is more than mental. I mean, yeah, Thanos. There's a lot of glazing going on, but that's what happens when you're 3,500 gold up and the rest of your team gets caught to now being down in gold.
But the thing is, it is all on Nakanako. Like, if KC are able to find fights like this where they're away from him, that's where you have an opportunity. And that's why with this Dragon now up, you see Vitality having Humanoid split against Khan on the top side, because they want to make sure Nakanako's in the fight when he has no TP.
Once the Pitcher Pincher goes away, his Humanoid does a bit of damage, but Kana does a little bit more. We're going to focus on this Dragon and how he moves up. Wave gets pushed into the inner impot. Nakanako peels off, walks through river, and KC now have to be careful about where they step. It's a Mountain Dragon. It's good stats here, not only just for Nakanako, but the rest of the team. It is the third Dragon of the game at 22 minutes here. Nakako's going to walk up, get their vision, and Vitality might have the best opportunity here to start off that third Drake. Kana. You're not going to do some damage. Yes, he is. Sigil comes through with the chain. Electrocute. Kana's a bit low.
Still, Vitality off of the pressure that Nakanako had on that bottom side. Force KC back and they get that Dragon. And I think this is where, again, we'll start to continue to see Nakanako trying to put that pressure down. But I think at this stage, he kind of does need to stay with his team, which then becomes easier for KC to defend against. Like, if you're able to put Yahoo against him, this is a much simpler way to clear out waves and deny any sort of dive with that Emperor's Divide. You can also lean members from KC's mid lane into that bottom side to try and match against Yahoo. Because if KC are able to find fights away from this Jax, like Kalist has a 600 gold lead, Yahoo has 2 items, now going to be working up towards his third. Like, Busio is very quick to find these picks.
Yeah.
You still have to be careful. Like, even 2 items now on Yike as well. He's quite strong.
So there is a chance. KC to fight back from the brink of this game. 2,500 gold is nothing but a flesh wound, is it? And now that the Dragon's down, everything's calm for a little bit. Time for KC to kind of catch up to 3 as well. Do you think anything can happen bot deck though?
Well, they're using Kana essentially just shadow Yahoo. We've seen it a couple of times now where they will push out a side lane, go, okay, let's see if we can then move this Ambessa with that small timing window we have to make plays around the Azir. And I think it's really solid because it's already netted some picks on this bottom lane underneath Humanoid. But now, not much. But it's still like the KC are making these attempts at plays.
I feel like, again, they kind of have to be ready because one misstep, if Yahoo gets jumped on, then Nakanako is just going to one-shot him. I mean, this is the power of the Jax here. Level 16. Level 16. Yeah, Kana's on the trail, but Nakanako's got a full level ahead. I do like, again, that, you know, as Fleshy gets poked out, hang on. He's okay, Lynx is covering him as well. Kana was walking down, but we pause right there. Remember last bit, we were like, oh, Azir's with Protobelt. We were questioning it a bit. Now, obviously, after first stand, we saw it like pretty much, I think it was every Azir game we saw it. It's just so common now. I do like it in this game specifically when you have a Jax. Gives you that reprieve, that error, that ability to get out of what is going to be a confirmed kill if you get stuck on. And Zonya's also picked up for the Jax we're talking about as well, by the way. So that's 3 items. So regardless, it's going to be trouble, but at least, as I was saying, yeah, who has a tool to escape? Will we see that in action? Well, Shifting Sands is one of them to get away.
Yeah, the biggest problem for Vitality is that, like, the vision has all been set up in around this Baron area, which makes sense, all right? It's the next objective that you're kind of playing around for the moment until Dragon spawns. The issue is that every time this wave is being pushed in by Ezreal, you're having multiple members drift down to this bottom side. And it's making it nigh on impossible for basically anyone to walk past this line, in particular Nako, to put that pressure on towards the tier 2. And Nako hasn't been able to, because he has no vision of where anyone is, move back to mid to try and help take this mid tower because the wave is constantly cleared out. So for KC, as long as they hold this defensive position where they're denying mid tower going down and they're denying any opportunity for Jax to play on towards the tier 1, they're actually fine. Like, Kana's just kind of getting to farm up. You're getting Azir into a position where he gets a bit more gold for himself as well. And this is what I was talking about. Like, by having this Jax now on the bottom side, KC are able to defend much more effectively.
And so at what point is it going to be a problem? What point do you think KC are going, well, we can start fighting this? I mean, you're talking about now they can use some of their tools to find picks, but like, this game is so chill now for them as to what was happening as Fleshy gets flashed on. Busio stops, Solar Flare, Fleshy flashes away with the Battle Dance. He gets out, but Busio was a bit for that, but regardless, Fleshy now down a Flash.
Yeah, down a Flash, down a Crucible as well for the moment, which was invested to try and get himself out. But I think you can see kind of the frustration with KC at the moment, because they're in that boat where they don't really have anywhere to wiggle with.
Yep.
They can't really make a play onto the top side because it's against the LeBlanc. She just escapes far too easily, even with the lockdown that they have. And there's no way they're able to two-man, or maybe, like, if you bring Rusio as well, potentially you can see C-Lock Nako, but it's a tall order, and Nako is just as easy to hop away. So it's you're kind of stuck hoping that Fleshy kind of makes plays like that, or someone makes plays like that where they can catch them out.
He's not getting GA as well, is he? He's getting Death Dance, right? Surely. I mean, we're going to get a Zonius and a GA. Is that legal? I can't remember if you can do that in the game.
It is legal. Like,
it's
you
legal.
can do it, yeah.
Yeah, legal is the word I'll use.
But I think it'll be Death Dance for Kalist.
Caught out. He stepped too far forward. This is a recurring trend, but as he flashes away, it's going to be saved by Yike. Vitality grouped up in the mid lane together. They don't have Nako, and with double Cyclone, Humanoid is about to get plundered down. Flag and drag away with Busio stripes. Humanoid with a Solar Flare. Nicely done. And when Nako's not there, KC have so much more to spare.
Kana literally chased Nako the entire way around that top lane, making sure he could not TP into that lane. So KC find a pick off of, again, Vitality, trying to go that bit too far forward.
This is huge for them, denying the third Dragon with Vitality. This game's not over yet. And despite the giant lead in top, KC have really remained steadfast here. Nako, by the way, just two-shot a turret. That's still a problem. But KC have delayed the game to where now the rest of the team are doing pretty well against the full stack.
Yeah, I really...
How worried are you?
I think, like, this is a great example of, again, what I was talking about, where they try to make a pick onto Kalist. They don't have the damage to follow up, but you've invested all of Karzi's cooldowns, all of LeBlanc's cooldowns, and then you just have nothing left. So you have to run because the consistent damage is there for KC.
Well, dagged up. I think issue is the right wording. I think issue is definitely the right wording. As Baron O'Clock now thinks. Now, normally around this time of the game, we start talking about that third, fourth item. Endless hunger for Kalist. It's there. With the Last Whisper as well. I'm looking primarily at that top laner in Nako to see when he crests over towards that fourth item. He's been in side lanes now for a constant 9 to 10 minutes. So it's been a real passive play where he's been picking up waves, still scaling ahead. He's still 30 CS ahead of Kana, but if he's not interacting with the rest of the map, again, KC must be happy considering how it was going before as he continues pushing top.
I think at least this time, oh yeah, who wanted this, but this time around you have access to an inhibitor turret and he's away on this top side. If I'm Vitality, I think the only way that you can kind of carry this game through is if you try and drop this next dragon and all in on breaking that turn in the top lane.
Right.
Because as long as you can create multiple points of pressure on the map, then you can allow Naknako to try and do something. But at the moment, he's just been locked by KC in their defense.
I mean, he's just whacking away. Solar Flare down. He wants to take on the team, but public execution. Naknako, after such a great game, he's going to go golden as Counter-Strike is ticking over, but he's about to die. Jumps in, flashes over, but Kana matches. Naknako from brilliance to boredom as KC find not only him, but Humanoid as well.
How brave are KC feeling? Do they think this is a Baron call? Yike doesn't have his ultimate up and available. Yehu has flash, could fish for some of these members of Vitality.
Teleport's going to be burned. They're going to start this Baron right off. They've got 4 people, 4 stronger members. Naknako is carrying the game and now it feels like he might have thrown it away. He's got teleport, but in 30 seconds, I don't think this Baron will be left standing. Linces gets over the wall, but Kalist is just going to pivot over with an arcane shift. 7,000 as this Java needs to steal, but Yehu's in the way. Quickness burned out. Fletchy finds a good engage. Cataclysm buffers out, but Linces is isolated. Kana gets Fletchy on the wing, and Baron for KC with the game in a reachable mode has just been discovered.
And now you've got Baron for 3 minutes, which lets KC push these waves and keep control over Dragon. But you said it here, Naknako way overextended. Yes, you have some push in mid, but Jarvan's not there. Your Varus isn't there. You've forced a TP from Humanoid just to try and save you. But KC already in the position. They're able to finish you off. You give the gold over towards Kana as well. Like, it's all falling apart.
I think he just got bored, Dagda. I really think he got bored. He was farming for like 10 minutes. And Vitality are like, look, we got to do something around here in the Baron. But now over to KC. Gold lead for the first time in this game. And the Jax that was walking over feels less and less relevant as he goes back to the top lane. And I'm seeing Kana getting closer towards matching those items, but more importantly, being so much more relevant in a game that felt done by. It's 32 minutes in the game, and that Dragon's coming up in a minute to boot as well.
Kalist now with 4 items, going to back and start work on his 5th. He is in a very strong position. Yeah. Nearly 2k gold lead on himself. And at this stage, now you start to get control over the waves and are able to play around this Ezreal. Rather than KC having to constantly play defensive, they can now take an offensive position. The warding is going down. They can start to look for picks. And there is now no longer that pressure of Naknako suddenly taking your top inhibitor turret. But Kana still finds Naknako. But there's multiple members of KC in position here.
He does have G8 now available as well, but Busio has been layering the CC so well in this game. You could take one of those away at the very least. Naknako is still going to face check while the rest of Vitality towards bottom lane. Yeah, who's here by himself. Fletchy thinking about engage, finds him, shifting sands. It failed. It failed. Maybe a pick onto the Aziris. Kalist is turning the Cataclysm as well, but Linces flashed over the wall, even there for G8. That guy is about to die. Burns to Kalist in the end as well. Now Endless Hunger is activated as Naknako joins the fight. 1-for-1. A mid laner for a jungler as the shutdown is on your screen, but Vitality, how will they escape this? Humanoid, a little bit low. Doesn't have TP dagger. I don't think so, as Dragon is the contest.
Just a couple of seconds before that TP's back up. Naknako trying to step forward, though.
He's still tanking up to level 18. Counter-Strike again onto Kalist. He pulls out the ulti. The empowered strike's there. Goes on his first wall. Counter-Strike is ticking over the wall, but into a choke, into a corner. Naknako's running away. He thinks he's lost the fight because the whole of Vitality are in the dirt. Counter-Strike over the edge again. Kalist is going to space him out. Leap strike over to the Grom. Dragon down. Still looking like KC's game to recover. And as Naknako runs to the turret, he knows he's got to waste time, get some kills. Counter-Strike's going to be one of them. As he goes into GA, Busio has to run it out. Run it all the way out as he comes back to life. Counter-Strike spaced again, jumps back in, but Naknako, not the raid boss you thought, with KC controlling the stakes.
Well, it's just because as you go for this, Yehu, good ultimate, keeps himself safe. The damage isn't in a position to follow up on it. And Kalist just tanks the ultimate from Linces, who still dies. Yehu then becomes the focus. But KC managing to catch up to the play. They're just waiting on Kana, who's running as fast as he can through this mid lane. But with Humanoid down and on the reset, Vitality think maybe we can make this happen with Naknako. But there's only so much a Jax can do when you're trying to auto-attack down multiple members.
And remember, he went G8. He went Zonya. Yeah. You know, these items, while Zonya's great for the Jax kit, it's not like this guy had something like the Shojin in his kit. So the damage you can see is falling off a little bit. While it's still great,
we are indeed looking like we're going to get a series. KC now 3,000 gold up, and they're on Soul Point. They've got those crucial stats that are also helping Nako's damage get less and less.
And if you're Vitality, you have to start thinking about, you know, LEC playoffs, the versus playoffs, where you got that first win, it looked like it was good, and then KC managing to take game 2, push to game 3, and forcing a victory that knocked you out. And for Vitality, they had such a strong position in this game, but just haven't been able to crack the code on how to beat KC's defense.
It does feel like they stagnated for too long, Dagger. It feels like they put Nako in side lanes, but even with TP up and available, no one forced to play with him, or he didn't teleport in and join in that 4v4 we saw in the mid lane. As you said, Kana was chasing him. It was really well played from the top laner of KC, but I'm sure this is a game you go back and review and be like, this should have been an easy win with how big this Jax was and how monstrous he was coming out of lane. But doing nothing with such a lead is disappointing as he now picks up Wit's End.
Yeah, and we kind of talked about like Vitality being this upfront burst composition, but now you've got GA on towards Yike, Kalist just finished his GA, Zonya's for Yahoo, and you were already struggling to take someone out on that first bout. And now you have to do it a second time, maybe even a third time. It becomes incredibly difficult for Vitality to operate with this unless they immediately have Nako in the fight. And that's kind of what they're looking to do here. They're drifting him across, looking for a flank on KC, but KC just not taking that bite on the mid lane turret.
Kalist shortly behind. Booster trying to bait it in. CC means that Humanoid can't really run forward as Kazi gets tagged by a True Shot Barrage. KC push mid because right now they've got Kana pressuring the bot lane at the same time. That inner turret, not long for this world. Because Nako, yeah, he's level 20. Yeah, he's a raid boss. But we've been pretty pessimistic on how the rest of the performance has been going in the last 8 minutes.
And Nako's just hit full build. Like with Wit's End, he doesn't get any stronger. So now this gold lead only starts to diminish because Kana's going to catch up. He's one item behind.
Aaron.
KC.
Set up, Buzio, Hex Flash in onto Fleshy, uses the Solar Flare a little bit early. TP behind, but it's right in front of Kazi. Kana, a little bit ambitious, the rest of the team not here. Chains Corruption keeps him in place and with the quickness as well. They're making sure Kana can't get out. As he flashes through, there's still so much follow-up from Vitality. Kana will be kept in place. Nako helps with the shutdown, but Baron going down at the cost of Kana. It's worth if they can get out.
And they will. I don't think there's any way for Vitality to really stop them. Kalist interrupts his own back, though.
He stayed for the time being. He's got GA, maybe thought he could get a kill, and maybe he can. Yike also hovering around with his own GA. But one for Baron. That is the cost. Yes, that turret's dead. But that is the cost. 3,000 gold still in KC's favor, and they have Baron with a Dragon Soul up in 45 seconds.
They will have Kana at least alive for 15 seconds, so should be able to make his way out towards the objective as well. But Vitality, like, I think you need a miracle here. You need to try and find some sort of pick. They've invested everyone onto this bottom side, hoping that they can do just that. The KC not giving them that moment.
Fleshy's on a ward. KC have this river line for the time being. One going to be spotted out here in the Phalite brush. KC moving as a 3-man unit when 2 of them have GA and can play hyper-aggressive. Meanwhile, Yahoo, who has teleport, gets the inner turret on the top side. For Soul, KC looking to take this to a game 3. This fight is everything as Buzio flashes in. Zenith Blade almost gets Humanoid, but he burns his own flash. Buzio, incredible play, and now Humanoid's out of the fight.
But what do you do here as KC, or Nako? Like, you need to try and find engage on the backline.
Yike still no. Wait. They got the third Dragon, not quick enough as KC. Yike played for the steal, but after what was such a good setup onto Humanoid, I'm surprised KC didn't get anything from that.
Yeah, I really thought at that stage to be able to get into position and take it, but a sneak away from Vitality. Massive, honestly. Like, you have now bought yourself another 5 minutes.
I mean, that's incredible, but also I'm just mega surprised. And with that, as you said, it slows down a little bit again. Now, I feel like the game being slow, still KC have shown it's been in their favor, but I do worry about what could happen in the next 5 minutes, what could happen with a misstep. KC have to be meticulous here. As Vitality losing their own jungle, KC going to try and set up so that bot lane gets pushed in and mid alongside with it, because they've got Baron for 45 seconds.
Yeah, I do think Vitality have just been outscaled at this stage, though, so even though they get the steal, like, you can see KC, at least with the remnants of this Baron, want to see if they can crack the base.
Bliss gets poked out a little bit though. Nak is the one stepping up in the wave. Trisha Barrage, a bit of a swing and miss here. But mid lane, or rather, bot lane is also being opened up here. Teleport going to be burned by Humanoid. A last stand in the sand here for Vitality. Counter-Strike is down, but Humanoid not spotted out yet. Kalist is separated from the team. He's not poked out, but as the quickness comes through, Fleshy thought, nah, he's not getting anywhere. That's a bit of a whiff from the Vitality support. As the Sun Turret goes up to help them with their backing, and the Baron going to be used to open up that bottom lane turret.
Lucio immediately Mikhails himself off of the Varus ult as KC continue the siege.
Fleshy thinking about what angle he can pop with that flash, but remember again, no quickness. Humanoid sitting out with the distortion. KC running away. They've done enough damage. The base is broken with the inhib. As Linces is not even there, by the way. He's just going for a journey.
I think he's just trying to see if...
Just getting scuttle, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, get his own camps as well. I wasn't sure if they were like going to TP Nak-Nako up towards that top side, because it's a massive wave that is up there, and then maybe look for some sort of play, especially if it was like responded to by Kana's TP. Maybe you can make a play and a pick that way and answer for it, but not gonna be the case. Either way, there was 4 plates taken off that top lane, so the minions doing a lot of work to that top lane inhibitor turret.
True. I mean, with bot open up as well, what's really nice is the fact that that Baron comes up in 215, and you've got a strong bot wave pushing in with Soul on the horizon mixed in there. Such a strong position for KC still, regardless. As you said, scaling's a big question here, or rather a big statement, because it does feel like KC hold all the cards. As we're just going to have to at least wait and find out. 2 minutes on the board. This one's going late. This one is late.
I shouldn't have doubted you when you said you're 50 minutes.
I mean, yeah, I don't know why I said 50 originally. Maybe I just felt it, but it is Vitality at the end of the day. Vitality, nothing is ever written in the sand, is it? That's because you can't write in sand. That's a silly statement, isn't it? You can, but it's not very obvious, is it?
I don't know. I wouldn't say it's permanent.
I mean, if you write it, if you like SOS in rocks, yeah, you can see it.
Yeah, but you can also get your finger in it.
Yeah, that or a stick, yeah, but you can't.
Have
really
you never
see
seen like an old romance movie where they're like on the beach line together and it's like John loves Jane and all that? You know?
Sorry, but the movie.
John plus Jane,
but they're not writing in the sand.
It's bigger than forever.
They're kissing in the sand. Okay, I don't see them writing in the sand. That's when the waves come over and it's all
which
sandy.
can't be good. I feel like that ruins the moment.
That's what it's like, yeah.
Thanks for the auditory.
I don't remember them riding in the sand and that. There were other things going on. But what are we talking about?
I think it was League of Legends.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a late one. It's been a late one. I tell you what, we're going to 3. It does feel like that. But
it's a late one.
You can't ride.
It's 6:30, lad.
I know, but it's so dark in here. I don't know what time it is. My brain's getting cooked because I'm like, it feels like it's bloody 10 o'clock. But it's, yeah, you're right.
Oh, that's because we usually start so late. So it's an early day.
Triple best of 3. I mean, the fans are eating good. You know what? G2 get to finals at first stand and Riot like, you know what? We'll give you 3 best of 3s. Thank you very much, Riot. We appreciate that. Now, give us a banger team fight because that's all we ask. That's what we deserve. 45 seconds to see one, or maybe 20 if it is going to be the Baron flip.
Nak-Nako's on this bottom side, so I think KC were trying to force a play in mid, hoping that then they'd got Nak-Nako to reset. But now, Baron, as you say, 10 seconds, but that wave has been dealt with in bot lane. Nak-Nako can TP into the fight if they need it, as KC, I imagine, will start this on cooldown.
Yeah, because they have Cryo in the river. Vision is lackluster. Fnatic, or rather Vitality, excuse me. They're the ones who have to approach. Maybe I'm looking at the brush as Fleshy wants an angle. Kana gonna zone out. Nak goes in. It's a messy Baron. Nak-Nako's the one frontlining for now. As Linces also sets up the ulti. Kana first to go. Yike on his GA. He's gonna drop as well. KC have blundered it a bit. Jumping in. It's a triple. It's a triple into the GA. It opens up from Humanoid. And Nak-Nako finally. We see the lead play out. The top laner of Vitality. He comes in and he makes sure that it ends right here.
Nak-Nako played that perfect. He waited for the Emperor's Divide. He flashes to get the triple. Look at the laugh from that man on the camera. He knows he just pulled off a heist.
I mean, it has been 20 minutes of waiting to see what the lead does. Nak-Nako does it yet again. 6-2 and 8 as the mid turret's going to be pushed down, but the death timers, maybe Vitality think it's too long as he continues to push. Opens up and we go again, but Soul will be added into the mix for Vitality. as it doesn't look like KC can get there in time.
I mean, you see it here. So Nako goes in immediately as everyone starts to move away. There's a good engage followed from Fleshy. But as he goes into his GA here, watch how he plays around the Emperor's Divide, starts the counter-strike, debate yet who's Emperor's Divide, stands on the edge, and then leap strikes flashes to set up for the counter-strike. Again, Fleshy with the follow-up. And it just means Humanoid and Karzi are getting to one-shot and tap people as they start to walk on through. So well played by Nako.
I mean, that's what you want to see. Any Jax fan, any Vitality fan. He's laughing. Oh my God, Nako's laughing on them.
So actually he sold his GA off the back of that, but didn't finish an item.
He just got a tunneler.
Yeah, so I'm curious what the game plan is here for him. Like, is he close to an item? I can't see, I don't have it open, so I'm curious what is. I would have just kept the GA, like it's better stats than the just the tunneler by itself.
Yeah, agreed. Nako's laughing, so I guess it just doesn't matter, does it? Now, game is far from over, though. I do not believe we have seen the last of these two teams fighting it out. Well, of course we haven't. But do you think, Dagda, what do you think?
Well, the thing was, Baron didn't go down. So they got the mid inhibitor, Turret didn't get the mid inhibitor, and then backed away because of how low they were. So, honestly, I don't think Vitality got a huge amount off the back of that because it's not a game ender. And there's a lot invested, but Yike cost.
He cyclones as well. That's a big cooldown. And in fact, with his GA not up and available, Chains Corruption looks like a freebie. Humanoid gets Yike down for 65 seconds.
So KC trying to get on towards this midway, push them out so that then you can try and force some sort of big play to end the game. But for Vitality, with that play, that should be the Baron for themselves. This has been such an insane game.
It's been so back and forth. Vitality going to start the Baron, and no smite means no contest. They're not even going to stand near it for KC. It's not worth the risk. So Baron number 3 or 4 or 2 or 3. There's one of the, it's a third, I think. 4th. There's a lot of Barons in this game, but here's another one. So let's see if it ends. Because I don't know if another fight happens like it did for Vitality, the game's over. But KC, they have been very good with some of their picks. And Yike will be up. And in time, Dagda, of course, I mean, 3 minutes is the next play. It's Elder game. It's an Elder game. It's an Elder flip. I think that's what we're going to call it.
I mean, I'm curious because honestly with this now, Nako can play very heavily through side. Sold the GA, got the Sterix gauge, has reset now for the potion on top of that as well. So for Vitality, they are very strong and they are marching down this mid lane. Happy to just leave Kana to push out that top wave.
Linz is looking for the hover onto Yehu. Damage, you can see the numbers are good. In fact, Karzi has quietly been carrying with the damage as well. Both AD carries have, but obviously our mind is going towards the solo lanes. Is that damage? It's not going to be the. It's not going to be the line in the sand. Talking about bloody sand again. Inner turret goes down.
How would you draw that line in the sand, though?
I did it with a stick. But as long as you're close by, you will see it. Nako's pushing mid. Bot lane with 4 for Vitality. Top wave is not to be thought about right now. KC looking to defend. In goes Humanoid, sets it up. Public execution into the backline. Under Fleshy, it turns into quickness. Cullen has gone too far. He flies over the wall, but he still dies. Yike into GA's. Karzi is still alive. He Yomu's for the range. And there will not be a dead 80 carry on Vitality's side. The rest of the team pick up the slack, and Vitality have numbers.
KC couldn't follow up because Nako was threatening the dive onto the KC backline. And now they're going to start to make it back out, but Kalist pushing them back. The mid lane inhibitor will be what's picked up by Vitality. But if that's all, I mean, KC, like, this is going to come down to this Elder Dragon.
Elder, because, yeah, nothing can be done. Vitality can't
TP
get
down,
past
though.
the wave clear.
They want to keep pushing. They want to try and use this next wave before Kana and Yike are back up and available.
Got Baron, 50 seconds of it as well. Nako doing that as he tries to open up the bot side turret, maybe shepherding in the wave.
There's pings onto this top wave, though. I think KC thinking of maybe trying to force some sort of play if Vitality overextend. That's a massive wave for Vitality.
It is, but if they TP, they could just lose the game outright, trying to threaten the counter-strike as Humanoid jumps on in as well. Onto Buzio, the double sigil doesn't turn into a chain, but double inhibitor regardless. Vitality get the minimum and get out of the base. 25 seconds of the Baron. They've done enough here, but
The game will wait for this Elder to see if it goes to 3 or not.
Does that wave get the inhibitor barely stopped by Humanoid? But they still have to try and make it out. We see the replay here is it's all in from KC, hoping they can make the play happen. But it all ends up landing onto Fleshy. So he immediately pops the quickness, retreats with the rest of Vitality, keeps Carzy alive. But now, hang on a second, did they catch him?
Maybe they do. Let's go back to Live C. Fleshy caught out. Quickness comes out as well. Carzy, Chain's Corruption instantly cleansed away. Range doesn't hit Busio as the arrow is pulled to the right. Carzy just sends it back. He's so scared as Busio uses the Solar Flare in that play.
But Carzy uses Ultimate. Fleshy used the quickness. That's 2 of their big engage tools down. The follow-up for a lot of what has been like either Nako making a play and Fleshy coming in to follow, or that Varus lock-up.
Humanoid setting up again. Good damage even onto Busio. At half HP is the Leona. Flag down for the potential engage. Vitality thinking about how they go on in. Counter-Strike as Humanoid once again pokes over the wall. This LeBlanc has been getting better and better with age as at full build as well. I feel like Humanoid is doing so much work. Busio now at half HP is showing you that said work as KC hover around the Elder, spawning in 5 seconds.
Nako took Dread for himself, is now just hovering off of vision. Busio wants to try and spot him out, will see where Nako is and trying to mark him. But Nako can hop over the wall. There's Dragon at half HP.
Lince is in the pit at half HP. As you said, Dragon sits there. Humanoid needs to get on back in. It's precarious, but it's going to turn into a flip. A flip to see if we go to game 3. It's only day 1 of spring, but we are getting a treat onto Yike. The quickness comes through as Nako buys time to shot rush. It's taken. KC got it. Yike plays a smart fight and wins it out into GA, while Nako's going to teleport in for the base race. I don't think so. He's going to run in onto Nexus turrets, try and end the game. He's got the TV shield, but he can only get 1. Kana comes in to defend. Humanoid comes to join in, but the Elder goes to Carmine Core.
That smite from Yike was crucial, and it feels like we've said that so often for KC. This man, when it comes to these 50-50s, does not go by the regular laws of physics. He does it so often. And here, again, when it forces them towards a game 3, it's Yike's smite with everyone on Vitality trying to stop him that comes through again.
378.
And it's then everything on KC going their way. They know that they have the damage, and even with the TPs coming in, as Vitality try to go for the end, as Kana is able to TP out and doesn't get interrupted, he has the Elder, so Nako can't fight him. And once again, this game trudges on, but with 25 seconds on the Baron and Elder Dragon to their name, that could be again another moment where KC get to push in and try and end this game.
But Dagda with Lince is coming up in 5. This Elder is going to have about 3 waves on it with a Baron if they go for this Baron. The thing I see is that this game is not over yet. I see an Elder that is going to run through before they can do enough to the Nexus turrets with the range that Vitality have. Baron will go down quick, but 45 seconds on the Elder timer. I think we're getting a long one as Lince is dealing with the wave.
With Humanoid, they just want to stop it, make sure they can't. KC now trying to see if they can interrupt, but all you have to do is stop this wave from getting towards the turrets. But Baron minions though, 2 waves coming in. They have to hold for just a couple more seconds.
Bishop Raj to try and stop the back. Oh, it hits. Nako needs to get back. That gives them a bit of time. How many waves? Maybe 2. KC get the inhibitor in mid, in top, and here we go for game 3. Yike sets it up. The last wave of the Elder. His timing big, but Yike is isolated. He'll go into GA while Lince gets executed. Nako at half HP. The send back from the Streamer Shuffle is good, but Nako goes golden. He's bought time. 1 Nexus turret. KC might be doing it. An exposed Nexus with all the Baron minions hitting away. Nako is gonna die, and KC have not only broken my voice, broken the base, they've broken down the door to take us to game 3.
And they have broken the hearts of Vitality fans who believed that this top laner could get them to the promised land, but it's gonna be denied as an exhausted KC leave. But we're gonna toss it over to Yike, who's standing by with Shocks to tell us what the hell just happened.
I don't know. I mean, the series isn't won yet, but this game... Tell me first about the smite at Elder, actually.
Yeah, I'm just smiting it. You know, I lost one of the smites though, so I'm a bit sad, but I got the Elder, so we won the game on that.
Yeah. Tell me about the end of that game then, because it was still close. Naknako was so far ahead the whole game. What was the key to winning?
Yeah, I mean, we just had to like avoid the jacks, try to just not go near him and just kill others, and yeah, that's what we did, and then we managed to win like that.
And what about the back cancel right at the end? Kind of helped, right? Yeah.
Sure, like the S result?
Yeah.
I can listen to Smurf it there. Very good from him, yes. Now we go game 3, and I'm excited.
Yeah, we know what happened last time. I'll let you go to your team. Yeah, last time KC just picked up game 3. We'll see what happens in this one when we come back.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
After I'm done with you.
That's not going on the mic check. Wukong nothing.
Leon also nothing. Wukong doesn't.
I'm kinda out.
It's fake. Nice. Leon's dead as well.
Nice. I will be respectful.
Yeah, I take it actually.
Get in here.
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
Me. No flash. I need to dash out.
Yeah.
I'm looking.
Jack,
Target.
black and north.
Low. Nice. Jax has it.
Nice.
Oh, it's a banger kind of day, huh?
It's a banger. Yeah, nice. Nice.
Okay.
Welcome back to the LEC. After an absolute thriller game between KC and Vitality, I wanted to break down Ezreal and clear up some misconceptions I believe many people have about this champion. Now, 2 things about Ezreal. 1, he's not a poking champion. 2, you don't need to land Qs. Don't believe me? Let's watch this replay here. It starts off with Vitality and KC. They're cheesing Carsey. Does this look like a poking champion you're seeing from Ezreal here? No, they go all in and they just run them down because Ezreal, with lethal tempo, with his passive, gets a 50% attack speed from his, like, look at how fast he's attacking. Boom, boom, boom. The Qs are not landing, but it doesn't actually matter because when you're able to get onto the enemy target and all in them, that's when Ezreal does his work. You can see that Kalist, he's stacking the Q up on the waves to get his passive stacks so that once Busio is able to land the ultimate, they just have the damage to easily run him down with the spells landing and all of the auto attacks. And the biggest thing that I want you to take away is that Ezreal's early game power does not come from his Qs, it comes from his attack speed and his passive. And that's why you run lethal tempo as well. So even if you don't land the Qs, as long as you're stacking that passive up, you're gonna have a good time. Because enemy team is gonna be able to dodge your Qs. They're pro players after all. But we also have another pro player sitting with me right here, ex-pro player. Ex-pro player. Now coach.
Jax did also go crazy, so we can talk about all of that later. But
Imagine
yeah,
if he had a real weapon.
I mean, he has a lamp
Bonk, bonk,
pose
bonk.
that's even better than, like, you know, shooting your little pew 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 lasers or whatever you do on Ezreal.
I do want to jump in on I loved your breakdown there, and we were looking a lot at Kalist versus Carsey. Everybody kind of knows I'm a big Carsey fan. I think in late game situations he can step up to the plate, but you got to give so much credit to Kalist because from the beginning of the laning phase to actually the last seconds of the game where he cancels that base, he did so much in that game, and Carsey never really found the angle.
I think he had his work cut out from him, right? Because you're up against Knock-Knocko, who's absolute Thanos on this Jax, and being able to never give him that angle to really go on him, constantly kind of baiting him in with the Arcane Shift and going backwards. He always had the cleanse ready as well. I think it was a really good game from Kalist. I hope dispelling some of this notion that he's like always either going to choke it in late game teamfight or he plays too far forward, too cocky. I did not see that at all this game. I saw a player that was just locked in and played the teamfights well.
1 game sample size, but I agree with you. I think he's been extremely solid. And yeah, let's talk about the elephant in the room. That top lane was so fed.
It was extremely fed, but to be honest, in typical Vitality fashion, because it happened exactly against KC last time, production, okay, chat, everyone, production really wants you to find the difference between these 2 clips because it was exactly the same. So there we go.
Oh, Knock-Knocko is going in. Oh, he's going in.
He is going in, and in both of these clips, he is up around 4,000 to 5,000 gold. Oof. And in typical fashion, what happens afterwards doesn't matter, but we've seen it again, where he gets this incredible goal lead, you know, stellar performance in the laning phase, transitions well into mid-game, and then he just feels like, exactly like Jack said, he is Thanos. He feels like he can do absolutely everything, and he just ends up throwing the game.
It is the same picture.
It is
the
same
you were
picture.
getting at. I was gonna say, like, can we contextualize it somehow? Oh my God,
hey, I mean, Knock-Knocko is better than Bin.
Yeah.
I mean, Bin wins games, you know.
Bin's KDA is a little bit better.
It's true.
I mean, yeah, if he wouldn't end like he just did, I know it would pretty much be the same.
He never played him, so we don't know really.
True.
So this could be true.
We have 0 sample size.
Yeah, 0.
Might as well be true, yeah.
But in both cases, right, in the Yasuo game and in this one, obviously it's kind of easy to put the onus on the most fed
I think
champion.
It's unfair to blame Knock-Knocko.
It's unfair, yeah.
Like, Knock-Knocko was the reason they had a huge lead. Like, I just showed you on the screen, it was Carsey getting dumpstered in bot lane by Kalist. They kept falling behind, and even though Carsey did a lot of damage in the later team fights, as you can see, both of the poking champions here were poking quite a bit, it was Knock that actually leveraged his lead to give them such a good chance of winning, in which case he then eventually...
I want to ask you about something also, Jack, because when we were watching the game, we were watching the Elder, and you had a little bit of criticism because of how they played it. Why?
Like, the thing is, for me, the biggest pet peeve about League is when you've kind of like checkmated the enemy. Like, when you have 2 inhibs, all you have to do is just nothing. Because if nothing happens, eventually the minions will end the game for you. And you have TP as well, so you can just TP in. But watch here. Carsey's Eing the Elder. Linces is hitting the Elder. Now Carsey starts hitting the Elder. And it's like, guys, stop hitting the Elder. We're making Yike's life super easy right now by hitting the Elder. If we just ignore it and force Yike away, then KC has no win con because they need the Elder to actually die to get the fight. And in which case, like, if this fight happened 10 seconds later, then Knock can TP in, the Nexus towers are already low, and it's just GG.
Yep.
Okay, Jack, but cool analysis. You know, series last time went exactly the same. Do you guys remember what happened game 3?
A beautiful draft.
This crime happened. So
they did say they're bringing it back. I mean, Carsey did say that.
The thing is, the messed up part is that I believe him. I am really scared that he will just do it again because this was something.
But is everything still available? I think it is. Everything's no, not the Seraphine.
No, the Zinzao is out, but
the Seraphine is also out.
I mean, you can just put in like Karma there instead. I don't know.
Yeah, that works.
The same. Yeah.
So regardless, we had 2 bloody games, and I had so much fun. But just come on, guys, just game 3. Don't let me down. Just good drafts.
We bring this up a little bit as a joke, but it's actually not a joke. It's very serious because Pat was very, very apologetic about that. Also, right?
Was he? Did he not? No, he said they said they thought it was good.
Oh, well,
that's why everyone was mad. That's why everyone was mad.
In Shox's head, the draft was so bad that the coaches must have been apologetic.
No, they said it was good and they liked it.
They had like a public apology, I think. No, I don't think
they didn't apologize for this.
No, they didn't.
What?
That was the worst part. They didn't.
Okay, so they didn't apologize, so I don't care.
Well, they're running it back.
Well, now they get to see if it's actually like, you know, if they actually believed it was good or bad. Because we're gonna get to see draft game 3, hopefully some spice. Because game 2 delivered 50 minutes, games of complete banger. I was at the edge of my seat.
Yeah, I mean, it was 1 game sample size of this draft, so maybe.
Yeah. He's on stage, but he looks stressed. I'm not gonna go talk to Pod right now.
Yeah, probably. I mean, probably not like.
Actually, do you want to apologize for that thing that happened last night? But the way all of Vitality who let us down apologize is by drafting a banger draft.
Yeah. But you know what would be the craziest thing?
What?
They just do it again and they win this time.
But they wouldn't count. They don't have Seraphine.
I mean, they can cook up some.
Yeah, if you just have like a generic.
Yeah, put Carsey on Nami.
I mean, I don't think that's winnable. I don't think that's like, how do you farm?
Unlike this,
guys, like, let's relax. You guys severely underestimate the things that are happening in that Vitality camp, because if there's Carsey deciding to, like, you know, take over a draft in game 3, some magical things might happen.
I mean, I think Carsey hyper carry could go pretty hard.
Yeah.
I mean, especially, I don't know, you two feel like, I feel like at least, you have the notion that Carsey is like more clutch and he's gonna level up in this last game.
Yeah.
I think Kalista has his number this series.
I'm known to be delusional. I am an EU fan after all. But generally, I don't know. If you give Carsey an opportunity to carry a late game team fight, and he's on a hyper carry or something good.
Had a few opportunities last.
This is true.
I mean, that's like a 55
He didn't let me finish.
Okay.
He succeeds 50% of the time. So.
Yeah, he will run it down sometime.
I like those odds.
What's Kalista's percentage then?
Also 50.
Oh.
We saw one
Either
game
it happens or it doesn't, huh?
But see, with that stat, do you guys think that Carsey actually cares about numbers and statistics and stuff?
No, I cares about winning.
Yeah,
well,
I
don't know.
If this guy runs it down, he will run it down. You know, it's all in the spirit of winning.
But you know, I also feel bad for Linsas, man.
Why?
But he had a great series so far. He did exactly what he was probably, I'm not going to put words in Pad's mouth again, but he probably set out to do exactly what they needed for the team, but they just couldn't parlay it.
I love it's just a recurring bit that you're constantly. I think Pat said like really well this game.
Pat said he loves Jack Spectra. Also, that's crazy. Anyway, but this is a chance for redemption, right? Okay, this isn't round 2 of the playoffs, but it's a pretty big deal if you get the best of 3 win over KC here. But KC, yeah, Yike said it. Just gonna run it back.
I mean, I think it's a redemption arc, as you say, for Vitality, and just a chance to show that the last playoffs that we saw that was really disappointing game 3, that it wasn't them, and that now with a different draft, a different scenario, that they can really come out on top, as we'll see what they look together.
I'm gonna cheer for every good pick.
You're gonna boo for the bad picks as well?
I hope we chill for a little bit at least then.
Yeah.
The thing is, I don't really know because I'm not an analyst, so I just might.
Oh my God, we can gaslight her to thinking this is good.
This is good.
Oh, this is good. Yeah, Vitality is doing
I'm
great.
like, yay, maybe. Anyways, but what are we looking at then? What's Ruffs?
That's okay, we can see them. It's Yunara and Rise Band as the first two, which makes sense because now when you're in game 3, you're looking at the power picks, and when you have tier 1 power picks in the likes of Rise, Yunara. I'm looking at Taliyah, Vi as well that might come out. Well, Vi did get out, but and also there's a lot less combos now for bot lane because I'm looking at there's still stuff like the Nico that is open and pairing it up. There's still like plenty of enchanters that you might be seeing in this game 3 because there's Karma, there's Lulu, there's Nami, so we might have like a little bit of a sleeper game there.
I think Corki Nami definitely could come out. There's also Cassante for an easy blind for Naknako if he wants to look for that, or even Kana. But they took out the Sion ban, so trying to target that. I don't know if that's... Do you feel like that's setting up for a Cassante pick in case the enemy then can't match a tank?
Yeah, well, the thing is now when Sion is out, you get one tank in the top lane, and I think especially with this Nautilus ban, you're looking at stuff like Karma first pick or even the Lulu first pick, because if you take out tank on one side, then your comp will suffer later when you go for these sorts of enchanters. Exactly, Karma's coming in.
So Karma's this high prio, that you're just going to look the first pick at.
It's a prio bot, right?
But even with Varus and Ezreal and Caitlyn out, like I feel like there's not that many good pairings with the Karma at this point.
Oh,
but just no, so it's like it's wins versus the other enchanters, right? Because right now enchanters are quite popular. Well, you can go the route of Braum, but then you might just be losing.
There's no way you're picking Braum into the Karma. That's like such a horrific matchup for the Braum.
We did it in Los Ratons.
Yeah, what? Is pod drafting for Casey? What the hell?
That was you drafting. Yeah.
I'm gonna drop the joke right now. It's over.
But yeah, I'm curious if they do go for this Braum route or they just match with Enchanter, because that's my first feeling. Okay, we might be
Corki Nami, no?
Corki Nami,
with Nami you get to sustain.
I mean, you can go Cassante, and then if you really want the Cassante, but then you open yourself up for Gnar. I feel like Cassante might just be a little trap here. You can go for the counter pick for like, the Nami on 3, if you feel like there is one big prio pick right now on 2. Maybe, the sorts of Taliyah, because it's open. Or just the top lane prio pick, but I'm expecting to just...
Vi is also open. No, Vi is banned, actually.
Yeah.
Is it? No, Ari is open.
Ari is open. I said Vi. I was thinking about power pick junglers that you could look to pick here. There's the Rumble.
Is open.
But Rumble into Karma feels kind of bad, no? Because she has that macro shielding.
Yeah, you can boo for that a little bit.
Well, I'm not talking about KC draft. I'm only talking I'm not risking booing Casey.
That is a risky move.
I'm not doing
indeed.
that.
But yeah, Rumble seems a little bit...
It's hard into Karma?
I mean, it's just annoying later on because you can always mantra shield your equalizer, which negates a lot of that power that Rumble has, and then you can also kind of kite him out with the movement speed that Karma provides. But I mean, with the top laners being taken out, now you just get the Rumble Cassante kind of handshake.
Yeah.
Although Naknako on Cassante, we've seen pretty crazy things from him. So I'd say it's deserves the cheer.
I would say that Rumble is usually farming this matchup, but knowing that it's Naknako, you might be seeing some solo balls, a little bit more aggression from the Cassante side. The problem with the Rumble, just to go back to the Karma point, is that if you're going for an enchanter on bot lane, the team fights are just not static enough for Rumble to be getting a lot of benefit, because he wants to have a good equalizer, line everything up. But then if you have Enchanter on both sides, then everything is like, so quick that it feels like you have to 360 no-scope to land your ulti. It's just difficult.
What do you think about Jhin? I know a lot of fans
actually, let her. Yay or nay, come on. It's Vitality, you can do it.
No, but I've seen really good Jhins also.
Yeah, I don't know. Jhin, for me, I think he's pretty good, especially when you're not up against tanks.
Even with Karma?
I mean, the thing is, that's the problem when you're first picking Karma here. You have a pretty limited pool of ADCs that you want to play, because you really want to play something that has a bit longer range, that can facilitate that poking playstyle that you want with the Karma. But since Caitlyn out, Varus out, Ezreal out, there's not a whole lot of options. I think Jhin is the next best one.
But range wins?
And you see already that enemy has barely any frontline.
Yeah, exactly. So the saving grace of the Jhin is the squishies, because everyone criticizes the Jhins, especially in EU, because they lose to the shopkeeper because there's just too many tanks on the enemy team. But right now, when you're playing versus so many squishies, realistically, you can buy any item in the shop and the pick is still okay, right? It's just...
Maybe not AP.
Yeah, maybe not AP. I mean...
Do a full trap.
Oh, I've seen some videos where it's kind of cool when it hits, but it won't really hit. But... yeah, regardless, I think Prio is still on the side of Jhin Karma, I would say. So that will negate a lot, or like boost the Jhin a little bit.
And Busio's pretty cracked, I think.
I mean, Busio Nami with the bubbles, he put on a
he was
show
the one.
Really
he was the one.
Barcelona. That was really nice. But yeah, Jhin Karma should be getting that Prio. We'll be seeing what Casey want to go for. I think you do want to maybe try to look for the tank junglers, just because you're up against the Jhin, and you don't have any frontline of your own, but it's actually them taking out the Dr. Mundo themselves instead of looking for it. I'm thinking even like something like the Skarner, that Shifters
Skarner would
play.
be great, actually. That is one of the saving graces that you can make, the Rumble work well with Enchanter, is that you find the sort of combo in the jungle. And I feel like Skarner, we haven't really seen it, but on this patch with the buffs that he received, he's actually in a pretty good state, So we will see later on if it makes Azir even more boring than he is, or we're back into the dark days, but it is an option right now to find a little friend for the Rumble.
Oh, they banned the Skarner out, actually.
Yeah.
And the thing is now, I think you need to go a Bruiser for KC here, because you could go something like the Maokai, but then you're really locked into an AD mid.
Yeah.
So it's probably just going to be like, what Bruisers are even available, to be honest?
I'm looking at Zahen.
There's no way he goes Kha'Zix blind pick. Then they go mid on
Look
4.
at that smile.
And last pick jungle.
Oh.
I think Nocturne is useless.
Oh, yeah?
I hate Nocturne.
Why?
I just think it's like, what always happens is you can't go in as Nocturne because you're too squishy. And then you just ulti, and then you either go in and die, or you don't do anything and your team just loses. That's what I see every time.
For me, the critical point now is, do you find... I mean, so KC's comp is a little bit all over the place, right? But the thing is, it can still be fixed on 5 if they find a good combo for it. Because what Nocturne does, it enables, creativity in team fights with, flanks, vision denial, and all of this stuff. The Annie...
Thinks he's Knight.
I mean, it's all right, because the thing is, on Vitality side, that the team fight is like so static, and you have so many squishes in front of you that you don't really need to find anyone.
I'm gonna say woof to that.
Yeah, I mean, I like that.
Yeah.
I think now you have a lot of firepower in your mid jungle. It makes a lot of sense to go this facilitating mid laner and then go the carry for the jungle. The only thing is you're giving 2 squishies for this Nocturne, so he has more of a target. So maybe a little bit more frontline would have been nice just against that. No, if Veigar would be crazy. But it doesn't really synergize that much with the Nocturne. So I think going something like the Ahri that can dive in with the Nocturne makes a lot more sense, and that's what they end up going for.
Okay. So did it save the draft, the Ahri?
It gave you another window of,
One charm.
Yeah, yeah. It gives you another win condition, but it doesn't really gel everything together. It feels like it's still disjointed with half of the team wants to go in, half of the team wants to keep it a little bit static. But, on the flip side, you have a lot of tools to win, right? So they do have a lot of pressure on themselves on the side of KC to win the early game, because if you reach mid-game, your comp doesn't really matter. As long as you have an overload of tools that you can use to win team fights, it will happen. But if you're even, I feel like going at minute 15, I think that's where KC's comp falls apart.
Yeah, I think it's a hard draft for KC to play. They need to find an early game advantage, and team fights are going to be rough for them.
Okay, but we saw what happened last time. It was KC that dealt a knockout blow to Vitality, and Vitality, they are looking for revenge, but will they find it?
Thank you very much, Shox and Desk. We were sitting here having a giggle at the Shox reactions to every pick. Oh, yay! Oh, it's not good. Oh, no. It's just, the comedy was great, so thank you very much for that. Minute 15, KC must start fast or it will be ended quick. I understand, I see. They weren't too much of a fan of the Nocturne pick, Dagda. So we're gonna have to see if Yike can carry, because last game, I'm gonna be honest, completely destroyed my voice. My voice wasn't strong today. I apologize to the people in the crowd and the audience and the people listening at home. But man, that last game absolutely kicked us off to what is going to be a great split. It's only day 1, and we have gotten double best of 3, going the distance. This is our region. Second best in the world. Second best, we beat everyone, but LPL. Yeah, but BLG. Yeah, I think we're doing all right. Will Vitality have any damage this game? Yes. They've got a Jhin, they've got a Nefiri, they've got an Annie.
Yeah, I think the Nefiri is
okay.
the main one.
What do you mean Jhin is okay? No risk, no Ferrari. Well, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think anyone's driving a Ferrari in Berlin. The traffic here is awful.
Or we could get one of those ones that are like the toy ones, for kids that you can sit in and drive.
Sit in like the Mundo one. You know?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good idea. In fact, do you know that the majority of people with Ferraris, they rent them?
Oh.
They're not actually bought, It's actually a huge rental service.
I mean, I can imagine, right? Like, if you want to splurge for a weekend.
I'm going to interrupt me to tell you about Lince's invade.
Okay.
This was pick up red buff, avoid vision, because you can see there's a red ward in front of this Raptor Dagda, to go and get blue on the other side of the map. Is it genius, or will Yike know? I don't think
I don't think he will. I think there will be a moment where he goes, hang on a second, why haven't we seen him on the on this ward, but
I think he thinks Krugs.
Well, I think that like at this stage, I think you kind of start to figure out the jig is up. Like, see, there's the ping. Like, why is he not here? Like, Inferi also clears, I think, a little bit faster. So I think Yike now will be like, hang on, okay, he's definitely gone for an invade of some description.
So Grom taken down. Level 3 acquired. Backing out of the jungle. Smooth criminal. And this gets out as Kana just gets rolled by Nuko. Good trade so far. And, I mean, thank you to our production saying last time that they met in the playoffs, this matchup was pretty good for Kana, but so far good start for Nuko as Yike looks for the invade after the ball expires, sees him, helps out. Oh, okay, it goes over to Linces, I believe. Dag. Or he got a Yike, he's got the CS for it.
No, because he did full clear and the camp on bot side, which is 4, and then so Linces managed to sneak it.
Okay.
But the problem here is that Yike is kind of nowhere to go now for a little bit.
True.
So he will get the Scuttle Crab and then back away. But I don't know where he tries to go after that. Because I imagine Linces will kind of go full clear this top side into the Crab and then back out. So maybe he can try and make a gank somewhere, but I'm not entirely sure where.
Wait and see as Kazi gets bubbled up. Good Aqua Prison here from Booster. Kalist jumps forward. Deadly Flourish still connects. Kazi has 2 shots in the chamber to really do some hurt. There we go. With the Dancing Grenade as well. A really good trade on the back end of Kalist.
Yeah, so I wasn't sure if Fleshy now off that trade would try and back away and cover for the Krug invade, because that is basically what Yike is trying to go for now.
That reset, didn't it?
I believe, yes.
Yeah, a little bit, not massive, not full reset.
I mean, still though, like for Linces, you're pretty happy. You got an extra camp, or you got 2 camps, sorry, on this top half or bottom side of the map for yourself, but now he's in behind. Will be spot on the ward as Yike.
Kazi, flash, wait, mana for Q, not yet, auto attack, out of range. Kalist flashes as well as they just say, okay, jungle gang's coming, let's look for the kill. Deadly Flourish, connects, first blood, auto as well. Kazi 2 for 1. The chatness of this 2v2.
They immediately play forward and just say, look, we're going to get the kills. And also, Fleshy will be able to push in this wave on bot side, so you'll even lose a little bit more for KC as well. Great stuff by Karzi and Fleshy to set that one up through.
And the wave gets pushed in as well, Dagda, so Kalist is going to miss all of this. Kazi gets a BF sword on the way back, and Linces is invading top Krugs as we watch the replay once more.
Yeah, so Karzi just not quite enough damage to finish off Busio, but a great Deadly Flourish to pick him off, and then stepping forward to finish off Kalist as well. He just got that little bit too close.
Yike walks away with the kill, but 500 in the bottom lane. As I said, BF sword, nice and early for Kazi. It's a huge win for Vitality's early game, and let's be real, all 3 games have been Vitality's early game, as we once again experience why they're at this point of match point, or rather were last game.
But it was also Linces invade on the top side to steal away the Krugs while that was happening simultaneously. So he's getting a camp lead for himself, he's a level lead, and now here we go.
Hibbers, no, too early, but it's a stun. Nevertheless, the root down as well. Charm just out of range. Fleshy spaces it, but Yahoo now down a flash too.
Humanoid should be able to hit level 6 off the wave. May look for a little bit as Yahoo sticks around.
Humanoid has Tibbers now.
Yeah.
He doesn't have flash available. Yahoo steps in range. Humanoid will press R. Yike nearby. No paranoia available to cut the gap. As Yahoo just has to pay respect. He's got to lose these minions.
Yeah, Yahoo thought they might have been able to make a play, so stuck around. But as you say, it doesn't mean he's going to move out again. Cancels the reset. But I'm not sure what the game plan is here.
Wave gets pushed in. Yahoo gets a minion wave. I guess Humanoid's just going to back off.
Yeah. I wasn't sure what the plan was, because looking at Linces, very close at level 6, but Yike going to take the crab on the bottom side. So Linces will be delayed on that level 6 and maybe could have tried to make a play in towards the mid lane. Was that?
I think we're just watching him on the way back. No, nothing big. What did you think? What did you see?
Sorry, for a second I wasn't sure if Kalist had taken us, but just because the observers held it, and I was like, no.
They like the wiggle.
Yeah.
You know, they're
I mean, who
corgi.
doesn't? Who doesn't? You know?
Everyone loves a corgi. That's true. KC in this early game, down 1,000 gold. Now, what we saw from Kazi, a bit of an issue to start the game off. I think what we're also seeing is that Humanoid in the 1v1 is doing quite well, but maybe it changes with Yahoo getting the Spirit Rush available. What I'm more concerned about is that Yike was losing his camps, is slowly trailing towards level 6. Linces right now in a pretty decent position, as he's got the bottom lane intact, and maybe that leads to an early dragon for Vitality here in this game.
But it's also no flash on bottom lane. And Karzi and Fleshy are doing a good job of keeping control there, as Linces has just ticked over to level 6. Hovering mid, but with no flash on Humanoid and Spirit Rush available for Yehu, I don't think they're going to be able to make too much happen.
Tibbers is already out as well. It's just getting pressure down so that maybe Linces can turn this into an early dragon. We'll wait and see though, as Tibbers just goes to the left, somewhere out there. Just, yeah, a bit of vision. The range on that thing, I think, is pretty good. I think Tibbers' range is a little bit too far. Naknako gets burned, equalizer down, flashes out. Kana in the 1v1, starting to feel real good.
Naknako missed the W, so Kana kind of seeing his opportunity, especially with the Ignite in this top lane. Would have been able to finish off Naknako. Now flashless, I think it leaves Naknako kind of a little bit more vulnerable on that top side, especially because you want to try and use this spike when you get the ultimate to play aggressive in the matchup. Definitely less so when you don't have that flash available.
True.
I'm also keeping my eyes on Yike, who's just finishing off his camp, but still sitting in behind his bottom lane. Not certain if there's going to be any play from Linces in the bot lane.
It's like covering that bot lane is so important. The way things went earlier, especially since Kalista doesn't have that flash available for another minute or so. Curtain Call now available for Kazi as well, so a bit of extra range if Linces gets involved. The reason why Yike is probably a bit scared of what's going to happen down here. As Void Grub's now spawning that dragon, though, still sitting there. And it has been a late dragon for the past couple of games.
Yeah, I mean, Vitality have had a ton of pressure on the bottom side that could have lent into the play, but with Humanoid burning his ultimate early mid and Yehu having that push, I think Linces was a bit uncertain about actually trying to go for the objective. So they're going to be happy enough instead to take Crab on top side, probably pick up some of these Void Grubs, and then after, once you start to get this cooldown back for Humanoid, actually look for a dragon take.
But again, what they were saying on desk and why Vitality might be just happy to chill from now is that they were worried about KC first 15 minutes of the game. What they do here is Naknako gets hurt down a little bit by Kana and sets up maybe for Yike. So KC obviously want to push the tempo a little bit, get this game rolling. As Grubs is started by Yike, but Lince is still up in the top side. We'll see if he actually pulls off the blue to go for the contest. And Dagger, I think I'm getting my answer.
Yeah, I think he's just going to stick around, especially the fact that he used the W between the camps there means that he doesn't actually have it if a fight was to kick off. So Yike going to be able to pick these ones up. I'm going to be kind of happy with how things have gone because it's stabilized now with the experience and with the camp takes.
Curtain Call. Wait, Kalista in trouble, flashes away early. Third shot connects, fourth. Will as well. Barrier comes out to make sure that he survives a little bit more than he'd like. Yeah, he's okay for now. He'll accept the wave as well as Kazi. You can see his damage is already immense. Oh my god.
Yeah, Yehu leaning down to try and help out.
He does have flash, but I guess Bussio's there, so no kill.
Still, I would have liked to have seen Linces trying to attempt at least some sort of play now towards his bottom side. Looks like he's pinging to go for the dragon, but I think it is definitely needed here. Like, sure, you don't have to go for the dragons, particularly early, but I definitely think using how well this bot lane has gone for you should be what Vitality are looking for.
I mean, it's a great start. We said it at the time, we'll say it again. Great start, especially since that is a Storm Razor's picked up pre-10 minutes. So Kazi, first to be on the board, along with that experimental hex play by Yike, but cheapness of items. By the way, Hubris picked up as the first item by Linces, so if he can snowball this game, that is going to be a hot dog.
Now trying to play around Humanoid, who can do it, but Humanoid just used the stun before Vitality actually went for the all-in, so now trying to get it back up, but Humanoid at half health.
And just thinking about the angle he can pull out, just waiting out. He's going to eviscerate a little bit onto Yehu, pulls out the Spirit Rush. Paranoia comes in as well. Flash over the wall, waiting for the W. It's going to be burnt. There's Linces onto a pack, though. KC find them group, but Tibbers comes out in response onto Yike. Low health bars, but a reset over to Linces, but Aqua Prison perfectly done, but still, reset comes first. Called pack's now down as the dog is down as well. Ends up being a trade of junglers as the fight dismembers.
Very messy though, and honestly, for KC, I think you're happy with the way that one went. It was a 1-for-1, but as you already called out, Storm Razor's already picked up for Karzi. The fact you were able to get a kill back, I think you're pretty happy with. I think Vitality missed playing on how they set that up, unsure as to exactly the target they wanted to go for, or how they wanted to try and play through Karzi in that.
We have the Captain bug. War.
We're gonna,
No, we'll stay on it. It's like white noise. You know, for my kid, I put white noise on every night. And now I go to my Spotify and I open it up, and it's just white noise playing in my earbuds when I come back. I'm just like, oh my God, go to bed. Replay here, 1 for 1.
But this is the thing, Vitality turn on towards Yehu, who has the Spirit Rush, but that means you're now completely separated, put yourself between the wall and your escape. So here, KC happy to try and follow up, and you see it's just making it very difficult for Carzzy to really get any of the targets that he wants to. He's taken a ton of damage thanks to poke from KC as well. It felt like Yehu was the wrong target to try and commit for in that play.
But in the end, kill goes over to Carzzy again. 3 kills for this guy, while Dragon comes back to when we're live. Now, Dragon being down, Mountain Dragon first, Infernal next. Vitality are on the board. And to repeat the desk, right now maybe Vitality are pretty happy where the game state is at. Considering the first 15 minutes, KC haven't been able to really snowball and set off with a couple of good Nocturne ultis. But it's still early days yet. It's all out. Nucker looking for the flip, finds it anyway. Now here we go. True Damage just kind of puts down the equalizer, but it is going to be ulti for ulti as both top laners disagree.
Yeah, Nako just walking away from that one. Know that you still have Yike's ultimate available, so didn't want to get caught by that. As Yehu getting some decent chip damage on mid as well. Like, yes, like you're kind of saying Vitality somewhat happy with how the game is going, but I mean, Carzzy got an advantage, but it's Kalist who's actually taking these turrets. Yeah. It's 3 kills to 1, but the gold going to be fairly even. Like, you're not really being able to play through these strengths as Vitality, and you're just picking up in the individual lanes these small advantages, like Yehu getting that turret plate, like Kana, who's getting the better of Nako again in this top side.
And it does feel like these are the moments where we were having that grub discussion. This really comes into effect, right? Carzzy's a little bit slow to lane, however, the fact of Kalist getting 3 plates just then and being able to close up an 800 gold gap is just crazy. So the grub's doing a lot of work and giving extra time to KC, who now have a gold lead here in the first 14 minutes of the game. And not only that, the lane that we haven't really talked about, because we've just expected it, is that Kana is doing so much good work against Nako in the top lane, as he's found himself 500 up against his fabled Cassante.
Yeah, that's what I was referencing when I was like, look, this is the same matchup that we saw last time, but it's Kana who's been able to get the advantage again when we saw these two face up. And I think you kind of, at this stage for Vitality, have to just let it go. Like, let Nako do his thing. You need to start getting some success for Linces. And traditionally what we've seen with the Neferi is play throughout mid lane, look for invades, set up for these big advantages. But it's KC who are invading and KC who are on the ball first here.
Just be careful though. Again, the range of Carzzy gives such a nice trap here for Vitality to pounce. But they get the blue buff, they get on out, they don't overstay. Linces wasn't there, he now claws his way up as Yike setting for the paranoia. It's going to be jumping onto an anti-flush away, but I think the damage could be done. Tibbers comes out, but it's not enough to get Yike off his head, and Yehu picks up Humanoid. Tibbers gets angry, but a great pick from KC as they look for a little bit more. Yehu flashes Charms, gets a flash out of Fleshy as well, but KC pounds, and it's a great play to get more gold in top lane.
It's 2 ults invested though right before this Rift Tower comes up. So if I'm Vitality, I think that gives me a little bit more confidence to try and make that play happen. Only downside is Humanoid doesn't have his ultimate available either, which is a pretty key tool for a lot of their engage and setup. But Carzzy still putting some hurt onto Kalist here.
Full shot now equipped. Kalist though steps up. He has Busio by his side. Foster's bomb flashed away from. Well done from Kalist and Busio. And Fleshy gonna have to dodge away from the Aqua Prison. His movement pretty clean here, but with the Gatling gun and a couple of autos as well, he's just dead. Curtain call under the turret while Temple. Well, Sarah's setting up the ship. Oh, that's a ship. I'm sorry. I got distracted. I'm like, it's not a tidal wave, that's a ship.
Yeah, I mean, keeps himself safe. Denies Carzzy being able to set up with the ultimate, and he has to back away. I think that could have been a very different situation, especially if he clipped Kalist. I thought that Deadly Flourish had hit Kalist and kept him under terror, but either way, off the back of it, Vitality still get the Rift Herald because KC had to back away and they don't have those ultimates.
Lince is still going to get the Herald though, big win, but I will say, we've talked about him a lot, and yet again he's benefiting. Kalist heading forward, and last game this was his Ezreal, but on the Corki, the way he's caught up after 2 kills going over to Carzzy is exceptional. Really firing on all cylinders. I feel like LEC versus playoffs, we talked about Busio a lot, but we said Kalist was getting caught out. Kalist wasn't really pulling his weight. So far, start of the split, Kalist has had a pretty good opening series, as now with Paranoia here, what the hell? Okay, that was the all-out. Nako invented teleportation.
So he ulted Nocturne while midair, and Nocturne can't be interrupted while using his ultimate, so they just swap places. And works out perfectly. So I think Nako, like, good call, honestly, to set that up. And
is he okay? Is he okay? Kana's going to auto. Flame Spitter out. Nako ignited, gets away safely. Safely, yes, only just. But Kana is once again doing what he did in LEC versus playoffs. He is burning Nako down to a crisp.
Especially with the flash now gone and Dragon in just a couple of seconds. Going to make that a little bit easier for KC to try and play around Nako. Kana did burn his flash in the engagement as well. So you kind of got both top laners a little bit more vulnerable. Vitality trying to set up on mid. But Kalist, again, getting great damage off here with the Nami.
Again, Kazi, even with a rapid fire cannon, 2 items. Kalist feel confident to go up against him. Here's a curtain call, but there we go. The Flying Dutchman. Kazi sets out the 3rd shot, but doesn't get the 4th. But Equalizer comes on down, fleshy low, but uses the mantra Inspire. Everyone gets away with the shield as KC held strong with only 3 people. Even without Yike pulling the paranoia, in a good spot.
Should be the Dragon then for KC. And a much better time for them. Still Nako though, putting pressure on towards this top side. I think he's just getting a little bit of chip damage onto the tower. But again, for KC, I think you're happy with the way things are going. Kalist is doing a really good job of using this Triforce Bite alongside the Nami to punish anytime Karzi and Fleshy stay up. And that's 2 kind of pseudo objectives that they've gotten. Like the blue buff invade worked out well for them, and now they've gotten an actual Dragon off the back of it as well.
But Vitality want to pull off a bit of gold from this mid lane play with the Herald as well. Linz is going to get the charge on in. Not going to take down the turret completely, but the Aqua Prism, that's more impressive. Linz presses W and calls his pack to get him out of dodge. Busio flexing the muscles of that Q. Vitality get a bit of gold, but they do not burn down the turret in the end.
Yeah, but it was traded for damage from Kana onto the bottom lane turret. Didn't quite want to stick around to finish it off as Vitality started to shift down towards that bottom lane. Actually does in the end, managed to get it. So fair play to Kana. But I'm looking at Nako sitting in this top side. I think he's looking for a Pele on towards Yahoo.
A what, sorry? A Pele?
A play.
Oh, you said Pele.
Oh.
You did.
A great football player. You know?
I was like, hey, an Irish word for play.
No, that's Immerge.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Are you going to be sad that, as Busio flashes away, be sad that you don't get to say RNG ever again?
Yeah.
I think the audience is.
Yeah.
I mean, no more RNG.
It only depended if you watched me in the LPL or not. You know?
A lot of people did. A lot of people loved RNG. Much better than the original team, especially with how it ended. Where were we? Yeah, you can't draw in sand. Yeah, I don't know about you. You just can't. It's silly. You're going to be right next to it.
But you have to draw a line in the sand.
Yeah, but I guess a big line, like you can see it with a stick, because you see a bump in the sand.
Yeah.
You can't, like, if you spell out letters, you're not going to know what's going on.
Do you just not know how to read?
No, it's just to draw. No. 20 seconds till Baron. 3 minutes till Dragon. Get off my back. It's 2K gold lead for KC. And it does feel like a good game state for them. It feels like it's pretty good and pretty well set up with everyone having a lead. But I think what's more impressive is the fact that even after the Whoopsie VOD, that bot lane is so damn relevant. In fact, feels stronger. Linz is not starting this off cooldown. Do not worry.
No, he was actually hiding in by the red buff there. I think looking for a gank on towards mid. But Yike able to spot him out and keep him pushed back. But still, you can see from Vitality, they are trying to get positions where Linces can jump in.
Yeah.
But he's 0-1-1, has picked up this hubris and has been sitting on it for a while. But it has not been stacking, he has not been getting involved. And I think a lot of that is, again, KC playing well around this AD carry in the mid lane. Yike has been doing a decent job of trying to get vision down as well. But now, here's Linces.
See if they can fight Kalist. Oh, Fleshy flashes a little bit early. Linces gets over the wall, the tidal wave. Arrow once again finds the mark, and Kazi, every time there's a curtain call, there is a tidal wave to match it from Busio.
Yeah, it does burn the heal and the barrier, but Flash still available for Kalist makes him still a threat if they continue here.
Could he turn off the lamp? That's what he's waiting for. Paranoia onto Linces, sets up for the fear, the tethers, the chains. It does get the fleet in the end. Yike thinking about it. The burst damage good. Paranoia runs on in. Yike jungle dipping now, it seems. He sets up for the flash. A little bit over ambitious as Kazi. gets on out, holds onto his own.
Kana looking for the flank in behind them though. Vitality have to run for the hills.
Equalizer's not too bad. Kana has his flash available with an Ignite, thinking about turning around. Electro Harpoon just out of range. The shield is good to give movement speed as Kalist runs out of minions, so that's to back away. Still, it's a KC win with Yike demonstrating his supreme display of talent. Of course, he's not on the Kiana, but he is definitely carrying with this Nocturne play.
Kana is trying to move around, and it is giving a lot of alone time to Naknako in side lanes. Like you can see about a level difference between Naknako and Kana, and Naknako just picked up that side lane as well. It will be traded for the mid lane turret, and it's still a win for KC, but just to keep your eyes on Naknako, as even though he's slightly behind in gold, the experience and the potential to take over level 16 soon could be big for this upcoming Dragon.
I love this, the threes. Like, it's just so good, you know. These drafts, that you can see, like, KC really know how to demonstrate what their draft needs to do in the early game. And so far, they haven't really been taking their foot on the pedal. It's been concentrated chaos in a sense, where Yike now with 2 items with the Stride Breaker as well, he can pull the trigger so much more. Ulti almost off cooldown, just ticked over, as Dragon in 30 seconds, the big one here, with once again a Hextech Soul.
Karzi is so close to that Infinity Edge, but he just doesn't have the time to get back. I think that's why Vitality are trying to see if they can play up on this mid wave and get him a little bit of a chance to get access to the wave. But KC not really giving it. And now 15 seconds left. It all comes down to just a couple of items that are completed ahead of KC, especially when you look at mid lane. Humanoid hasn't finished off that Shadow Flame yet.
Right, Naknako, he's passed into the mid lane with 2 items. He feels confident to kite around. Kalist walks in a straight line with Valkyrie. Naknako flips it away, even with the paranoia. Naknako's done a good job. He goes over the wall though, into 3 people. I think it's too much. Meanwhile, Yehu just takes on the rest of Vitality and wins. Fleshy's down. That Spirit Rush activated. Yehu jumping in, gets the flash out. Kazi has to run for the hills, but KC have won the fight. Deadlift Flourish on the back end, trying to bring it back. Tibbets recovers it. Oh, Humanoid with the fall shot being dodged by Yehu. Meanwhile, Yike running with Kana into melee range, into the sick puppy of Linces. He's going to get burned down as Kana's rumble is just unbelievable. KC wipe Vitality off the map.
It's feeling like a repeat of playoffs. KC getting us to game 3 and finding the wins over Vitality. They're standing in front of Baron, but I think it's posturing. They don't have the health bars to do it. But this was crazy. I think unfortunately for Naknako, didn't quite get the pullback into his team. But you called him in the fight. Yehu immediately jumps forward, gets the kill onto Fleshy, forces Vitality back. And as Vitality start to try and pull back here, they find that moment to turn around with a huge engage off of that Deadly Flourish and Humanoid with the follow-up. But the health bars barely survive. Yehu, thanks to that shield from the Merc Threads, or the upgraded Merc Thread, survives. Yike just barely dodges away from the Q of Linces, and it's the burn from Kana that just ticks down Vitality.
It was his equalizer as well that made it so good as we're fighting again. Paranoia, everyone into the mosh pit, let's go. Humanoid's the first to drop one down, but I think KC had this fight in spades. Vitality running for the hills, but I think the hills are not going to be their friend. Yike runs through, everything darkness, everything scary. The horror will continue as Vitality run down 6,500 gold. Another fight to the wayside, and KC thinking about the Baron.
I don't know if they can, though. They're still fishing for Linces. Busio going to find the dog.
Maybe all in onto Busio. Acro Prison there, catches him. Ulti needs a reset here with the Dark and Daggers only getting 1. Lince is a little bit low, and I thought KC were going to get into the Baron, you're right, but Yike is on the bottom side of the map, helping Kana open up and in. It's all right.
But that means Kallista's alone now.
He is indeed alone. Naknaka finds the target. Deadly Flourish doesn't connect, though. Curtain Call going to look for who? Onto Busio, I believe, as he flashes away now. Maybe max range onto Kalist. 4-shot just out of range, but there you go. Naknaka gets the kill, rather Linces does. A mistake from KC, nevertheless.
But do Vitality now feel comfortable to start putting position, or getting position around this Baron? Fleshy, fishing for Yehu.
Charmed, and I'm sure Fleshy's at half HP. There's the Spirit Rush and the Paranoia. We are deciding to go thrift shopping.
And now a TP from Kana. Okay. We're still going.
Naknaka's like, let's go, double TP. Okay, baby. That's my region.
But Rumble's in behind them. Vitality are going to catch Kana.
Kana does not have flash. He burned it in the last fight, but Naknako, I mean, none of them do anyway. So I guess he's fine just to walk it through to mid.
What just happened?
La, la, la. See, this is peak League of Legends. It comes from Europe. And I tell you what, No one can say anything otherwise. Playoffs is great. KC had so many good series, best of 3s, best of 5s. And once again, they're delivering. And so now, Dagda, 6,700, silly numbers. We are at the point where KC should have this game easily. So why don't I feel comforted? What do you feel?
Because it's been a bit all over the place. Confusion mostly, because there was like a TP from Khan in the middle of that I didn't understand. There was a commit from Vitality to it that I was uncertain of from Fleshy. So I think at this stage it's, all right, we're starting to creep over into 3 items for KC.
Yep.
They should have those 3 items completed for the Dragon. 3rd Dragon for KC in theory. And I think that's what I'm holding on to desperately here.
Well, let's see around Baron. If your logic and your, what's the word? Your experience treats you the right way. My biggest concern is if Kalis gets caught out, which again, last split tendency to do so. Today, I think he's been a lot better.
I think he has had a very good performance.
He's had a great performance.
Especially his Ezreal, like in the last game, was key to winning with Humanoid.
Uma. Paranoia. Kana's there as well. Equalizer. Tippers comes out under turret. They haven't killed him just yet, but Kana will finish the job. Linces wants to get a kill though. He's going to set on up. The pack-mates come out and he wants to call them one more time into Kana. He's thinking about it. What does he do? Send the dogs in or out? Nucko, he's sent out. So the rest of Vitality won't continue on.
I'm surprised Linces didn't pull the trigger onto Yike though. I think they didn't have vision onto where everyone was, but I assumed he would have just tried to finish off the Nocturne and then go, but
Deadly Flourish. There we go, called back up through, but a good charm onto Linces as he looks for the reset, won't find it. Tidal Wave, ships ahoy. Linces gets on out. Kazi's ultis hang deep as KC have all 5. They're in front of the Baron. What do they do next?
So they don't, because Kana is only coming out of base here, so there's another Deadly Flourish that are looking significantly less deadly than they did at the start of this game. But KC are just Baron?
Okay, let's go. Teleport not available for Nucko, so he's got to stick around. Level 16 Cassandra. KC pull off the Baron. Now, Kana face checking. He's okay with it. Nucko is scared of him. So this gets over the wall. He still wants to look for a little peek into the Baron, but they know that KC had pulled off.
Just go for Dragon, lads. We don't need all this malarkey. I think Yehu was very close to his Rabadons. I don't know if he's there because they've been pushing back and forth and there's been like a couple of waves missed, but like you've got the Hextech optics now completed for Kalist. I think the Rabadons for Yehu. Like there you go. So just and like GA's finish for egg. Just play for Dragon.
Hey.
Like you don't need anything else here.
What you don't understand, that's not the thrill. You got to play for the dopamine. We learned long ago that our brains were a little bit rotten. You know, they are. That's what happens in today's society. You got to get off screens every now and then. But when you're on it for 3 hours, all Hail Mary gets sent in. Good charm. Good charm. Nucko caught out. From the hero Jax to that. As Tidal Wave goes through, but it won't matter. KC have got rid of the Cassante. 5 versus 4, and Baron or Dragon, take your pick.
And to live into the brain rot, KC are item maxing, and therefore they're mugging as they move over towards Dragon. You see, it's all there. That's how you get it. We just need another 20-second clip, and we got it for KC.
True.
Easy.
I still don't know what mogging is, but true. Is that like making the face one?
No.
The Riz? Is that the same as mogging?
I think we leave it at that, mate.
Is that not the same? Bro, I think these kids just invent words. Like, what is a skibbity? Bro, what is that stupid crap?
I love how you like became a dad and then immediately went dad brain. It was just like he just went off the deep end.
You know what happened when we were growing up? There was a thing between class and what's the other word for class?
Grace? Like,
no. Like, but you know, people have class.
Oh, like stature, or they have.
Yeah, there was another word for it, but I can't remember it. It's hard. When you turn 30, man, your rot turns into disease. I don't know. Back problems. You tell me. You're 35, 36.
What is happening?
I don't know, Dagda.
Are you okay?
It's the start of the split, and I'm mogging you. I guess. You know, to me, that just sounds like I'm mugging you. I don't know what it is. It's a 9K gold lead. Dagda has fried me. And I am just ready to see this fight that will decide the game, because even though it's 9,000 gold, I am still a little concerned as Paranoia onto Humanoid, maybe going to alleviate the pressure. Good flash from Yike. Tidal Wave stops the rest of the team getting near as well, as there's no charm onto Linces, but he does press his W. 5 versus 4. Again, Humanoid has TP, but he's down for 50 seconds. The TP in the middle by Nucko. Ambitious, but he's safe for now. Don't do it again.
Still on in a position. Nagnako looking for the flick, but
TP flying. Yike has GA, he's okay to go separate. Look at that equalizer, Kazi at half HP. Trying to turn onto Yike now as well. Deadly Flourish doesn't connect as Yehu is the one that made the flank, but Nagnako gets destroyed by Kana. I think this game's too far gone. I think 10,000 is enough. And I think Baron now finally should be taken by KC.
It's so difficult to try and contest. Karzy still has the curtain call, but no one on KC is low in this pit. And still Yehu is keeping Karzy away.
Swag was the word I was looking for before Dagger is up. Linces at half HP, Deadly Flourish is there. Yeah, good sidestep, sets it up. Oh my God, Kazi gonna regret walking into that choke as KC just making sure the Baron can't be contested. Paranoia once again diving in. It's a Predator missile and Yike is gonna nuke them all. Linces up next as the GA. Oh, not even needed to resurrect for the triple. Yike has taken down all but Humanoid, who finally respawns to see his team scattered across the rift.
There is nowhere left to hide for Vitality as KC will find their victory here in game number 3.
No revenge, no problems for KC. Reverse sweep in our best of 3 that has delivered once again. Our French organizations give us so much to talk about, but of course the only ones talking after this will be Carmine Corps with their first win of the LEC 2026 Spring Split in some hot damn style. Let's dive the fountain, they say. This is the only way to end the series as they take Kazi downstairs.
Karzy died, then bought the GA, which was a little unfortunate.
Yeah,
but really well done by KC. Vitality had a lot of life in that early game, or in the game number 1, and it looked like maybe Nagnako could carry in game 2. But KC, cool, calm, and collected, make it happen in game number 3.
It really was, you know, a KC game through and through. Something in the early game, but for player of the series, you can vote for Yike, Kalist, or Busio. And it was a long series. You know, there were some moments there. I can't remember game 1. Because game 2 was 55 minutes or something.
Yeah. It was there for a second, and now it's gone. But yeah,
I mean,
doesn't matter.
Kalist had a good day.
Yeah.
Kalist had a really good day, I think.
Yes. Yeah.
And Yike again. Yike kind of showing why he was such a big pickup originally for KC.
I think Yike was a little bit quiet in this game. I think Yehu had a great performance in the Ari and really helped. And even then, it was kind of like the control that we saw from Kalist, Busio, and Yehu that I think kind of helped hold together in the mid-game in game 2. So, yeah, I think it's hard. Like, it was a team effort as it traditionally is from KC.
It was, but once again, that American man alongside another American man, one with slightly less hair, standing on stage.
I think I resent that. Anyway, I got Busio, a.k.a. Alan. Congratulations on a win on stage. I know you like that, so I'm going to call you by first name. Yeah, make some noise. I heard a woo in there. Congratulations on the win. KC picking up on stage to start off Spring Split. And I got to start off with that match. Very close, very tight. What was it like from your perspective?
Well, Steve, I mean, it was definitely a long series, you know? And it's the beginning of the season, so we're just trying to make sure we get more stage time now, so we're warm.
Yeah, exactly. More practice. A lot of practice.
Yes.
A lot of practice. The question on everybody's mind, I think, right now is we're fresh off of first stand. G2 had a great run there, and KC pushed G2 to the full 5 games in the finals. So the question on my mind, I think a lot of people agree, is does that mean KC is also better than Gen G?
Yeah, of course, but we knew that beforehand, so, you know.
That was a given.
Yeah.
That was a given. Busio, I'm from LCS. We lost you, but are they taking care of you here? Are you fed? Are you well slept?
I'm fed, yeah.
Okay,
and
good.
Slept, yeah.
Just want to make sure that they're taking care of you. Do you have a message for any of the LCS fans back home that are still cheering you on and now becoming KC fans because of you?
Yeah, thanks for the support. You know, I'm still part of NA at the same time, so yeah. Thank you.
And also, I got to say, and call you out a little bit, because as an NA caster, I was invited to come to Berlin and cast LEC. I was like, yeah, I'm going to say hi to Busio, I'm going to say hi to Jojo Pion. And I put out a challenge that I could beat anybody in Europe at arm wrestling, at the casters, players, etc. And I put out a tweet, actually, we have it right there. And you said that I was too strong to beat you. So I actually have a different challenge. If you don't want to arm wrestle me, how about a thumb wrestle, okay? Can you do that with me?
Thumb wrestle?
Thumb wrestle. Here we go.
Yeah, I'm pro at this.
All right, you ready? You're pro?
How do you play?
1, 2, 3, 4, I declare thumb war, and let's go.
And I'm like holding your hand too?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's very intimate,
But,
okay?
like, how
well,
can you
you're
win?
also running away from me.
Yeah, I'm just owning you.
You got long thumbs,
I'm
man.
finger mogging you hard.
Oh, finger mog. Okay.
Like you can't even reach me.
I don't know what to do.
How does this game end?
I never thought that you would find the strategy.
I'm gonna bait you.
Okay. No. I'm not letting you win this.
Then we're gonna
Come
be
on,
here forever.
Busio. You gotta challenge me. You gotta fight me. Okay. Okay.
Did you let me win because it's going too long?
Maybe a little bit.
That was bad tactics.
No, also, you know what? I'll say it. You got the golden thumb. Yeah,
Okay.
Knight might have the golden left hand. Busio's got the golden right thumb. Thank you so much,
Fire.
Busio. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Let's throw it back over to the lounge.
Thank you. I love that. A little bit of fraternization between the ex-LCS boys, I want to say. But we're really happy to be joined with Callista as well. What do you think of those shenanigans?
Yeah, I mean, my support has the golden thumb, so I'm pretty happy.
Yes, he does. And how is the series from your perspective? Because kind of similar to the previous series you played versus Vitality.
I mean, I think everyone can agree that today we did a lot of mistakes and yeah, kind of shaky comeback game, I would say. But the most important is that we got the win, right? So we can qualify to playoffs. And yeah, I mean, a lot of stuff to to see and work on. Like in the all of the games, everyone did some mistakes. So yeah, not the cleanest, but we got the win, let's say.
Yeah, it's nice. When did you start scrimming, actually? When did you start preparing again for this split?
I don't want to say some wrong stuff, but I think we started scrimming like 1 week ago, like 1 full week ago. We probably have like 1 full week of scrims. Try to get in shape and get back to it, kind of.
Yeah, as to your point, because you said you made a lot of mistakes, and I feel like I saw a lot of things that KC generally doesn't make those mistakes. That's why I asked.
Yeah, I mean, most of the time we can do mistakes, right? We are human, but
You're allowed.
not much. Like it doesn't happen so much like game one, right? Or even like legit, like every game, like everyone did mistakes. So like it was kind of a fiesta, to be fair. But yeah, we just need to get back to work, and we grabbed the win, so that's fine.
So I wanted to ask you, because I saw the teaser for the split, right? And also, you know, with G2's performance at first stand, which everyone's like super hyped about. But how does that influence you guys at KC with your scrims going forward, seeing that they are putting these sorts of performances?
I mean, obviously it's good for us, right? Like we are. I mean, obviously, like as KC, we're not happy for G2, right? But we're happy for Europe.
Yeah.
That's it's actually like it shows that. Europe can actually compete at international, and the fact that we went 2 games against G2, in fact, like we are not so far, right? So that's pretty good for us, and yeah, I mean, it's just really good because anyway, since we lost the finals, we are kind of hungry to win again, and seeing them perform at first end like we did last year also makes us also more hungry to win.
I mean, you're underplaying it a bit. You were so close to winning, actually, and I sometimes think we're overblowing it because of how G2 did at first stand. But that finals was one of the best things I've ever seen, and you guys were playing so on point on so many games. You told me a lot about that motivation already, and when I was talking to GX earlier, they said when we watched First Stand, we looked a lot at how any of the teams, they press the go button, they're all very coordinated, and they don't mess around with it at the right timings, at the right item spikes and everything. Is that also something that you guys are focusing on, or what is some takeaways that you have to perfect the split?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think everyone watched First Stand if they're trying to win and actually improve, because there's a lot of stuff that you can take from them. I think mostly the draft kind of like, if you look at the draft, like in Europe, it was completely different. And then when you watch First Stand, it's like first pick enchanters, Asharfin, all this stuff, really aggressive junglers, play for drakes, crabs and stuff. So there's a lot of things you can learn from gameplay and macro, but also, yeah, I mean, we are hungry to win because we lost the finals, as I said, but I don't know, we kind of need to get in shape before this.
Yeah.
I remember I was pretty surprised when G2 showed, like, you know how they always show the scrim results after split, and they showed that you guys were beating them pretty hard in scrims. You guys had a pretty good record versus them. Do you feel like your ceiling now is much higher as a team with Busio and Yahoo compared to last year?
I mean, yeah, last split we were doing good against G2. Like I think I mean, we were winning against them, right? The games were pretty good for us, but sadly they kind of stopped screaming us, and I think like, I mean that's their choice, right? They won the split, so they can do whatever they want. I just think for this split, I hope we scream each other, because I think like we kind of have to stop thinking of like just LEC, right? It would be nice to actually, obviously, like don't give the trust to LEC teams, but like just make sure that both teams are in good shape to go international and stuff. But I don't know. I forgot the last part of the question, to be fair.
Just the potential of your team with the roster changes. Like, even though you didn't do as well in winter or in Versus as last year winter, I feel like the ceiling of this team now.
I mean, it's kind of hard to say, to be fair, but I will say yes with what I'm seeing. But also, it's also maybe it looks better because I think we're also trying to work really hard as like the three that stayed in the team, like Kana, Yaek, and me. But like what Shock said also, like in first end they pull the trigger really easily, and I think last year me and Yaek were not so decisive at it, and this year we are trying really hard to be more decisive in the communication and in the gameplay. Sometimes it will not work, but sometimes it will. But we just have to get used to it, to like be really decisive on calls and just pull the trigger.
Yeah, I think I saw it. I mean, we only see snippets of comms, right? But in very chaotic games, you see it. It's like pretty clean. You go, okay, I'm going for this guy first. His flash is down. Let's go. I'm wondering if your communication today in the games that we saw, which was so insane, do you feel there's already an improvement there? Is that where there's really a key?
I mean, to be honest, our comms today was not the genius. But yeah, I mean, we tried, like, our comms was still fine, right? But as I said, we kind of need to get back in shape a bit. I think it should be good because we have 1 week of break, kind of. We will not play for 1 week, so we will be able to scream a lot and see what we can do, improve, watch our games again and again and again. But yeah, I mean, our comms were fine, but yeah, they could have been better.
I thought they were great. That one, I saw like 10 seconds. Sick. You're also our Kia Player of the Series, Calist. Congratulations.
Okay.
What do you think?
Thank you.
Wait, you don't believe it? You don't believe in it?
I mean, I don't know. The games were chaotic, so this is just the player that played the worst, you know?
I mean, people also love you, right? The French are just like on Twitter. They're just like, yeah, cool. Let's go.
Thanks to them.
Let's go. No, but you played great. Thank you so much. Congratulations, Calist.
Thank you.
That's a W on the board for KC. And we have another best of 3 coming up. It's Na'Vi versus Movistar Koi when we come back.
Out of range, Calist flashes as well as they just say, okay, Jungle Gang's coming. Let's look for the kill. Deadly Flourish connects. First blood. Auto as well. Kazi 2 for 1.
You mind going me up? I'm going to take a flash. Look at me, look at me. Yeah. We kill Cassandre, we kill Cassandre.
It's going to be third. Good. Nice.
Good job.
Meanwhile, Yaek running with Kana into melee range, into the sick puppy of Linces. He's going to get burned down as Kana's rumble is just unbelievable.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hello and welcome back to LEC opening weekend for Spring Split. We got MKOI versus Na'Vi right around the corner, and I have my GOAT in the top lane, Merwin. This is our first time meeting in person, but I've been a long-time fan. Love all the wacky picks you have on the top side, but before we get into that, I gotta ask, MKOI did not make it to the finals last split, but you were close, having a really tough series against KC. So what have you been working on? What's the team been working on to make a better performance this split?
I think we're like looking to improve for practice this split. I think it's the thing we need to still work and improve. I think so far it's going a bit better than last split. And I mean, I'm just excited to show what we're doing in official now, see what happens. You never know what MKOI you're going to get in the first day. No one knows. So yeah, let's see.
So we never know what we're going to get, but what we've been conditioned to is top lane snooze fest. I'm going to call you out, Merwin. You were my GOAT because you played Lulu, Fiddlesticks, Varus. Where's that, Merwin? And what do we have to do to get that back? Is there any chance today?
Brain Melset and Alfari, I'm just jailed. It's not my fault. It's just my team. Yeah, just play.
Jojo can play Galio. Come on, we can have tanks somewhere else. You can play.
Or mid something. Just easy.
Jojo saying no? Okay, all right. Well, Merwin, it's my first cast on the LEC. I'm going to be casting your match, and as my top lane GOAT and a bald brother, I'm going to ask, could you christen my head with a signature to bless me ahead of my first cast? Okay, thank you so much. All right. This is Merwin from MKOI, signing my head for good luck for my first LEC cast. And I believe his first time, probably, signing a human head.
Yes, it is.
Oh, sorry, I'm going to stop moving. This is taking a, wow, you have a nice signature, I bet.
It's not the best.
Not the best? Okay. I'm sure it's great. All right.
Well.
That's Merwin's signature, and we're getting ready for MKOI versus Na'Vi right after this.
Wow, that was something. As we're getting ready for our final best of 3 of the day, my name is Vedius. Kangas is quickly making his way up towards the caster desk right now as we get ready for this best of 3 between Na'Vi and KOI. For those that weren't following along with the LEC versus here in Spring, this is a very exciting matchup specifically because Na'Vi was a top contender during the regular season. They were a team that was fighting for those top spots. They were looking to contest the top of the table, and they came very close, but when the playoffs rolled around, they ended up falling short to GX. But a lot of people were excited about the rapid development that this Na'Vi roster was bringing together. Now I can introduce my colleague to the caster desk. Welcome, Kangas.
Colleague, okay, I've earned the title. There we go.
That must have been an interesting experience, getting your head signed.
I gotta say, not my first time. Oh. It was his first time signing the head.
Right.
But again, I'm blessed. How does it look? I haven't even seen it yet.
He drew a cat on your head.
He drew a cat?
I believe so.
That's incredible.
Yeah,
all right, maybe I'll get a picture
with his
of that
signature
later.
underneath it. Yeah, it's very cute, actually.
Oh, nice.
He's really blessed you with good luck.
Is it a good-looking cat?
I think so.
Perfect.
Absolutely.
All right, well, while I catch my breath, Vedius, talk to me about Na'Vi versus MKOI, because this is a... When I look at like the narrative from last split, Na'Vi had a great performance in the best of ones. Didn't quite keep it going into the playoff run, whereas MKOI were able to kind of get it back together and make a deep run, getting that top 3. Narrow loss to KC.
Yeah, I mean, Na'Vi, they rose the ranks largely through what I would define as a very almost one-dimensional style. It felt like the dragon control was kind of their motif. And so during the regular season, when a lot of people were figuring out their identity and figuring out how they wanted to approach the game, Na'Vi came in with a very clear and solid game plan, largely led by their jungler, Relech. Yeah. So it was very effective during the regular season. But a lot of people and a lot of teams coined them as kind of best-of-1 merchants. And so when the best of 3s rolled around in that kind of top 6 competition, they ended up falling short against GX. But that shouldn't take away from the potential that this roster demonstrated already when it felt like a lot of players from a lot of different places coming together, finding a lot of success. But so far, Na'Vi has never been able to take a game off of KOI. So KOI are definitely coming in as the favorites today.
MKOI were able to also take them down in the upper bracket. So yeah, they 2-0'd them in that best of 3. We'll see if we have a fast series here, because we've had all 3-game series so far today.
We absolutely have.
We could be in for the long haul, but MKOI did seem confident going in. As we see catching up on the bans here for game number 1. Pretty much the usual. It's the Orianna, Pantheon, and Azir with Ryze, Nautilus, J4 on the other side. So first pick, Karma locked in for Na'Vi.
Something we saw a lot at first stand as well. It feels like the Karma's just risen in priority as Enchanters seem to be dominating the meta. Varus has been left available. Koi now has to make a choice. You can see them hovering the Ezreal because they have to debate, do they want the Varus into the Karma Ezreal, or do they instead want to take the Varus away and force the bot lane of Na'Vi onto something different? And it looks like the direction that they're going to go in is actually securing that Ezreal to steal it away.
Yeah, the interesting thing, though, is I don't see the pairings with Ezreal as strong once that Karma's gone. So, yes, you're denying it, but now you got to find something else for Alvaro to pilot. They're going to delay that for right now as it's Elyoya locking in the Xin Zhao instead.
I mean, we did see Busio bringing out Leona earlier in the day,
True.
and I do think Leona can work well. The problem is, in the laning phase, enchanters just bully those engaged supports, right? So normally we don't see engaged supports until later on into the draft. This does, however, raise questions of things like perhaps Ezreal Nami could be a possibility. I mean, the main ones that we've been seeing are Ezreal Bard could be an option, a slightly weaker laning phase, but Ezreal is so self-sufficient that you can then just allow the Bard to roam around the map. Alvaro, though, doesn't have a great reputation on range supports. Melee supports has kind of been his motif.
Okay.
And often when we see the best version of Koi, it is when Elyoya and Alvaro are kind of dominating the entire rift together. And usually he does that when he's on those engaged supports. So we'll see what he decides to bring out because, I mean, Enchanters is the meta.
Enchanters, we've seen Enchanters for like the first 2 games from both teams pretty consistently. Once Fearless takes those away, you start seeing those engaged support. So it is the Nami. On the opposite side, Na'Vi locked into Sivir. So talk about a pushing bot lane. Sivir plus Karma should theoretically have a lot of shove down there. And then the Aatrox, I'm expecting that for Relech. I mean, this was the conversation last split was, hey, he's playing top laners in the jungle. That's why he's having so much success, because they all got buffed with their clear. And it seems like we're continuing that momentum into split 2.
Absolutely. I mean, Relech was the guy that was, I mean, you talked about Mewin playing crazy stuff. Relech, Kiana, he was the first one to bring in Zehen in our region. He was playing Aatrox. He's been playing Ambessa jungle. Like, he was the first domestically to just be like, yeah, I'm playing these carries. I think they're good. I think top laner is better in jungle.
Would he ever play the Teemo? Because that got jungle buff too.
Nah,
I'm just saying.
Ain't. I mean, I would love it if he did.
Yeah, Darius.
But the problem is, bro, there's not enough AD mid laners in the game. That's what ruins all the fun AP junglers that we're not getting to see.
Yeah.
But maybe, hey, maybe the meta will evolve. Maybe some buffs and nerfs will come through. 26.6 is the patch that we're on, and this patch wasn't the craziest in terms of buffs and nerfs, but I'm hoping for a little bit more spice in the next one. Regardless, top lane seems to be the focus right now, as Koi seem to be trying to remove a lot of blind pick top options. And I mean, you wanted to see interesting stuff. Well, Sion gone, Cassante gone, Renekton gone. We are leaning more towards some of the more interesting picks up there.
Yeah, I mean, Rumble would be like the next one that's considered a standard top lane, I would expect, but Na'Vi have the chance to ban that away here if they want to go for it, because otherwise Mkoi could snatch it up. No, it's the Gnar instead. So Mkoi, do they want to go for a Rumble in game at number 1? Just takes it away from Fearless going on to the series. And also, again, it's kind of that next high priority pick. But then you're opening things up for Mainter to try and counterpick you, but it's just so enticing. I like, if they're giving it to you, I feel like you take it.
Yeah, I mean, good read. Right now, Koi don't have, like, the most reliable engage. They've got a Xin Zhao going into the fight, and then they've got a Nami ultimate to follow. The Rumble ultimate paired alongside it is decent, but the amount of crowd control Mkoi has is very limited. And Na'Vi introducing this Ambessa definitely adds a little bit more mobility and backline threat, which Koi won't have a huge amount of peel for, but they may very well just hard pivot as they are hovering the Ornn instead.
Okay, I was about to make a joke that Merwin teased JoJo could play Ornn mid, but no, instead it's going to be, you know, maybe Na'Vi was scouting. They heard the interview.
Exactly.
They were right there.
It's true.
Yeah, that's crazy. Leaking strats in the interviews as Aurora also locked in. So it is Aatrox in the jungle. No big surprise there. It is Relech after all, with Ornn top lane and Aurora mid. So kind of a mixture of engage, of wave clear, of diving ability. There's a lot of flexibility in Navi's composition that I'm seeing so far.
Ooh, I don't know if I love Syndra here. I feel like picking Syndra into Ornn is always really dangerous, especially when she doesn't have a huge amount of peel. Also, like, when her flash is down, what do you do to stop the Aatrox from just sprinting at you with On the Hunt? But hey, Koi, they feel confident with it. I mean, I'm telling you right now, Merc Treads has a ton of value in this game. Mainly because Syndra stun, Nami bubble, magic damage.
Yeah, Rumble in general.
Yeah, Rumble in general, exactly. So
as a concept.
Yeah, right now Koi have a ton of poke. They've got a lot of long range kind of harassment. And I would say that Koi have this habit of playing what I would describe as disengage comps. They often do it with Braum, where they don't have compositions that have high engage, but instead they try to play fast. Something that they've been very focused on ever since their loss at MSI, I want to say of last year, is speed. They talked a lot last year about how they felt that Eastern teams could just play quicker, especially the LPL teams. They really wanted to try and emulate that style. And a lot of, since then, we've seen them play as like their effort to try and pick up the pace of the game, be swift, be more decisive.
Sure.
And often that catches a lot of European teams off guard because they're not quite ready for that degree of pace.
Yeah.
So we'll see if they can bring that pace up against Na'Vi, who is looking for that more traditional front-to-back style comp.
Well, the audience is ready, making noise for their teams. It's MKOI versus Na'Vi to kick off their spring splits in our final best of 3 of the day. If you're still with us, bless you, everybody, for sticking along for a very long broadcast day. But we are ready for game number 1, and I am ready to cast some JoJo Pyun gameplay. It's been a while, Betty. I gotta say, I was very excited to come to LEC to watch some more JoJo Pyun.
How long has it been since you last casted?
Since the last cast of JoJo Pyun, probably 3 years.
Damn.
Because I was casting him back in Tier 2 before he even moved up.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So that was the EG roster? Oh, no, it was before the EG roster.
It would have been EG Academy, yeah.
Damn. All right,
He
we got
did,
to pause.
Come up through the ranks. But okay, we do have a game pause. Hey, look at that. Christened into LEC, my first cast. Don't even get 30 seconds of gameplay. I feel like this is, you know, I'm getting thrown in the deep end right away.
You have to come up with fill content already. I mean, the good news is I'm already seeing ready checks, so that's already
good.
from the players.
I did have fill content prepared in case we needed it.
And that concerns me.
Oh, really?
Because I feel like you've been speaking to hysterics prior to coming to this cast, and that man terrifies me what goes on in his brain.
Well, we did talk some of the fill content already. I was going to surprise you with some Riftbound analogies to League of Legends.
Addicted, bro.
But now I've spoiled that, so now it would be more of an honest conversation of your thoughts on my thoughts on the comparison. But we're back into the game. Pause is wrapped. It was a short one. I want to set some stage here, though, Vedius, and some expectations for each of these compositions.
Baldhood initiation. Wow, look at that.
Caps will join us soon. We'll christen him in. We got it back on screen.
Hey, I mean, Kadril was there once as well. You need to bring him back into the fold, if anything.
Well, I'm bringing it into style here.
Right.
That was like half the comments on the tweet announcement was, oh, there's a bald caster in EU now.
It's true, yeah. You are very welcome to the
See, Azael already cornered that market.
It's true.
LCS.
That's a great point.
So I felt a little suffocating over there.
Yeah.
Needed to spread my wings.
Yeah, no, I mean, that actually makes a ton of sense. And of course, when we get more information, as you can see at the bottom of your screen, that update is the same update that we get. So you know as much as we do. And when we have more information, we will, of course, share it.
Is it time for the pause content now?
What pause content do you have?
So this is one I've already used on the LCS, so maybe people have heard this before. But I want to get everyone's thoughts in the audience. I want to get your thoughts, Betty. I want everyone in chat, on Twitch.
Okay.
How many chuggas before you choo-choo? Chugga, 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 choo-choo?
This feels like
is it
the most American question I've ever
Is this
been
not
asked.
a thing in EU? Is this not going to work on the LEC bracket?
I mean, so I think I know what you're talking about, but it's kind of like a... It's like a
It's like with a baby, you know? You're like chugga, 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 choo-choo. I'm an 8 chuggas guy.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't realize you can't. Is this kind of like when you're feeding a child and here comes the aeroplane?
It's similar energy.
I see.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
so it's how many do you go before you reach the destination?
Exactly.
And you can
Because
also,
you build the anticipation, too.
I see.
Yeah.
I feel like it depends on the occasion, no?
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like that if you're in an arena, you would start slow, and you could get up to like 20 chuggers.
Oh, should we test it with the arena here?
I mean,
I don't know.
No.
I feel like I'm seeing a couple of
I love your
looks.
ambition. I love that you aim high, and I'm just feeling like, no, I'm going to shoot you
give
down
it a
right
shot.
now. No,
You never know if they're going to be into it or
Welcome to
not.
Europe, the era of pessimism, and it's like, no, let's aim low, bro. Let's aim down here, and then we'll achieve our achievable goals.
Well,
you know?
all I'll say is I will respect any answer to the question as long as it is an even number. If you said an odd number, I would be confused.
Oh, so if I said like 3, that would just make you uncomfortable?
Yes, deeply.
So
and
like
we have,
chugga, 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 choo-choo.
I hate that. I hate that so much.
Well, that's really good to know, because I love winding my colleagues up, so that's fantastic.
Oh, that's
I
good
really
to know.
appreciate that.
That's good to know on my end. We did check the tape, and Monte Cristo, when he was given the Korea Hype Train back in the day, the classic, 7 chuggas.
7?
He gave 7.
So is that when you just kind of lost faith in him? Is that
you know.
That's
crazy. When
crazy.
it started going downhill. You know,
Yeah, but again, that's why I say context dependent. I feel like depending on the environment, perhaps that just felt right in the moment. perhaps it just felt right. You know
sometimes you got to go with your gut. You just got to go with your gut.
All right, so we did get a bit of an update. There is a potential in-game camera issue.
Oh.
So
that's the worst place to have a camera issue.
We're getting ready checks to see if it's solved. This is the first time I've ever heard this.
Yeah, camera issues.
I don't even know what a camera issue means.
Do they have like the wrong angle? Is it like
maybe? Truthfully, I don't know. This is a unique one to me. So we're going to see if it's fixed. I'm assuming what happened was the player left and came back in.
It's hopefully fixed. It's looking like we are back into the game. So there we go.
So there you go.
2 pauses.
Turn it off.
In a
back
row
on again.
for my first cast for the LEC. There we go. We're getting them out of the way.
I mean, there's a bit of a history with koi and pauses. Just I don't know how aware you are with them, but yeah, there's quite the history just from this year alone.
No.
Yeah, so but
strap in. We might have more.
That's all resolved, fortunately. But let's see how the rest of the game goes. So we're finally into some League of Legends. Where would you like to start?
I wanted to start with expectations and table setting for what compositions are trying to do at what time in the game. Because again, I see flexibility on Navi's side. Mkoi, a lot of magic damage, and you mentioned that they're pivoting towards more of like an aggressive early style. Do you think that that's reflected in this comp and how they want to play it out?
I think, to be honest, I feel like Na'Vi is showing me exactly what they showed in Versus.
Okay.
They are very much about team fighting. They're very much about scaling. They want to focus their attention around dragons. The biggest weakness of their composition is what you're kind of seeing on your screen right now is their inability to gain the bot lane prio. Sambi is already suffering in terms of his HP.
Yeah.
And Super and Alvaro, I mean, they've always been known as aggressive as a bot lane, and they will fight for that control, and Elyoya immediately looking to leverage that by moving into the bot side jungle. He's done a full bot side clear. They did see him on the Raptors, but it looks like that they're not expecting this invade to come through from him.
Yeah, so he has the push in the bot wave from his bot lane that could back him up, and now he spots out Relech on the Gromp. Elyoya sticking around, and he can wait for Super and Alvaro to come up and assist him.
Yeah, the problem is Nami really doesn't have a huge amount of mana, but Paris has actually come a step too close.
Elyoya is actually contesting Relech right now. He's walked up deep into the jungle as Poby and Jojo also traded aggressively. So
this is bad for Elyoya.
Yeah.
This is bad for a few reasons. First of all, yes, his bot lane did have prio, but if you look at the bottom of your screen, you can see how much HP and mana Super and Alvaro have, and it's not any. So with that lacking resource, it becomes a lot harder to actually contest this neutral blue buff, which means that, I mean, Elyoya basically just becomes a spectator. He watches him clear the objective with no support, because it didn't come from mid either. They were just trading HP the same way as Jojo pretty much always does. I'm sure you have a lot of experience with this yourself, but the man just likes to fight in his lane. That's how he gains control. That's how he gains advantages. But the cost of that is Elyoya is now behind on the clear. And so the bot crab is going to be cleared out. The top crab has been warded. The Rumble has prio, so I'd be surprised if Relech actually tries to contest it. But now he's sitting on the Raptors and even threatening a gank over the wall. I can't tell if the Raptors... I don't think the Raptors have respawned yet.
Yeah, I would be very surprised if they had this quickly, as none of the camps have respawned on Navi's side yet. But, they actually were. Okay, so Relech is able to take those.
I mean, so this is perfect for Relech.
Yeah.
He gets the Raptors respawn. It's difficult for Elyoya to challenge because he started on his Krugs instead of starting on the Raptors. And so Elyoya is now just behind, and he's sad. He hasn't even cleared his blue buff. He's actually skipped his blue buff in an effort to try and get back to his Raptors. And
they're not going to be there, and he's going to be spotted as well. So early game not going Elyoya's way. Relech has been able to just, first off, benefit from Elyoya kind of wasting his own time, then waste some of Elyoya's time by taking away those Raptors. So just down onto the Krugs.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of blame the laners, to be completely honest with you, because we saw a really good example of this in our very first game of the day between GX and Fnatic, where Xin did the exact same thing. He leveraged the bot prio to contest the enemy blue buff, and then they were able to successfully steal away camps because their bot lane then came up and fought, along with the pressure that they had in mid. But by conceding so many resources in HP and mana, and now they're losing out on the trades in the 2 versus 2. It just becomes harder for Elyoya to really do anything in the early game, and now he's just suffering as a result. He still hasn't cleared his blue buff, by the way.
Yeah, still first spawn blue buff on the top side, and the bottom jungle is still lit up. So Elyoya's hovering down by the bot lane. They're getting shoved in, and he's going to be spotted yet again, as that ward, I believe, just expired there. Now he's passing towards the mid lane. Poby takes a chunk from Jojo Pure. Now Elyoya will get the flash out. Flash follow as Jojo Pure throws out the unleashed power for first blood. Mkoi on the board.
And so when things are going wrong in jungle, just gank. Just gank. Beautifully done there by Elyoya and Jojo. They punish the fact that Poby's just still trying to fight Jojo in the lane. He doesn't have any jungle support. He steps a step too far, and MKOI respond with first blood here in game 1.
It's something, and they needed something. Elyoya is still so far behind because Relech is now onto the Dragon. He's full cleared a second time. You know, 20 CS up over Elyoya right now, so 5 camps essentially, and now getting this early objective, but the gold to Jojo Pyun is the difference maker here for MKOI.
Absolutely, and the truth is that I don't think this is even that bad for Na'Vi. When you think about them as a team and with this composition, it's very front-to-back driven. It's a lot more about scaling. They're very reliant on items.
Oh, no.
And now he's going to get the Raptors again. Oh, my God. Relech's pathing is just... everything is working so beautifully for him right now. The time is just line up. The only way it could be better is if crabs spawn on the bot side instead of the top.
Oh.
He may even just go for the top crab anyway.
I mean, he's level 6. I don't think there's a world that Elyoya hits level 6. He'll start up the scuttle now, and Jojo actually playing hero here, delaying Relech on the path top side. Elyoya is going to be happy about his mid laner, spotting that roam. As now Merwin actually coming in. Level 7 on the Rumble, roasting down Relech. Has the flash, fails it over the wall, and Merwin picks up another kill.
Yeah, that's a rough one. That is a rough one. So Merwin kind of making up for the deficit now. That was a much-needed kill as well for Koi. And it turns out that regardless of the strategy, the map play that Na'Vi is doing, Koi's like, all right, we'll just kill you. And that'll work. That'll do.
That's what we call an oofta, is when you're not able to get away. So that's the lead essentially for Relech. Almost gone now. I mean, it's picked up by the solo laners, not Elyoya, so there's still just barely any lead in the jungle, but Jojo also pushes in another wave here, gets more turret plates, so the solo laners are getting the kills and getting the gold as well. So early game now in favor of MKOI.
Absolutely. I mean, the first strike Rumble naturally going to generate more gold as well. The boost of swiftness now picked up for just more movement from Merwin up in the top side.
He's going to run at you fast with that flamethrower.
That he is. He is going to... I think he will still get out-sprinted by the Sivir later on, but hey,
sure.
A close race to be sure. But Poby is now really struggling in this lane. When you don't have flash against the Syndra, especially when her ultimate comes back off cooldown, you've got to be very cautious about your approach to that laning phase. And Jojo, again, he's just a player that if you give him an inch, he'll take a mile.
Yeah.
He will really push that lead as much as he can. So with the lead that he's already built up, 1.1k gold lead is quite hefty for Poby to deal with.
And we had mentioned in pick and ban, in the late game against things like the Ornn, Syndra's not going to be doing that much consistent damage, but in the 1v1 early game, really, really tough, because you give Jojo a champion that he can make his own calls on, he can find the scatter the weak and the all-in, and he will go for those angles, and he's also making space for Elyoya. Again, giving him that space to get that top scuttle. Now Elyoya has push in mid and top, so he can go towards these grubs. And back on the board, now Merwin will drop down the equalizer to clear out this next wave. And they're just playing for, again, that top objective. Elyoya will get all 3 Void Grubs. As Relech, is he looking for another Raptor?
Of course he is. Those Raptors, he believes, belong to him, and the whole team is coming to fight for them.
He's like, you know what? It doesn't matter if we gave the kills. Doesn't matter if I failed to flash. I want the Raptors. This time, Elyoya has the backup, and he will smite secure them. Can't fool him 3 times, Betty.
I mean, Alvaro was kind of the GOAT in that situation. He moved up early to read the play. I'm sure the comms where Elyoya was, if he steals my Raptors one more time, I swear.
We're going to have another pause, okay? As scatter the weak from Jojo, but Poby goes between worlds. Big damage. Jojo will find the kill as Relech will look to chase down the Syndra. No flash available, no scatter the weak. It's on cooldown. That's a shutdown to Relech. 1 for 1 in the mid lane.
I mean, so there's good news and bad news. The good news for Na'Vi is that, hey, you got a decent amount of gold onto Relech.
Yeah.
Right? The man that you've often considered the carry of this team, the kind of the front runner, the guy that often leads the team to success. The bad news is the Syndra can now solo kill your mid laner pretty much whenever she wants.
Yeah.
That is a Blackfire Torch finished at 9 minutes 40 seconds. So
the Dark Seal to boot.
Yeah,
so,
Jojo's just going to TP back in the lane and is like, hey, Poby, so how's it going?
Heard you like damage.
those Merc treads are real cute.
Yeah.
Let's see how helpful they are in this all-in, because, yeah, right now, it's one of those things where I always remember Brox's wise words of encouragement. As a jungler, you just kind of avoid the inters. So he's probably not going to come mid anytime soon. Instead, he's going to be looking to, ooh, hang on, top lane.
Forge God from main turn lands onto Merwin, taking a lot of damage here. Has the flash, no equalizer, will flash away. Harpoon back on a main turn. Well played from Navi's top laner.
Yeah, the Ornn early on can definitely find advantages. And I mean, that early roam from Merwin got him a nice injection of gold, but that magic resistance starting to stack from main turn, putting him in a comfortable spot. Equalizer just going to clear out the wave so that he can find a healthy base. Dragon in 14 seconds. Na'Vi, I mean, as is their ways. If we take a cheeky look at the mini-map, you will notice.
Yeah, let's see it.
Ward.
Oh,
there's a
There's
ward
one, yeah,
there,
we'll
but
count
that's
it.
to avoid this control ward. So they've kind of littered up the bot side of the map. The problem is they can't get mid prio, Kangas. And I don't think they can try either.
Yeah. I mean, maybe if they send Paris there.
I don't think it'll help.
No.
Alvaro is there first, gets to level
Paris.
6 as well.
We're starting up the Dragon, and now we have JoJo coming down. Poby's still stuck catching that wave, so Na'Vi kind of caught between the decision. Do they want to commit to the Dragon? So far they are. Elyoya's coming up, but the rest of MKOI aren't attached to him right now. They're over the Dragon Pit wall, so that is Dragon secured. MKOI a little disconnected on the approach.
Well, it feels like it. Are they still looking for a fight, though?
I mean, Supa's got the damage. Now the engage from Elyoya straight onto Paris. Knock up onto Relech as well. Chain CC, but he is holding the line. Samdi peppering Supa with some damage here on the side, but now he's got a flash over the wall. Supa now turns back onto Paris. Relech goes in. It was to buy space for Poby, but Elyoya still unleashed. As now JoJo will join up with the rest of MKOI. They'll answer the aggression of Na'Vi and punish them for it.
A very scrappy affair as KOI do end up finding 2 kills. The problem for KOI is that the Drake goes the way of Na'Vi, so they get time. That's what they're after. They can now concede the 3rd and 4th dragons if they want to and just rely on scaling, whereas KOI is constantly trying to pick up the pace of this game. While they do have a solid poke composition, the question's always going to become, how do they deal with Ornn the later this game goes on? So if they can keep playing at the pace that they're going, leveraging the Syndra and the strength that she has, but that's kind of the core problem that I had with that whole setup. Syndra really didn't have a good position to get involved in that fight at all. She kind of awkwardly came behind the Dragon Pit. She was trying to sync up with the Xin, but it didn't really work out. Now looks like the sights on the Merwin, no flash.
Forge God, no flash from the earlier play, so this one will land. Equalizer goes down onto the wave, and also to slow Relech, and Merwin just walks away from that one. All right, he gets out of there.
Now Poby in a bit of danger.
Yeah, has to go across the veil to jump over the wall. Has Paris in his back pocket to help keep him safe, but Elyoya says, all right, well, let's just go in on the Karma instead. The bubble doesn't land from Alvaro, so Aqua Prison not going to be there. Now JoJo just peppering Sam D with some damage, pushing him off of the wave, and now it's time for Elyoya to invade.
So the problem with that play from Na'Vi is you conceded the entirety of the bot side of the map.
Yeah.
2 members of Na'Vi are now not farming, both in mid and in bot. Poby's being zoned away from experience, the bot lane AD carry is being zoned away, and it's just more plates going into the hands of KOI. So they turn their 1.1k gold lead into 1.5, and it's just more gold into their pockets. And again, KOI accelerating the game just like they want to.
And I imagine they're going to get this bot turret as well, as that's got, I believe, 3 plates left on it. But now we're invading here onto the blue buff. We've got a lot of action here today so far. Elyoya will take it away. And actually, no, that was Relech that was able to secure that with the smite.
He was able to sneak that one out. They're going to hand the blue buff over to Poby.
Okay, well, that's something going Navi's way because things were starting to get a little dicey, but at least defending these invades is a good place to start the recovery.
The lane assignments are pretty interesting here. Poby wants to catch the wave.
Supa just wants to get damage onto Poby. I mean, yeah, it's so hard for this Aurora to actually farm right now.
Exactly. So normally you'd want to try and match the mid laner, so you'd send Poby down to bot to try and deal with the Syndra, but because he doesn't have his role quest finished and he also feels probably even less safe in a side lane than the Sivir does, they're relying on Samdi to basically just wave clear. But again, it's just adding insult to injury because Supa's not losing in the mid lane and JoJo has nothing to be afraid of bot. Look, he's even hovering in that brush. You can see him on the minimap just kind of threatening the idea of, I might dive you, right? And so Samdi has to respect it, and just bit by bit, gold is continuing to be accrued in both mid and bot by MKOI.
And Na'Vi have multiple members going up on Merwin. He has the flash available this time around, but will get hit by Relech. Flashes early, call the Forge God now, again will land, and Na'Vi will find their kill on the MKOI's top laner.
So, I mean, this sucks for Merwin. It absolutely does. but he still has an 800 gold lead already anyway. And look at bot lane. Again, like we keep bringing this topic up. Like look at all the control that they have. They're setting up this deep vision. They're stealing away camps. They're pushing onto this. And they have a TP to catch that wave on top as well. So it feels like that right now every play that Na'Vi is trying to make is immediately getting shut down. And like the cross map from Koi is ultimately still in their favor.
But what I'm noticing is that they did find finally a lane for Samdi to get CS. He went to the mid lane, picks up a wave there. The team gets to play top onto Merwin, and now we'll get the Rift Herald. So yes, it's MKOI still benefiting on the bottom half of the map, but they haven't cracked that turret. I would have expected that to go down much earlier, considering where Navi's been on the map so far. And Na'Vi have found ways to get something in their pocket. They have the Herald to play either for another Dragon fight in 40 seconds here, or to play for a turret.
Yeah, this next Dragon's really interesting to me, because I wonder, now with the upgraded Merc Treads, one of the big counters to Syndra, just boots, do Na'Vi feel strong enough to fight? I would argue that they should probably just concede this one, give it up.
Yeah, you bought time for the Sivir to scale.
Maybe even cross-map just top, focus instead getting that top tower. And based on the positioning of Relech on the minimap, I would say it looks like they're willing to give this objective up, especially now that, I mean, somebody has less than 50% HP, so Herald are going to be dropped, and it looks like they're going to do exactly what we talked about.
Exactly. So Merwin still no flash available, no equalizer this time, in trouble under the turret. Meanwhile, Supa, oh, he goes down to Samdi, does not trade onto Paris. Supa just, I don't know how we got into that position, but either way, that's now 2 dead on MKOI. Na'Vi find 2 plays on opposite sides of the map.
And the Dragon is still up, by the way. Like, the whole point of this cross map from Na'Vi was because they were expecting the Dragon to be taken.
Yeah.
But Supa's death completely changed the plan. Now the Dragon is going to be started off. This just buys more time for Na'Vi to now do stuff on the top side jungle, work towards securing that tower. The bot tower can't be secured because Ornn is still in the area. I mean, a big blunder there from Koi. They just threw away 1K of their gold lead.
Exactly. It was 2.5, now 1,000. MKOI will get another Dragon. It looks like a race between turrets, and also Na'Vi will get that first turret on the top half. So now it's not even 1,000 gold lead for MKOI. They were in such a good position there, Betty, but I mean, Na'Vi, we were wondering about their decision making. Let's see how Supa actually gets into the spot.
He was under the tower.
Wow.
Took a tower shot, gets rooted by Paris, and then just dies.
Yeah.
Well, that was a pretty big misplay from Supa. And, I mean, the top dive, there's very little that Merwin can do about this. He doesn't have his flash available. His ulti's also on cooldown to clear out the way from earlier. And so, I mean, you got comboed by the Herald and from Relech. Oh, look, Relech has decided enemy jungle is his jungle.
Elyoya will be able to get this first. Now the Scatter of the Week comes through for on to Relech. Flash from Elyoya. Call the Forge God will land, but Elyoya is in safe territory. Has the team behind him. His tidal wave will only land onto the front line main, but now the bubble onto Paris, and Supa over the wall with the snipe. Now Relech has the backup of Poby. They're onto Elyoya. It will be trade of 1 for 1, but Relech once more finds Alvaro, and Na'Vi find 2 kills in the fight. Meanwhile, Jojo, Piona, and Supa completely separated. Supa goes down again. It's the solo laners for MKOI trying to fight in the river, but Relech is back to full health on the Aatrox. Merwin will still hold his ground. MKOI decide to back away now, but disaster for MKOI as Na'Vi pick up 3 kills.
Well, Kangas, welcome to European League of Legends, where fighting likes to happen, and the goal is confusing. Right there, it felt like that the initial idea was Na'Vi want to contest the red buff, but they're too late, right? The red buff gets stolen, Jojo's also there in anticipation, and he's ready for a fight. The start of that play looked incredible for Koi, because it looks like an overstep, right? The chain CC, the target selection, the damage looks pretty good. You've chunked out Relech already, but you've also used a big chunk of your burst at the very start of the fight, but it doesn't matter. Paris is isolated, gets stunned up, the combo looks clean, you get your first kill. Now you need to disengage, but they're fishing for more. Super stuck in the red pit, and now you can see how Koi has quickly gone from a good centered front to isolated, and Na'Vi takes advantage of that. They start picking members apart. Relech gets 2 kills on the bottom side of the jungle. They get a 3rd onto an isolated Supa, and now Koi, even though Merwin and Jojo have regrouped, don't actually have the damage anymore to turn the fight in their favor. So it ends up being a winning play for Na'Vi, even though they were too late to the red buff.
And the gold's dead even, but the kill favor to Na'Vi, and they'll get another turret now, getting a slight gold lead in their favor. They've been able to come back very, very quickly from MKOI's early advantage, and they still had those early 2 dragons. So, I mean, the more items the Sivir gets, the scarier it's going to look for MKOI in these fights. Samdi is at 2 items now. The 3 is when I really start to see Sivir come online in these team fights. And that's going to happen well before a Dragon Soul fight. If anything, it's going to happen before Na'Vi even can get their Dragon Soul.
I mean, it was scary for Sam D because he had to lane against the Fed Syndra, and it felt like that he couldn't really lane in mid against Super and Alvaro. But then Super's made, what, 2 major mistakes now, which has just given Sam D so much more freedom to not only catch up in farm, but also get a kill for himself. A 1-0-3 scoreline puts him in a fantastic position where now he's being accelerated, and it looks like that Infinity Edge is going to be next on the docket for him. So once he gets that completed, I mean, you're absolutely right. This Sivir is going to be terrifying.
And Relech also got so many of those kills in that last skirmish. When you compare that to also the early, advantage he got just from wave clear, the jungle clear, but actually a dive under the mid turret right now as Elyoya jumps in, pressing guard to buy some space, and they clear out the wave. While the forge got from main turret will not find more for Na'Vi as they will call off the play. They were looking for a dive under the turret, but MCOY have enough members there to thwart it, and they also have Jojo pushing in that top turret.
I'm looking at all these ultis that are being used, and I'm mindful of the fact that the Dragon is in a minute's time. A decent amount from both sides, but nothing too game-changing as you highlighted. That top tower going to fall and just equalize the gold. But I think that with Na'Vi's composition, in an equal gold game state, they're kind of favored. The question ultimately becomes how well can Koi use their poke?
Yeah.
Because as we come back to the draft, the biggest question for me was how is... Ooh.
Where can they just find a pick right now? Jojo just says, I'll do it myself with the Rocket Belt Syndra. Just closes the gap, scatter the weak, and takes down Sam D.
So hopefully that was a taster of what's to come from Jojo. Because the question was going to be, what can this Syndra do in this draft? Because in my mind, once Ornn presses ult, how does the Syndra play the game? Especially if you have no flash. But apparently Jojo's logic is, well, if I have Rocket Belt, I don't need flash.
We solved the problem of they don't have engage. Jojo is engage.
I'm the idiot. You're completely right.
How dare you doubt Jojo's creativity? As he will find a pick, and now MCOY are able to get their second dragon. It's still going to be a delayed soul, no matter how you slice it, because it's going to be 2 apiece for both teams. Na'Vi still have the scaling options, but, I mean, if MCOY can find plays like that ahead of the objectives, they can still find their way to win this game.
Absolutely.
Although Super now. Relech finds an Ezreal yet again, and the tidal wave almost saves his life, but Samdi is able to chase him down. Na'Vi find their own pick, and now Jojo P on the Rocket Belt's not going to save you this time, brother. Scatter the weak, onto Perez, unleash power, he will trade his life 1 for 1 as Poby will take him down.
They get the TP out from Mingta as well, but Jojo continues to be a force on the side of MCOY that Na'Vi is struggling to deal with. Meanwhile, Super seems to be the target. They found 4 kills on this Ezreal so far this game, which I thought was going to be the hardest target to kill, but Na'Vi, they are farming the AD carry from Koi right now as Relech is doing everything in his power to steal away camps. 1.7k individual gold lead for this man in the jungle.
Yeah, Relech is unleashed right now, and was the player that we were talking about last split rather, as like kind of the standout performer from the team. Had a lot of great performances. It was taking a look at this replay here. It was off picks like the Aatrox, like the Ambessa, that he's able to find these types of plays.
Yeah, and we look back at this bot lane play as well. The Rocket Belt to try and sidestep some skills. The fact that he was able to just one-shot the Karma, level 15 versus level 9. You just got stat diffed, bro. I'm sorry. There's not much you can really do about that. Wow, indeed. Wow. Yeah. But yeah, something that you were talking about just a few seconds ago is this, the reality behind Relech. The fans saw it, we saw it. His impact in the games was very much felt during the first LEC versus season.
6th player of the series.
Yeah, and I mean, you think about all the players that you're competing with, like you look at the names like Yike and Skumon and Elyoya, like these players, these junglers all have such impact, and the
we actually have
started.
A Baron sneak happening right now. As MCOY, they don't spot this at all. I mean, you're just talking about player of the series, Relech, stacking those up. How about a Baron sneak on top of it, as Na'Vi will get that. MCOY completely unawares.
Kangas, I think he's trying to stack more.
I think so. He might have a mission here.
What a Baron play. Of all the duos that you could do, Aatrox plus Ornn was not the highest on my list, I'm not going to lie.
I thought they buffed Baron. I thought that thing was supposed to be harder to kill now.
But you know what? Relech continues to teach me new things every time I cast it.
True.
You know what I mean? The two-man Baron with an Ornn and an Aatrox. Hell
You know,
yeah.
you're learning a lot, Betty. So you're learning that Rocket Belt Syndra is primary engage, as he looked for right there.
Yeah. It's like you can see the future. Jojo is just saying, okay, Rocket Belt ready, I'm ready to fight. Yeah, that was a scary one to force SamD. He's forced to flash, but there it is. The dreaded Infinity Edge now finished. He's going to get back out onto the map, and now he's ready to fight Relech.
Relech does not have a lot of backup behind him, but he does have Call the Forge God. Now Crescent Guard to try and buy Elyoya some space here, as he will flash away. Equalizer from Merwin. Supa walking forward as well with Jojo Pyun in his back pocket. Na'Vi a little separated right now as Jojo Pyun looks for the scatter. We got a SamD, flashes forward, but the Unleashed Power is not nearly enough to get through that Karma Shield. Paris keeping his bot laner alive. Flash from Poby, goes between worlds. Big damage out of Jojo, the weirding for the kill, as SamD will find the damage there. MKOI will lose their jungler. Na'Vi still 5 strong.
And this should open up the mid lane. They'll quickly take the tower. And of course, Relech sets his sights on those Raptors once again. He has to take everything away from Elyoya. They'll get an extra plate.
Victory.
I mean, it's a victory, just flat out. He's going to be looking to take as many camps as he can. Takes the Baron, takes the fight. And Poby finally getting a little bit more impact in this game. He's been stifled so much that the entirety of this game, that ulti was massive from him, though. The fact that such a heavy commitment from Jojo, it does feel like that he's getting a little bit desperate with some of these plays. The idea was to find a pick on a Relech.
Yeah.
The rest of Na'Vi was there to help protect him. Supa is cautious because he's wary about overstepping, so he wants to stick with his team, land what poke he can. But then Jojo sees an opportunity. The stun gets spell shielded beautifully by SamD. And then Jojo, I mean, now he's got nothing. He's committed everything to try and get that kill. Mirren is stalling on the other side, but then Poby comes in, connects the ultimate onto 3, takes out Elyoya. I mean, this would have been a Baron if it was on the board.
Yeah.
But instead, they'll be happy.
Had it.
Yeah, they'll be happy with the tower and the bot camps.
Yeah. You don't need the Baron after the fight if you had the Baron during the fight, because they're able to just push in bot wave, get more plates on that tier 2 turret down there, and now just establishing more control in the jungle. Scatter Week from Jojo catches Relech, who just flashes in onto the Syndra! And the follow-up from Mainter means death to the mid laner. TP in from the Rumble, flash immediately to get away from dodge. Na'Vi are on fire right now in these fights.
Absolutely. Koi are on the back foot. The Rumble ultimate has to be dropped defensively, I imagine. He's going to use it now to buy a little bit of time.
Does roast up a couple health bars, as well as the cannon minions. Have to clear those ones out when the Baron buff was up, and now it's expired. Na'Vi will back away, but that looked like MKOI finding a pick onto Relech. He's just deceptively tanky, man. When he flash autos, he healed so much. And now it's going to be a 3rd dragon to Na'Vi. They got those early 2 to buy them time. They don't need more time, Vedius. This composition is online.
And this is why so many people have been excited about Relech's introduction to the league, because as you see on your screen, he's not a man that plays passively. He's a man that will, in this situation, flash forward to make the play. He knows that he has the damage to get that kill. The comms have to be Syndra, 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 Syndra. They know that she still has no flash, and with the healing that he gets, I mean, beautifully played by Relech. They get the dragon, they get the tower in firm control here in game 1.
And Mainter has also had incredible either primary engage Forge Gods or follow-up Call the Forge Gods. The Ornn's providing a lot to this composition as well, because we highlighted MKOI don't have that primary engage, that go button. Na'Vi do, and they're using it to great effect. They're going to use it right now. Call the Forge God again onto Jojo Pyun. Rocket Belts to dodge it, but still goes down. As it is traded, Unleashed Power will get Poby 1 for 1.
I mean, credit to Jojo. He is consistently trading 1 for 1 every time he loses his life. But you can see the concern that I had. Ornn ult, what does Syndra do? The answer is usually
die on your turret.
Yeah. But at the very least, he is able to get 1 kill back. Now, no objectives on the map available. All of the tier 2 towers, except for that mid one, has been taken.
Alvaro steps a little far forward, has to flash.
Na'Vi continue to maintain control of this game. What felt like a pretty scary early game quickly snowballed in Na'Vi's favor because of a couple of key mistakes that we saw, mainly from Supa. That death in mids, delaying the take of the dragon, I think was pretty significant. But Na'Vi have just, every single skirmish, consistently found ways to come out ahead. And Jolly Man, as he finds his way onto the board consistently, has in fact, he is correct in that it feels that Na'Vi have built a bit of a fortress composition here that feels tough to break.
Yeah, it's feeling like we're in 2 towers right now. Remember, you're gonna have to find some dynamite or something to blow up that wall. As we got the ornaments coming in now as well, we just saw Sam D finish the Infinity Edge. Now he has 4 items with the upgraded Infinity Edge on top of it. This Sivir is going to hurt.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, she was already hurting. Now she just hurts extra.
Bonus hurt.
Yeah, as I would like...
buy one, get one free.
Damage plus.
Damage plus, yes.
Yeah.
Premium. Premium hurt.
Yeah, absolutely. Baron out in 20 seconds. And this is probably... This is the scariest point for Na'Vi because this is the objective with which teams have thrown before. When you start that objective, the Rommel ultimate becomes a very scary ult that Na'Vi will have to play around. So now they're just trying to push their pressure forward. They're trying to gain control and push MKOI back. You can see this line really start to develop along here, and it's kind of just cutting off access to the river to deny KOI access into the river and just make it as difficult as possible. Bait out those blue trinkets to deny as much vision as possible.
Meanwhile, Poby's just pushing in on the bottom lane. So Na'Vi don't have to start the Baron immediately. They can just play the side lane. Mervin will show up with the equalizer, tries to roast down Poby, who goes between worlds, but Na'Vi also have to engage in the mid lane. Call the Forge God onto Alvaro, no flash on the Na'Vi from the earlier misstep, and Relech will pick up another kill. Now into Jojo Pyun. Does have flash available, but still gets caught by the knockup, and Jojo pulled back in. Double kill to Relech, as Na'Vi are still crushing MKOI.
KOI thought that they had found an engage on the bot side of the Rift, but Na'Vi uses an opportunity to force an engage of their own. They start the fight in mid lane, they get 2 quick kills, and the craziest thing is Poby still gets out alive with a clever little TP to get him to safety. 5 members of Na'Vi, the Baron in sight. This game 1 looks locked and loaded for Na'Vi.
No CC on Merwin to stop the TP, so there's nothing that MKOI can do to answer that play from Na'Vi. The top lane engages, the jungle carries, and Na'Vi benefit with their second Baron of the game. A 6.5k gold lead and Dragon Soul fight in a minute's time. I mean, you could basically wrap this one up. I know never say never. I don't want to cast or curse anybody, but this is one of those moments where I'm staring down 4.5 item Sivir thinking, when are we ever going to get to the Sivir? Like, who's supposed to hit Sivir when we got all this front line in front of it, the shields on top of it? It's going to be difficult.
And my question coming into this game was very much, are Na'Vi still very driven by that Dragon objective? Do they center their whole playstyle and composition around it? And I think it's fair to say that, at least based on this game, that's not what they've been limited to. It feels like that they've expanded their pool. The Baron take was very clever. They're smart with their cross maps. I'm already quite enticed by some of the development and advantages that we've seen Na'Vi build this game.
And now they're looking for their own engage. Anytime I see Relech in that position and Mainter walking up, I can guess what might happen next. Call the Forge God is available, and that is the go button for Na'Vi. MKOI have everybody grouped together. It's about a fight for the mid-wave control. Syndra, no flash. Supa is going to have to put in a lot of work here because Jojo has positioned so safe with only the rocket belt for movement. As Poby also looking for a bit of a flank here. Na'Vi control the access to the river, as MKOI are going to have to find a way at all! Poby just one-shots Alvaro, and now Call the Forge God continues the play. Elioya's trying to buy space for Jojo Pyun, but again, the no flash. Syndra's out of there. Crescent Guard will not save Elioya's life. He'll come out of the GA straight to the gray screen. Na'Vi decimate MKOI in the late game team fight. They control the early game. They got their scaling online, and they're gonna take a game 1 win against MKOI.
Their first win against KOI this year, and they do it in dominant fashion. Na'Vi looking to put their name on the board.
Revenge for split 1 in the playoffs. It was MKOI that knocked Na'Vi into the lower bracket. But Na'Vi will get the first laugh here in this best of 3. GG, Na'Vi take game number 1.
Impressive stuff. I love the evolution that we've been seeing, but you've heard enough from us, so let's cue it over to the desk.
Thank you so much. Yeah, there were question marks around Na'Vi. Can they replicate what they showed us in Versus in the best of ones particularly? They did fall to MKOI, but in this game one, they're the stronger team.
And I just want to ask you, Otto, I remember you specifically said that Na'Vi will crash and burn and they won't make playoffs.
Did you say that on the LEC
He said that
podcast?
on the LEC podcast, yeah.
Okay.
So what do you have to say
Sick
to that,
name, by the
Otto?
way.
I mean, that's like hashtag paid advertisement, what you guys just did. But sure, yeah, I did say it on the LEC podcast that my prediction was that Na'Vi was going to crash and burn, because when I saw them hit that wall, you know, in the playoffs at maximum velocity, I didn't think they were going to bounce back. And come on, guys, it's game one. We saw one game, and they had to sneak a Baron. Sure, they still got their 4 Drakes and all of that stuff, but they had to sneak a Baron. They learned something.
Do you actually think it was necessary for them to get that Baron to win this game?
It was more
I think so.
I mean,
it was optional.
So here's the crazy part is, we haven't seen a Baron sneak in a very, very long time. I don't know when, I know, Jack, when is the last time you saw one of this? But usually in Baron sneaks, you have it done with, like, you know, jungler in mid lane or jungler in ADC. But you never see Ornn and an Aatrox, a tank and just jungler doing it, because they're baiting it so well. There are 3 people constantly on mid lane. It always makes you think like, oh, here we are, we're going to fight for mid lane control. Oh, we want to put some vision on both sides. I didn't expect Ornn and Aatrox to do that Baron in 30
How
seconds.
do you think MKOI felt?
No, I think it's fair. Like, oftentimes when a Baron gets snuck, you're like watching it and you're like, come on, guys, they're doing it. Obviously, they're doing it.
Yeah, obviously. We can see it.
Now
it's really hard to see.
Yeah, now it's like, it's Aatrox Ornn. It's like, they can't do Nash, right? Wait, oh, Nash is gone. Okay.
Yeah,
my bad.
It's true. Well, Mirwin did say in the pregame interview, he said, week one, like first game of MKOI, you never know what you're going to get. Yeah, prophetic words.
I mean, they looked okay. Jojo was having a great early laning phase, but then, you know, it just ended up with being, you know, the Lich show, as it usually is with
Let's
Na'Vi.
talk about him.
Yeah.
He's kind of the GOAT. No,
This
like,
guy.
I don't know. Aatrox is just his...
But it's the oldest trick in the book at this point. He just keeps getting away with it.
Yeah, but it's his like creme de la creme, you know? Like, he looks so good on this champion always when he gets it. And I'm starting to think that you just need to ban Aatrox.
So good that Carrier said on the stream he wants a relatch Na'Vi jersey. No, that's not true. He said that he wants a skin.
That's absolute cold. Like, oh my god.
That's
Where
such
would he even see Na'Vi play?
He's
LEC.
watching LEC, obviously.
Bro, come on.
That's even more cold.
Saying that
Saying that
crazy.
Kyria is watching LEC, that's 10 times even more cold.
I mean, after G2, maybe you should watch the better region.
I mean, that's true. That's true. That's cope.
He's just
That's cope maxing right there.
He's just building it up so he can win versus G2, you know? Anyway, Reletch, yeah. For people that maybe haven't watched that much of Versus, I get it, maybe, I don't know.
If you've never seen League before, this might look unfamiliar.
Okay.
That's a top laner in the jungle right there.
So the jungle, the Rift. No, but Reletch, he was already really, really good in Versus, and I think he was one of those junglers that had a lot on his shoulders, because obviously the famous story, right? They had another jungler who knew that he was about to get kicked because this superstar was coming in that Na'Vi really wanted to bet on. And it doesn't always pan out that way, Jack. I think it's wonderful to see when it does pan out, because it is a lot of pressure.
I mean, the bet paid off dividends. You've seen
One
that.
game versus MKOI.
No, but last split
Yeah,
as
okay,
well,
yeah.
you know? Like, he's just bringing out permanently top laners in jungle role while carrying while doing it, great Drake stacking, and just control of the map. Like, it doesn't feel like he's limited to only doing one thing. He can adapt if the game gets crazy. I think the only criticism you could levy against him is that he's quite selfish. But if he always carries when he gets the resources, even that is like a frail argument.
I mean, that was also inspired with me, you know, because this guy was the most selfish player I ever played with, but he was just winning you every single game. He would just go into game
complain, you know? Like.
Yeah, I mean, it sucks for everyone else, you know. Playing with him like sucked for me,
Well,
but getting wins, I was happy with my win.
Well,
you know?
it sucks for everyone else, but then sometimes they just die on mid-wave.
I don't get that. I don't get it. What's wrong with you people? You ADCs that just die on midway?
ADCs get like a really bad rep for no reason. Like,
what do you mean for no reason?
Okay, but like, yes, ADCs die on mid-waves, but we need to farm, you know? Like, we're
no, you
getting
just
resources.
need to count. You just need to count. Look, 1, 2, 3, you are 1. 3 is better than 1. Don't walk up.
But if you always play safe, then you just don't ever
what
contest.
Do you mean, man? The
it's
minions
hard to
come.
play.
Look here as well. 1, 2, 3, 1. It's the same thing.
I mean, okay, but it's not like ADCs are the only people to ever int. Like, top laners are literally known for inting.
Okay,
you have the boss as your idol, bro, and he's known for having death after death after death. Look at this.
Yeah, but he
gets caught
carries
as well.
games. He carries games, and this. Okay, this is.
Okay, so ADC.
Yes.
Carry is literally in the name. we carry. ADC's carry.
Bro, that's super egocentrical. You're putting I'm not an attack damage, I'm attack damage and I carry.
Well, I didn't make it. It's not like I'm egocentric.
Yeah, but you're just going into it. You're just accepting it, embracing it. Top lane is just like top lane. Yeah, you're just isolated and depressed.
Yeah, and also, Miriam was still like 2k gold ahead.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, actually, they lost.
Good def.
Yeah.
I mean, some D was ahead way more than 2k, so.
Okay, good argument, Jack.
Well,
way to
what
go.
do you mean? When she says gold and I say gold, then it's the same.
Okay,
Anyway,
buddy.
So, listen, guys, it's been a really long day. We're
completely cooked.
probably gonna get 9 games, which we're just not cut out for. So sorry if we go off. What are you doing?
What is that?
What's on that sign? I can't. Oh, what is it like?
Storm Surge.
Oh, Storm Surge? Are you kidding? Storm Surge is here. Shocks, Tolkien. What does it say? Stinkt. Was? Das kann ich doch nicht sagen. Stinkt. Was? Ne, also, nein. Nee, also die Tolkien, die riecht sehr, sehr gut. Das müssen wir doch mal sagen.
Says Tolkien stinks, is that what it says?
Yeah, no. Never get signs from the audience. It also says, ask Jack Spectra and Odoamne about what MCOY should do in this next game.
Ooh. I mean, not get caught on mid-waves, according to Odoamne. But I don't think that was the biggest problem.
That's for everyone.
Okay, fair enough. Well, I think, for me, MCOY always look the best when they're the ones that have the tools to actually play the game. And this game, they had very little CC. They mostly just had the Cinder Stun and the Nami Bubble, but that's like, you know, who's hitting Nami Bubble? Maybe Busio.
Yeah.
So you really need, I think, some engage. Get Alvaro on something like the Nico, something like the Nautilus, the Rel, something that can actually go in, and Elyoya on something more proactive. And then we can see them hold hands, make things happen together, and that's a lovely MCOY right there.
Lots of stuff. I see it. I see the 3 games. It's been spelled out for me. Thank you so much. We'll be back after the break for the second, maybe last, maybe not game of this first LEC day, MCOY versus Navi. We'll be right back. Thanks. Thanks for that.
Now he's passing towards the mid lane. Kobe takes a chunk from Jojo Pure. Now Elyoya will get the flash out. Flash follow as Jojo Pure spotting that roam. As now Merwin actually coming in. Level 7 on the Rumble, roasting down Roledge. As the flash fails it over the wall!
Is it? Can we do Nesh now? I think we'll
Lumber nodes. No. He forces flash. Lumber nodes. I did.
Nice. Go Nesh.
Brother, let me try.
Wait. Brother, let us break this instead. Brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, to Game 2 of MKOI versus Na'Vi, where Na'Vi are up 1-0 in this rematch series. This is kind of a rematch from upper bracket in Split 1, where MKOI took that 2-0. Na'Vi already got an early revenge.
Yeah, and I wasn't expecting... I mean, I was expecting high things of Relech. I wasn't expecting him to really cook Elyoya. Like, that was definitely a bit of a surprise. The Baron steal was really impressive. The blunders he had, we can easily forgive. But ultimately, he had a really strong performance. The thing is, though, Koi are known to just kind of, like, getting smashed in a game in a best of.
Yeah.
So I really do feel like they're going to bring the thunder here in Game 2. I'm expecting big shifts coming into Game 2, and I'm expecting them to fight back here in this series.
You did come up after our short break, and you're like, I'm feeling a third game. I feel like we're going to get a third one. And you know what? Everyone that purchased tickets today, they're getting their money's worth if we get that third one, because that would mean 9 total games, the max. But it's all up to MKOI to come back in this series. Na'Vi were in great form. They were falling behind a little bit in that early game with some of the rotations, but the rotations did work out in the long run. They got gold onto Sivir. They were able to get some turrets to themselves as well, and MKOI just weren't quite able to expand the lead that they had, which was around 2K at its peak. But now into pick and ban for game number 2. We already have some of those enchanters off the table with the Karma and the Nami out of there. And now let's see what the next prio is.
All right, well, let's have a look. I mean, so, yeah, I was about to say Ryze is still on the table. They're going to look to take that one off the board. Orianna is also something worth considering. I'm very interested as to how strong teams in Europe still consider Orianna. I feel like that she's still very, very strong, but we'll see what Na'Vi feel like coming into this matchup.
I like the Orianna with certain pairings. I always want a ball delivery system when you lock in the Orianna. When it's Orianna plus, like, I don't even like Xinjiao, things like that. I'm not as big of a believer. I want something that will just fly into the back line and deliver it, like the Nocturne, like Camille, these flashier picks.
Forgive me, but I was convinced you said bold delivery system. And I was like, damn, is this some new Orianna tech that I'm unfamiliar with?
Technically, we actually had this conversation in the LCS. Technically, Orianna is bald. She doesn't have hair. It's metal. Does that count?
You know what? I'm going to avoid that conversation. As
I
Orianna
think it gets by on the technicality.
has, in fact, been locked in. Orianna Nocturne naturally rises in priority. Poby will probably... he got it. I was going to say respond with a Zia, but he got the lock in before I could say so. This is kind of a staple, I would say, for most Korean mid laners. But yeah, throughout Poby's academy experience over in Tier 1, he played a lot of Azir. So
and we had the nerfs pre-first stand, buffs immediately after.
Yep.
Welcome back, Azir.
I don't think the buffs were that significant personally, but sure. Pros will say buff? Okay, playable. Now, this Ambessa Relech, a specialty, I would say of his. I will say the last time they met, it felt like Na'Vi had a very good understanding of how to deny these picks away from Relech. Like, they were picking away things like his Zehen, they were banning away the Kiana, and they were forcing him onto quote-unquote more traditional junglers where he felt a little bit less impactful on. So it seems like coming into today, they're quite happy to give him these champions, and we'll see if they can stifle him this time around, because they didn't really shut him down in Game 1. But the Orianna Nocturne, a scary combo with which many teams around the world have experienced firsthand.
Are you a believer in the knock wave?
The knock wave?
The knock wave. The Nocturne shockwave. I believe it was Azale that coined it. The knock wave, yep.
Right.
Not to be confused
Don't like
with
that at all.
Not to be confused with the Shock Kong, which is the Shockwave Wukong, another ball delivery system.
I prefer just the surprise, you know, because the lights turn off and surprise.
Surprise! Yeah, you're probably
dead.
Yeah. One thing that can help with that, though, is Bard. You know, Temper Fake can be used offensively for picks or defensively if the Nocturne Orianna combo is looking for your backline.
But also, I just love Bard as an initiator tool into low mobility champions. Yep. Orianna does get the movement speed from a W. She procs it on herself. But when her flash is down, she's prime real estate.
Yeah.
Right? Like that Bard is eyeing up that mid lane and saying, I am looking to get a kill, and I will fish for that every opportunity. We'll see as we move into the second phase, because supports should be the target, and the Nautilus already removed. Renekton going to be taken out of the pool. Now, this does open up the possibility that Ambessa is going top lane.
Yeah.
And I wonder if that ban is a little bit of an indication, or maybe even a bit of a bait. I wonder if the mind games are at work here, as quite doing the traditional AD carry bans as they look to remove those from the pool. I think Xayah makes a ton of sense into the comp that they're playing.
and they're going to hold the surprise for a little longer as well if they lock in an AD carry. Xayah would have made sense, or hovering between that and the Jhin. Either way, we don't know where the Ambessa is going yet. We can expect jungle based on Relech's past games and his style that he's been kind of, Na'Vi has been adapting to. But no, we actually pivot to the Jhin. So not Xayah that you were excited about. You're not as convinced?
Xayah made sense. I mean, so the only reason why I don't like Jhin is just because Xayah has a lot of self-peel. Jhin doesn't.
Yep.
He does have range, so paired alongside Azir, it gives you a little bit more poke. In the lane, I think it's also just stronger than Xayah is, just because Jhin is can be quite the lane bully, even when paired alongside a Bard. But I think that generally you want something when paired alongside a Bard that can be a little bit more self-sufficient, and sometimes I worry about Jin's ability to do that. Also, if Koi just slammed like a tank, like Cassante or something, isn't he just sad?
Yeah, I mean, that is available, or the blind pick Gnar, if we want to go for that one instead. Either way, it's going to be the Nico with the Inara. Typically with the Inara, I like things that are enchanters.
Okay.
Here's more shielding. So Shen on top of the Nocturne, with the ball on top of the Nocturne. We're just piling things on Nocturne. Throw him at the Jhin.
This is also a bit of a test for Mainta because he was kind of branded as a bit of a tank merchant last split.
Okay.
So, I mean, if you just pick a tank into Shen, I think Shen's pretty happy. So do you have a counter pick for us, Mainta? But also, it's good into Ambessa. So even if they do flex the Ambessa, all right, he's not escaping the allegations.
Okay.
I feel like he's just adding more evidence into the allegations right now. He played
like playing Jax.
on in game 1 and then Sion in game 2. So I feel like Koi read the play pretty well. They said, you know, we can blind we can blind Shen because he's probably going to play a tank top, and that is exactly what Mainta does. Don't get me wrong, he's a good tank player.
Sure.
It is kind of his bread and butter.
Nothing wrong with knowing your lane, you know?
Absolutely.
You got a specialty.
But I like this comp a lot more than game 1 from Koi. I feel like it all works towards the same goal, which is forward.
Yes.
We want Nico to flash in. We want Orianna's ball on someone. We don't really mind who it is.
Yeah.
It can be on Shen, flash taunt into Shockwave. It can be Nocturne, ulti in, Shockwave. It can be Nico.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of possibilities. I mean, like, you're right. Rocket Belt. How could I forget the most obvious one? You could Rocket Belt flash yourself.
We might see a Rocket Belt onto Orianna.
It wouldn't surprise me.
What JoJo's
would not surprise me. Yeah, so I do like what MKoi has brought to the table. Na'Vi, again, very front to back. I think Jhin is going to be sad. Like, you only get 4 bullets, and if all of them get blocked by a Shen, it's sad but funny.
Yeah. That's one of those instances where, unfortunately, we're not laughing with you, as you're probably not laughing yourself as the Jhin player. But here we go, loading on to the Rift for game number 2 of MKoi versus Na'Vi. Na'Vi find themselves up 1-0 in the series after a very dominant second half of that last game, scaling and controlling. Different approach to the composition this time around for the bottom half with the Jhin instead of the Sivir, but arguably similar goals when it comes to mid and top. Sion and Azir both having good scaling options, and they still have somewhat of a front-to-back identity when you look at the top half.
He's still very much on Relech this time around. He went for a pretty standard pathing in game 1, and then the moment that Koi tried to do that invade, he then changed up his pathing, and he punished Elyoya pretty handily, putting him in a very good position early on. Someone in the chat saying 2-0 Na'Vi. The Lions are mad and hungry. I'm very much, that's my mentality right now. Koi,
you're mad and hungry?
Jolly Man is back again. Great draft by Koi. This man is everywhere.
He's jolly.
Yeah.
Having a great time.
Is that scary?
Is it?
Doesn't that sound like a Batman villain?
You know what?
The
when you put it that way,
man.
the jolly man. You know, I think it's all about the timbre of the voice. You know, the jolly man.
Yeah.
That's a little scary, but like the jolly man. Well, you know what?
See?
You're onto something. That might have been worse.
The second one gave you It vibes for a second then, didn't it? Yeah.
I was trying to be a little more jovial about it, but
no, it's still
I'm gonna hold judgment on the jolly man for right now. As
Mods, let us know if you're okay. Yes.
Bot lane shoving in here for Na'Vi. Mid lane, still JoJo shoving in onto Poby. He won the laning phase pretty soundly last time around. It was more in the late game where it wasn't working out for him as Poby actually flies forward. Takes some more damage from the windup of JoJo Pyun.
And jungle pathing, both heading towards the bottom sides. No invade from LUA this time around. No surprise either.
So I really love watching JoJo's laning phase.
Yeah.
So generally, Caps, I want to say he's, I don't remember from first stand, but Caps is like a very high win rate on Orianna. Domestically, he's undefeated on it this year. And so Caps basically giving him Orianna is a scary thing to do. But often when you saw JoJo versus Caps in that Orianna matchup specifically, they would fist fight. Like, it was nothing but aggression between the two mid laners as they sort of fought for control. And it's nice to see that JoJo like just emulates that same style again, even on Orianna, similar to what he did on the Syndra, just in your face, non-stop trading. It is a style that can be punished, but in this meta where it feels like full clear into bot crab, it's something that during the first 4 levels, very rarely do you actually get punished for. So
yeah, might see it slow down now as Illuia will push Paris out through the magical journey. Supa also getting some big damage on the SMD, but Relech did have the time to get that bottom scuttle crab and can just walk up towards the top one.
Yeah, I don't think he's in a position to really contest it though, just because it looks like the Shen early on is getting prio on the top side of the map. He's not going to be too greedy about it, so Relech going to concede that top crab. He is fishing though in the enemy jungle, but there's nothing for him to steal away.
Nice sidestep from Alvaro there, but will use the heal to do so, as now Illuia will get that top scuttle crab. Relech looks at those Raptors again. Man, he's got those Raptors on lock right now, as both junglers even in the clear overall, and Na'Vi will now finally get the wave to crash under turret and go for a reset. The big thing about that mid lane trades, the aggressive trades, is a slightly better first back for Jojo Pyun as he picks up the Amp Tome compared to just the dagger for Poby. And still about 2 waves up over that mid lane opponent.
The refillable, I think, is also extremely valuable for him as well, just getting that extra bit of sustain. Poby doing slightly better in the trades back. Alvaro now making his way across though. I think Jojo just wants help pushing out this wave so he can go back to base. You can see he's mana starved. He wants to go back and spend his gold. And I'm thinking, yeah, I think he's. Oh, actually, he's just short. I thought he actually had enough, but it looks like he's going to be just short from buying that Lost Chapter.
Close, but no cigar right now. As Paris also roaming towards the mid lane, smacking around Alvaro with the Electrocute Bard. You'd mentioned that Bard, you know, it depends on the keystone you take, but when you go for the Electrocute, you can control the bot wave very well with the Jhin and always threaten. One Cosmic Binding could mean a lot of damage, if not just death to the opponent. You got to respect that as Alvaro. We don't see his current health bar, but I believe it was around 3/4 full. But now, yeah, again, Paris, you mentioned the highlight of the bar too. You can roam around the map, and we have seen Paris kind of bouncing between mid, bouncing between bot, just waiting to see where he's needed.
Yeah, it's an underestimated strength of roaming supports. Your ability to just move into Fog of War and threaten the potential roam puts that.
Poby flashes as Jojo Pyun hits level 6. Had the ultimate available, and Poby did not. So Summoner Spell lead now for Jojo.
I mean, Jojo is just straight up bodying Poby, because the thing is, every time Poby tries to trade back, he's just losing farm. We watched him just lose a cannon minion. He's now 20 CS behind. We're only 5.5 minutes in. And so just a gold advantage being built just through Jojo's fantastic laning. And it's something that he's continued to demonstrate ever since he arrived in Europe. And I mean, yeah, the conversation for him is very much around how close is he to Caps? To be honest, the conversation is pretty consistently. It feels like he's a better laner than Caps is, but Caps usually plays the map better.
Yeah.
But that conversation has gone back and forth pretty consistently, because even last split, it felt like Caps was on a tear pretty much in every role.
It depends on if we're talking regular season Caps or playoffs.
Also very true, yeah.
I feel like there's a difference there, as top lane has the Scuttle Crab spawn. 6 minutes on the clock, so it's time for supports to roam up here as Paris taking some big damage right now. Trades it back into Jojo. Poby now is level 6. Could look for the shuffle play. Not a lot of items picked up as Relech now on to the Scuttle Crab. Will secure it. Hits level 6 early and is now looking potentially at Merwin. Has the flash available as well as the taunted dodge, so it'd be a tough public execution to land. Relech will not go for it. But still, the team backing him up. He gets the top Scuttle.
Yeah, I mean, a value add for Relech, absolutely. And I do sometimes get inspired vibes where it's kind of like, hey, team, this thing is happening. I need everyone primed and ready to go. And everyone was primed and ready to go. Same thing can be said for Koi. So just really kind of the talent of a good jungler where they call out for their team support ready to contest these crabs especially. Dragon's still on the rift, though. 7 minutes in. In the previous game, we saw that first one taken almost immediately just because Relech had great awareness of where Elyoya was on the map. But now that Elyoya has reached level 6, he's going to continue to clear through his jungle, but I'm hoping to see that ultimate start to be invested somewhere. Good early Nocturne, I think, is always well, just an effective use of his ult.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen that first use, and again, it's such a long cooldown that if you don't get a big, impactful one, it's going to be a while until you're able to pull that off. Again, a dragon could be the place to do it, as right now Na'Vi are getting some vision down.
So Shockwave was just used on the mid wave. This should be really important information. It basically allows Jojo to get the fast push, go back to base, but it's now not available for an upcoming dragon fight. And with the dragon alive and the bot wave just constantly fighting back and forth, it could be something to question. You can see the question mark pings coming down. Alvaro's going to fish for information right now as he sends the clone over. But bases need to come through from Sam B. He wants to spend some of his gold, so it looks like Dragon not going to be an immediate point of contention.
Yeah, neither team pulling the trigger right away. Sam D will finish that back and comes back with not yet a full item, but getting close towards one, as Supa will go for a reset as well. Still just some vision control from Na'Vi on that bottom side. They got a ward over the Dragon Pit wall, as well as one to spot if Jojo fades down towards the objective. And Jojo Shockwave is already over half back. So if we just keep delaying this, MKOI will still have the Nocturne plus Orianna combo. And again, if you're Sam D, you need to be aware that you're probably the target, as you are the squishy immobile AD carry. Jojo the target right now, though, as he just trades back damage onto Poby. Paris and Relech not able to get onto the Orianna.
Jojo really controlling that mid wave very well. Full HP. Pops the pot just to be sure, but the crab contest once again.
And yeah, we're contesting for the top grab, but in is Mainter, as now we go for the play. Spell shield the shuffle. First blood to MKOI, as it's Alvaro that picks it up. Mainter has to flash. Elyoya will chase him down. Shockwave pulls him back. He can't get out with the blast cone. Now over the wall towards a red buff. Has the magical journey to get to safety. But first blood regardless to MKOI.
Okay, so MKOI not shying away from looking for that fight. The crab's still secured, though, by Relech, so a small win for the jungler, but it was at the cost of your mid lane. A little bit unfortunate that that kill did go over to Alvaro. They would have loved to have given that over to either Jojo or Elyoya, but the grubs are going to be their reward as well. So MKOI demonstrating some of the strength. At first, I was like, oh, the Shockwave didn't do any damage because the heal will come through. So you'll see the heal being invested from Paris as the engage comes through. They try to keep him as healthy as they can, gets that bit of extra HP, but they actually hold on to the Shockwave in anticipation of an extended fight. Jojo's going to use it here on the second half, and it does get the flash out from Mainter. Oh, I stand corrected.
Yeah, he ults away and then just takes the journey out. But still, it's resources that had to be used, as he's lucky that Paris was in his back pocket to help him out there. But still, first blood over to Alvaro. Even if you'd rather it on one of the solo lanes or the carries, still gold in the pocket of MKOI, who now have a 1,000 gold lead. Regardless, Na'Vi will be the ones to start up Dragon.
A bit of a late Dragon compared to what we're used to seeing, especially over at first stand. But the fact that Na'Vi are grabbing this first looks very clean to me. And again, like the way that I saw Na'Vi playing the game before was that so much of their focus was dragons, 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 dragons. Whereas now it feels a little bit more like, Relech, where do you think we're strong on the map? What should we be contesting and fighting for? And I can see the coordination within the team where they are cooperating very cleanly. And it feels like Sam D's responsibility is, okay, you just live and farm. You will be relevant later, but you're kind of just a piece in the greater machine.
A cog
that is
in the wheel.
But we need you to ramp up. You'll be key later, but in the early game, a lot of the centerpiece is very much around Relech, Paris, and where they can interact on the map. And it feels like Elyoya and Alvaro are doing a good job of trying to match them on the map. And so far in this game, they've been able to build the lead doing just that.
And now Paris, I mean, roaming around his Bard level 5, very different than roaming around his Bard level 6. He has the Tempered Fate now, so if he's able to find that big engage ultimate onto Jojo Pyun, who has Flash, but still low mobility otherwise, will probably have to use Flash in trade for the ultimate. Paris has a target at this point, as he's spotted out by Alvaro here, still kind of just bouncing between mid and bot, is now Relech. And see a Pop Blossom from Alvaro, but not a lot of follow-up. Tempered Fate used, but instead they go mid lane, the Shockwave combo! Nocturne delivers it, Jojo Pyun gets the kill.
Nice play there from Koi. once they see the Bard ultimate committed, it becomes a very easy choice. Yeah. I was worried for LEC because I felt like Paris was a little too quick to throw that ultimate out there, and he was, but not for the reason that I was suspecting. He should have been focused more on which target are they actually locking down. He predicted that it was going to be LEC, and it ended up being their mid laner as well. So LEC just fishing for a bit of damage. The ulti from Alvaro comes through. Then you see the Nocturne ultimate, and Paris gets spooked. He thinks, oh, they're going on to my jungler. Poby's also roaming down to try and help, but ends up falling himself. Now Jojo in a bit of danger himself.
Public execution over the wall. Flashback from Jojo, and a flash follow from LEC will secure the kill. Shut down to the jungler of Na'Vi. Meanwhile, topside, Elyoya is going for a gank onto Mainter here. He's a tanky Scion, and he's just TP'd back to turret, and it worked. All right.
I mean, the Taunt was used, the Fear was used, they had nothing left.
Yeah.
They had no way to interrupt him, so he's able to get away to safety. Good job there by Mainter, but LEC basically saying, okay, fine, I'll do it. He gets the flash out from Jojo, he gets the kill onto Jojo as well. And he gets a nice injection of gold. So Na'Vi not down and out just yet, but you can see how here in game 2, MKOI are fighting back with a vengeance. It feels like Poby is really being bullied so effectively by Jojo. 2 items, I say 2 items, the boots have been upgraded and completed.
Feels like an item.
Oh, absolutely it does. Those upgraded boots, a devastating upgrade, especially given that Poby, he hasn't even finished his role quest yet.
But I want to say it's a similar story to last game. Poby's a little behind from the laning phase, but it's LEC that is the hope for Na'Vi, and we see 8-2-3 on the Aatrox in game number 1. Incredible. The one failed flash.
The one failed flash.
But
one carried game.
But one carried game, yeah, it evens out.
There's a cost, as with any card game would know. There is a cost to have an effect. So
balance in all things.
Absolutely.
Yeah. That's the payment cost.
Yeah.
To cast the carry performance.
Yeah. So we're yet to see that flail flash from LEC just yet, but soon I'm sure he'll pay that cost.
Coming.
Yeah. We'll see if he can find another carry game against KOI. Is Herald up in a minute, Dragon in a minute 35. Jungler's focused on farming as those first items are being completed across the board. And KOI definitely in a scary spot. Super, last game we criticized him for some of the small mistakes he made in mid lane. Samdi and Super, speaking of.
Yeah, okay, he's able to dodge the Deadly Flourish, and that was really the only threat onto Super in that moment, so. Backs off just fine. Samdi, meanwhile, has a couple of those Wayfarer Shrines to pick up to heal him back up, and he's back to full health, essentially, so. Not much from that trade there, but Dragon coming up in a minute's time. So it's about the due diligence of getting your vision down, making sure that you're controlling those waves, and also backing for your purchases, as Samdi will channel a back. And let's see what he's able to pick up here as Paris actually gets chased out. Drops a ward down, and Poby will get this bottom wave.
Right now it just feels like it's fishing for information, making sure that laners are safe. Jojo wants to push out that bot wave, so jungle and support are just here to cover so that LEC doesn't do anything sneaky. And in the same vein, LEC and Paris are cautious of the fact that there might be a dive on the bot side, but LEC, he had camps to clear, so he wants to get out of here ASAP, and he's going to already move up towards the top side. But look at the positioning of Mirwin. He's kind of snuck behind. LEC will be spotted.
Yeah, he's going to be in a 1v2. Smite goes down, and it's stolen by Elyoya. So MKOI's jungler wasting some of LEC's time.
Absolutely. I mean, you can see at the bottom of your screen, it's all lit up blue in favor of KOI right now. They hold gold leads in pretty much every metric, but this was the gold lead that they had in game 1. Sure. And that was when the mistakes started to come through. It was literally at this point in the game. So we need to see a slightly cleaner performance.
Flat circle, baby.
I mean, I can tell you right now, Melzet, after a couple of those ints that we saw in game 1, he's going to bring out some strong words, I would say, and say, all right, boys, we need to lock in. And so far, they are looking fairly locked in. Dragon is on the board, Herald the same. Shen ulti ready to go. We're yet to see that have huge impact in the fight, but I'm expecting it to only add more value as the game continues.
Anytime Paris looks for that Tempered Fate onto the low mobility targets, immediately outside of it, you expect the Stand United to be following as well. Shen's going to be given a shield, given a taunt on the other side of that teleport. So MKOI currently now controlling the river. They walk in and clear out Navi's vision that was placed down. It's about the dance for the wave control as Na'Vi trying to get that mid shoved in. MKOI meanwhile answering the Supa, and they'll teleport Jojo to join in.
It looks like with this river control, yeah, there is no fight over the dragon. I'm quite proud of Na'Vi right now. I feel like last split they would have just kind of fought to the death for this dragon. And they would have just stood there as spectators, but instead they are looking across map where they can. They're a little slow on it though. Instead they chose to send a couple of resets. There was an opportunity for them to start off the Herald, but they're going to start this one off now. Do Koi feel like they've got enough time to contest? Given the fact that Nocturne is on the Raptors now basing, it looks like they're going to give this one up. Yeah. So Na'Vi will be happy with this Herald, and I think it's a valuable objective.
But I'm really happy that JoJo actually stopped the back, because he did have a back channeling and decided, no, I have an opportunity to push for this turret instead. So he sticks around, and he will be answered by Mainter, who ults down into that lane. So Na'Vi, they'll get the Herald, and MKoi just try and play for other areas of the map. Immediately, the Herald is dropped to mid lane, as now the magical journey from Paris rooted up, as he's taking a chunk of damage. Nobody's riding the Herald in, but it will get a charge. That is 3 plates picked up by Na'Vi.
Okay, decent chunk of damage onto the tower. Guess Na'Vi will just be happy with the gold for now. Sometimes you can save that to be able to gain mid-prio in order to contest Dragon, but with it 4 minutes away, they're just like, nah, we'll just use it, not a big deal.
You know, I love it when they use it for combat. It would have been too long, 4 minutes. But anytime you see the Herald charging into the river, into the Dragon Pit, that's a good start to a team fight right there.
Yeah, I mean, anything other than what I saw Isma do at the start of the day, which was he could have taken mid-tower, and instead he used it to try and help his dead top laner in blue buff, and was like, all right, well.
You know what? It's commitment, Vedius.
That it was.
It's backing up your team. As MKoi will crack their first turret. 1 on the board for them. Jojo Pyun was getting a lot of wave shoved in, but then Supa rotates towards the mid lane, and he gets the final hits, as well as some more gold injection. Across the board, it's mostly Jojo Pyun. He's like the big leader in this gold lead, but we do see advantages still for Supa, Alvaro, and Merwin, and it just comes back to Relech every time for Na'Vi. He's the only one with a little tick in his favor.
Such an exciting rookie. He's had such a splash on the LEC. We'll see if he can have a splash on this game. Jojo, after game 1, he had again, strong laning phase. He felt like the dominant force, but then Ornn pressed R when he didn't have flash, and he was sad. Now on Orianna,
he's got flash now.
Yeah, he definitely does, and he is very scary because he doesn't have to commit as hard. He has so many tools with this composition that they can set up the ball delivery shockwave, and he's happy to send that first class. So. We talked about damage plus in game 1. He's got it in spades, absolutely.
We still haven't seen the Shen combo on top of it. We have seen the knock wave combo, but we have not seen the Shen knock wave. That just goes back to shockwave, as Relech actually is able to steal away a red buff right there, and now the lights go out. Tempered Fate will buy some time here as Merwin joins up. The taunt down to 3! Supa unleashing damage for a double kill, but it was Merwin that set it up. A triple to Supa, and MKoi win the fight.
Yeah, now that is quite the balloon in gold lead. Koi with such a huge punishment as Na'Vi fishing for information on the bot side jungle camps. Baron is alive as well. Jojo's still taking these bot towers. Oh, he's going to TP away though. He's aware of a gang happening towards him. But that's going to be a Baron secured, and Koi looking dominant here in game 2.
Yeah, what a great trigger pull from Elyoya. Paris tries to buy some time with the Tempered Fate. Let's get another look at that, because it was initially Na'Vi going for the invade themselves.
So we saw this exact same play in game 1, but this time round the fight went way better for Koi. The arrival of the Shen ultimate, the taunt was beautiful from Merwin, and then Mainter, even though he arrives from the bot way, it doesn't really contribute much. Neither mid laner was involved in the fight, but it didn't matter. They didn't need the damage, or at least Koi didn't. Another shockwave used mid.
Damage onto Poby, but with Sam D behind.
That was almost a straight-up solo kill.
Yeah, I mean, if Sam D wasn't there, I think Jojo will flash and look for something there.
Yeah, absolutely would have. My goodness. Yeah, I mean, Koi, I told you they bounce back. When they lose a game, often it just kind of lights a fire underneath them, and then they get way more locked in. Those silly mistakes that we saw in the first game, we're not seeing this time around. Supa the target.
Well, talk about mistakes. It was Supa making them game 1, but this time around, on a rampage, flashes the public execution. He turns it back and finds another. MKoi keeping their bot laner safe. They'll turn the play.
Supa played that beautifully. Flashed away from the ulti of Relech, knew how much damage he was capable of, and walks away with a 2 for nothing and a tower to boot. MKoi have got this game locked down as they look to bring us to game 3.
I was getting flashbacks to that game 1 on the Ezreal. Supa was the one caught out a couple of times. Not today. Not in game number 2, as Supa holds his ground, does not give over the shutdown. That would have been a lot of gold picked up by Na'Vi, but instead it's more gold for MKOI. They get the kills bot, they get the tier 2 turret in the bot side, tier 2 turret in the mid lane, making full use of this Red Bull Baron power play. Temper Fate now used. It will land here onto Jojo. Pyun Pobi looking for the shuffle. Shockwave back. Will flash and deliver Jojo back towards his team. Meanwhile, Samdi throws up the curtain call. Missing Alvaro with the first 2. There's the third. Can he find the fourth? Oh, not enough for the kill as Supa will clean up Pobi. Na'Vi will continue the chase onto Alvaro, but he turns it right out back and will take down Paris. Now the lights go out yet again. The paranoia from Elyoya flash over the wall, but Samdi's got no backup. Relech will only watch his bot laner fall as he's trying to get out of dodge. Supa will force the flash, Relech to safety, but MKOI again win the play.
It's a nice try from Na'Vi, but the play does not go the way that they want it to. Koi find even more kills, they punish the aggression from Na'Vi, and they maintain this monstrous gold lead. The Baron power play is, I mean, it's 4.5k as they find kill after kill.
Yeah.
Supa is deathless with a 5-0-1 scoreline. He's kind of slow on the spotlight away from Jojo, who is so monstrously fed, but we look back at this play, Pobi gets interrupted as the Shockwave plus Flash combo comes through from Jojo. He used his Flash early, so he's got no way of escaping, and they get the kill on the Jojo. Looks good, looks promising. The thing that they forget is Supa is mega fed. Yep. So Pobi gets caught in the mid wave, and then the Shen ultimate in the bot lane to turn this play around as we go back to live.
Yeah, we see MKOI hunting Na'Vi in their own jungle. Shockwave used, but Relech was able to get away. Now Mater, same cannot be said. Has to use the ultimate, and that means critical cooldowns used. That could be used to try and defend, but at this point, 9.4k gold lead for MKOI. Probably going to go up to 10k here as they start taking this tier 2 in the top turret. That's the last tier 2 up on the map, so nothing but the inhibs at this point forward. They don't have the Baron buff anymore, but MKOI have firm control of this game.
Yeah, I mean, clean game from Koi. They drafted a very straightforward comp, which was we want to dive, we want to fight. They had a little bit of a slow early game, happy to trade objectives back and forth, not too concerned. But then the second Na'Vi missed positions, they just go. And a lot of this was driven by Jojo just dominating the mid lane. When you have no control in that wave, it's hard for Relech to really do much in terms of early playmaking.
Yep.
And so off the back of that, they've steamrolled and they've won every single fight. So Predator Koi, a clean game.
Na'Vi, they are fully committed onto Merwin though, and they're just gonna lose in the bottom side here instead. Supa dominating as they catch Pobi again. Both carries will go down, and Na'Vi didn't even get Merwin in the top lane. Yeah, this game's looking a little cooked at this point. I don't even know if we're gonna need a Dragon Soul. It's 25 minutes and a 11k gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, the gold gap is too big. It is way, way, way too big. They're stealing even more camps away. His ultimate cooldown is not that long anymore. Once he gets level 16, it's going to be even shorter still. We look back at the picks, and what's happening top lane is they're trying to kill Shen, but in the jungle, the carries are the target. Supa easily one-shots Pobi. The Bard ultimate trying to buy time for Sam D, who, I mean, he doesn't have enough.
Yeah, little thing there. I love that Elyoya used Paranoia on Sam D, not on Pobi, who was the first one. He was like, nope, Supa will kill him. I do not need the Nocturne damage on the Azir. I'm just going to go for the Jhin instead, so they're able to get both. 12-2 in the kill score. And, I mean, if you're a Na'Vi fan, you better start believing in miracles, because it's going to take one to come back from this type of deficit.
Yeah, it's called Game 3.
Oh, that's the... Okay.
Yeah. It's also kind of breaks my heart seeing a mid laner go Zhonya's before they even upgrade their boots. Like the whole role quest, the point is to get those early boots because you get so much value off of the upgraded boots. And he's running tier 1 boots, but he needs the Zhonya's because, you know, the murder on the side of Koi is quite extensive.
What would you rather have, upgraded boots or your life?
Yeah. Valid choice. How much it'll help him, I don't know. But I guess that's what Koi will answer for is relatively soon. As Baron back on the table, and Koi, they should just start this one up immediately.
They got the first one essentially on spawn very, very fast. And this next one, they're set up to do the same. Instead, they're going to fish for any members of Na'Vi that might be nearby. Jojo will push in another wave here. Na'Vi are all the way back in their base. Now just pushing out this wave here. as they'll start to get some shallow vision in their own jungle, but I mean, I think you just have to accept it. We can't walk in. If we walk in and they're in one of those bushes, we will just lose the game on the spot. So should be an uncontested Baron, but MKOI are taking their time to actually start it up. Na'Vi are not necessarily pressured immediately to make a response, but they do throw out the Tempered Fate now. Elyoya will get hit by it. Spell Shield not going to be enough to keep him up, as the Curtain Call will get some more damage on him as well.
I mean, it's melting, though. With the two of them, that's more than enough. Paris, you gotta be careful here, bro.
Yeah, taunted up, and now Jojo comes in with the Shockwave for the damage. As it's Merwin with his first kill of the game, 105. Gift some kills to your tanks, everybody. They will appreciate it. Relech is able to buffer the Pop Blossom, gets out of there, but still, MKOI with their second Baron, and now a numbers advantage on the Rift will start the siege.
And the Shockwave cooldown isn't even that long. Like, yes, it's on cooldown right now, but they don't really need it. They know they have the numbers advantage. They know they have the damage. The goal lead is monstrous. Mirwin is pushing in bot. They're pushing in all three lanes. Sometimes this can be very risky, but it feels like Na'Vi has no answer.
MKOI will take the first inhibitor turret, start working on their first inhibitor, as Merwin, meanwhile, pushing in on this bottom side. Elyoya pushing top. Every single lane is collapsing, as Na'Vi will have to find some last stand. Right now, it's Relech in the 1v1 against Merwin here, and he is losing it. The Shen with the shield and the damage coming back. Relech will now look to go in with Sam D, but does not land the W, so Jin has to back off, as now the final touch is they got the knock wave onto Relech. The hero is not enough, as Poby flies into the back line, does find a nice shuffle. That's one! That could be two, as Jojo almost falls, but Supa gets his mid laner out of there, and MKOI putting the final touches on this game. Na'Vi fart hard at the base, but MKOI get a double kill to their AD carry, and MKOI will even up the series 1-1. We're going to game 3.
We're going to get 9 games on the day. First day back here in the LEC, and we're going the full distance. Impressive stuff.
Full gambit. And with that said, we have a sideline interview with Merwin.
GG's Merwin. I just wanted to ask you, I saw you played the Shen, and currently when I think of Shen, I think of Broken Blade. I'm not going to say Broken Blade invented the Shen, but you know, I was wondering if you were inspired by his Shen at first stand and maybe other inspirations you got from their run at first stand?
I mean, it's just inspiration. You use a straight up copy. Like, yeah, he's just the inventor of Shen. He's the god of Europe, saver of the top lane role. So yeah, thank you, Broken Blade, for this victory. It's all thanks to you. I hope you come back soon. I miss you.
Wow, that's beautiful. Well, we're off to a break. Good luck, Merwin. And I'll see you later as we head into game number 3 of Na'Vi MKOI. Don't go anywhere.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
ready to fight if they go to.
I'm ready to ult.
I'm working
Okay.
out. Hey, is it good here?
I ult.
I mana for one ult.
Okay, no cleans, no cleans. He will be.
Sign ulting from here, sign ulting from here.
Big. We'll win.
Super the target.
Well, talk about mistakes. It was Super making them game one, but this time around, on a rampage, flashes the public execution. He turns it back.
Azir no flash, Azir no flash. I'll TP back. Wow, that was close.
I mean,
Welcome back to the LEC, where MKOI ties up the series 1-1 against Na'Vi. And after back-to-back great performances from Jojo Pune in the mid lane, let's have a look at how he builds up this lane lead. What we're looking at is cooldown timers, level up timers as well, and wave stays. So as we roll the clip, he is looking to punish Azir's extremely long soldier cooldown. It has 12 seconds level 1, and once he trades the Azir soldiers and forces the cooldowns up, when he locks in push, like he does right now, he looks to constantly walk past the wave because Azir just doesn't have any soldiers, and he's utilizing very well his early game advantage. Now, every time he gets to this point where he secures level 2 to level 1, level 3 to level 2, he stops pushing the lane. As you can see, he's just last hitting everything. He's not fast pushing. He's finding a timer here, a great timer, where he's crashing the wave, and it's very, very uncomfortable for the Azir to last hit. On this wave, he's going to look to do exactly the same. He chunked Azir incredibly hard. And once he sees this Azir W go down, he just keeps walking past the wave. And he's going to be doing this over and over and over again because this Azir is extremely weak early game. And at the end of all this, after a soul-crushing slow push, what's going to happen is that Azir is going to be looking to base with only 8 CS in one of the most punishing and most dominant lane performances that I have seen in this Orianna versus Azir matchup. So for me, it was really, really cool to see. We don't get to see this very often in EU or pretty much anywhere. But what did you guys think at the desk of how Jojo Pune played?
As the crowd is welcoming Elyoya back to the stage, what a cool breakdown, because actually we missed it, right? Because we were watching the game and, well, clearly not good enough. And then we looked at the CS and we were like, what the hell happened? There's a Grand Canyon in the mid lane.
It was like level 5, a 20 CS lead, which is just like unheard of. Like minute 5, like it was just such a dominant performance by Jojo. And as you highlighted well, Odo, he just kept forcing him the trades and played the matchup really nice, got the TP early on. And you saw how uncomfortable Poby was.
So just to put it in perspective about like the 20 CS lead at minute 5, out of the first 25 minions, he lost 17. He lost like 70% of the minions just because of how well Jojo played that matchup, which is crazy because on mid lane, it's also a lot harder to execute just because the lane or like the waves are just, or like the lane is just so much shorter. So you don't get this much room. But you need to find small windows to punish extremely, extremely well, and Jojo did that magnificently.
Crazy. If this was in solo queue, he would just start running it down, that mid laner.
I mean, Poby, I'm not going to say something like that, but you could see how uncomfortable he was this game. He was just kind of getting caught out by every Nocturne Orianna combo. He never had a huge impact in fights. Ironically enough, his best team fight was the last one, but the game was already over. It was, you know, like even though he got a good shuffle, they didn't have enough damage, didn't have enough gold. So I think for me, that's like the #1 key for Na'Vi if they are to win this game #3. It's about Poby making sure that he's comfortable, that he has a matchup that he can play. Because otherwise, Jojo, we've seen him now. If he has a good matchup, he's going to run away with the game.
It's crazy. And to think that Caps ranked Poby.
Yeah, I mean,
over Jojo.
It's pretty disrespectful.
Hey, Jojo was mad,
lie.
right? He was mad.
I mean, the Cap said Poby and Yahoo were all better than Jojo. Like, come on, are you kidding me? Are you watching this guy?
I mean, that's the thing with Jojo. I feel like every once in a while, he has this period where he's kind of like, you know, his lane is kind of and it sucks, and he doesn't really have lane dominant performances. But more often than not, when I think of Jojo, I think of these sort of like laning phase performances, because the days of NA are long gone where he was more inconsistent. Right now, I feel like in MKOI, this is kind of a given at this point.
Yeah, for me, I think how I view Jojo is a guy who's always going to have a good laning phase, always going to win lane, but then after lane, that's when suddenly things can start to look a little bit crazy.
For the whole team.
Yeah, for the whole team. I mean, I think especially him and Supa, I think they can be little bit too cocky, a little bit too crazy. So for me, that's an avenue of success for Na'Vi, that they try to punish that overstepping and overzealous behavior that Koi sometimes has. And then especially if Koi are not getting ahead in the early game, that's where you look to punish.
It's true. It wasn't the case in this one. And it's like a double-edged sword for me, because I also like don't if the ADC is really overstepping. But the thing is, sometimes it's such a tight line, a tightrope you're walking between Genius and Int.
Yeah.
And this game, it was Genius.
I mean, that's a line that when I was a pro player, I was always trying to find on ADC. And I think depending on what type of player you are, at least this is how I view it, I think Supa is similar to me in that he's naturally a little bit too overzealous. I was a Draven one-trick, so I always like to fight. I always like to go in. So then you need to kind of channel this more calm energy. And when you do, that's when you get moments like this, where it's just like, you know your limits well, you know what ability you need to flash, what ability you need to dodge, and the outplay just happens. While some other players that are inherently more passive, they need to be the ones that try to think to themselves, okay, I'm going to play more aggressive, I'm going to push the limit more than what I would normally be comfortable with.
Especially in this meta, I feel like players have this weird tendency to look for dopamine, you know? Because I feel like when you think about players who int, it's because why does an int happen is because you want dopamine, you know? You're just like bored in the game.
Brain, baby.
I mean, yeah, it's like you want to find some dopamine, you're bored in the game, that's why you overstep and you make mistakes. But especially in this meta like this, when you have Yunara and you have the Shen and you have all of these tools, you can lean back and you know that once you hit 4 or 5 items, that's the time where you get to have this hugest dopamine spike, because you're nigh invincible once you go and hit, because especially in a team comp like that where you just get to hit frontline all the time, those Yunara balls are just going crazy.
Yeah.
I like how instead of saying focus, you say bored. Like, they're
yeah,
just getting bored. I mean, I think it's just focus, right? Like, it's kind of hard, anybody who's tried this, to stay completely focused on one thing for 45 minutes at a time. I don't think that's dopamine.
If you do something that you love, and you can keep focus on it for a long period of time, just because you get a lot of dopamine from it. Consistent.
Yes, you can, but even with that, you'll lose focus for 5-second stretches here and there. But if you lose focus for 5 seconds, not even 1 second in game, that can be enough to get you killed, throw your lead, GG, you know?
I guess.
So it's tougher than just not getting bored. I will contest you a bit on that.
I think you're cooking. You really are. And we are in Germany. And
we are.
No is 9. And we're going 9 out of 9 games today in the LEC in the Spring 2026 opening day. Who's going to take this game 3? Is it MKoi or Na'Vi?
Well, Shocks, we're still waiting to determine who that will be. But the real winners today, Vedius, are the fans. We got the full 9-game gambit, baby. Let's go.
I love that you think people have tuned in for
cheering,
all
baby.
9 games rather than just coming to the best of 3 that they were interested in watching.
Everybody in chat say aye if you watched all 9 games today. I'm not going to ask the audience because I actually agree. They probably showed up. Actually, you know, is anybody here? Were you here all day? Yeah, there's a couple.
Okay.
Yeah, they're dedicated fans, Betty. These are the LEC fans.
No, respect.
Let's
I
go.
admire that. That is a long
They've been warming up all day.
If you assume an hour per game, which I know is more because one of the games was literally an hour long.
Yep.
That's 9 hours of League.
And they're about to enter the best hour, Vedius. This is going to be the best game. I'm calling it right now.
Because once they go home, it's another 9 hours of League. we all know that's
We
what's
all go
happening.
home and immediately queue. I have been playing some League games on the hotel Wi-Fi on my laptop.
Nice.
They've been going great.
Excellent.
I forgot to bring a mouse pad, though. So
that is a rookie mistake.
It's been.
Do you need one? I have like 7.
I would actually love one. That'd be fantastic.
Yeah,
Usually I'd ask Dignitas, but they're across the ocean.
No, that's fair. Yeah, no, I get that.
But no, I definitely do need one.
Wait, isn't Dignitas a European organization? In fact, aren't they British?
Are they?
Have I misremembered?
Look, man, I just say stuff. They're an LCS.
You're already getting your brain.
I know.
LEC.
I've one
good.
day. Well,
That's
okay.
Good.
So this has been my day so far, Vedius. Get up. Come in on the analyst desk all day. Fantastic hanging out with Shocks, Odo, Jack, and the LEC audience, of course.
Yeah.
Little jet lagged still, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
And then we get the full 9 games.
Yeah.
And not only that, but game 1, I'm casting. We get 2 pauses.
Yes.
In the first 2 minutes. Yeah. I am getting the LEC experience.
You
right
absolutely
now.
are, yeah.
Yeah.
And the problem you're going to struggle with is that as someone who actively watches the LCS.
Okay.
Because I knew all about your Shopify prediction. And that will come up again.
No, I thought it was half the reason I came here.
The problem is you're going to have to go back and you won't get to cast good League of Legends anymore, which is really gonna suck.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, I took the low blow.
We watched that first series.
I took it.
You watched that first
right,
series
anyway,
today.
now we're in the game. Second best region in the world, baby. Right, bans. The scores on your screen are incorrect. It is in fact 1-1. We haven't reset the series.
Could you imagine? I think the audience would stick around for 3 more games.
I would not.
No?
I have a bed to get into.
Also, there were no
Rise,
cheers for that one.
Varus, Wukong going to be banned on the side of Na'Vi, Pantheon, Jarvan, Talia. So, what is that? Okay, Vi. I was about to say, what champions does that leave open? And the answer to that is a big one. Vi. It absolutely is a huge one. Xin is gone, Pantheon. Oh yeah, that's banned. Jarvan banned. Yeah, okay, I mean, that's a good approach. If you ban Jarvan, Pantheon, you've got Xin, Nocturne. You're kind of getting deeper down into the pool now of options for that jungle role. But it is Elyoya. He has played Zehen a bunch, and we've seen Zehen as an answer into the Vi, even at first stand. So yeah, it makes sense.
And you know what Vi is not?
Tell me.
A top lane champion.
Okay,
so,
well, clearly you weren't watching the Baus games.
Okay.
Yeah,
maybe I missed a couple.
Yeah, he can be Vi, sorry, can be flex top lane, but it definitely does require some experience. One could say. How much experience pro players have on the champion, we don't know yet.
But either way, whether it's top, I'm expecting jungle. Vi ulting into a Zehen typically doesn't go well for the Vi.
Not often, no.
Yeah.
It varies.
It's the variables.
Yeah, absolutely. Pairing it
Vi's
alongside
got 3
Vari,
items.
pairing it, I just called it Vari. Pairing it alongside the Ahri creates the Vari combo.
Yeah, which, that's a new one.
Yeah, I kind of hate it. But it provides a lot of backline threat into Misfortune. The biggest advantage she has is her movement speed, which kind of doesn't provide any value when you're knocked in the air through a cease and desist. So a Vi Ahri combo is very well known, very effective, and really spikes hard at level 6.
We can name that one though. It's charm plus cease and desist, so it's charm and desist. We're workshopping.
Yeah, okay.
You gotta throw a lot of ideas at the wall.
I'm suddenly at the vibe.
Yeah,
just throw
I did
stuff.
give you a warning. We cast a wide net.
Yeah, no,
and maybe we
you
find
did
one.
warn me. You
one
did
little
actually
treasure in there.
specifically say that you do love to throw things and see what sticks. Yeah, I admire your ambition and goals.
You'll never get me down, Fedius.
Absolutely true.
Just a wealth of enthusiasm. I'm an LCS caster. We gotta hold on to that. We don't have a lot of hope. We have enthusiasm.
Nice. Well, how enthusiastic are you about this Norless pet alongside the Misfortune? Because it feels like it's a pretty solid bot lane, decent lockdown, good wombo combo potential. I feel like Na'Vi, they're missing a little bit more CC for me. That's what I'm missing right now.
Yeah, the depth charge, it'll lock you down for a little bit for that Misfortune bullet time, but pairing more on top of it could be ideal. Either way, we will have the Gnar locked in here for Mainter. Now, Zehen, in more recent days, we have seen a lot in the jungle. Technically, could still go towards the top lane if they do want to play that for Merwin. So we'll have to wait and see if they like that match into the Gnar. But at this point, I imagine you could just go for the counter pick instead. MKoi, meanwhile, are going to ban out some mid laners because they're showing both their solo laners. And it is not top lane Vi. We can confirm.
Yep.
So they get a chance to ban out things that Na'Vi would want to play into them.
Okay, well, the Mel is something we've been seeing all across the world as an answer into the Ahri, so I think the Mel ban makes an absolute huge amount of sense. Right now they're contemplating mobility removal, and I think Poppy does make a ton of sense, especially when you get this late into the draft. Rakan becomes a possibility. I don't know if I love it into MF Nautilus, because I think the Braum and Alistair bans were really smart. Leona, I think, is a possibility. Again, we saw it from Busio earlier on in the day. A little bit long-range engage. Could be a nice follow-up alongside the Vi as well. But what are they fishing for? What are they thinking about as we need to see a pick come through?
Man, this is where I start getting really excited. Things like Taric start to come up. Oh, Lissandra!
I like it, Jojo. I like it. Oh, all right. Well,
we got
Silas
excited.
is still cool.
I was ready to pull up the Lissandra patch notes, which we did have prepared. But it looks like we won't need them.
Well, I was excited. I think Lissandra actually can be a really good matchup into Ahri. And one of the things I was really hoping for was that they would actually nerf her Q cooldown, because that's really what she needed. So great buff to the champion, but we're not going to see it, so I'll shut up about Lissandra. Instead, we get a Silas.
Silas locked in for Jojo, and I'm going to retract my Taric thought. I was looking at all the Melee champions thinking, oh, it's got a lot of value here, but you don't want to into the Silas, and instead it's going to be Rakan plus the Xayah. You'd mentioned Rakan as an option. It will be paired, the Lovers duo in that bottom side, and an immediate snap Gwen lock-in for MKOI.
Ooh, okay. So Mirwin on that big carry threat in the side lane. He is a bit of a Gwen enthusiast, one of his favorite champions, just from playing through solo queue and throughout his career. Into the Gnar early on, we kind of expected to struggle, but scaling is very much the name of the game when it comes to Gwen. We talked about utility. Well, I mean, Silas, he's got some decent ultimates that he can steal.
Yeah, quickness is a big one. I mean, even Gnar, just big CC ability. If you want more mobility, you can take Ahri for the Spirit Rush. And again, more engage. I mean, even the cease and desist. So yeah, Jojo's got a couple options here as winner take all Vedius. One game for either one of these teams will secure them this series.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm noticing that Koi's composition is very short range. You've got Silas, Gwen, Zehen, Nautilus, 4 melee champions with an MF on the side who, I mean, her range is fine for an AD carries. It's like it sits comfortably in the middle. The ultimate providing with a decent area coverage. But Na'Vi, like, they've got good scrappers and they've got a Xayah that loves champions that come into her. So I kind of give that small edge to Na'Vi in their ability to skirmish early. But I can see the scaling advantage that Koi have in the later game. So I'm expecting a lot of fighting here in Game 3, and so I'm hoping that these teams deliver.
Both of these compositions have the ability to scrap. I made the promise that this would be the best game of the day, and so far I think that these compositions could deliver. The audience is ready here in Berlin, and so are we. Game 3 starts now. Elioya going to go for that early ward place down, spot out Relech's jungle pathing. And I don't believe Relech got one in response here as I'm looking at the minimap. He just got a defensive one to see if an invade happened, but not going to go through. So instead, we'll just have opposite pathing starts. Relech on the bot side and Elioya on the top.
I have to check which comments were chosen.
Oh, yes.
I watched all the games.
Is the jolly lad here?
He didn't make it.
Ooh. We only had time for one. As Paris now taking a big chunk of damage here. Alvaro and Supa getting the forward position in the brush. And Paris and SamD now in a tough spot here. I mean, with the Gleaming Quill, you can try and heal that up over time, but still it's not ideal to start lane with half your health.
All right, now Poby, you have range advantage over Silas. He is running Conqueror, which means that you should have an advantage in the other game. So far this series, Poby has been nothing but bullied against Jojo. And so I'm hoping now that Poby can get a little bit of reprieve, a little bit of a break. But
he deserves it.
I'm looking at the bottom of my screen, and I can see that he's already used both his pots, but he's maintaining that health advantage. And he's got all 12 of the early CS. All right, this is your opportunity, Poby.
Ooh, dredge line lands here onto Paris. That's the Ignite down, flash heal response. That's what happens when you get that early health chunk. I mean, if he doesn't have a topped off health bar.
Let me tell you right now, Paris is not the jolly man. He is...
He's probably hearing the jolly man in his head right now.
He needs to go back to base, get that HP back, because that is some rough trading as Supa and Alvaro off to a strong start here in the bot lane 2 versus 2. MF and Nautilus, a powerful bot lane combo that can really bully the Rakan as we've been seeing. Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, Minter looking to build a couple of leads of his own.
Yeah, gets the wave shoved in and also has Relech in his back pocket. So just in case Elioya did look to impact that lane, Vi is nearby. We can see, of course, Elioya is passing towards the bottom side. So about to finish his first clear. And on the Zehen, I never really expect it to do a lot of action early. You do have the passive if you're able to get it up for that kind of early GA, but still... We've been seeing time and time again in these games, the meta right now is mostly just full clear, back, full clear, and he's going to look most likely at this bottom Scuttle Crab as Relech will go for the top one.
Yeah, and some viewers at home may be wondering, like, why is it always that full clear? Oh, hang on a second,
Merwin and Mainter actually doing a lot of damage to each other here as Merwin gets hit by the Hyper Proc, and Mainter will push him all the way back. Relech takes the top Scuttle and now looks for a gank, stops the retreat path from Merwin. He has the flash available, but he's going to have to look for an outplay here as Mainter is Mega. Not going to take up turret yet. They're just waiting it out. Flash from Merwin. Follow up and first blood for Mainter. Relech setting it up as now Poby gets caught out here by Elioya. Knocked up with a third Q. Lands a char, but still it's death. Elioya answers it one for one.
Okay, so we know that Relech likes to gank towards the top side of the Rift. We've seen that multiple times throughout this series. But this time, the early gank really effective. I have to shut up because the hook connects.
Another dredge line here, this time on the SAMD. Paris trying to buy some space here, but he's getting chunked low. Rooted up this time by Alvaro, who will flash forward for the auto, but did not root up Paris. So SAMD is able to keep Supa at bay. Now Alvaro could be in some trouble here. No flash available, and Relech is coming around. The dredge line does land. They got SAMD! AD carry down, support to follow. Relech will try and even it out as he looks for the gank, but Alvaro's just got a body block for his AD carry, and he will keep him safe. Now they got the full wave here. I don't think Relech can take this fight. He'll go for the denting blows, has some damage, but Nautilus has the shield. Relech does find the kill, even through the minion wave. Answers 1 for 2, but Supa and Alvaro making magic happen in the 2v2.
My goodness. Impressive stuff from the bot lane of MKOI. Supa, a player we kept our eyes on in the previous game, but stepping up once again here in game 3 to deliver in the 2 versus 2. But really, a lot of the credit needs to go to Alvaro. I'm curious where this replay's going. Okay, we're going to start here. Look at this hook. Slow into hook. The combo is good. They know the barrier's already been used. Supa had both of his summoners up. The barrier helps keep him alive. Relech, I think he could have gotten a kill here had that barrier not been available.
Yeah.
Alvaro does have to give over his life. But impressive stuff from the bot lane of Core.
Now Hex Flash channel from Alvaro. Paris is here as well, but so is Elyoya. They're gone on the Poby, and they will get him. Alvaro picking up the kill that time around. Give him a double. The Nautilus roam. Now 3-1-1 for the support.
So a cascading scene of events happens as the gank from Elyoya earlier. Oh, Menta, I've got to shut up again.
Nah, I think
Marwan's he's fine. Yeah. So basically, Elyoya earlier ganks mid lane. He gets the flash out from Poby. He has to commit the flash himself. But the most important part about that is the XP advantage Jojo gets. He then gets a pushing wave in mid. He knows he's getting 6. Poby's too far away from it. But the second he ticks over to level 6, he has the ulti, steals it away, connects onto Poby. And now Poby, who again is supposed to have that winning lane, they've just made it miserable for him. Oh, don't do it again. Don't do it.
Another Hex Flash. They land the chain, the dredge line as well. Alvaro just cannot miss these. Jojo with the kill credit that time. Alvaro on fire in game 3.
So do you remember at the very start of the series, I said there was a bit of a stigma on range supports? Do you see what I'm saying with the melee supports?
His Nautilus looks pretty good.
It's pretty good, right? So Alvaro, when he gets these melee supports, he loves being active on the map, the top lane.
But what happens when your mid lane's falling apart? Focus on the top lane. Mainter gets another gank from Relech, who will pick up another kill for the team.
I mean, we are clearly seeing a contrast of styles here, where Relech, when things are starting to fall apart, he just defaults to ganking top lane.
Yep.
But Elyoya and Alvaro, as a combo, when Koi looks their strongest, it is when these two work together to attack that middle lane. And Poby, he has just been the target. Jojo has been bullying him non-stop in this series. And here in game 3, Poby thinks to himself, finally,
I got the range matchup.
Winning matchup, I can get a lead, and then it's ruined by junglers and supports.
Never a fair fight, man. Poby was doing good in the 1v1.
He was.
When it was just isolated, it looked fine. Now, 3 deaths. And you're trying to find a way to kind of slow down the snowball at this point in time. Top lane is what's keeping Na'Vi in the game. It's a 1K gold lead for MKOI across the board. That's all through mid. Actually, almost entirely Alvaro. It is a 9.9. No, that is. It's just Alvaro.
Yes.
He actually is the gold lead for MKOI right
Pretty
now.
much, yep. And a large part of it is because of the top lane ganks that have been working out for Na'Vi. But now the responsibility falls on the Mainter to be really impactful in these fights. And he can be, potentially. We'll see as the game continues. MF.
All the time used, answered with the Feather Storm, and now another Hex Flash from Alvaro with the Dredge line. SAMD will get the Blade Caller this time around.
Oh, hang on.
The knock-up onto Supa. Grand entrance from Paris is buying a lot of space for SAMD to get damage down, but no one falls. Both bot lanes will back off.
I mean, SAMD had all of his summoners up. He decides not to commit them. They do get the barrier out from Supa, though. But Alvaro, I mean, his Nautilus, he is on point with the hooks. I'm getting flashbacks to when he played it at MSI, and he was basically single-handedly carrying the game on that champion. Really impressive performance from him so far in this game. But again, like, it's not like his range supports are bad, right? But like, you can feel the difference, you know what I mean? Like, melee supports are just kind of his bread and butter. And again, like, the best version of Koi that we usually see is when he's on a melee support, Elyoya is on a jungler that can do stuff, and they are teaming up and making stuff happen on the rig.
And so far, a lot of stuff has happened on the Rift with this Nautilus roaming around. Now MKoi are onto the Grubs. And I want to point out something you had mentioned before. It's on to Mainter on the Gnar for Na'Vi. And this is a reminder for what happened last time. This was the best of 3 in the upper bracket for Split 1. And you can see that Na'Vi were in decent spots and then kind of fell apart. And a similar story, unfortunately, because it was Mainter on the Gnar in one of those games where he TPs bot lane and kind of throws the lead that he had gotten for himself. So I think Mainter's looking to learn from those mistakes, not do that again.
Felt like after game 1 they changed the formula, but they were now in danger.
Oh my goodness, Mainter in the 1v1 forces the flash out of Merwin. Would have gotten the kill with that boulder toss. Okay, you know, I think maybe he heard me talking about what happened the last time.
He absolutely did.
Get a little riled up.
1.3k the gold lead. I mean, Gwen, yes, she does have a scaling advantage, but when you put her far enough behind, it just delays that ability to be that side lane threat. Poby going to gain access to a plate, but here comes Jojo from the flank.
Alvaro, okay, that might be the first dredge line I've seen him miss. And it was dodged by Paris.
Did Jojo really give up the cannon? No,
got it.
Oh, and you know, the passive beautifully sets up the casters as well. Nicely done there from Jojo. Good last hitting.
Poby has at least been able to, you know, stop the CS lead from getting out of control. Jojo was up about 10. Now it's, you know, just one wave. But still, we're waiting for Poby to have backup from the team to help him stem the bleeding. Because Jojo
that poor boy has been bullied.
Yeah.
Okay.
Feels like Jojo's always got backup behind him. I was noticing that there were only 2 grubs taken as another bolt time here onto Sam D. Just positioned onto the wave and still gets like all the minions basically. Supa will just throw out the Q, get some more chunk, but he's fine. But yeah, the grubs, there was only 2 taken by MKoi, so 1 will be picked up here by Na'Vi now.
Yeah, I hope they buff grubs soon. I want them to be a little bit more dangerous. Oh, okay, speaking of backup, here we go.
We have Relech Flash with the Vault Breaker, locking down Jojo Pyun, and it's Relech on a killing spree. When Na'Vi need it to happen, it is this guy they rely on. Relech picks up another.
I mean, I'm not going to lie, I was really worried by how quickly MKoi was accelerating this game, that Na'Vi was just going to flop over. Like, the game was just going to be a one-sided stomp, but Relech doing good work here. Fighting back as best he can.
Oh, Poby, yeah, he has to flash over the wall. He just got the backup he desperately needed.
I think we can all agree that regardless of which team you are supporting, junglers are cringe. It's just, I mean, they just ruin everything, don't
Well,
they?
if you don't like him, you're not going to like this play, because Relech is just going from mid to top, kill to kill. This time it's Mainter picking up the gold. Now a dive on the bot side as Elyoya is looking for it. We have the Feather Storm. Samdi will throw it up now to dodge away from the depth charge. Elyoya gets charmed up here by Paris. Pulls him back in with the dreaded return. Throws out the Grim Deliverance, but he goes down! Can't get the passive up. And that is a kill donated to Na'Vi's bot lane as Jojo's looking to chase down Poby now in the jungle. No Spirit Rush, no Flash, just a Blast Cone and a Dream. And Poby will almost get to safety, dodges the chains, Flash from Jojo to follow it up, takes the Spirit Rush, and will get out.
So Jojo gets a solo kill in mid. They find a gank in top lane. They find a outplay in the bottom lane. The scrap that we were expecting is being delivered. We've got 13 kills, 12 minutes into the game. The top tower is going to fall. The bot tower is so close to falling as well. Meanwhile, Jojo in the middle lane is still, I mean, Poby is sad. Poby is the sad character in this story. Yeah, I mean, Mirwin, I mean, equally sad, I suppose. So there are 2 players in this game that have been just heavily targeted, and they're not having a great time. But the rest of the team are looking very happy. As we jump back into this replay, Alvaro commits the ultimate. It's responded to with an ulti from Samdi, but now they've kind of ran out of resources, ran out of utility.
Yeah,
the charm was so good from Paris because they're just waiting for the Feather E to come off cooldown, and there's so many feathers there that they're able to finally connect them and find that connect.
And then Jojo's not able to land the chains, but has the Spirit Rush. And now Alvaro in a bit of trouble here in the river. No backup, but it's Poby the focus from MKoi. Jojo Pyun doesn't even look at the explosion as he walks away. Elyoya now coming in. Bullet Storm over the top, but Mainter's joined up as well. Elyoya will get Sam D, but he goes down again before the passive again. Jojo Pyun now in a 1v3, and Na'Vi like those odds. Jojo Pyun falls, Mainter on a killing spree, and Na'Vi find purchase in this game.
The arrival of Mainter was so important because that skirmish looked like it was going the way of Koi, especially once Sam D fell. But all of their gold is sitting riding on the Gnar, so the moment he gets involved in the fight, you know it's going to go Na'Vi's way. They'll set their sights on their first dragon of the game. It'll be secured. Koi is trying to cross-map where they can, getting plates in mid and in top. Poby ends up falling once again with a 0-5 scoreline. He's finally got the Malignance, but this man is been really shut down in this game. As we look back, Jojo just solo kills it. Jeez. I mean, wow. Yeah, that was clean from Jojo, but being 2 levels up, we're back to live.
And Supa could be in some trouble here as Poby's rushing forward with the Spirit Rush. SamD with the damage as well. Poby just can't get that final hit. The Feather Storm for the kill as SamD is able to dodge away from the dredge line just out of range. Alvaro cannot equalize. Supa picked in the mid lane.
They get both summoner spells out from Supa, and they find the kill, and it goes on to SamD. Just W's across the board for Na'Vi. They'll get themselves a 1k gold lead, but that's going to diminish the moment that Jojo gets this bot tower. Scrap after scrap, just what we'd like in game 3.
That is, it is not even 15 minutes. We got 19 kills.
So we're not done yet.
On the board, and we're still looking for more. Depth charge onto SamD. Has no Featherstorm this time around, but the re-engage now from Na'Vi, turning it onto Alvaro. SamD was not in danger because the damage wasn't there to follow it up. Alvaro instead will fall.
Mainta doing a good job of pushing out that top wave and rotating to join his team. The MKOI faithful looking to provide support for their team as advantages are being garnered rapidly by Na'Vi as they look to secure another tower.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the turret picked up by MKOI, but this is the second now for Na'Vi. They got that top turret. Mainter was putting in work up there, Vedius, and that was exactly what happened last time around when these two teams faced off in a best of 3. Na'Vi could not turn it into a win, but we're seeing a very similar game state, if not just a little earlier. 15 minutes is pretty aggressive for 20 total kills in a game, but still, Na'Vi are showing that they have what it takes to scrap with MKOI. Now they get the Herald, they can't pick it up. MKOI are actually denying them from securing the objective, so just a little wasted time.
I think Relech doesn't want to give this one up, though. The pings have come down, they've spotted him out.
I mean, if he goes for this...
Is he going to go?
Nah, he's channeling the back.
Okay,
Not
it fizzles. I mean, they've already broken open the mid tower, so I don't think it's the end of the world for Na'Vi. If anything, you can say that they denied it away from Koi, who then immediately takes the mid tower. So the Herald basically still gets Koi a tower. So really, Koi are the winners.
Fair enough. And Vedius, it's at this point I gotta ask. So I know you've been getting into Riftbound lately. Have you played at like a regional level or like a long tournament where you have multiple rounds?
I've actually played in no tournaments.
Well, I gotta tell you right now, stamina comes into play. Right. And I gotta say, this is game number 9. These players have been watching LEC all day. They've been waiting for their time to play. This is now game 3. And I think we're seeing some of that come into play here. This is just scrappy League of Legends. Like, I'm not seeing the same gameplay that we had earlier in the day between these teams where it's like, oh, Na'Vi's getting out of the lane, rotating around the map, going for these turret plays. It's like, nah, we see him on the screen, we're going to fight him.
Yeah, absolutely. I think fatigue is a key part, especially as we get later and later into the day. Of course, if anything, we're getting closer to peak gaming hours for these gentlemen.
True.
But yeah, right now it feels like game 3, they're all locked in. They're feeling the vibe. That tower is the focus for Na'Vi as the cross map will come through. That top tower going to be the focus for Mirwin as he does his best to get some gold back into his pocket. But mid lane,
Relech Vault Breakers over the wall. Supa again all alone on the Misfortune. Mainter doesn't even need the jungler's assistance. He will get a solo kill onto the Misfortune.
Yeah, I mean, that is another misplay there from Supa. Getting caught twice now in the middle lane. No support from his team.
Mainter's about to expire on the Mega Gnar, but he might be able to get the ult off first. Now Relech jumps in, doesn't see Mirwin there. Mainter flashes forward, doesn't get the Mega Gnar ultimate as Elyoya will use the ult to try and get away. Now Mainter kites back towards safety. Elyoya was under the turret, but this time he's got the passive, and this time it's a shutdown to Jojo on a Mainter, a shutdown on Jojo on a Relech, and so much gold injected into this Sylas.
I mean, Jojo is doing so much work for Koi in this game. His arrival was perfect to help swing the fight in their favor. Mainter with a huge misplay, flashing in thinking he could get his ulti off at the last second, only to just stand there in melee range of a Zehen with his mini Gnar. It was a huge blunder that cost them massively. As the gold swings back, we're back to dead even. I mean, I'm not going to talk about the gold anymore because it simply doesn't matter as it goes back and forth like a pendulum. Items have come through, dragon on the board. Let's get ready for another fight.
Yeah. MKOI setting up for this one. 15 seconds on the clock, and they got everybody in the neighborhood right now. Mid's going to get pushed out by Supa. Bot lane already pushed out by Jojo as Na'Vi will take their blue buff and try and clear out some of the deep vision. Alvaro finds the dredge line here on to Paris, and that is just a CC chain straight to the gray screen. Paris out of there. MKoi get a dragon.
Easy setup, easy pick, easy secure for Koi. It's fascinating how momentum-based this game feels, because as Koi start to get ahead, it feels like they start to snowball, and then the moment Na'Vi find a pick of their own, they quickly reclaim control, and they're getting pick after pick, objective after objective, and now Koi get that nice play on top, and now it's them that find another pick. 12 to 12 in kills, the gold is dead even, the main carries on your screen are Jojo and Mengta, and really it's going to come down to individual performances. Who can find that superior scrap? Who can come out ahead of the skirmish? Compositions, I mean, to a point they matter, but really it's all going to come down to the outplay.
It's going to come down to which character with the gold lead can carry harder. Jojo Pyun, 2.5k lead on the Sylas. Incredibly legendary mid laner from North America against Mainter. New young player coming in on the Narv. Jojo finding another solo onto Hobie, but won't actually get the kill, just forces out the Spirit Rush. But I mean, the difference in experience between these two is notable. Jojo has been in many positions where he's had a lead and has been able to carry. Mainter, just that last time he played against MKoi in a best of 3, had a very similar lead on the Gnar, was not able to close it out. If he's able to correct that today, that would be incredible growth from this top laner.
Absolutely. Well, Baron now on the board. We know that this thing can be two-man.
We do. We learned that.
I don't know what combination, but I'm assuming that there's a combination somewhere here where it can be two-man.
I honestly would say both jungle tops could do it.
You know, you're probably right.
I think so.
You're probably
I mean,
right.
Gnar does a lot of damage to objectives.
So, in any case, Baron, we need wards there, teams. We gotta drop those wards. We gotta keep control, because both these teams have done it. They've done it in this series.
Yeah.
Game 1, it was Na'Vi. Game 2, it was Koi. And you got to be cautious as Na'Vi, given the game state they're in right now, I don't know. Are they concerned? They're probably pretty comfortable with the game state as it is right now. Again, like, there's a lot of pick on both sides. There's a lot of catch on side lanes. And again, like, it's very skirmish driven. The 5v5 is going to be very interesting because I think a lot of it's going to be determined by how Super uses his ult. Like, that MF ult can be fight defining. If you're trapped in a choke point, depending on how many targets it hits, or it can completely whiff and contribute nothing to the fight, right? So,
yeah, which we've seen a couple times already this game. Like, it hasn't had that big carry moment. It's gotten damage down, don't get me wrong, but it's also just been sidestepped or canceled.
And then also, Jojo's, whose ult does he steal? Because he could gnaw the gnaw, right? Like, we've seen it before.
They just hug.
Okay,
we're at that point right now. Another dredge line here onto SamD. Again, the bullet time not quite getting the damage down that they're looking for. Jojo will take the Spirit Rush as already Nautilus falls. Alvaro's out of there. Lawbreaker channeled right now by Relech. Not going to go for it immediately back onto Merwin. MKoi lose their support as Na'Vi can march this wave into the mid lane and take a tier 2 turret. Big swing for Na'Vi.
Yeah, they're going to be happy with that objective. It was Koi that initiated the fight, but they couldn't quite find the coordination. Merwin even committed his TP to the play. And it's, yeah, it just ends in disaster for Koi. We talk about momentum, right? And Koi trying to ride that. They find a hook. They think this is a really good play. Of course, the ultimate's committed very early. I'm surprised that Nautilus doesn't hold on to that ult a little bit longer, because in a situation like that with the MF ult, I think the MF ult is enough to force the ult out, and then you could use it afterwards.
Sure.
So a little bit quick on the use of the ulti there from Alvaro.
Also, we're seeing what happens when you're a health stacking support who only has 2 items against the crit 80 carry. That Blade Caller did a lot of damage. As that pulled back straight onto Alvaro, half health bar. Now Merwin alone in the side lane. Relech coming in. TP follow from Jojo Pyun. Can he make it in time? Merwin's trying to get back to the safety of his mid laner, safety of his jungler, and he does it! Flashes to safety. Mainter cannot find the kill, and MKoi get 2.
It's a collapse from Koi as they send all 5 members down to bot lane to help out Merwin. This time round, they don't allow Merwin to fall. And it takes a lot of the wind out of the sails of Na'Vi, because what can they do on the map? There's nothing, and Baron is an option.
Those were the two with the gold lead, Vedius. Those were the two that needed to make the play work. MKOI is able to absorb it, and now they benefit. Get the gold from those shutdowns, get the Baron uncontested, and just like last time, this game is blown wide open.
Yeah, I think that was the swing that decides the game. Na'Vi, they tried really hard to get another pick onto Mirwin, but turns out you can only make this play so many times. They read it. Look at how early the TP comes through from the Silas. He's ready to react, even to just turn this into a 2v2, but the rest of Koi is hot on his heels. He's already stolen away the ult from Poby, and he's in the thick of it, finding the skirmish. Super gets one. I think it's Mirwin that gets the other. Then Koi walks away with 2 kills.
Ari's locked with no TP. Yes, I have Ari ult right now, so if he has fights, I can TP. Ari top.
Sounded like that was before the TP came out, as now we're straight into the Dragon Pit. It is secured by Na'Vi. Now they're looking for the play. Grim Deliverance comes in, but he's taken down. Elioy is out before the passive can come up, but it's the rest of MKOI that continue forward. Roulette will fall. Mater and Paris separated from the team, and it's just Paris left. MKOI might not have gotten that Dragon, but they will go hunting for some kills. Paris gonna make them spend some time for it, but MKOI, when it comes down to these fights, they've been winning them back-to-back, Vedius.
They absolutely have, and we asked how impactful would Super's ulti be, and we could see how much damage he was able to deal in that fight as well. It wasn't even an enclosed space, but the ulti was good. He did good damage, and it's Na'Vi that's on the... Let's stop chasing the Rakan now, because I feel like we're not going to get much off the back of that.
But Misfortune's so fast.
Got his priority straight. Look, he's level 16 now.
I mean, Super's committed. If we see, he throws down the Make It Rain. Paris... I mean, he's got his flash available. I don't think there's a world. Okay,
Yeah, that was a lot of time spent. No, C for effort.
C for effort?
They could have just ran mid.
Okay. C plus?
No.
Okay.
Well,
I'm trying. Sorry,
ultimately,
MKOI.
Doesn't matter. They'll push out top, they'll push out mid, they'll push out bot. And let's look back at this fight, as it's initiated by Algoria and Jojo. Great ultimates, like 5-man ulti. Locks up the support, tries to prevent the charm, then he turns his attention. Oh, I mean, that coordination was beautiful there.
Yeah.
Jojo's setting it up, and Alvaro, he does get the kill, but it doesn't matter. They get the target they were looking for. Super, I don't think he needed to commit his flash here. Definitely hungry for kills.
We're not going to watch the full replay where they chase.
Yeah, we're definitely not going to do that.
Could have like 5 times sped it. That's probably best not to waste that time, as it's a gold lead now for MKOI that feels substantial. It's been bouncing back and forth, ping-pong, and around 1K for either team. Now 3,000 for MKOI in a 31-kill game. Dragons are dead. Even MKOI have their Baron, and they're continuing a siege here onto this Tier 2 mid lane.
I mean, credit to Jojo. He's been nothing but an absolute monster this entire series. He's really just hard-capped Poby, and even in this game where he was falling behind, jungle support really just made the difference, and now he's in such a carry position. His TPs have been mega impactful in this game, and now with the Baron buff, he feels like a monster. Mejai's secured for him, only 10 stacks for now. I mean, but with the game end on the horizon, he's looking to fill those pages out as quickly as he can.
Yeah, he's got his quill ready. He's taking notes. That's something that we say, right? Taking notes.
That's a funny reference to.
There we go. I just learned that earlier.
That's deep. That's many levels. I'm kind of proud of you. Look,
yeah. Look,
that's a good one.
When you bring me onto the LEC broadcast, I'm gonna lean into it. Yeah.
Like the opposite of Jat. That's really good.
You know, Jet did tell me. He gave me advice coming. He was like, "Okay, you're still the LCS guy, even though you're at LEC. So make him know that." So I'm straddling this line, you know, of like trying to work with you guys.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Own my, identity.
That's fair. But just bear in mind that every time I've worked with Jat, I have been the superior analyst.
Ooh.
So it's like, do you really want to take advice from him?
Were you the one that predicted Fnatic to beat IG?
I predicted Lion to win your whole split. That's what I did.
Oh, you're talking about recent. Okay.
Yeah.
Fair.
Let's not talk about the
True.
past.
I'm going way too far back. That's ancient history.
Yeah, ancient history.
Yeah,
absolutely.
That was a international finals that you also lost. You know what? I'm trying to straddle the line, and now I feel like I've gone over it. Now I feel like I've gone too far.
You're walking dangerous waters there, my friend.
Especially considering the last time NA got into a finals. We did lose to EU.
That record is still held, by the way. Fastest international final
and we're
ever.
Working on it.
Period.
We're cooking.
Like, Genji didn't even get close.
Step 1, send Jojo and Busio to learn from you.
Right.
Step 2, convince them to come back.
Infiltrate. Yeah.
Somehow. And then
I mean,
step
the rate
3.
we're going, more casters are going to come here.
Oh.
you're the first of many.
Oh, no. More tier 2 talent stolen by EU.
Now, Dragon, 40 seconds. It's not really sole point. But with the Baron available in a minute's time, this is kind of Na'Vi's last hope to still turn this game around. A good fight, a good Gnar ultimate, a Baron could very much put Na'Vi back in the driver's seat, but it's going to be a tough hill to climb as Jojo only continues to get stronger, and Super with the Infinity Edge done is looking scary.
And we're setting up for that big objective fight, and already flash out from Roulette over the wall. Merwin and Ilioya will find the pick before the objective spawns, and Na'Vi have no shot at a contest. It'd be a miracle pick if they can find anything, but at this point, MKOI can just control the access points and get their 3rd dragon.
So contesting those objectives will now be significantly harder. With no smite available for Na'Vi, this game now feels done and dusted. Koi just kind of need to cross the T's and dot the I's.
That's another classic one.
Well, you think I'm caster cursing them right now?
Yeah.
So I do not think it's possible for Koi to lose this game.
No chance.
Yeah. Actually, no, I'm being serious. I'm being deadly serious. Koi can't lose this game from this position.
Yeah, 100%. Na'Vi's chances of coming back are faker than American cheese.
So if I knew anything about American cheese, that would probably be a great reference, but I'm afraid I don't.
No,
I don't even like cheese.
That joke went hard for the folks back home.
Fair enough. They're watching. It's like middle of the day for you in LA.
Don't remind me. Jet lag is very real right now.
You should be wide awake right now. That's,
you know what? When you put it that way.
It's all about, jet lag is really a frame of mind when you think about it.
It's a mindset.
Yeah.
There is no jet lag.
Correct. Exactly. Now,
Power of the human mind.
Baron, Koi. We're going to start this one off? Because it feels like that it is simply an inevitability. I realize that I am setting myself up for the greatest caster curse of all time. But I truly believe...
We're really hamming it up, yeah.
I truly believe that from this position, this game is unwinnable for Na'Vi. That's my honest take.
Well, let's see if you've successfully cursed them. Now that
no, I'm not trying to curse. I'm just... no.
Hammering it in a 3rd time.
No, I'm not cursing them.
I mean, I feel like the more you say
I'm being objective, okay?
It's like, once you point it out... I think you've lost the...
I feel like every time I try to say something, you're just kind of like,
We're at that point of the cast right now. We've had 32 kills in a 30-minute game. I set up the expectations. I thought this could be the best. In fact, I said it would be the best game of the day.
It was very scrappy for like our first 20 minutes.
It was fantastic. It slowed down a bit, but this is the calm before the storm. 3 minutes for Dragon Soul. Baron's up, 1 misstep, 1 team fight, and this game could end.
Here we go. Baron, the vision is being cleared up by Koi. They're pushing out mid, pushing out top. Bot has already been pushed. Jojo doesn't have TP, so he's got to rotate over to join the team. He's hovering in the fog of war. He's fishing. He's looking for a bird of prey, and that bird of prey is Sam D right now. Cautious, though.
Instead, they run into Paris, who's trying his best to get vision down. MKOI have successfully cleared the, somewhat barren vision from Na'Vi. They still weren't able to get wards into the pit, but now it's just shallow vision as they're trying to approach. Baron has been started. It's going to be Alvaro starting off onto Paris. Merwin goes over the wall, but we're not full committing to the play. MKOI don't quite want it yet, as now Merwin could be in some trouble. Has to skip it / back over the Baron pit wall. And now another dredge line lands onto Paris, but it's Alvaro that once again gets popped.
Hang on a minute.
Na'Vi find a kill onto the Nautilus. They push MKOI off of the Baron, and Alvaro just keeps finding these hooks that are one-way tickets.
Okay, I mean, it's just 1 pick. I feel like Koi should still be in a position to contest this objective. It looks like Na'Vi are actually going to start this Baron off.
You're not going to get a much better shot than right here, right now, if you are Na'Vi. I love it if they just pull the Baron right away. Either you force the 4v5 or you get the objective.
How low is the Baron? We need to see.
Yeah, we can't see the health bar right now, but Poby was looking for the charm from the brush, not going to land it. MKOI approaching. Baron's low. Merwin jumps into the pit, cannot find a steal as Ilioya was nowhere near. And now Merwin goes down, shot down to Na'Vi. In goes the jungler, and Ilioya will fall. A double kill to Poby. The Ahri's back in the game, and Na'Vi are back in this series.
So, I said some things.
You said a lot of things, Vedius.
But curses aren't real, okay? So a good jump from Poby connects onto Alvaro. That converts into 1 pick. Koi then feel, okay, as a 4-man, we can still contest this objective, but then nothing connects.
Yeah.
No MF ulti, everyone is split apart from Na'Vi, then they turn their attention back onto a single target. They find pick after pick, double kill onto Poby. Now with the Baron buff, 2 people are still, there's no
These
way.
are long
There's no way.
timers,
I refuse to believe it. There's no way.
Na'Vi are on a victory march. 10 seconds. I don't think that they'll be able to take down these Nexus turrets, but they cracked the base. They got the gold lead back in their favor.
No.
Vedius.
No.
You said a lot of things. And Na'Vi might have taken that personally. I think
aren't real.
I think Alvaro was hearing the Jolly Man in his head. That was the voices saying, take the dredge line.
There's no way that curses are real. They're just not. This isn't a real thing. I mean, okay, well, so what I will say is the odds of Na'Vi winning have now significantly increased. That is objectively
Would
correct.
You now?
Yeah, I would say that.
I might agree with that.
Their odds of winning have somehow dramatically
And
increased.
you know what? Some American cheese is real, okay? Some of it. Go to Wisconsin. It's not that bad.
Okay,
Dragon's up.
Here we go.
Dragon Soul. If MKOI can get this, big win condition secured. If Na'Vi can deny it, the
Don't
game
get charmed
continues.
again, Alvaro.
Alvaro does not have a lot of people with him, and he just gets charmed and popped again! The pinata is bursted! Na'Vi partying hard at the dragon fight.
Na'Vi can just chase them.
Yeah, it's going to be 4-man retreat for MKOI. Poby goes over the wall, 1 Spirit Rush. Paris finds the engage on the Merwin. He's down! Mainter gets the kill. Na'Vi are making miracles happen on Summoner's Rift as it's a 5v3 push to end the game.
In the LEC, the game is never over until the Nexus falls. Na'Vi with the Baron buff and the numbers advantage are looking to end the game right here.
Jojo looks for the hero play. He has a Spirit Rush, jumps onto Samdi. Samdi had the ultimate available, so the Storm used, but now Baron-empowered super minions. MKOI have Alvaro back. They don't have their top laner. Merwin's still down. It's still a 4v5 defense for MKOI. As Na'Vi are just letting the minions do their work. MKOI need to clear these out. They don't have the Bullet Storm from Supa. He gets slowed down by Mainter. They need Misfortune to pump damage in this fight. They need Jojo or Elyoya to find another miracle engage. Depth charge onto Sam D again, no ultimate available, and Elyoya jumps straight onto him. The peel is too much as he can't even finish the Grim Deliverance. He's delivered to his grave as Na'Vi make you believe in miracles. They'll come back from the loseless game, but no, Merwin might just hold the line. Rilla goes into the Guardian Angel. Merwin, he can't quite get onto Poby. Kaidi back away, triple kill picked up by Supa before he fell. It's on Merwin in a 1v2. Paris is in the Nexus. Poby has no mana to help him out, but Merwin's also got to hit these supers. Paris is just slapping it left and right. Merwin's got to make it work. He's got no backup. 17 seconds on Alvaro. Merwin, he's got the mana, but now Poby's hitting the Nexus, and Na'Vi are gonna do it! What a way to end a game of League of Legends! Na'Vi take the series!
Unbelievable that Na'Vi bounced back, and it's off Poby. 2 such important charms onto Alvaro to decide both fights. Impressive stuff. Incredible series. Na'Vi take down Koi.
That was the best game of League of Legends today. Vedius. In fact, it's going to be hard to beat that one this split. The resilience of this team. They were down so deep in the trenches, and they dug their heels in, held the line, and punched back. Vote for your player of the series now. It's going to be a tough one. Mainter, Relec, and Sam D. Oh.
Wow, I mean, that may have been one of the greatest caster curses of all time. That's wow.
The
I'm
confidence
sorry,
in
Koi.
your eyes.
I'm sorry, Koi. I'm sorry. I mean, impressive stuff from Na'Vi, though.
Yeah.
Huge bounce back from Poby in that game, and overall, like a super entertaining series. I mean, keeping my eyes on Na'Vi this split for sure. I'm excited at the prospects and the potential that this roster does show. I'm excited to see what they can do.
It was a close one. It was a brutal game 3. Let's toss it back to the lobby with Shox Odo and Relech.
Thank you so much and welcome to PGL indeed. Thanks for the crowd that stuck around for the whole full 9 games because they got a banger at the end of it. Oh my gosh. Yeah, talk us through the comeback.
Like, game was hard start. We were hard winning top, but I didn't want to I wanted to cut the map, you know. I want to put full dark on mid bot. I don't want to see. I just want to see top jungle. We were doing good, but I think after game, we knew we will win team fights. We played around it. We played around Ahri a little good. Even though Poppy kind of started bad in early game, I think he's 1v9 in team fights.
He was
a good game.
Yeah, it was really good. I'm trying to get the replay up because from some of the last fights because it came down to it, Odo. And I gotta call us out because we were kind of critical of Navi as a team because we thought maybe you had hit your ceiling. So what do you think about that?
I think we are the dark horse.
Yeah.
I think we can win against even G2. That's won 3-0 against Genji, but we can even lose to another team. Yeah, I think our power ranking can be 1 and can be 10 as well. We have no middle ground. Someday we are full T1, full Genji. It depends on the day.
Because that was my main feeling when it came to Spring was that when you reach playoffs and you started having best of threes, I felt like it's easier for teams to figure you out because you're just, you play your off meta, but your typical champions in the jungle and you just stack Drakes all the time. So I was a little bit hesitant to say that Navi was going to do the same. How has this shift to best of threes changed for you now with Spring Split?
I think we played out of best of 1 last split. Yeah, it was kind of strange to play best of 1. But when playoffs started, as you said, we kind of struggled. But I think this off-season, we figured it out. We reviewed our all games. We keep improving on what we are doing bad. So, and because of the disciplines, will be full best of 3. We are full ready for the fearless drafts. We are full committed on this, and I think we are not just Aatrox ambassador guys. We are playing more, and because of the fearless as well, and we are adapting, and I think it's going good.
Yeah. Do you think you were almost ahead of the curve? Because we saw also at first stands, for an example, right? Aggressive jungling. We know that Skewmont did a lot of it as well. It was almost like you knew it already, right?
Yeah.
Do you feel like you were a bit of ahead of what it was going to turn into, the meta, or not?
I think, yeah. I watched all first 10 games. And I know how Skimon plays, I know how Kenyon plays, I know how June plays. I reviewed their games, so they are the goats, They did PLG won, but G2 and Genji were really good. And I watched what they are doing good as jungler from their POV, and I translated myself into that as well. And I'm willing to change the picks, change the reads, so we are really flexible on this, and I think it's the kind of our strength right now.
Yeah, cool. We talked a lot about you and about how this is a crazy situation that you were in because you're brought into the team and you knew you were going to be brought into the team, so there was a lot of pressure on you. How do you feel like you've dealt with that after Versus, Is there any stress there of oh my gosh, I have to be the guy here because we talk about you a lot, the fans talk about you a lot, people are always mentioning your picks. How is that pressure?
I mean, it is sometimes kind of bad pressure, but I don't take it as bad because I know I'm doing good. I'm doing good on these champs. I can do good on other champs. I can be the best jungle in the LEC. I know my potential, and I keep improving on that. And I don't get bad pressured in the end because I know I will prove myself.
I love it.
Actually, I don't think we asked you yet, or I heard you talk about it. But how was it for you when you get signed and then you have to play LEC in 6 months and and you're just sitting there for 6 months? Did you take any extra steps or with preparation to come into LEC, or was it just you still play your solo queue, you get to watch scrims? How were those 6 months for you?
I mean, I was watching scrims, but without review, it was not that useful because they were doing offline review. I was just playing solo queue and kind of relaxing my mind, think it's a vacation, and also I was watching the Worlds and kind of MSI as well. It was good. It kind of helped me to figure out what is actually happening. I'm not playing. I'm just watching for 6 months and I see what is they are exactly doing, and I'm excited to show myself in 6 months.
How are the I guess, the systems when it comes to Navi, because it feels like you and your champions, you're such a polarizing player when it comes to, it seems like everything is around you, but is it one of those things where, you know, you communicate a lot, or do you have a big role, or is it just the team is, you know, naturally just playing around you very, very easily?
I think I'm communicating a lot about the picks and in-game as well. Like, I'm kind of leading the early game, so it's kind of depending on me. Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. You're also our Kia Player of the Series. Congratulations.
Another one.
Another one. You're at the top. I think you have 6 now or 5? I'm not sure.
With this, it's 7.
7?
6.
6, 7? Okay.
Hey, leave some space.
Okay, great. Crazy. Nice. Congratulations. So yeah, we're going to sign off, I think, soon. Who is your next opponent? No.
SK.
SK.
And also, I want to say something about this Koi match.
Yeah?
I always take my revenge.
Oh, I love it. Let's go. You were still remembering it.
Yeah.
I actually forgot because that was harsh.
Yeah.
That playoff match.
Was.
Yeah. So you thought for 6 months about coming to the LEC, and now since that last match, you thought for a whole month about this match.
Yeah.
Koi? Yeah. You figured them out.
I was just getting ready to beat Koi for 1 month.
I love it. I don't know if we have a schedule for tomorrow production. I don't know if I moved past it. It's been a long day, but yeah, there is SK up on the docket tomorrow as well. They'll be playing versus you on the next day, but they have Heretics tomorrow, and then MKOI is playing again tomorrow versus Fnatic. So 2 teams that lost today, Odo. Your team.
Yeah, my team lost as well. Yeah, it's painful, but like, you know, when it's battle of the losers, there's gonna be a winner, and it's hopefully it's gonna be me.
Hopefully.
Hopefully. We'll see about that.
We'll see, indeed. Yeah, thank you all for sticking with us. Congratulations, Relech, and a huge victory for Navi over MKOI. And that was our first day of spring, but we'll be back tomorrow with those 2 matches. We start a little later. The ready check will be at 4:45 p.m. CET, and the first game will be at 5 p.m. So we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Wait, is that correct?
Bye.
The TP from Junkies. He's got a world to shed, to share, and onto Lost for an upset. Right stuck in the middle. The burst out. Razork found out. Not towards Rex the Giant Axe. Empross still isolated on the island though, as Noah's come up as well. Flip back and an arc light of Ruin. Spirit Rush over the wall as well, and the charm because the CC is going to connect. Isma flashes away, but he's just caught in the middle of it as well. Razork has got more in the chain, in the chamber, and down Isma goes. Isma deep. Now John is going to set up with the engagement as great as Junkies. Hits everything. Shuriken flip, he waited, and he is rewarded.
Okay, you guys are just OP as I guess. She has no flash, I think. No flash, no flash.
Nice, guys!
I don't feel like I'm playing today. I feel like I'm just like chilling.
Just vibing, broski.
I'm just chilling today.
Predator, beautiful. Nuck got the stun, and that's all that matters. Can't wait. Knock down a peg as Nuck gets the kill, and Linces is unleashed. Wait, he's out, but Kana might find a kill on Linces. There's a reset. No, way. What?
Ref, can I get 2 napkins?
Sure. Yeah. I can give you 1 napkin, bro. After I'm done with you.
That's not going on the mic. I will be respectful.
Can I take it actually?
Get in here.
Oh shit.
Okay, Jungle Gang's coming. Let's look for the kill. Deadly Flourish connects. First blood. Auto as well. Kazi 2 for 1. Meanwhile, Yike running with Kana into melee range, into the sick puppy of Linces. He's going to get burned down as Kana's rumble is just unbelievable.
Now he's passing towards the mid lane. Kobe takes a chunk from Jojo Pyun. Now Elyoya will get the flash out. Flash follow as Jojo Pyun, level 7 on the rumble, roasting down Relech. As the flash fails it over the wall! Well, talk about mistakes. It was Super making them game 1, but this time around! On a rampage, flashes the public execution. He turns it back!
Kite over left, kite left. Yeah, hit. Nice.
Oh my god.
Nice. Oh my god.
Let's go!